Chapter 1. The Reversed World, Konoha. A baby's cry pierced the tranquility of the night. Outside the delivery room, the young Minato paced anxiously. "Calm down, Minato," spoke his mentor, Jiraiya, with a voice that commanded authority, allowing Minato to gather his composure. Moments later, a nurse emerged from the room. "Who among you is a relative of Kushina, Uzumaki?" Hastily stepping forward, Minato declared, I am the husband of Uzumaki Kushina." The nurse appraised him briefly before offering her congratulations. "Congratulations, both mother and child are safe." Upon hearing this momentous news, Minato felt as if he had been struck by a heavy blow, overwhelmed with joy to the point of unsteadiness. Observing this, Jiraiya quickly steadied him. His disciple possessed remarkable talent and strength, yet his temperament was regrettably lacking, his fighting spirit merely average. In simpler terms, he was in dire need of a greater heart. Shaking his head in disappointment, Jiraiya inquired of the nurse, "May we enter now?" Regaining his senses, Minato eagerly echoed, Yes, I wish to see my wife." The nurse nodded and instructed them, "Please come in, but keep your voices down after all. Your wife has just given birth." "Understood." With that, Minato contained his excitement and tiptoed to Kushina's bedside. At that moment, Kushina appeared quite frail after her harrowing experience. Seeing her in such a state filled Minato with concern. However, his attention was soon diverted to the small bundle beside her. "Is this my child?" Gazing at the blonde-haired infant, Minato's heart swelled with indescribable happiness. From that moment forth, he vowed to be a devoted husband and father. "Minato!" On the other side, Kushina slowly opened her eyes and called for her husband. Minato promptly responded, "Yes, Kushina, I'm here." She turned her head and, upon seeing the little one in Minato's arms, anxiously urged, "Don't just look at him, let me hold him too." "Of course." Minato complied, leaning down so that Kushina could see the child's face clearly. "Ah, his hair resembles yours." Though her words carried a hint of disdain, anyone could discern the satisfaction in her tone. "No, he looks just like you. Look at him, how beautiful he is." As she gazed at the child in Minato's arms, Kushina's eyes radiated warmth. Suddenly recalling something, she quickly asked Minato, "By the way, have you thought of a name for him?" After a moment of contemplation, Minato replied, "I've decided he will take your surname, so he'll be known as Uzumaki Naruto." To his surprise, the previously quiet infant suddenly began to cry. In that instant, Minato, a seasoned shinobi who had accomplished numerous challenging missions, found himself at a loss. Kushina shot Minato an exasperated glance and remarked, "It must be that your choice of name is too unappealing. The baby dislikes it. This is all your fault." "Ugh." Minato inhaled sharply at her words, casting a helpless look toward his mentor, Jiraiya. After a moment of thought, Jiraiya cautiously suggested, "How about naming him Naruto? That is the name of the protagonist for my novel." "Naruto? Uzumaki Naruto?" Minato repeated the name a few times, and astonishingly, upon hearing it, the infant ceased crying and fell into a deep sleep. Kushina exclaimed in delight, "See, it truly was the name that mattered. He loves the name Naruto." "Indeed." Minato nodded fervently, then expressed his gratitude to Jiraiya. "Thank you, Sensei. I have decided he will be Uzumaki Naruto. My child is Uzumaki Naruto." And thus 6 years passed. "Naruto, come down for dinner." "Okay." In a room on the second floor, Naruto tucked away his diary beneath the bed and prepared to descend for dinner. Passing by the bathroom, he caught a glimpse of his handsome face in the mirror, prompting memories of the past 6 years to flood back. The soul within Naruto was that of a transmigrator. In his previous life, he was a traditional left-behind child, raised by his grandparents. At the age of 17, he moved to the city for school, where an unfortunate accident led him to this world. Having lived here for 6 years, he had come to understand this world quite well. This world was that of the anime Naruto, however, it was distinct in that it belonged to the universe of the movies. In the movie The Last, Naruto the Movie, a reversed world born from the limited Tsukuyomi appeared, in which the personalities of the main characters underwent significant transformations. For instance, in the original world, Inazuka Kiba, who adored dogs, became a lover of cats. In this world, Hinata Hyuga, who was typically shy, transformed into a confident and bold young woman. The fourth Hokage and his wife, who sacrificed themselves for Konoha in the original world, became an ordinary, happy couple here. Moreover, this world Naruto was not originally named Naruto, he was called Uzumaki Minma. It was uncertain if this was a consequence of his transmigration, but in this world, he was also named Uzumaki Naruto. However, Naruto was quite content with this. It feels good to be called Naruto. If I had been named Minma, my life would have been utterly ruined. Before he could finish his thought, he felt a tug on his ear from Kushina, who had just appeared. Her fiery red hair was a testament to her evident annoyance. "Are you deaf? Can't you hear me calling you for dinner? He'll be right there." Realizing his mother was upset, Naruto hurried downstairs, fully aware of how forceful Kushina could be when disciplining him. Upon reaching the dining table, he found Minato already seated, leisurely perusing the newspaper. Noticing Naruto's flushed ears, Minato chuckled. "Naruto, have you been scolded by your mother again?" Naruto rubbed his ears and sighed. "Sigh, when will my mother ever change her habit of using her hands when correcting me? Oh dear, I do apologize for being so rough." With that, Kushina descended from the kitchen, bringing the dishes to the table. Naruto and Minato promptly stood to assist her. Soon, the three of them sat down at the dining table, collectively proclaiming, "Let's eat." They then began their dinner, experiencing a simple yet heartwarming evening that Naruto had cherished for 6 years. After dinner, the father and son settled in front of the television to digest their meal. More accurately, Naruto was flipping through channels while Minato continued reading the newspaper. There's so few channels. Well, it's all about quality, isn't it? That's just how television works. As he spoke, Minato suddenly remembered something and said to Naruto, "Naruto, you're 6 now, it's time for you to attend the Ninja Academy." "Huh?" Scratching his head, Naruto replied, "But I'm a genius, right? Even Granny Tsunade and Grandpa Jiraiya said, so I'm a true genius." Tap! Kushina emerged from the kitchen and lightly tapped Naruto on the head. "Even geniuses need to go to school. Besides, at your age, how can you not have friends?" With an air of finality, Kushina declared, "I've already enrolled you next month. You will start attending the Ninja Academy." "All right then." Naruto sighed helplessly, knowing that his mother's decisions were always the law of the land in their household. "Wake up, Naruto. Time to get up. Let me sleep a little longer." 10 minutes later. "Naruto, it's time to rise. I've allowed you to sleep enough." Just a few more minutes." 5 minutes later. "Naruto, you really need to get up, your mother will be coming soon." Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes flew open. He ruffled his hair and glanced at his father, Minato, at the bedside. "What day is it today? Did you forget? Today is the day we agreed upon to practice ninjutsu every week. Just 2 years ago, you were always pestering me to teach you ninjutsu. Now you're all grown up." Minato said, half-jokingly as he handed Naruto his clothes. "All right, get up quickly. You haven't practiced ninjutsu in a while. Let's review before you head to the Ninja Academy." "Okay," Naruto responded and promptly began dressing. Minato mentioned that it was indeed Naruto who proactively expressed a desire to learn ninjutsu. A couple of years prior, Naruto was immensely fascinated by ninjutsu and persistently pestered Minato to teach him a considerable amount. However, his motivation waned rather swiftly. This world differs from the original. There is no masked man Obito, nor is there the troublemaking Madara. The relations among the 5 great nations have also become significantly more harmonious than in the original narrative. Originally, the greatest villain in this world would have been the future darkened version of Uzumaki Minma. Now that Minma is no longer present, the role has been assumed by Naruto, who feels rather lackadaisical. With the absence of a formidable antagonist and any looming crises, it is only natural that Naruto finds himself devoid of motivation. From Naruto's perspective, rather than squandering time on ninjutsu, he would prefer to dedicate more of his time to cherishing moments with his family. His father, Minato, is an incredibly gentle man who, even when urging him to rise early, never fails to call out 3 times, patiently accommodating Naruto's laziness. His mother, Kushina, is equally responsible. Such a blissful family life is something Naruto did not possess in his previous existence, which is why he holds it in such high regard. After washing up and finishing breakfast, Naruto made his way to the training ground near his home, where Minato had been waiting for quite some time. It has been a while since we trained. Do you need a warm-up? No need, Naruto replied, removing his outer garment. I'm always in peak condition, he declared confidently. Minato nodded slightly. Is that so? You certainly exude confidence. With that, he formed a cross-hand seal. Let's begin with the shadow clone technique. With a series of sounds, 3 clones of Minato appeared beside him. Not to be outdone, Naruto formed the same hand seal and produced 10 clones of his own. How about that, Dad? I haven't regressed, have I? Minato smiled with satisfaction. You could say not only have you not regressed, but you've also made progress. Your chakra capacity has increased, and you've produced even more clones. The number of clones generated by the shadow clone technique reflects a ninja's chakra capacity. Naruto's chakra level now nearly rivals that of an average jonin. This is undoubtedly a testament to Naruto's innate talent. He inherited the Uzumaki clan's physique from Kushina, endowing him with a naturally superior chakra volume. However, unlike the Naruto from the original narrative, he currently does not have the 9 tails sealed within him. According to the original storyline, this world's Naruto, or Minma, would have the 9 tails within him as he matures. Naruto speculates that this 9 tails might be the one Minma absorbed into himself later on. In any case, Naruto now enjoys the absence of the 9 tails chakra interference and has grown up on a diet of fresh milk, resulting in him becoming quite the prodigy under these dual influences. In truth, in the original Naruto series, he was always a genius, albeit one whose potential had been suppressed throughout his early years. At last, this talent is beginning to manifest. Well then, since I know you haven't been slacking off, I won't hold back. With that, Minato sent his clones scattering and unleashed the shadow shuriken technique towards Naruto. Facing the barrage of shurikens, Naruto remained calm and composed, forming a hand seal with confidence. In that case, witness my technique. Instantly, multiple clones of Naruto unleashed the wind release. Great breakthrough. The powerful gust of wind sent numerous shurikens flying. Observing this, Minato nodded in acknowledgement. Your ninjutsu is quite commendable, however. What about your taijutsu? With that, Minato's clones swiftly charged into Naruto's clones, engaging in close combat. The sounds of Naruto's clones dissipating filled the air. Oh, your taijutsu hasn't improved much, has it? Upon hearing this, Naruto scratched his head, realizing that taijutsu, unlike ninjutsu, does not rely on innate talent, but rather on consistent practice. Nevertheless, Minato continued, you are still growing, so it's not a concern if you aren't practicing taijutsu. Besides, neither your mother nor I are particularly skilled in that area. After eliminating all of Naruto's clones, Minato approached him. Lastly, let me test you one more time. Do you remember the ninjutsu I taught you last time? Naruto nodded. I remember, it's the Rasengan, right? With that, Naruto raised his hand, striving to gather chakra into a Rasengan. Before long, a blue sphere of chakra manifested in his palm, but it quickly dissipated. It seems you haven't made any progress at all. Feeling embarrassed, Naruto scratched his head. The truth is, practicing the Rasengan is exceedingly arduous. To be honest, when he first began learning it, he was filled with enthusiasm, considering it to be one of the most renowned single-target ninjutsu in the Naruto series. However, the final phase of mastering the Rasengan requires a high level of proficiency, a challenge for Naruto, who tend to be rather lackadaisical. If it were the Naruto from the original world, he would have likely mastered the Rasengan by now, he mused, feeling a bit sheepish as he withdrew his hand. He had resolved to quietly master the Rasengan in his own time. Minato observed his son, fully aware that Naruto possessed a sharp intellect and was capable of learning anything with ease. This, however, had led to a somewhat lethargic attitude towards his endeavors. While this mindset may be acceptable for now, it could prove detrimental in the future. Thus, Minato earnestly advised, you must strive to improve. Naruto. Ugh, Naruto sighed, responding, there are 2 words I absolutely loathe, effort and diligence. You rascal. Seeing Naruto's surprisingly mature demeanor, Minato could no longer contain himself and playfully ruffled Naruto's hair. Pat your head, pat your head. After satisfying his urge, Minato disregarded the displeasure in Naruto's eyes and enveloped him in an embrace. "Let's head back, your mother is still waiting for us." "In full," Naruto replied. Observing Naruto's departure, Kushina turned to Minato and inquired, "Naruto seems a bit downcast. Is that so?" Minato reflected for a moment. "It's probably because I patted his head again this morning." Upon hearing this, Kushina disapprovingly tapped Minato's hand with her chopsticks. "What are you saying? You know very well that Naruto despises having his head patted. It's only you who has that privilege." Hee hee. Meanwhile, Naruto returned to his room upstairs, sitting in a chair, lost in thought. He was not bothered by Minato's earlier gesture. He had not stooped to that level of pettiness. Instead, he was contemplating another matter. On the way home from the water gate, Naruto and his father were greeted by a neighbor. The neighbor remarked, "So, this is your family's Naruto, is it? I hear he has a genius just like Itachi." Indeed, in Konoha village at that time, when speaking of geniuses, most would instinctively think of Uchiha Itachi, who became a jonin at the tender age of 11. In the original storyline, 11-year-old Itachi would join the Umbu and serve as a guard for the third Hokage. Hiruzun Tsurutobi, alongside Kakashi. Shortly thereafter, Itachi would tragically massacre his entire clan and become a rogue ninja, eventually joining the Akatsuki. However, that was the narrative of the original world. In this alternate reality, Itachi remains a celebrated prodigy. The Uchiha clan's future is spared, and Sasuke grows up to become a charming young in the end, Itachi still joins the Akatsuki. But in this world, the organization is a reputable multinational corporation with a commendable reputation. In the theatrical version, they even assist Naruto in defeating the darkened Obito and Madara. Naruto's recollections of Itachi ignited a realization within him. He had become so accustomed to the peaceful days that he had forgotten about Obito's ability to traverse into this world. Undoubtedly, he would cause trouble in the future. Though Naruto was confident he would not fall under Obito's influence, one could never predict what mischief that fellow might conjure. Therefore, he could not afford to be completely complacent. At the very least, he must remain vigilant until Obito met his end in the original world. Naruto sighed as he contemplated this, quietly pulling out a baseball and squeezing it in his palm. He would begin practicing the Rasengan. Days later, at the training grounds, Naruto successfully formed the Rasengan in his hands, piercing through a nearby wooden stump with force. "Huff, huff," he gasped, his chest heaving, yet his voice brimmed with excitement. "I did it! I finally learned it!" He raised his arms in triumph, only then noticing a tear in his sleeve. "Oh no! Did I tear it while practicing the Rasengan?" The thought of Kushina's potential anger made him draw a sharp breath. The most stressful moments since arriving in this world had been those times when he faced an irate Kushina. Her maternal love came with an iron fist that could fall at any moment. "Hey, little brother, whose child are you?" "Huh." A melodious voice caught Naruto's attention, and he looked up to see a purple-haired girl with a short ponytail perched on a branch. Upon noticing Naruto's silence, she leaped down to stand before him. "Hey, why are you so quiet?" "Ah," Naruto finally spoke, recognizing her, "that you're Akamichi Karui, right?" Her expression shifted to one of curiosity. "Huh? You know me?" Leaning closer, she scrutinized Naruto's face, prompting him to raise an eyebrow and gently remind her. "You might want to be careful with your outfit. It could be revealing around 16 years old." Karui was in her prime of growth, and Naruto noted that she had developed quite well. Surprisingly, instead of taking offense, Karui teased, "You little pervert, did you enjoy the view and now want to play the gentleman?" Before Naruto could defend himself, she exclaimed, "I got it. You're that kid from the Namikaze family. And your father is Namikaze Minato, right?" Naruto nodded slightly, causing Karui to beam with delight. "Haha, I knew it. You really do resemble your father. And upon closer inspection, you bear some resemblance to your mother too." It was only natural for children to take after their parents. And, as Naruto scratched his head, he remarked, "But I didn't expect you to know my this." Karui straightened up, pouting slightly. "Don't underestimate me. Kid, your dad, Namikaze Minato, and I are both disciples of the legendary three. There's not much difference between us." Her words reminded Naruto that, as she stated, she was indeed a disciple of Orochimaru, one of the legendary three. He had already met Jiraiya in this world, who was just as powerful and reliable as the one from the original story. However, in this alternate reality, Jiraiya had diverged significantly from his original character. In this universe, Jiraiya had completely shed any lecherous tendencies. More precisely, this version of Jiraiya was entirely devoid of the title pervy sage. He did not sneak into hot springs, nor did he investigate brothels. And he certainly did not pen forbidden texts like Ica Paradise that he was so earnest that Naruto felt somewhat out of place during their first meeting. Is this really the Jiraiya I know? Fortunately, this world-esque Jiraiya was just as kind-hearted and caring towards his juniors, and Naruto called him Grandpa Jiraiya with genuine affection. However, compared to Jiraiya, Naruto was less familiar with this world's Orochimaru. To his knowledge, Orochimaru had not become a rogue ninja in this universe, but spent most of his time away from the village, seemingly engaged in some mysterious research, even with his character reversed. It seemed Orochimaru couldn't let go of his scientific pursuits. Truly, he was a master of core technology. As for the last of the legendary three, Tsunade in this world was naturally different from her original counterpart. This version of Tsunade was less endowed and had no penchant for gambling. She resided in the village, and Naruto would occasionally see her around. Hey, little guy. Lost in thought? You didn't even hear me talking to you. Karui's voice pulled Naruto back to reality. His gaze involuntarily wandered to her face, but halted midway. Noticing his stare, Karui smirked mischievously. Didn't he expect you to be such a little perv? Are you hooked? Naruto quickly shook his head. Karui had a bold personality, but she could also be quite impulsive and carefree. If she accidentally revealed today's encounter, it would tarnish Naruto's reputation for life. Let me clarify, I didn't mean to peek. It was an accident. Come on, you're no fun that you're so young and already acting all prim and proper. I'm not even mad at you. With that, Karui turned, her accessories jingling melodiously at her waist, and waved goodbye over her shoulder. I'm off. As he watched a retreating figure, Naruto recalled a passage he had once read, whether vulgar or elegant. I can no longer distinguish. All I know is that the moon is full tonight. If I do not open my eyes to appreciate it, it would seem I lack romantic sensibility. Dusting himself off, Naruto returned home. Upon entering, he cautiously glanced around the room, only to collide directly with Kushina. However, to Naruto's surprise, Kushina did not scold him. Instead, she beamed and said, "Why would I be angry? Naruto, you're working hard on your jutsu. Of course, I support you. Once you grow stronger, you must protect your mother." As it happened, they were planning to go to the hot springs tonight, although this world-esque Jiraiya had abandoned his peeping habits. He still retained a fondness for hot springs that Jiraiya's disciples, Minato and Kushina, were naturally influenced by him. Consequently, it had become a tradition for their family to visit the hot springs together every so often. Tonight, Minato was away on a mission, leaving the house feeling a bit empty. Kushina decided to take Naruto to the hot springs to enjoy some lively company and allow him to relax and wash away his fatigue. However, every time they went to the hot springs, Naruto faced a dilemma. Which bathhouse should he choose? At the hot spring resort, just before the changing room, Kushina asked again, "Naruto, are you really not going to join me in the women's bath?" Naruto shook his head, exasperated. "Mom, I'm already 6 years old. It's no longer appropriate for me to go to the women's bath." "All right then," in a tone laden with evident disappointment, Kushina remarked. "The child has grown, and he now possesses his own thoughts. Naruto, you no longer cling to me as you did in your youth." With a sigh, Naruto felt at a loss for words, observing the little frown etched upon his face. Kushina found satisfaction and let out a cheerful laugh. Yet, she patiently reminded him, "Naruto, your father is not here today. When you go to the men's bath, be careful not to slip. If I am not out by the time you finish, make sure to get some milk on your own, did I understand?" he replied, hastily making his way into the men's bath. To be honest, Naruto was not being pretentious. He was indeed no longer a child. In his younger days, he could accompany Kushina to the women's bath and find some excuses to justify it. Now, the thought of doing so felt somewhat embarrassing. Unlike that insufferable Momoshiki, who pretended to be innocent at the age of 8, Naruto could never stoop to such antics. Upon entering the men's bath, he surveyed the room and noted that it was not overly crowded, he chose a spot in the shallower pool and settled into the warm water. Gazing at the women's bath just a wall away, he couldn't help but reminisce about the first time Kushina had brought him there. It was akin to Sun Wukong entering the peach garden. Overwhelmed by the abundance of peaches, it was then that he truly grasped the joy Conan experienced. Ever since Ran had taken Conan for a bath, he had been determined to stay over at her house, even refusing to go with his own mother when she wanted to take him home. When she inquired about his reasoning, Naruto felt that Conan's mindset could be aptly summarized by a phrase from the Three Kingdoms. This place is delightful. I shall not return. As Naruto pondered these thoughts, a familiar voice broke through his musings. Hey, Naruto, enjoying a bath alone? Turning around, he was greeted by a spirited Kakashi, accompanied by the lethargic Might Guy in this alternate world. Kakashi and Guy had completely swapped personalities. Kakashi had transformed into an exuberant fool, while Guy languished in a perpetual state of gloom. Much like in the original world, this Kakashi was still a disciple of Minato. Hence he naturally recognized Naruto. Yet Naruto couldn't help but scoff internally. Seriously, you're wearing a mask while bathing? What's wrong, Naruto? You seem rather downcast. Are you tired? Yeah, Naruto replied, explaining, I've been practicing ninjutsu all day. That is quite impressive. Naruto, it's rare to see you working so hard, Kakashi exclaimed, rising with enthusiasm. Excellent. Tomorrow, let me take you for some training. Watching this absurd scene unfold, Naruto couldn't help but feel a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Beside the pool, Guy lay languidly, and upon hearing Kakashi's exclamation, he abruptly turned over. What's the matter, little Naruto? You don't seem very interested in no. Naruto hesitated, searching for a reason to decline Kakashi's invitation. Spending too much time with this fervent Kakashi was beginning to fray his nerves. However, before he could respond, Kakashi interjected, Little Naruto, I've been practicing some rather impressive ninjutsu lately. Naruto's curiosity was piqued by Kakashi's statement. Seeing his expression, Kakashi nodded in satisfaction. You know about chakra transformation, right? As he spoke, Kakashi extended a hand, beginning to gather chakra within his palm. That Chidori. Naruto speculated inwardly, intrigued by this flashy technique in the early days of Shippuden. Sasuke's cool demeanor was greatly attributed to Chidori's impressive flair. Naruto valued the elegance of techniques highly. Strength was fleeting, but style was eternal. However, noticing Kakashi's actions, Guy quickly shouted, No, Kakashi, there's water here. Unfortunately, Guy's warning came too late. The Chidori began to take shape in Kakashi's hand, and as the water around him reacted, it spiraled out of control. Naruto, unable to bear the sight, instinctively closed his eyes. In an instant, Kakashi was engulfed in crackling electricity. Zzz. As the sound of the electricity faded, Naruto cautiously opened his eyes and asked, Uncle Kakashi, are you still alive? Kakashi did not respond, momentarily stunned before lowering his hand. Where am I? Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. Kakashi's tone lacked the usual fervor and instead bore a hint of languor, reminiscent of the calm, reliable Kakashi he knew, the one who enjoyed reading questionable literature. Concerned, Guy approached and asked, Are you all right? Kakashi, is there a problem? What could possibly be wrong with me? Kakashi replied, perplexed, before glancing down at Naruto. He stared at Naruto's face, which bore a striking resemblance to Minato's, and suddenly froze. Seeing this expression, Naruto's mind began to race with a hypothesis. Could it be that the electric shock had caused a soul exchange between the two worlds? Kakashi's? Tentatively, he ventured, What's wrong, Kakashi? Don't you recognize me anymore? No. Kakashi evaded the question, shifting his focus to the surroundings. Guy noticed the oddity in Kakashi's demeanor, but had no desire to probe further. Since Kakashi appeared unscathed from the earlier ninjutsu, he returned to lounging in the pool. Kakashi and Naruto resumed their bathing. But this time, Kakashi remained silent. Naruto could sense Kakashi contemplating the situation at hand, that he even felt the chakra within Kakashi stirring as he attempted to dispel the illusion surrounding him. Indeed, this Kakashi was the original. Cunning Kakashi from the source material. The exuberant Kakashi from the alternate world would never engage in such behavior. With this realization, Naruto stood and asked, I'm done soaking, Uncle Kakashi. Would you like to join me outside? Oh, I'll pass. Kakashi waited until Naruto had dried off and dressed before emerging. Clearly, he had deliberately chosen not to change alongside Naruto, wary of him. Could it be that he is on guard against me? It was now certain, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that this Kakashi had undergone a soul exchange. With a raised eyebrow, Naruto dashed out. Upon noticing Naruto's swift departure, Kakashi sighed in relief. He was still trying to comprehend the situation. And with the environment being unfamiliar, the sudden appearance of someone he recognized as familiar like Naruto necessitated caution, despite him being just a child who resembled his own teacher. Bursting out into the foyer, Naruto quickly scanned the area and soon spotted Kushina chatting with his close friend. He rushed over, grasping her hand, and exclaimed, "Mom, guess who I just met?" "Oh, who is it?" Kushina paused her conversation, bending down to speak patiently to Naruto. "I just met Kakashi." "Ah, that child." As she spoke, Kushina affectionately stroked Naruto's head, advising Naruto, remember to call him Brother Kakashi next time. It isn't polite to address someone by their name directly to Kushina. Kakashi was akin to her own child. Thus he was naturally considered Naruto as elder brothered. "Oh dear, your hair is quite wet. Kakashi really should have helped you dry it." Unbeknownst to her at that moment, Kakashi had undergone a soul exchange and was now a stranger to Naruto, unable to care for him as the original Kakashi would. However, Kushina's words aligned perfectly with Naruto's intentions. He tugged at Kushina's hand, feigning indignation as he led her toward the changing room, saying, "Mom, come quickly. Brother Kakashi is leaving. He seems quite upset today and didn't even greet me." Kushina evidently believed Naruto's words. Upon encountering her, the motherly figure did not hesitate to greet him, suggesting that Kakashi had something amiss. Given Kushina's character, it was only natural for her to inquire about such matters. With Minato absent, it fell upon her to guide these bewildered adolescents through their tumultuous phase. Her approach was straightforward. She sought them out for a session of talk therapy. Thus, she stood outside the men's changing room and called out, "Kakashi, come out. I have something to discuss with you." "Kakashi, do not think that silence will suffice. I am aware you are inside, and Naruto has seen you." Inside the changing room, upon hearing that familiar voice, one he had reminisced about countless times in dreams, Kakashi was momentarily stunned. If anyone were to approach him, they would certainly notice that his eyes were glistening with unshed tears. After a brief pause, the languid Kakashi lifted the curtain of the changing room and poked his head out. Initially, he had intended to slip away unnoticed, but that familiar sound compelled him to investigate further. If this were a trap, he felt he must plunge into it and discern what lay at the bottom. However, as he peered about, he found no trace of Kushina. Just as disappointment began to settle in, a hand suddenly grasped his ear, yanking him out of the room. The hand belonged to none other than Kushina, who, after extricating Kakashi, placed her hands on her hips and feigned anger as she addressed him. "What were you doing?" "Hiding in there, engaged in some clandestine affair." Faced with the living embodiment of Kushina, Kakashi found himself momentarily speechless. He lowered his head and, with a hint of emotion, stammered, "No, I wasn't." It was indeed Kushina. He had never anticipated that he would one day see both his master and mistress again. In that instant, all his worries and apprehensions were cast aside. He felt as though he were dreaming or had returned to paradise. Once he regained his composure, Kakashi looked down and said, "I apologize. I did not expect to encounter you here." "Humph, an apology will suffice," Kushina replied, her expression softening as she regarded Kakashi earnestly. "What troubles you? I can see that you're not in a good state." "And no, it's just I didn't realize you truly looked as Naruto described you, with that furrowed brow." Kakashi, upon hearing this, understood that Naruto was indeed involved. He lifted his gaze to see Naruto enjoying an ice cream behind Kushina, suddenly grasping the situation. This face, this hair, how could he have failed to recognize him? Surely, he was the son of his teacher. It dawned on him that he had completely overlooked this detail. Considering the circumstances surrounding his teacher and mistress, a multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind. Yet Kakashi, being the elite ninja he was, managed to maintain his composure and analyze the situation. It became evident that he was not ensnared in an illusion. After all, an illusion could not conjure the image of his teacher's 6-year-old child. Thus, he had indeed traversed into another realm. Meanwhile, In contrast to Kakashi's myriad contemplations, Naruto savored his ice cream with simple joy. He had long envisioned the possibility of such an occurrence, given the narrative of the films. This mirrored world was intricately connected to the original, making the concept of crossing over rather straightforward. At least, the masked man Obito could come and go as he pleased, despite lacking a physical form. According to the original plot, the 16-year-old Naruto would traverse alongside Sakura, achieving a reunion with his parents and engaging in a fierce battle with his darker self to save this world. Additionally, there had been instances in the anime where alternate Sakura visited the normal Konoha for a day. Thus, Naruto found Kakashi's situation rather unremarkable, though he had not anticipated such a hasty method of crossing over. Being struck by lightning in a bathroom, such a manner seemed rather kitsch. If only the ninja world had trucks. He mused that he might just have to test the waters by throwing himself in front of one to see if he could cross over again. Uncertain of how long Kakashi's soul would remain in this form, or if others would experience the same fate, Naruto finished his ice cream, just as Kushina and Kakashi's conversation drew to a close. Their exchange brought a smile to Kushina's face, while Kakashi, though not smiling, appeared noticeably more at ease. Seeing this, Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, to reach those who tend to conceal their innermost thoughts, one merely needs to find the right person and coax them out of their shell. He approached Kushina, took her hand, and yawned, unintentionally, for he was genuinely exhausted, stripped of his soul's essence. His body was merely that of a 6-year-old child, after a day of diligently practicing the Rasengan, followed by a soak in the hot springs. He was quite ready for sleep. Naruto, are you ready to sleep? Kushina asked, glancing at Kakashi with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, Kakashi. I may have to take my leave. Oh no. Please feel free to go. There's no need to consider my feelings. Although Kakashi said this, Kushina could detect the disappointment in his tone. Thus, she pondered before suggesting, perhaps you could escort me home? Ah, sure. And so, Kushina, carrying the slumbering Naruto, left the hot spring establishment alongside Kakashi. As they walked, Kushina began to speak of Minato, venting her frustrations about him. She lamented how he had grown increasingly lazy, recalling how he used to cook for her. She also complained that he struggled to wake Naruto, taking nearly half an hour to do so. Kakashi listened quietly, silently reflecting on the enduring bond between his teacher and mistress. Oh! Suddenly, Kushina halted mid-step, exclaiming in surprise. Instantly, the previously relaxed Kakashi shifted into a defensive stance, radiating an aura of vigilance as he scrutinized their surroundings. What's wrong? Seeing Kakashi's seriousness, Kushina couldn't help but smile. Nothing, really, that I merely remembered that I left something at the hot spring. However, it's of no consequence. I can retrieve it tomorrow. With that, she turned to Kakashi, a look of contentment gracing her features. How wonderful it is, Kakashi, to see how reliable you've become, that I still remember you as a mere child. Kushina's words rendered Kakashi momentarily speechless. His earlier actions had been instinctual. Perhaps, deep down, he yearned for an opportunity to fight for Kushina, a chance to atone for the nightmares he had endured 6 years prior. At last, they arrived at the intersection leading to Minato's home, where Kushina came to a halt. She looked at Kakashi with a smile and remarked, "It feels like ages since we've had a conversation like this." Indeed, Kakashi felt a surge of nostalgia. Then, with utmost sincerity, Kushina said, "Kakashi, I sense that you are burdened with many thoughts today, that if you ever wish to confide in someone, I am always here for you." Upon hearing her words, Kakashi was once again overcome with emotion. He shook his head, uncertain how to articulate his feelings, and could only respond with a heavy. Yet he watched as Kushina's figure gradually faded from sight of the gate. Inside, Naruto was gently placed down by Kushina, rubbing his eyes as he sleepily inquired, "Did Kakashi on Aizen leave?" "Yes, he has departed." Approaching the window, Naruto gazed outside, scratching his head in confusion as he observed Kakashi energetically disappearing from view. He nodded in realization. Oh, he truly has left. The following morning, a revitalized Kakashi roused Naruto from his slumber. "It is time to rise. Naruto, the day's success begins at dawn. Morning is the best time for training." "Ah!" Naruto groaned in response, scratching his head in agony. "Why are you here? Do you not recall, Naruto?" Kakashi replied earnestly, We agreed yesterday during our soak that we would train together. Did we? Naruto frowned, trying to recollect. And indeed, he realized there had been such an agreement. That moment. Kakashi was preparing to showcase his ninjutsu, only to later find himself unexpectedly transported. Reminded of this, Naruto suddenly inquired with concern, Kakashi and I, do you recall what transpired last night? Of course, Kakashi replied, and with Naruto's eager gaze upon him, he raised his thumb in approval. You promised to learn my chakra transformation yesterday. Upon hearing Kakashi's response, Naruto nearly spat out blood. No. Is that the crux of the matter? Our focus is entirely different. Enough of the excuses. Let's proceed. Wait a moment. At least let me brush my teeth first. Downstairs, observing the lively exchange between the two, Kushina gradually felt a sense of relief. Indeed, their conversation from the previous day had proven beneficial. Kakashi was back to his usual self. He must have spent too much time alone and developed quirks. All he needed was to engage with Naruto more. Oh, speaking of which, perhaps it is time to introduce Kakashi to a suitable partner. The mere thought ignited a flame within Kushina. Women often possess an enthusiasm for matchmaking that men find hard to fathom. Meanwhile, oblivious to the impending forced matchmaking, Kakashi, accompanied by Naruto, arrived at the training ground near the home he frequently visited with Minato. Oh, judging by these marks, Naruto, have you been practicing the Rasengan recently? Intrigued by his words. Naruto responded, yes. What about you, Kakashi and I? Do you also know the Rasengan? Of course, Kakashi replied, raising his hand to manifest the Rasengan in his palm. Growing up as a prodigy like Itachi, Kakashi's talent for ninjutsu was unquestionable. An A-rank technique like the Rasengan posed no challenge for him. By the way, what I intend to teach you today will help enhance your Rasengan. As he finished speaking, Kakashi dispersed the Rasengan and began to gather chakra for Chidori. With a surge of energy, a deafening crackle echoed, reminiscent of 1,000 birds singing simultaneously, which is the origin of the technique's name. Behold, this is my signature move, Chidori. Unlike the wind-based Rasengan, this technique employs lightning release. Kakashi then turned to Naruto. You do understand that ninjutsu is categorized by elemental attributes, right? At this, Naruto's forehead darkened with annoyance. Kakashi and I, don't underestimate me. Let's skip the basics. I've heard my dad drone on about that countless times. In any case, you're aiming to initiate chakra nature transformation, correct? Oh, so you do know. That saves me some explanation. Chakra nature transformation isn't something achieved overnight. Naruto, so watch closely as Kakashi exerted himself. The Chidori in his hand lost its blinding brightness, transforming into a controllable current that enveloped his wrist. This represents the initial transformation of chakra. If I fully master it, I can channel Chidori throughout my entire body. Thus, this technique is called Chidori flow. Naruto interjected eagerly. However, he had not anticipated that Kakashi would be able to commence chakra nature transformation at this juncture, significantly earlier than the Kakashi of the normal world. Indeed, liberated from the burdens of the Sharingan, Kakashi embarked on an entirely different path. In this alternate reality, Kakashi had not acquired Obito's Sharingan. In fact, Obito did not exist in this world at all. Naruto had pondered the reason, speculating that perhaps the absence of Obito in this reversed world allowed the Obito of the normal world to traverse between the two realms freely. So, do you wish to learn this technique? Can you use lightning release? No, my primary chakra attribute is wind. Although Minato had never conducted a chakra attribute test on himself, Naruto, being well-versed in the original story, knew that his primary chakra nature was wind. In reality, most individuals possess multiple chakra attributes within them, differing only in quantity. Naruto's dominant attribute was wind, granting him exceptional prowess in wind release techniques, surpassing the effectiveness of his other elemental jutsu. Wind attribute, just like my teacher. While I must admit, I'm not adept at wind chakra transformation. Kakashi's admission was refreshingly straightforward. It's unavoidable. I recall that Minato Sensei was always attempting to incorporate wind release into the Rasengan. I wonder if he ever succeeded. As Kakashi mentioned this, Naruto recalled. Oh, you mean that? My dad gave up long ago. Adding wind chakra transformation to the Rasengan is far too perilous. It's utterly impractical, as Naruto pointed out. The Rasengan was already an A-rank technique, with its power and complexity exceedingly high. Coupled with the transformation of chakra attributes, the difficulty escalated to an alarming degree in the original story, had it not been for Naruto's experience with shadow clones. The creation of the Rasen Shuriken would have been nearly impossible in this world. However, Minato lacked the determination and drive to complete the Rasen Shuriken, falling short of the original fourth Hokage. Indeed, to bring forth the Rasen Shuriken. It seems we must wait for the future me. I see. Kakashi did not dwell on this topic for too long. Instead, he guided Naruto in training. Without the Sharingan, this alternate Kakashi had not become the copy ninja and possessed fewer ninjutsu techniques than his original counterpart. Thus, he did not instruct Naruto in wind release. Nevertheless, he imparted a couple of simple lightning release techniques and some foundational skills to him. Hey, that's not too shabby, observing the power of Naruto's lightning release. Kakashi stroked his chin, evaluating Naruto. Although the proportion of lightning chakra within you is minimal, your overall chakra reserves are substantial. Therefore, your lightning release is quite commendable, provided that the total chakra amount is significant. Even a small proportion surpasses that of the average individual. Consequently, Naruto's vast chakra reserves guaranteed his advantage in ninjutsu. This realization sparked inspiration in Naruto. Previously, he had neglected other elemental techniques due to habitual thinking. Now, it seemed prudent to study various ninjutsu. When the time came to confront foes in the future, he could first utilize other elemental techniques to mislead his opponents, then surprise them with his wind release when they least expected it. A few days later, Kushina took Naruto to visit a friend. Prior to their departure, Naruto was unaware of his mother's friend's identity. However, upon seeing the small child behind her, he quickly realized who it was. Ah, is this Sasuke from your family? He has grown so much in just a few days. Uchiha Makoto responded with a smile. Not at all. It's you, Naruto, who has such good health and height. At this. Kushina beamed with pride. Naruto has indeed grown tall, as everyone says. Indeed, Kushina's friend was none other than Itachi and Sasuke's mother, Uchiha Makoto, the wife of the Uchiha clan leader. Unlike the lively and straightforward Kushina, Makoto was a quiet beauty with long black hair. When she smiled, her eyes curved pleasantly, and her expressions were subtle. In contrast, Kushina's laughter was unrestricted, carefree of the opinions of those around her, of course. Kushina also possessed a sensitive side. Just as Naruto glanced at Aunt Makoto a moment too long, Kushina's maternal jealousy radar flared up. Look at you, Makoto. Your charm is so great that you've captivated our little Naruto. Not at all. Naruto is merely curious since he hasn't seen me before, right? Mom. Naruto, feeling embarrassed, stepped forward to pull Kushina's arm, preventing her from continuing. Kushina, nearly losing her balance, quickly pleaded, All right, I won't say another word. I concede to you. Makoto chuckled softly, reflecting, Your Naruto is truly unreserved. Sasuke, on the other hand, is quite the opposite. Take the tea home. He only dares to speak with his brother and is even shy around his father. Is that so? Kushina raised an eyebrow, her gaze towards Naruto imbued with a hint of affection. After your remark, it indeed seems to be the case that rascal Naruto, whether at home or outside, shows no fear of strangers. Upon overhearing their conversation, Naruto privately rolled his eyes. Come on, we've both lived for over 20 years combined. We are mature adults now. Socializing is a trivial matter, isn't it? By the way, didn't you previously mention wanting me to keep an eye out for young ladies in the clan? Who are you hoping to set up with someone? Almost forgot. Do you remember Kakashi from the Hatake clan, Watergate's disciple? Oh, the handsome young man with white hair. At this point, both of them burst into laughter, enthusiastically delving into a discussion about Kakashi's romantic prospects. Judging by their fervor, it seemed they would not relent until they found several potential matches for him. However, Naruto had little interest. Their efforts were bound to be in vain. Kakashi was destined for a lonely life. Yet if only this world's Rin were still alive, perhaps. Just as Naruto was lost in thought, Sasuke, curious from behind Makoto, poked his head out. Naruto noticed him. The young Sasuke had yet to develop the cool demeanor of his older self. His face was soft and pale, with two glistening black eyes resembling black pearls. Observing his features, Naruto was certain that this face would cause quite a stir in the future. in the normal world. Sasuke was a fellow indifferent to romance, squandering his handsome looks. Yet, in this alternate reality, Sasuke had evidently adopted a different mindset. Upon maturing, he would likely adhere to the principle of addressing quantity before quality. Casting a wide net to catch many fish to Naruto's surprise, the shy Sasuke, after peering out repeatedly, boldly stepped forward. He approached the table in the room, examined the chessboard, and then turned to Naruto. Naruto, puzzled, pointed at himself and inquired, do you want to play chess with me? Hearing this, Sasuke nodded slightly. With Sasuke taking the initiative, Naruto had no reason to refuse. Sasuke invited Naruto to play a simple game called rosy, also known as Othello. The rules were straightforward. Pieces were divided into black and white, with each player controlling one color. When a row of pieces of one color was surrounded in a straight line by the other color, those pieces could be flipped. All straight line directions were valid, whether horizontal, vertical, or diagonal. Importantly, each move must flip at least one of the opponent's pieces. When one player can no longer make a move, the turn shifts to the other player. Ultimately, when neither player has any pieces left to play, the game concludes, and the winner is determined by the number of pieces. The player with the most pieces wins. If one player's pieces are entirely captured before the board is filled, the game ends with that player declared the victor. The rules for this game weren't difficult, and despite having never played before, Naruto quickly grasped them. Thus, he confidently declared to Sasuke, "Let us begin to..." Sasuke replied faintly. Then softly added, "You take the black pieces and go first." Soon, the match commenced. T first. Naruto felt quite pleased, wearing a relaxed expression, but wasn't long before he was sweating profusely. While rosy appeared simple, the clear disparity between novice Naruto and the skilled Sasuke became apparent. They played several rounds, with Naruto often initiating moves and gaining an advantageous position. Yet in a single turn, Sasuke would turn the tide entirely. After a few rounds, Naruto's composure crumbled. Tossing his pieces aside, he muttered, "I'm done." He could no longer continue. If he played any longer, he feared he might unwittingly replicate the youthful antics of Emperor Uchiha. Meanwhile, as Sasuke tidied up the board, he seemed to be in high spirits, humming a cheerful tune. Observing him, Naruto speculated, "Do you often play chess at home?" After a moment's thought, Sasuke nodded. Naruto pressed on, "With whom?" "Itachi." Sasuke nodded again. Naruto continued, "Have you ever won?" This time, Sasuke shook his head. Naruto's frustration flared. "Wow, so you can't even win against your brother and are looking for confidence in me." He anticipated that Sasuke, at such a young age, would possess such depth of thought. He felt an overwhelming urge to rush home and jot it down in his little notebook. "Just wait, Itachi. I'll settle this score with you." With that thought, Naruto stormed out, leaving Sasuke behind, happily organizing the chessboard. Outside, Kushina and Mikoto had already exchanged countless topics. Upon seeing the two boys, they resumed their conversation about schooling. "Your Naruto is of age now, right? Have you enrolled him in the Ninja Academy?" "Yes, we have. He'll be starting next month." "What about your Sasuke?" "Indeed, that's wonderful. Sasuke is enrolled as well. So, it seems the two little ones will be classmates. Perhaps even in the same class." "Ah," Kushina sighed. "This will be Naruto's first time in school. Although he could be a bit mischievous at home, I can't help but feel a little unaccustomed to the thought of him not being around." "Kushina, everyone goes through this. When Itachi started school, I felt the same way. But after Sasuke came along, it became much easier to be by the way. When are you planning to have another child with Minato?" Mikoto's words made Kushina blush instantly. She stammered, "Who's planning to have another one with him? One Naruto is already enough to worry about." That moment, Naruto interjected, "Mom, that is quite unfair. If that is how you feel, I'll try to spend more time at school and not come home, so you can have some time alone with Dad." "Haha, look at how thoughtful your Naruto is. You should hurry and have another one." Mikoto's remark made Kushina turn crimson. She grabbed Naruto's ear, indignantly exclaiming, "You little chatterbox!" As summer drew to a close, the Ninja Academy in Konoha welcomed another school year. This year saw an increase in enrollment numbers compared to previous years, reaching a new high since the end of the Third Shinobi World War. Moreover, many of the new students had already garnered significant renown before enrollment. There was the widely celebrated young genius, Naruto Uzumaki, the famed brother of Itachi, and even the child of a hero, Sakura Haruno. Countless children from various clans also enrolled. The Golden Generation, this would be the label bestowed upon this cohort of students years later when people reflected on this period. They were the Golden Generation born of war, the pride of their era. The third Hokage was acutely aware of all this. However, he could not find joy in it. While Konoha embraced its new beginnings, his children were forever at rest beneath the earth. In the original narrative, after losing his eldest son, the third Hokage had forced Asuma to withdraw from the battlefield to preserve the life of his youngest son. Yet, in this alternate reality, the third Hokage did not take such action. He did not allow his son to return home ahead of others. The outcome was tragic. All his sons, including the youngest Asuma, perished in the war. The infant Konohamaru remained his only surviving bloodline. He had given everything he could as an elder for this village, perhaps seeking to numb his grief. The third Hokage of this world had not taken to smoking, but rather succumbed to the vice of alcohol. After all, smoking only sharpened the mind, while drinking dulled it. Only when intoxicated could this elder momentarily forget the anguish that war had wrought upon him. However, on the day the Ninja Academy reopened, the third Hokage notably abstained from drinking. He had always held the future of the village, earned at such a steep price, in the highest regard. Every year, he personally attended the opening of the Ninja Academy. And this year was no exception. Lord Third Hokage, here is the complete list of students for your review. Accepting the document handed to him by the school administration, the third Hokage perused it patiently. He then remarked, "Indeed, there are quite a number of students this year. Are there any from the Hyuga clan or the Akimichi clan? Is Sakura on the list?" Upon seeing Sakura Haruno's name, the third Hokage fell momentarily silent. In this world, 6 years prior, Konoha had faced a crisis of invasion. However, in stark contrast to the original world, in this realm, both Minato and Kushina are merely ordinary ninjas. They're neither Hokage, nor do they possess the courage and determination to dedicate themselves to their village. Instead, taking their place are the fourth Hokage of this inverted world, revered as a hero, and Sakura's parents. Naturally, Sakura has thus become the child of heroes, growing up under the care and affection of the entire village. To be candid, Sakura's life in this world is rather tragic, yet she exhibits remarkable strength. However, the fear of comparison lingers, despite having a similar background. Why has one become the child of a hero, while Naruto, in the original manga, is left as an orphan? Surely, it cannot be Sakura's fault. From this perspective, it must either be the problem of the Nine Tails, Kurama, or perhaps the third Hokage's shortcomings in the original world. Of course, the actions of the third Hokage in other worlds have no bearing on this world. This world's third Hokage can indeed claim to have acted with a clear conscience towards the village. While the third is engrossed in paperwork, Naruto is busy with various enrollment tasks alongside his family, paying tuition, filling out forms, and selecting classrooms. The commencement of school is not only a test for students, but also for parents. Once all tasks are completed, the time for farewells arrives. At the classroom's entrance, Kushina reluctantly offers her final reminders to Naruto. Make sure to eat well at noon. Build good relationships with your classmates. Understand? Show respect to your teachers. Don't think you're remarkable just because you know a bit more in advance. After school, come straight home without wandering off. Do you understand? She repeatedly emphasizes all these details. And Naruto nods, absorbing each word. This experience is something he never encountered in his previous life. While it may appear as nagging to others, he relishes hearing it. Finally, Minato interjects gently. "All right, Mom, the teacher is coming. We should be on our way." With a reluctant wave, Kushina forces a smile, holding back tears in front of Naruto. As Minato and Kushina depart, Naruto finds an empty seat by the window at the back of the classroom. He chooses to sit in the rear to keep a distance from the teacher, making it easier to daydream or doze off. His choice of a window seat is purely for the pleasant view. He is not there to facilitate skipping class at this moment. Most parents have left the classroom, while the teacher is yet to arrive. This is the time to assess social connections. Undoubtedly, the most popular figure in the room is our hero's child. Sakura, seated at the front, she is surrounded by girls eager to befriend her. Naruto glances over and even spots Ino beside Sakura. What an astonishing reversal. In the original manga world, young Sakura was mocked and isolated by her peers for her prominent forehead. With only the generous Ino accepting her first, it can be said that in this inverted world, the roles of friendship have completely swapped. Nonetheless, this is an alternate reality, where role reversals are commonplace. Even Kakashi and Guy have swapped their character traits. So what is impossible? In truth, Naruto had not previously encountered Ino, yet she is somewhat easy to recognize. Children typically have fair skin, and Ino's complexion is even lighter than her peers. Coupled with her light blonde hair and gem-like green eyes, it will be difficult not to identify her. Currently, Ino is dressed in pink overalls adorned with small floral patterns sewn by her mother. A reflection of her gentle nature. In the original manga world, Ino shared a similar fiery temperament to Sakura, but in this mirrored world, her personality has completely flipped. Standing beside Sakura, she dares not approach, choosing instead to hide at the edge of the crowd, secretly admiring her idol. Apart from Sakura's group, the only other clusters of students in the classroom consist of a few Uchiha children surrounding Sasuke and some Hyuga children gathered around Hinata. One must concede, it is fitting for the children of the clan leaders to have companions even in school. Naruto had previously learned that in this inverted world, the Valley of the End does not exist. This implies that Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha never experienced a rift, perhaps as a result of this chain reaction, or perhaps because the third Hokage has not taken any drastic actions. Or maybe the Uchiha clan in this world simply harbors less extreme views. Regardless of the reason, the Uchiha clan in this world is thriving. They currently stand as the undisputed leading clan in Konoha. Simultaneously, the Uchiha clan enjoys a flourishing population. They have long since relaxed their stance on inter-clan marriages. Otherwise, Kushina would not have enlisted Mikoto's help in introducing potential matches for Kakashi from the Uchiha clan. With a larger population comes more children attending school together. Gathered around Sasuke are children from the Uchiha clan, all of similar age. Due to Sasuke being the clan leader's child, a pure-blood Uchiha, and Itachi's younger brother, his status within the clan is quite high that he does not need to speak. The other Uchiha children naturally look to him as their leader. The situation beside Hinata is quite similar. The Hyuga clan, if nothing else, boasts a significant number of members. Otherwise, they wouldn't have established the main and branch family system. However, Naruto does not envy their circumstances. Sasuke is relatively laid back, but Hinata has certainly dressed up today. Firstly, her attire is quite formal, resembling the traditional clothing of the Hyuga clan. Secondly, her hairstyle is intricate. Her bangs are meticulously styled, and her sideburns are neatly arranged. The back of her head is adorned with a complex hairpiece. In total, the time spent on this outfit this morning must have exceeded 2 hours. Considering the enrollment time, Hinata must have risen before dawn. Reflecting on this, Naruto averts his gaze and quietly shakes his head. I cannot fathom waking up that early. Unbeknownst to Naruto, his seemingly discreet observations have not escaped Hinata's notice. He has overlooked one detail. Hinata possesses Byakugan on the surface. Hinata has never directed any attention towards Naruto's position. However, in truth, her gaze has never strayed far from him. After all, one could say Byakugan is a cheeky skill. With this ability, one can openly spy without being detected. Yet, even if the Byakugan's perception is subtle, those of the same clan can still notice it. Moreover, Hinata's scrutiny of Naruto is not concealed in the eyes of other Hyuga clan members. To be precise, she has hardly made an effort to hide it. Consequently, another child from the Hyuga clan speaks up. Hinata, that boy. He hesitates, contemplating how to phrase it without causing offense, but Hinata swiftly gives him a frosty glare. Mind your own business. The boy quickly lowers his head. I am terribly sorry. Suddenly, the once boisterous classroom falls silent. Naruto looks up to see a young man, likely in his late teens, entering the room. Though youthful, he is quite tall. His long black hair and large round nose give him an air of maturity. Notably, his clothing, visible at the shoulders not obscured by the chunin vest, displays an embroidered fan pattern, indicating his affiliation with the Uchiha clan. After surveying the quiet classroom, he nods slightly and speaks in a deep voice. Hello, everyone. Please find a seat. I am your homeroom teacher, Uchiha Shisui. This is my first time serving as a homeroom teacher, so I appreciate your guidance in the coming years. As he speaks, he turns and writes his name on the blackboard. Shisui, the Shunshin no Shisui. In his seat, Naruto is taken aback upon hearing Shisui's name. However, He quickly reassures himself. After all, in this inverted world, anything is possible. Equally astonished is the third Hokage in the office. Upon reviewing the list of teachers, Shisui, the young man, he has become a teacher as well. Setting down the list, the third Hokage is deep in thought. In this world, Shisui is equally renowned, having earned the title of Shunshin no Shisui through his exceptional performance in the Third Shinobi World War. However, in this mirrored reality, unlike the original world, this version of Shisui does not excel in Genjutsu. Moreover, his mindset diverges significantly from that of the original world. I had long heard of Shisui's weariness with the work of the Umbu and that he intended to pursue a career in teaching. However, I did not anticipate his swift actions. Contemplating this, the third Hokage turned to the principal beside him and inquired, which class is Shisui going to teach? He has taken on the role of homeroom teacher for Class A, the very class that Itachi, his younger brother, attends at that class, the third mused, stroking his chin in self-comfort. Well, if he wishes to be a teacher, then that is what matters. It is quite commendable to teach a friend's younger brother. Subsequently, the third continued to ponder internally. Shisui possesses commendable work capabilities and is regarded as a valuable asset among the youth in the third's eyes. Now that Shisui has relinquished his duties, he must find someone to succeed him. Perhaps I should promote Itachi to the Umbu. His prowess is somewhat wasted merely serving as a special jonin. Yes, that shall be the course of action. With this thorny issue resolved, the third's spirits lifted considerably. Coincidentally, the inspection of the ninja school's commencement was nearing its conclusion. He was already contemplating which establishment to visit for a drink after work. Once the ninja school begins, this old body of mine can finally take a breather. Following that, I'll be occupied with the upcoming chunin exams. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Shisui issued his first command as homeroom teacher. His gaze swept across the offspring of several prominent clans in the classroom. A flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. The first order of business is to change your seats. Let me make it clear, I do not favor the camaraderie that stems solely from familial ties. Therefore, you esteemed heirs of noble clans, I expect you to be self-aware. Upon hearing Shisui's words, Naruto's expression turned to one of surprise. He had not anticipated that Shisui, a member of the Uchiha clan, the most esteemed family in Konoha, would publicly express such sentiments. Moreover, it seemed he would not extend any preferential treatment to Sasuke and the other Uchiha children. Typically, members of the Uchiha clan are known for their strong familial bonds and deep emotions. He was baffled, unsure of Shisui's true intentions. Unable to make sense of it, he chose to dismiss the thought. Most of the class began to shift, and Naruto had no choice but to stand. Just as he did, Shisui called out from the podium, "Hey, you with the yellow hair, come to the center. Me. Yes, don't look around, it's you. Sit right in the middle." Since Shisui had specifically called him out, Naruto had no choice but to abandon his chosen seat and move to the designated spot. As Shisui continued to direct the seating arrangement, Naruto gradually discerned the basis for Shisui's decisions. Height. He organized everyone from shortest to tallest, alternating genders with the shorter students seated in the front and the taller ones in the back. Realizing this, Naruto couldn't help but admire what remarkable perception. This classroom was tiered, sloping from front to back, and Shisui had assessed everyone's height merely by eye. More impressively, the entire process took very little time. Among the class, Naruto's height was neither particularly tall nor short, placing him in the middle of the classroom. Sasuke, being shorter, occupied one of the front rows that as for those on either side of Naruto. Hello to a girl adorned in exquisite clothing. Hinata sat to his left and initiated a conversation. "Oh, hello." Naruto nearly failed to respond, only realizing she was addressing him after a moment. "Apologies, your attire is so stunning that I was momentarily mesmerized." Although he said this, what Naruto truly thought was to keep a distance from Hinata. After all, her outfit seemed far beyond the means of what Minato could afford. If he got too close and accidentally damaged her clothing, Minato might have to dip into his retirement savings. Hence the saying, a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Yet, Hinata seemed to see through Naruto's thoughts, smiling as she said, "You seem quite afraid of me. Rest assured, I won tea wear this outfit frequently." Caught off guard by her insight, Naruto awkwardly touched his nose, unsure how to respond. Observing his flustered demeanor, Hinata revealed a radiant smile. In the days to come, I hope you will look after me. Upon hearing Hinata's words, Naruto felt a cold sweat break out on his back. The Hinata of this world exuded an overwhelming aura. Engaging her in conversation made him feel as if he were a rustic bumpkin standing before a refined lady. This peculiar sensation compelled him to quickly turn his head in the opposite direction. Soon after, he spotted a familiar pink-haired figure. It was Sakura, who noticed Naruto's gaze and cheerfully greeted him. Hello. 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 Naruto instantly felt relief. Sakura felt much more approachable. However, he soon sensed several piercing glances directed at him from various corners of the classroom. The most intense gaze came from behind him. Wait, I merely exchanged a few words with Sakura. Isn't this a bit excessive? Feeling the weight of the stares, Naruto surmised that Sakura's admirers might be even more formidable than Sasuke's fan club in the original story. Taking a deep breath, he turned his gaze forward, locking eyes with sure sway at the podium. Since the individuals on either side were not particularly easy to engage with, he resolved never to turn his head, considering himself a surveillance camera with a fixed perspective. Thus began Naruto's first day of school life. Unbeknownst to him, a week had passed since he commenced his studies. He quickly adapted to the life at the ninja school. After all, during his previous life, he too had been a student, just school, where one's studies is inconsequential. Over the course of the week, Naruto had grown familiar with Hinata, discovering that her demeanor was not as daunting as he had initially perceived. Though in this alternate world, Hinata displayed a bit of a fiery temperament, a sharp tongue, and a commanding presence. Once these characteristics were set aside, she was quite amiable, regardless of whether the other children in class had felt the sting of Hinata's words. Naruto had never experienced her wrath. However, when it came to Sakura, Naruto felt a distinct unfamiliarity. Although they shared a desk, their conversations had scarcely exceeded 5 sentences. This was largely due to the intimidating presence of Sakura's fans. Due to seating arrangements, the corridor lay to Sakura's right, making Naruto her sole desk mate. Perhaps for this reason, whenever Naruto slightly turned his head towards Sakura, he could instantly feel an influx of gazes upon him. One particularly strong and aggressive stare came from nearby, that if he were to glance at Sakura for too long, Naruto feared he might find himself ambushed in an alley, met with a flurry of kunai. Ironically, Naruto was the type to constantly survey his surroundings during class. Including his previous life, he had encountered countless teachers who had admonished him with similar phrases. Stop looking around in class. You need to pay more attention. He had a tendency to focus his gaze anywhere but on the teacher. Sitting near the trash can in the corner of the classroom, he could count how many sips of water his classmates took at the front during lessons. At the height of this issue, one of Naruto's teachers even suspected he might have ADHD, recommending he visit a hospital for evaluation. This habit persisted even after his reincarnation. Yet within this brief week, Naruto felt as though he was being cured by Sakura. He had begun to refrain from turning his head to the right. One could only conclude that it was no wonder Sakura would eventually succeed Tsunade as a medical ninja. She truly was a miraculous healer. I wonder if my previous teachers would tear up upon hearing this news. Aside from nurturing interpersonal relationships, Naruto paid little attention to the actual content of his studies. As first-year students at the ninja school, the primary subjects they attended were literacy and arithmetic. Literacy and arithmetic. These two subjects he could easily attend with his eyes closed. At AS for arithmetic, there was no need to elaborate. Kushina and Minato had already taught him how to read. Otherwise, how could Tsunade and Jiraiya have referred to Naruto as a genius? When Naruto initially learned to write, he encountered little difficulty. Consequently, during this week's lessons, the most he did was sit quietly in a daze. However, he was not the laziest student in the class. There was someone even more disengaged than he. Sasuke, to put succinctly, Sasuke exuded an air of indifference towards school and the ways of a ninja. Rarely paying heed to the affairs of others, if one were to measure a normal person's competitive spirit at 50, the Sasuke from the original world, having lost his clan, would hover around 100. In this inverted world, however, Sasuke's competitive spirit barely registered at 1. Yet, when Naruto contemplated the future image of Sasuke, consumed with chasing girls, he found an understanding of his character. From a young age, Naruto grasped a profound truth. Everyone has their own destiny. What might be your favorite food could be perceived as poison through another's eyes in this world. Sasuke lives by his own rules. In the corridor, Shisui concealed himself behind a window, quietly observing his students within the classroom. This marked his inaugural experience as a teacher and as a homeroom instructor. From his current perspective, the role of a teacher was indeed a fascinating endeavor. Shisui held a fondness for crows. They are intelligent creatures, often perched on power lines, observing the lives of humans below as a form of amusement. In the past, Shisui struggled to comprehend the thoughts of these crows, but now he was beginning to understand. Shisui, a familiar voice broke through his thoughts. Turning, he found his friend, the renowned genius of Konoha, Itachi Uchiha, approaching him. "Itachi, I heard you're joining the Umbu?" "Yes," Itachi nodded, a hint of resentment in his tone. "The third Hokage mentioned I should take over your duties." "Shisui, I am still quite astonished that someone like you would choose to become a teacher at the Ninja Academy." In response to Itachi's sentiment, Shisui merely shook his head. "Itachi, you are still too young. At just 12 years old, you do not yet grasp what you truly desired. It has only been a few years since the war. Yet for me, it feels as if a lifetime has passed. I no longer wish to engage in any work related to war." Shisui's words struck a chord with Itachi, yet he maintained his composure and asked, "What about the work of maintaining peace? Will you not engage in that either?" How can you be certain that your role is safeguarding the village's peace rather than inciting conflict? "Itachi, if every individual like myself were to lay down their weapons and cease fighting, that would constitute the greatest peace of all." Having personally experienced the ravages of war, Shisui had developed his own understanding of conflict and community. In that moment, his inner voice resonated with the lyrics of a song, embracing the winds of the sun and moon. "My heart cleansed by the breeze. In the days to come, I shall lie in bliss, no longer wielding blade or gun." Shisui then approached Itachi and encouragingly patted him on the shoulder. "Besides, isn't the safety of the village in your capable hands? Do you truly believe that without me, you would be unable to manage?" Itachi chuckled softly before speaking with utmost seriousness. "Rest assured, Shisui, while you are away, I will protect the village in your stead." "Hey, don't speak as though I'm gone for good. Besides, if the village were ever truly in danger, I would not stand idly by it." As he spoke, a flash of crimson flickered in Shisui's eyes, the signature Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. At that moment, Shisui's Sharingan resembled the pattern of 3 Tomo, yet also seemed somewhat different in this world. Perhaps only Shisui himself was aware that his eyes were evolving towards the Manjiki Sharingan. Clearly, anyone who believed that Shisui had simply become an ordinary elementary school teacher was undoubtedly the most foolish person on earth. It was now midday, and the lunch bell had rung at the academy. The ninja school did not have a communal cafeteria. Instead, students prepared their lunches in the morning to bring along, consuming them when noon arrived. Although Naruto found cold food to be less than appetizing, the early dismissal in the afternoon was a silver lining. This midday meal merely served as a means to stave off hunger until the evening meal, which was the true feast at his desk. Naruto was heartily devouring the rice balls he had brought from home, washed down with a boxed vegetable juice drink he had purchased. Plop. Meanwhile, Hinata had opened her lunchbox, revealing an array of exquisite pastries. "Would you like to try some?" she asked, smiling as she turned to share a glance with Naruto. Sure. Naruto felt that he and Hinata had become friends by now, and as friends, sharing food was a natural act. In his previous life, he had learned countless painful lessons about not opening a bag of chips in front of classmates during recess, as such a bag would scarcely survive 30 seconds. Naruto reached out, taking a flower-shaped pastry and popping it into his mouth. How should he describe it? The flavor was quite subtle, not overly sweet. He could vaguely detect a hint of floral essence. But little else that moment, more than his thoughts on the food. He was struck by the realization of his expanding horizons. So this is what the food of the affluent tastes like. This was Naruto's initial reaction. Across from him, Hinata glanced over at Sakura, who had been observing them. "Sakura, would you like to have a bite?" "No, I'm good. Come on, just a little. I've had this pastry many times and can never finish it." "All right, if you insist." With Hinata's insistence, Sakura felt compelled to accept. Though she was the child of a hero and was quite mindful of her conduct, How could indulging in a pastry be a problem? Taking the pastry Hinata offered, Sakura cautiously placed it in her mouth, her eyes widening in delight. Delicious. This pastry is really tasty, and it's filled with red bean paste, isn't it? While the two exchanged pleasantries, Ino, seated in the front row, could no longer contain her curiosity and turned her head. Sakura, Ino's flushed face puzzled Sakura, prompting her to inquire, "What's wrong?" "Well, if you don't mind, could you try my bento today?" "I made it myself." It was unclear how much courage Ino summoned to speak those words, but she was rewarded for her bravery. Sakura nodded slightly, smiling as she replied, "Sure, that's wonderful." Observing their interaction, Naruto felt a hint of awkwardness in the air. Lost in thought, he was interrupted by Hinata's voice. "Naruto, would you like to come over to my house after school today?" "Huh." Naruto turned to ask, "Wouldn't that be too much trouble?" "Not at all." Hinata quickly waved her hand. "Today, there's a family gathering, so there won't be many people at home. If you don't come, I might feel a bit lonely. I see." Naruto understood what Hinata meant. Returning home to an empty room could indeed be quite disheartening. After a brief moment of contemplation, he agreed. "All right, then I won't hesitate to intrude." "Not at all. It's perfectly fine." Seeing Hinata so pleased, Naruto refrained from saying anything further. He began to imagine, I wonder what a wealthy person's home looks like. In the afternoon, around 2 o'clock, school dismissed. Naruto gathered his belongings, preparing to visit Hinata's home. This morning, Kushina had informed Naruto that she and Minato had received a mission and might not return until late. Even if they did, it would be quite late. Thus, Naruto was advised to eat and sleep at his own discretion. In essence, he had the freedom to manage the remainder of his day as he pleased. However, to ensure that Kushina and Minato would not return home to find him missing, Naruto took the initiative to inform Shisui of his whereabouts. When he conveyed this, Shisui showed little reaction, merely responding with a mild acknowledgement. His impression of Naruto was not particularly strong, but today he had observed him a tad more intently. Not bad. It's good to notify someone in advance. Shisui had little patience for reckless teammates who acted without regard during missions. Now, if he were to encounter such a reckless subordinate again, he would certainly have something to say. Even my 6-year-old students understand the importance of informing me in advance when undertaking tasks. Do you not know this? Hinata's home is not located near the school. After all, being part of the Hyuga clan, a large family, it is only natural for them to establish their own community in the outskirts. When rows of large houses came into view, Naruto realized he was not far from Hinata's residence. "Are all these houses built by the Hyuga clan?" "Yes," Hinata nodded, adding, "These are the branch family residences. The main house is situated in a more central location." "Wow, even the branch houses are so splendid. The Hyuga clan is indeed affluent." After all, they're all ninjas. Hinata is not mistaken. Being a ninja is a high-paying profession. And the Hyuga clan has an exceptionally high success rate. Any member of the Hyuga clan, once awakened to their Byakugan, becomes a competent reconnaissance ninja in terms of awakening difficulty. The Hyuga clan hold an advantage over another major clan in Konoha. The Uchiha. The Sharingan only awakens under intense emotional distress. In a sense, the Uchiha clan, burdened with the Sharingan, is deeply cursed. The more powerful the Sharingan, the greater the misfortunes its bearer has endured. What an ominous it is. If placed in an RPG game, members of the Uchiha clan would inherently possess a -20 luck stat. As they spoke, Naruto sensed something amiss. The area felt overly secluded and eerily quiet, instilling a sense of unease within him. "Hinata, do you usually encounter so few people when you return home?" "Not at all. It's just that today, most of the clan members are out. However, it does seem that there are fewer people remaining." As they conversed, Hinata also became aware that something was off. Just as she was about to say more, Naruto grasped her hand. "Hinata, it seems someone is approaching. We should hide." With that, he pulled Hinata close and took refuge on a branch. Concealed amidst the dense foliage, Naruto. At that moment, Hinata's thoughts lingered on the fact that Naruto had held her hand and embraced her to ascend the tree. She wished to express something, but was silenced by Naruto's finger placed over her lips. "Shoo!" Hinata fell silent, and before long, She followed Naruto's gaze to see a few adult ninjas appearing at the end of the path. Their attire seemed peculiar, not characteristic of the local residents. The forehead protectors they displayed confirmed this. They were ninjas from a hidden mist village of the water country. Mist ninjas? Noticing the forehead protectors of the newcomers, Naruto whispered, furrowing his brow that he had not sensed the arrival of the mist ninjas beforehand. Rather, it was his habit to hide at the first sign of potential danger. Little did he know that this instinct would lead him to stumble upon a perilous situation. As the group drew nearer, Naruto quietly asked Hinata, "Can you use your Byakugan to gauge the chakra levels of those mist ninjas?" Hinata, hiding behind Naruto, appeared troubled. She was still not very adept at activating her Byakugan. Yet, understanding the urgency of the situation and unwilling to refuse Naruto, she made an effort to activate it. Fortunately, after a few attempts, she succeeded. Byakugan. However, her activation did not last long, and soon she fatigued, closing her eyes and stating, "There's a lot. Those individuals possess a significant amount of chakra. What about compared to me? It might be similar to the chakra within you, Naruto, that I'm not entirely sure of the specific amount in your body. Your chakra is quite unique, making it difficult for me to discern." After hearing Hinata's words, Naruto nodded. All right, that will suffice. He then fell into contemplation. He was aware of his chakra levels. Minato had previously remarked that Naruto's chakra was already comparable to that of an average J-nin. Undoubtedly, the mist ninjas were formidable, at least in terms of their chakra levels, which indicated they were at the J-nin ranked at IT. Was entirely normal for Hinata to struggle in perceiving his chakra, given that Naruto had trained in Sage Mode. This had occurred over 2 years ago on Naruto's birthday, when Jiraiya, who had not been seen for quite some time, returned to Konoha village. Upon learning that Minato had taught Naruto ninjutsu, Jiraiya offered to teach Naruto a technique of his own. His original words were that Naruto could request any jutsu he knew at that time. Naruto, aware of Jiraiya's capabilities and knowing Minato could also teach him, decided not to waste the rare opportunity. Thus, he said to Jiraiya, "In that case, Grandpa Jiraiya, please teach me the hardest jutsu you know." This left Jiraiya momentarily perplexed. As previously mentioned, Jiraiya in this world possesses a very straightforward character, devoid of romantic pursuits. Even in dealing with a child like Naruto, he was reluctant to deceive him. Among the jutsu Jiraiya mastered, the most challenging was undoubtedly Sage Mode. However, he could not directly teach Sage Mode to young Naruto, as it was extremely powerful and perilous to master. Even Minato had not intended to teach it to him at that time. Moreover, Naruto was merely 4 years old then. Yet Jiraiya did not wish to lie to Naruto, as it contradicted his pursuit of the true path of a ninja. After much internal conflict, Jiraiya resolved to teach Naruto how to harness natural chakra first, that he made it clear that if Naruto could not learn to manipulate this special chakra, their prior agreement would be null and void. The prerequisite for learning the most difficult jutsu he possessed was mastering this unique chakra. Jiraiya believed this approach to be wise, compared to fully training in Sage Mode. Learning to harness natural chakra posed significantly less difficulty and danger. However, regardless of how much the difficulty was reduced, it was still beyond the grasp of a 4-year-old child like Naruto. If Naruto could not learn to use natural chakra in a short span of time, their agreement would be rendered void, and Jiraiya would not need to teach the Sage Mode he had yet to fully master to young Naruto. Most importantly, this course of action would not violate his principles and would uphold his ninja way. The cleverness of such a plan made even Jiraiya admire himself. However, he did not anticipate Naruto's astounding talent for training in natural chakra. Jiraiya afforded Naruto 3 opportunities, and remarkably, within those 3 attempts, Naruto sensed the natural chakra and successfully drew it into his body. This left Jiraiya utterly astounded. He had no choice but to teach him. After regaining his composure, Jiraiya re-evaluated the situation, that he recognized that his affinity with natural chakra was average. Otherwise, he would not have taken so long to master Sage Mode. Young Naruto, however, clearly seemed a better candidate for learning Sage Mode. Yet first, Naruto was still too young, and the training was arduous and perilous. Secondly, Jiraiya himself had not mastered Sage Mode completely. If Naruto were to master it before him, it would be a blow to his pride. That's one of the legendary 3 Jiraiya had his own dignity to maintain. Thus, Jiraiya made an agreement with Naruto. When Naruto grew older, he would return to teach him this most difficult jutsu. By that time, Naruto would be of an appropriate age for Sage Mode training, and Jiraiya would have acquired sufficient mastery. Even if Naruto succeeded, Jiraiya's pride would remain intact. Returning to the present, over the past 2 years, after interacting with natural chakra, Naruto's chakra had transformed to be more precise. A trace of natural chakra had naturally integrated into Naruto's system. This amount was minuscule, but fortunately, it had been gradually increasing over the past 2 years. Moreover, if Naruto intentionally guided it, the amount would further augment. While reading the original manga, Naruto had been mesmerized by the appearance of Sage Mode. Having personally interacted with natural chakra, he felt an overwhelming sense of wonder to this moment. He utilized natural chakra to conceal both his and Hinata's presence. 2 mere children, who were not even genin, managed to hide beneath the noses of several genin without being detected. This was the marvel of natural chakra. However, this method carried risks to an excessive influx of natural chakra into the body. If mishandled, could lead to a violent backlash, turning the body to stone. Yet in the current circumstances, Naruto found himself unconcerned with such potential consequences. Of course, he had also contemplated the repercussions of failure. Thus, he left a contingency plan. As Hinata endeavored to conceal her form and presence, Naruto quietly extended his hand, enveloping Hinata's icy fingers within his palm. Hinata, is it? Naruto. Hinata's voice trembled slightly, betraying her fear. Observing her distress, Naruto gathered a portion of his chakra in his hand. Striving to impart warmth to her, he then gestured toward his chest. Hinata, if my body transforms into a frog, strike this area with all your might. Transform into a frog? Yes. Naruto offered no further explanation. Hinata was his safeguard. Naturally occurring chakra, when it spiraled out of control, could indeed petrify a person. Yet this effect was reversible. Since Naruto practiced the sage techniques of Mount Myaboku, he would first morph into a frog before becoming a stone frog. As long as he remained in the frog phase, striking him would expel the natural chakra within, mitigating any risks. Thus, he had intentionally concentrated the absorbed natural chakra in his chest. Should he begin the transformation, he would have Hinata strike this particular area. Hinata, being a practitioner of taijutsu and an heir to the Byakugan's gentle fist, would yield the best results in her strikes. What do you think? Report, no sign of the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan detected. Damn it. How can this be? Is the intelligence faulty? It shouldn't be, brother. Look, the other Hyuga clan members are indeed absent, just as the intel indicated. The tall, slender mist ninja addressed as brother irritably swatted at his subordinate's face. Shut up. The struck subordinate was taken aback, yet the brother was indifferent to his feelings. He then coolly remarked, the intelligence has proven itself. We have no path of retreat now. He turned to his strategist among the companions and confirmed the time and location provided by the Hidden Cloud Village's intelligence is accurate. Yes, indeed, this is the right place. The timing aligns as well. Then let us continue our search. Concealed among the branches, Naruto observed the dispersing mist ninjas below, his heart racing. Due to the distance, he could not discern the content of their conversation, but he clearly witnessed their quarrel. Initially, he felt a tinge of delight at the prospect of a rift among them. However, upon seeing the mist ninjas scatter, unease settled in. Even with the miraculous nature of his chakra, he could merely obscure his and Hinata's presence, not render them invisible. If the enemy conducted a thorough search, it would not be long before they discovered him and Hinata, placing them in peril. Just as he pondered how to navigate this predicament, a curious fog began to envelop the area. Fog. It was a transitional season of late summer to early autumn. The afternoon heat had barely dissipated, yet fog was rolling in Konoha. Moreover, it seemed rather dense. Could it be? Upon contemplating a particular possibility, Naruto urgently addressed Hinata once more. Hinata, can you use your Byakugan to inspect this fog? I have an unsettling feeling about it. Hinata nodded slightly, murmuring, I can. She activated her Byakugan again to show her astonishment. The mist below was indeed, as Naruto had asserted, imbued with chakra. After relaying this revelation to Naruto, he nodded in understanding, if my intuition serves me right. This fog is the legendary silent killing technique of the Mist Village. You mean this fog is a ninjutsu? Precisely. Just then, a flash of crimson darted through the thick fog, followed by a heavy thud, the sound of a body collapsing to the ground. Has someone died? Naruto suppressed his astonishment, maintaining a keen watch on the activities within the mist. Soon, a whooshing sound pierced the air, indicating someone was wielding a substantial weapon amidst the fog. However, this time, the attack proved ineffective. The metallic clang suggested that the assault had been thwarted, yet the sounds of combat did not persist for long. Mere moments later, another spurt of blood erupted. Startled, Hinata instinctively recoiled to the side. Naruto swiftly embraced her in a comforting gesture, yet his gaze remained fixed below. The slaughter within the mist continued unabated, and as the last few splashes of blood surged forth, the dense crimson fog gradually began to dissipate. On the ground lay several corpses of mist ninjas. The only survivors were the disheveled brother and a figure wielding a decapitating sword. Indeed, it was Zabuza. Upon witnessing the mist technique earlier, Naruto had speculated whether the one unleashing the ninjutsu was Zabuza. Hearing the sounds of blades from within the fog only solidified his conviction. Now, the truth was unveiled. The arrival was none other than Zabuza. The man referred to as brother clearly recognized Zabuza. He staggered back, glaring at Zabuza with rage. "It's you. You dog of the Mizukage." Had Zabuza's masked visage obscured his expression, but his tone revealed a certain satisfaction with the moniker dog of the Mizukage. "I am indeed the blade in Lord Mizukage's hand. Now, your time has come." As he spoke, he raised the decapitating sword. "Before I send you on your way, may I inquire, why did you betray the village?" "Betrayal? Karui Tachibana is merely a coward. I shall never submit to that little brat. He even sought to negotiate with Konoha. Do you not realize how many of our people the Konoha ninjas have slain during the war?" "Zabuza, how could you, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, yield to such a feeble individual?" Unmoved by the man's words, Zabuza replied slowly, "The 4th Mizukage, his greatness, is beyond the comprehension of a petty individual like you. Though he may be diminutive in stature, his spirit is immeasurably grand." He then mockingly continued, "Ultimately, you are merely a traitor, having defected to the Hidden Cloud Village. You wish to instigate kidnapping in Konoha, destroy the peace between the 2 villages, and reignite the flames of war. How much did the Raikage offer you to sell out your village so thoroughly?" The man bellowed, "You do not understand. Have you ever been to the Hidden Cloud Village? Do you know how prosperous it is? Every time I return to the dilapidated Mist Village, I feel as if my life is over, destined to dwell among the dead. I refuse to spend my life guarding those few wretched boats. I want to be a part of the Hidden Cloud Village. Why was I not born there?" Zabuza scoffed, then resolutely stated in his harsh voice, "Indeed, the Hidden Cloud Village is the wealthiest and most powerful of the 5 great shinobi villages, while our weak Mist Village is impoverished and dilapidated. But so what? It is still the village where I was raised. Those who disrupt the village's peace deserve death." In the next moment, he swung his decapitating sword. The man, caught off guard, was swiftly decapitated. Blood stained the decapitating sword. It was quickly absorbed by the blade. This was the sword's unique ability. Each of the 7 weapons wielded by the 7 ninja swordsmen possessed a special capability. The decapitating sword's power lay in its ability to absorb blood, repairing the blade and aiding the wielder's recovery. Perched on the branches, Naruto reflected on the entire spectacle, feeling a surge of emotion. This world of ninjas was indeed fraught with turmoil. The Hidden Cloud Village had long coveted the Byakugan. In the original narrative, Niji Hyuga's father had willingly sacrificed himself to quell a potential war, all due to the machinations of the Hidden Cloud Village. This time, their scheme was even more insidious. They had successfully incited the ninjas of the Mist Village, taking advantage of the peace talks to kidnap the Byakugan clan of Konoha. Should the plan fail, they would have successfully sowed discord between Konoha and the Mist Village. If it succeeded, they would achieve 2 objectives with one stroke. However, they had not anticipated that the 4th Mizukage was a man of capability. He saw through their scheme and dispatched Zabuza to eliminate all participants involved. Observing Zabuza below as he dealt with the aftermath of the killings, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Now, they merely needed to wait for Zabuza to finish his task and depart, ensuring safety for himself and Hinata. Yet perhaps due to excessive joy, or perhaps because Naruto had concealed his presence using natural chakra for too long, he had reached his limit in summary, the natural chakra within him spiraled out of control. Within mere seconds, his facial skin began to take on a green hue, and irregular protrusions akin to those found on the skin of a toad started to emerge. This sight was enough to thoroughly terrify Hinata. In a state of panic, she could not help but exclaim, "Naruto, your face!" At that moment, Naruto too could no longer reign in the natural chakra raging within him, and both their auras were laid bare. This alerted Zabuza to their presence. "Who goes there?" He bellowed towards the treetop where they were concealed. Upon having his presence exposed by Zabuza, Naruto took a deep breath. He understood that in times of dire straits, maintaining composure was paramount. The choices made at the crossroads of destiny are what truly distinguish one individual from another. He steadied himself and turned to Hinata, striving to make his voice sound calm. Fear is contagious. As his strength, he hoped to imbue Hinata with fortitude through his words. "Hinata, Hinata, do you remember what I told you earlier?" "In Naruto," she stammered, her voice trembling, before swallowing hard and adopting a fierce expression. "Yes, I remember." Seeing her determination, Naruto smiled, realizing that no further words were necessary. Hinata had made up her mind. "Then let us proceed. Aim for a single point and unleash the gentle fist of your clan." "Yes, I understand." With that, the veins beneath her eyes bulged prominently as she activated her Byakugan. "Byakugan, activate! Gentle fist!" Hinata exclaimed, assuming her stance and delivering a strike to Naruto's chest. Instantly, he felt a constriction in his chest. His breath momentarily halted. The gentle fist truly packed a punch. However, the results were promising. The toad-like features on Naruto were already fading, and he sensed a smoother flow of chakra within him. Gritting his teeth, he urged Hinata once more. Barely had he spoken when Hinata, having gathered her strength, unleashed an even more powerful blow. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams palm. With a resounding impact, she expelled all the natural chakra from Naruto's body, clearing the previously stagnant chakra pathways. The vast chakra reservoir within him began to flow freely once more. Naruto couldn't help but emit a satisfied sigh. The toad-like characteristics that had marred him had completely vanished. With the troublesome natural chakra resolved, he turned his gaze towards Zabuza below. Now, it was time to address this second dilemma. Naruto, Hinata, relieved to see Naruto restored to normalcy, finally exhaled. Yet, a hint of unease lingered in her tone. After all, she perceived the figure of the Umbu from the mist village below as a cold-blooded killer, no less dangerous than the prior group that had sought her out. Naruto, smiling reassuringly, gently patted Hinata's clenched hand and consoled. "Fear not, I shall confront him." With that, he formed hand signs and utilized the transformation technique. In the blink of an eye, he leaped from the treetop. Much to Hinata's astonishment, on the ground, Zabuza sensed the disturbance and swiftly readied his decapitating sword defensively. Moments later, he beheld a yellow figure descending from the trees with remarkable speed. "So fast," he thought, raising an eyebrow beneath his mask. Judging by the figure's velocity, this yellow apparition appeared to possess considerable strength. He called out in a lowered, gravelly tone, "Who might you be?" Transformed into his father, Minato, Naruto landed and gradually straightened up, tossing his flowing yellow hair with a confident smile directed at Zabuza, and the yellow flash of the hidden leaf. Namake's Minato. Indeed, Naruto had transformed into his father, Minato. The rationale was simple. The person he was most familiar with was his father, and by adopting Minato's form, he maximized his chances of remaining undetected. He lacked the confidence to impersonate others, like Kakashi or Jiraiya, without risking exposure. Moreover, legendary figures like Jiraiya would not hide from someone of Zabuza's caliber. After much contemplation, he concluded that the most fitting disguise was indeed his father. On the other hand, Zabuza grew increasingly wary upon witnessing Naruto's transformation into Minato. He detected no flaws in Naruto's guise, thus was unable to see through the transformation technique. Furthermore, The chunin vest worn by Minato indicated that his opponent was no novice. At the very least a chunin. Given the uncertainty surrounding his opponent, Zabuza deemed it unwise to engage in conflict. Having reached this conclusion internally, Zabuza spoke in a softer tone that, so you are Minato? My apologies, I am Zabuza Momochi, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Naruto, embodying Minato, responded with a confident smile, but retorted without reservation. Does being one of the 7 ninja swordsmen grant you the right to kill indiscriminately in another's village? This is a misunderstanding. Zabuza quickly explained, I am on a secret mission for Lord Mizukichi. The third Hokage is aware of the situation. Silence. Naruto interrupted, his voice firm upon hearing Zabuza mention the third Hokage. Things were growing increasingly convoluted. What business did the third Hokage have in this? If you leave at once, I might consider your words. Absolutely not. Zabuza retorted, agitated. The bodies of his fallen comrades were crucial for every ninja village to recover. The rationale was straightforward. The secrets a corpse could reveal were often as valuable as those of the living. Additionally, the potential existence of rare bloodline limits made each ninja's body a treasure. For instance, a senior ninja from a mist village possessed a Byakugan, which was certainly not a gift from the Hyuga clan. In the later chapters of the original manga, the sudden appearance of Shimura Danzo, who possessed a Sharingan on his arm, was undoubtedly acquired from a corpse. In summary, a significant part of Zabuza's mission involved retrieving the bodies of these traitors. Upon hearing Zabuza's refusal, Naruto shook his head and drew out a kunai. Then there is nothing more to discuss. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With that, Naruto flung his kunai, which split into countless clones, raining down upon Zabuza. The sheer number of clones made Zabuza's brows furrow with tension beneath his mask. This quantity of clones, this chakra. Was this an expert? Zabuza swiftly swung his decapitating sword, deflecting the incoming kunai. To his surprise, the force behind Naruto's projectiles was rather feeble, a mere fa-ade. He pondered, no, that's not right. He holding back. The more he contemplated, the more certain he became of his suspicion. Since his opponent had chosen to show restraint, there must be some reservations on his part. Realizing this, Zabuza took a step back to create distance. Naruto intended to form more hand signs, but seeing Zabuza's lack of intent to fight, he abandoned the idea. Since you do not believe my words, I shall take my leave. However, I kindly ask you to keep these bodies safe. In the future, I will report to the Mizukichi to reclaim them. Naruto flicked his hair dismissively, responding nonchalantly, do as you wish, but Namikaze Minato, fear no such reports. Seeing this, Zabuza made no further attempts to linger, swiftly vanishing from the scene. Only after his figure had completely faded did Naruto return to his previous hiding spot in the treetops, dispelling the transformation technique. He sighed in relief, internally remarking, what a thrill. This real combat was an entirely different experience from training. The reason he had aimed to intimidate Zabuza was not only to protect Hinata, but also to seize the opportunity to experience the exhilaration of battling a true ninja. From the moment he had leaped down to confront Zabuza, he had felt an unparalleled rush, one that no training could replicate. Thus, despite their brief skirmish, Naruto found himself relishing the experience. Once he had gathered his thoughts, Naruto turned to Hinata that it was time to escort her home. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was engaged in discussions with an envoy from the Mizukichi regarding the arrangements for the upcoming chunin exams. The Hidden Leaf Village is set to form an alliance with the Hidden Mist Village, aiming for peace and mutual development. The inaugural collaborative project following their alliance will be the joint hosting of the next chunin exams. Knock at a sound of knocking echoed from outside the door. Inside the room, the third Hokage cast a surprised glance at the envoy from the Hidden Mist Village. Terumi made, oh dear, who could be interrupting at this hour? With that, the young Terumi rose and called out to the guard outside. What is it? The guard outside responded, it is Zabuza. He has returned after completing his task. The third Hokage leaned back into the sofa. Feeling somewhat weary from the prolonged negotiations and strategic maneuvers, he gestured slightly to Terumi. Since one of her people has returned, let him in. Thank you, Lord Third Hokage. Terumi replied with a slight bow. Shortly after, Zabuza entered the room. Upon entering, He leaned in and whispered something in Terumi Mei's ear, causing her expression to shift subtly. The third Hokage observed their interaction closely, and, once they finished their conversation, he calmly inquired, "What is the matter?" After careful consideration, Terumi Mei decided to disclose the situation involving Zabuza. "Lord Third, is there a ninja from your village known as the Yellow Flash?" Upon hearing that title, the third Hokage shook his head in this alternate reality. While Minato Namikaze could indeed perform the Flying Thunder God technique, his lack of combat willpower meant he did not shine on the battlefield as he did in the original world. In this realm, Minato is merely an ordinary jonin, with his most renowned identity being that of a disciple of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. "Could you elaborate on the deeds of this Yellow Flash?" "As you wish." Zabuza then recounted the events involving himself and Naruto impersonating Minato to the third Hokage in full detail. The third Hokage stroked his chin, sensing the complexity of the situation. "Indeed, we do have such a jonin in our village. Was he on a mission today?" The staff in the Hokage's office, having worked with the third for a considerable time, understood his implication. The third Hokage oversaw all ninja assignments in the village. How could he not be aware of Minato's whereabouts? He personally handed Minato the mission scroll today. Thus, following the third's lead, the staff responded, "No, Minato is at home resting today. I see." The third Hokage then turned his attention back to the two envoys from the Hidden Mist village. "As you have heard, it seems this incident is entirely an unfortunate misunderstanding. Minato merely encountered your team during a covert operation in our village and, out of a sense of duty, intervened slightly. I believe it would be unfair to place the blame entirely on Minato, for your Mizukage secret mission is known only to a select few here. I did indeed provide you with some assistance." But Minato was unaware of this matter. Terumi Mei forced a smile. "We understand. It is all a misunderstanding. In truth, Terumi Mei believed that Minato was a pawn deliberately placed by the third Hokage. This elder, who was once revered as the hero of the shinobi, had maintained his position as Hokage for so long that his control over the village had reached a frightening level. Why, she pondered, did the Hyuga clan seem to have matters to attend to today? And how fortuitous that this intelligence fell into the hands of a spy from the Cloud Village. The Mizukage merely suggested setting a trap. It was this elder who had truly orchestrated it. Moreover, he did so with effortless grace. What mastery of control that demonstrated. The more she contemplated, the more apprehensive Terumi Mei became regarding the third Hokage. That Minato Namikaze was undoubtedly a contingency plan devised by the third. Should Zabuza develop ulterior motives, or if anything were to transpire, Minato served as the third safeguard. Realizing this, Terumi Mei ceased to dwell on the matter, refraining from mentioning Minato or the corpses, and instead redirected the conversation towards the specifics of their forthcoming collaboration. After an extended discussion, the negotiations concluded, once Terumi Mei and her companions departed the office. The third Hokage rose swiftly, stretching his limbs. Prolonged sitting had left him feeling somewhat numb. Whooshed, a robust member of the Umbu materialized behind the third Hokage. Terumi Mei was not mistaken. The third had indeed placed a safeguard on the Mizukage's plan. After all, this plan involved allowing ninjas from other villages to commit murder within the confines of the Leaf Village that, in both sentiment and logic, he needed to maintain complete control over the operation. Without turning around, the third Hokage inquired, "What is the true situation? Have you handled the aftermath?" The Umbu, having received 2 queries, stood and reported in 2 parts. "Yes, I have secured the bodies of several mist ninjas and transferred them to the intelligence unit. I have been following Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, since she finished school. Based on my assessment, the Minato who appeared was actually Naruto in disguise." "Naruto?" The third Hokage expressed surprise, if I recall correctly. "He is Minato's child, is he not? Jiraiya and Tsunade have mentioned that the boy possesses great talent." "Indeed, that is correct," the Umbu affirmed with a nod. "Naruto and Hinata are classmates. They would have returned home together today. The Minato encountered was merely Naruto using transformation jutsu. Remarkably, Naruto executed the transformation so well that not even Zabuza, nor I, an old comrade of Minato's, could discern any flaws that, to this point, a hint of pleasure crept into the Umbu's tone. Clearly pleased by the fact that Minato had a talented son. The third Hokage empathized with this sentiment, sitting back and reflecting, "Ah, the youth. Dingzwa, your child is of similar age to Naruto, correct?" "Yes, they are in the same class." The Umbu confirmed that it was evident he was a Kimichi Dingzwa, a seasoned jonin and the current head of the Akimichi clan, a colleague of Minato. Whenever the topic of children arose, the third Hokage could not help but sigh. He had personally sent his own child away in the years following Asuma's death. He often found himself questioning whether he would make the same choices if given another chance. Fortunately, there remained hope. Konoha was still alive, and in a few years he too would grow up, so should we act as if this incident never occurred? The third Hokage suddenly became intrigued, shaking his finger at Dingzwa. The yellow flash. Naruto has truly come up with a splendid title for his father. Let the news spread that the 7 ninja swordsmen visited the Leaf Village and had a private conflict with Minato, who managed to scare them off with a single move. Dingzwa chuckled upon hearing the suggestion. In that case, Minato will gain notoriety. Let him become famous. Minato possesses considerable strength. He simply lacked ambition. My apprentice could use a bit of pressure. Will Minato deny it? Denying it would be futile. The Mist Village's ninjas will remain in the Leaf for a while. Any discerning individual could approach Zabuza for the true account. By then, even Minato himself would find it difficult to refute. Does such a discerning individual truly exist? Indeed, several do. Itachi has recently begun serving as the third Hokage's bodyguard. Coincidentally, the Hidden Mist Village also assigned a bodyguard to Terumi Mei, who happened to be a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, wielding the sword Kubikurobocho. Kisame Hoshigaki, as fellow bodyguards. Itachi and Kisame spent considerable time together, while Terumi Mei and the third Hokage discussed the collaboration between their 2 villages. Remarkably, Itachi and Kisame got along quite well. After a few days of guarding duty, they had developed a rapport. Thus, by leveraging Itachi's connection to Kisame and Kisame's association with Zabuza, the events of that day gradually spread. At this moment, Minato remained blissfully unaware that Naruto had inadvertently placed a significant burden upon his shoulders. "Naruto, what is it? Are you aware that a group of ninjas from other villages has recently arrived in the village?" Yes, I am aware." During the intermission, Ino, sitting in front of Naruto, turned her head to engage in casual conversation with him. However, despite conversing with Naruto, her gaze frequently darted towards Sakura. The affections of children can be quite simple. Merely catching a few glimpses of someone they admire can suffice. That Ino's words indeed plunged Naruto into a sea of memories. Just 3 days prior, he had encountered the assassins from the Mist Village and the formidable Zabuza on his way to visit Hinata's home. An experience still fresh in his mind that, in comparison, the circumstances at Hinata's house left a less profound impression on him. Upon arriving at Hinata's residence that day, he found it empty. Her father and other clan members had gone to participate in a clan event, while her mother was preoccupied with taking care of the young Hanabi, hardly giving Naruto a greeting. However, as Hinata had mentioned, this allowed him to evade many cumbersome rituals, which could be considered a stroke of good fortune. The additional ninjas in the village must belong to the Mist Village. Ino mused with curiosity upon hearing Naruto's words. "How do you know they are from a Mist Village?" Naruto scratched his head, reluctant to explain, while Sakura patiently elaborated, "You just need to look at their forehead protectors. Different countries and villages have distinct symbols on their protectors. Our Leaf Village has this design, while the Mist Village of the Water Country has this one." As she spoke, Sakura illustrated the symbols of the 2 villages in a book for Ino. After hearing Sakura's explanation, admiration sparkled in Ino's eyes. "Wow. As expected of Sakura, you know so much." Sakura, feeling a bit bashful, replied, "I'm not that remarkable. I just happened to read it in a book." Nearby, Naruto nodded silently at Sakura's words. Indeed, even in a different world, Sakura remained ever so studious. Yet in her original world, her eagerness to learn was largely driven by a desire to attract Sasuke's attention. A manifestation of vanity, in this world. However, her love for reading might stem from a wish to live up to the title of a hero's child. This title is both an honor and a curse. Naruto had noticed that this version of Sakura was extremely conscious of her every word and action, fearing that her conduct might tarnish her parents' reputation. Under the scrutiny of their classmates, Naruto withdrew his gaze from Sakura and began contemplating the situation concerning the Mist Village. He murmured, "How long will these Mist Village ninjas be staying?" Sakura, overhearing him, casually replied, "Perhaps for a while." Oh, Naruto's eyes sparkled with interest as he looked at Sakura. "Do you know any insider information?" Knowing that as the child of a hero, Sakura often caught the attention of the third Hokage. Naruto suspected that she might have access to information beyond the reach of ordinary villagers. Sakura tilted her head slightly. "Uncertain. I have indeed heard some news from Grandpa Third. It seems these Mist Village ninjas are here for peace talks. Moreover, they plan to co-host the next chunin exam with our village." Upon hearing chunin exam, a flurry of iconic scenes flashed through Naruto's mind. In the original manga, the chunin exam was regarded as one of the most exceptional and thrilling arcs. Now, with the Mist Village collaborating with the Leaf Village for the chunin exam, it was bound to be spectacular. Just imagining Zabuza leading a team with Haku participating in the exam made Naruto's curiosity soar. "The chunin exam is still a bit far off for us," he mused. "Haha." Hinata chuckled softly. "Naruto, you seem to be quite eager." She then added earnestly, "However, this will be the first time the Mist Village and Leaf Village co-host the chunin exam. I could see this already rare to have nearby smaller villages involved." Sakura echoed her sentiments. Indeed, this is an unprecedented occasion. Listening to their conversation, Naruto raised an eyebrow, recalling the grandeur of past Olympic Games and other major sporting events. He began to envision a future where all 5 great ninja villages could unite to host a grand chunin exam. Upon hearing this, Sakura and Ino broke into smiles. "Haha, Naruto, that idea is a bit far-fetched," they exclaimed. Yes, there's only been a ceasefire for a few days," Hinata added with a light laugh. "Haha, truly, only you, Naruto, could conceive such a remarkable idea. Is this notion really so far-fetched?" Naruto grinned at Sakura and Ino. "I believe it could genuinely come to fruition in the future." This idea was indeed plausible, as long as he could grow to possess the strength of the Naruto from the original story. The 5 great ninja villages would undoubtedly be willing to participate. Another leisurely day passed. As the school bell rang, Naruto packed his bag and headed home. Kushina hummed a tune while frying chicken wings and meatballs in the kitchen. "Ah, aren't these my favorites?" he exclaimed, reaching for a freshly fried chicken wing from the platter. Be careful. It's hot," Kushina cautioned, before returning to her culinary endeavors. "Hey, Mom, have we come into some money recently? I've noticed our meals have improved, and your mood seems quite pleasant," Naruto inquired. Kushina glanced at him with pride. "Naruto, your father has been quite fortunate lately. For some reason, his missions have significantly increased. With more missions, the rewards would naturally rise." Naruto realized that the family's financial situation had indeed improved. "Oh, no wonder Dad has been coming home late lately. Seems he's evolved into a higher-tier worker," he mused. Meanwhile, busy with his tasks, Minato was equally perplexed. He could not understand why everyone he encountered greeted him so warmly. Furthermore, tasks that were usually not assigned to him are now being delegated. Most intriguingly, everyone referred to him as the Yellow Flash. He was utterly unaware of when he had acquired such a moniker. Nevertheless, this nickname was quite impressive and aligned with Minato's own aesthetic, so he quickly accepted it. However, he still felt that the third's amused gaze directed at him held a hint of mischief. "I'm home," Minato announced as he returned after a long day of work. Kushina promptly greeted him. "Welcome home, Thuppy, by the way," she said, handing him an envelope. "This was delivered earlier. It seems to be from your teacher." "Oh, is it from Jiraiya Sensei?" The letter from Jiraiya reignited Minato's motivation. He took the envelope and sat at the dining table to read. What had Jiraiya written in his letter? Naruto, curious, asked from the side. Minato did not immediately respond, but read the entire letter before lifting his head. "Kushina, Naruto, the teacher mentions he should be returning by the end of this year." "Really? We should prepare well for his return." "It has been over a year since Jiraiya-sensei last visited the Leaf," Naruto remarked. "Yes," Minato nodded, continuing, "Moreover, the letter states that he will be bringing along 3 of his prized disciples from his travels." Disciples? Naruto's face was a picture of confusion. When had Jiraiya acquired 3 disciples? He had no idea that Kushina's reaction mirrored Naruto's, both wearing identical expressions of bewilderment. "Disciples? Who are they?" Minato shook his head. I don't know. The letter didn't specify. However, it was sent from the Rain Village, so perhaps Jiraiya-sensei took on disciples there. Upon hearing this, Naruto's mind was instantly struck by lightning. Wait, the Rain Village, Jiraiya's disciples. Could that be Konan, Nagato, and Yahiko? Realization of the identities of Jiraiya's disciples stirred a tempest of excitement within Naruto. It had already been mentioned that in this world, Madara had not severed ties with Hashirama. Naturally, he did not create so many trouble subsequently. In the original storyline, Uchiha Madara managed to survive until the Third Shinobi World War thanks to Hashirama's cells. However, life has its limits, and Madara eventually found himself at the end of his rope. Thus, he devised an elaborate scheme. First, he sought out his successor, Uchiha Obito, taking him under his wing for training. Subsequently, he also found someone to safeguard his Sharingan. This individual being Nagato, who possessed the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. In the original manga, Nagato awakened the Rinnegan. Therefore, even without Jiraiya's assistance, he, along with Yahiko and Konan, swiftly established their own organization. This organization boasted significant power and potential. Otherwise, it would not have attracted the attention of Hanzo of the Salamander. Fearing Nagato's Rinnegan, Hanzo, with the aid of Danzo, Konoha's greatest schemer and scapegoat, conspired to launch an attack on Nagato and his companions. Ultimately, one perished, another was left maimed, and Nagato embarked on the irrevocable path of founding the Akatsuki. Had the original plot progressed, Yahiko would have long since been buried beneath 2 meters of grass. However, in this alternate world, everything is possible. In this realm, devoid of Madara's machinations, Nagato lacks the Rinnegan. Although Yahiko, and Konan have garnered some fame in Amigakure over the years, they have yet to threaten Hanzo's position. Ironically, this has allowed them to coexist peacefully with Hanzo. Ultimately, while the trio possesses capability, it pales in comparison to the influence wielded by the Rinnegan. In the manga, Nagato with the Rinnegan navigated early organizational, founding, and later endeavors to capture tailed beasts with relative ease. The Rinnegan is no ordinary eye. Possessing it elevates one to the status of a sage of 6 paths. According to Jiraiya's letter, the official identity of the trio upon their arrival in Konoha was that of special envoys from Amigakure, sent to learn advanced techniques. This implies that the 3 currently find themselves in a rather humble position, merely serving as underlings to Hanzo, quite a stark contrast to their fates in the normal world. As for my teacher's disciples, I find myself rather intrigued by them. With that thought, Minato tucked the letter away. However, the return of my teacher and the others will not occur until the end of the year. For now, I simply wish to know what delicious meal you have prepared, Mother. Humph. Kushina pouted before cheerfully exclaiming, Well then, hurry up, it's already time to eat. I'm coming. Time passed, and summer finally gave way to autumn. The Ninja Academy commenced its teachings of Ninjutsu to the podium. Irika spoke in a remarkably gentle tone. Today, let us all learn our very first ninjutsu together. What do you all say? Is that all right? A chorus of enthusiastic responses erupted from the students below. Yes, sitting nearby, Shisui remained silent, quietly observing Irika's teaching. Although it may be hard to believe, under Shisui's guidance as the homeroom teacher, it was Irika who taught the ninjutsu class to Naruto and his peers. This left Naruto with a peculiar sensation, akin to having a physical education teacher instructing him in mathematics. Nonetheless, despite Irika's limited strength, he was still a chunin, more than capable of teaching the basics of ninjutsu to Naruto and his rowdy classmates. In fact, in certain respects, he might be better suited for teaching than a prodigy like Shisui. For geniuses, the hardest minds to comprehend are often those of the less adept, of course, due to the inherent dangers of ninjutsu. The academy required multiple instructors to be present during ninjutsu classes. Thus, while Irika was responsible for teaching, Shisui was also required to be present. Today, we will be learning our very first ninjutsu, the transformation technique. The transformation technique is the most fundamental ninjutsu, one of the 3 body techniques. The other 2 techniques in this category are the substitution technique and the clone technique. Furthermore, the 3 body techniques also have advanced versions commonly employed by Umbu, the body flicker technique, the instantaneous technique, and the stealth technique. Naruto's teacher, Uchiha Shisui, earned the moniker Shisui of the body flicker for his exceptional prowess in this technique on the battlefield. First, we must successfully gather chakra. Iruka's explanation commenced, delivered with great detail, more so than Minato had when teaching Naruto that, of course, the transformation technique is not particularly difficult, as long as one gathers a sufficient amount of chakra and performs the necessary hand seals. Success is assured. What truly distinguishes the quality of ninjutsu is the transformation's authenticity. This is the sole criterion for evaluating the effectiveness of the technique. Naturally, for most in the class, simply succeeding on their first attempt would suffice. All right, that concludes my explanation. Now, you may all practice in your seats. Afterward, we shall invite someone to demonstrate. How does that sound? At Iruka's words, the classroom erupted in a chorus of groans, regardless of the world. Students universally dread being called upon by their teachers to answer questions. Seated, Naruto felt indifferent about the possibility of being selected. He was already quite proficient in the transformation technique. However, to fit in, he feigned practice while his thoughts wandered to where he might explore after school. All right, practice time is upon you. Is there anyone who wishes to volunteer and give it a try? As Iruka's voice faded, a brief silence enveloped the class. Observing this, Iruka felt a touch of embarrassment. However, Sakura soon raised her hand. I'll go. Oh, is that you, Sakura? Let's give her a round of applause. Rising, Sakura walked to the podium with a serious expression. Though she had not mastered the transformation technique, her sense of responsibility compelled her to step forward in the absence of volunteers. Naruto recognized that this version of Sakura possessed an admirable determination. At the podium, Sakura earnestly attempted the technique, but alas, her talent for ninjutsu was merely average. Coupled with her lack of prior knowledge, she inevitably faltered. With a wry smile, Sakura admitted, "I'm sorry, teacher." "Not to worry, Sakura. You did very well." Iruka proceeded to address Sakura's shortcomings. After listening, Sakura nodded in understanding and tried a few more times, ultimately succeeding in transforming into Iruka's likeness. Despite the flaws in Sakura's transformation, she returned to her seat amidst the cheers of her classmates. Now, is there anyone else who wishes to give it a try? Once again, silence filled the classroom. However, this time, the stillness did not last long. As Shisui spoke up, he suddenly stood and pointed at Naruto, who sat beside Sakura. "You, the one with the blonde hair. Yes, you doubt me. Yes, you. Come up." Naruto, incredulous, pointed at himself before resignedly making his way to the podium. Shisui approached and patted his shoulder, addressing the class. "I noticed during our private training that you performed admirably. Why not showcase your skills for your classmates?" Iruka, whose impression of Naruto was not particularly profound, nonetheless encouraged him. "Go for it, kid. Like Sakura, you can try transforming into my likeness," casting a glance at Shisui, who had singled him out, and then at the innocently smiling Iruka. Naruto decided to have a bit of fun with both of them. Shisui, you dare to set me up, do you? Then I shall not hold back." With that, he executed the transformation technique effortlessly. As the smoke dissipated, Naruto appeared before them as Iruka. Seeing this, Iruka exclaimed with delight, "Oh, this student's transformation is quite successful. The physique is perfect, and there are no flaws to be found. The face is..." However, upon noticing the face, Iruka's voice abruptly faltered. The difference lay in the fact that Naruto's transformation featured a rather prominent nose. This sight elicited laughter from Iruka, who chuckled and remarked, "Ah, Naruto, my nose is not that large." With those words, the entire class erupted in laughter. However, when Iruka beheld the visage of Shisui, his laughter vanished. It was at that moment he realized that the large nose conjured by Naruto bore a striking resemblance to Shisui's own. In that instant, Iruka was flooded with recollections of the tales recounted by his predecessors before he took up his post. The countless narratives detailing how Shisui vanquished his foes, as well as the whispered rumors about the Uchiha clan that had been passed down from the second Hokage. A wave of terror washed over him, rendering his face ashen. "Oh, Iruka-sensei, what kind of ninjutsu is this? A transformation?" Naruto, ever the instigator, continued to stoke the flames of mischief. Iruka, now utterly dazed by fear, found himself at a loss for words. Setting aside his role as a teacher, he was merely a 16-year-old novice. His mind was consumed by a single thought. "What have I done? I just mocked an Uchiha. who could easily annihilate me. What should I do? I'm in a state of panic. Unexpectedly, Shisui appeared unconcerned. He approached the Naruto-transformed Irika and playfully pinched the boy's large nose. Is my nose truly this large? Upon uttering these words, the students erupted into laughter, and Irika felt an immense wave of relief wash over him. It seemed that not all members of the Uchiha clan were as formidable in temperament as the legend suggested. Who had spread such tales? After school that day, as Naruto packed his bag, he noticed Ino frequently glancing back, as if she had something to say. However, after several attempts, Ino remained silent. She is still just a child. He mused. Considering his own psychological maturity, he decided to take the initiative. Ino, do you have something you wish to discuss? It's nothing, Ino replied, her cheeks tinged with pink as she waved her hands dismissively. Yet, as she saw Naruto preparing to leave, she spoke up. Naruto, could you teach me the transformation technique? Well, earlier today, both Irika-sensei and Shisui-sensei praised your transformation technique. I haven't quite mastermind yet, so I was hoping you could help me. Seeing Ino's bashful demeanor, Naruto couldn't help but find it amusing. Is that all? He responded with enthusiasm, no problem. Recently, Kushina had granted him some leeway, allowing him to stay out as long as he wished. As long as it wasn't too late. After all, it was merely a transformation technique. There was still ample time before nightfall to teach Ino. He even had time to grab a bowl of ramen at Ichiraku. Originally, Naruto had thought this way. However, he was taken aback when Ino not only invited him, but also called upon others. Hello? Naruto, Sakura, hello? In the alley, Naruto found himself perplexed by Sakura's warm demeanor. Are you joining us? Sakura nodded. I specifically asked Ino to invite you to help me. Upon hearing Sakura's explanation, Naruto had a moment of realization that explains it. After all, Ino's father is a Nin. Teaching a transformation technique isn't exactly trivial. Just then, he remembered that saying this in front of Sakura from this world might not be appropriate. Sakura's expression dimmed momentarily at his words. If her parents were still alive in this world, surely she wouldn't need Naruto's assistance with a transformation technique, would she? Anyway, I'm counting on you, Sakura said earnestly, bowing to Naruto. Following Ino, they made their way to her family's flower shop. I'm back. Oh my, we have so many visitors today. Ino cheerfully introduced Naruto. Sakura, this is my mother. Mom, these are my classmates and they've come to visit today. Hello, Naruto greeted with a wave. Acknowledging her my apologies for the intrusion today, Sakura said, speaking with a formality that felt natural to her. Oh, not at all. Not at all. Please, head upstairs. Ino's room is on the left side of the second floor. This was already Naruto's second visit to a girl's private space, for someone who had been single in his previous life. This felt like a noteworthy achievement. All right, let us get started. Sakura, do you have any questions? I want to know why I often fail when I use the transformation technique. This is because your chakra volume is insufficient. As Irika-sensei mentioned earlier today, To address this issue. You need to increase your chakra capacity and minimize chakra loss while performing ninjutsu. Chakra loss? Sakura's face displayed confusion at this unfamiliar term. Seeing this, Naruto began to explain. When a ninja uses ninjutsu, there's always some loss of chakra. The extent of this loss depends on the ninja's mastery of chakra and their proficiency with the technique itself. For instance, if the transformation technique requires 2 units of chakra and you possess 4, but your loss rate is 50, you'll barely manage to perform the technique with a considerable chance of failure. Therefore, if you can reduce your loss rate and improve your chakra efficiency, your proficiency with any ninjutsu will see a significant boost. After listening intently, Sakura closed her eyes to absorb the information. Meanwhile, Naruto recalled that in the original story, it was Sakura who had explained this to him. It seemed that fate had woven their paths together in an unexpected way. Ino, sitting nearby, noticed Naruto idly drawing circles on the table with his finger and felt a surge of curiosity. Naruto-kun, you mentioned that Sakura's chakra volume is 4. What is yours according to standard measurements? With his chin resting on his hand, Naruto casually mentioned a figure that left both girls astonished. 2,000. Sakura, without a moment's thought, jumped up from her seat, exclaiming, 2,000? That's absurd. Ino, rarely one to agree, chimed in. Naruto, that number is quite shocking. Ha, that's just my first form, Naruto replied, not exaggerating. Considering his ability to absorb natural chakra, the amount of chakra he could wield in battle was undoubtedly far greater. Anyway, Sakura interjected, striking the table to redirect the conversation. The focus now is either to enhance my chakra volume or improve my chakra control, right? Exactly, Naruto confirmed with a nod. I have methods for both. But they may not suit you, given my chakra levels. Ino's situation is somewhat similar, and she's also a girl that this. Ino eagerly nodded. Yes, my father has taught me some training methods that I can share with you. Sakura. Grateful, Sakura responded. Thank you, Ino. I'm not sure what else to say. Don't mention it, Sakura. To be honest, I've always felt a bit at a loss around you. But every time I see you, I feel empowered and inspired. I asked my father, and he said that those who inspire others are heroes. So you are my hero. Touched by Ino's heartfelt words, Sakura was momentarily speechless, grasping Ino's hand in silent appreciation. Yay, Ino. Seizing the moment of their tender exchange, Naruto indulged in the tea and pastries that had been served in the room. Observing him, Ino's mother smiled warmly and said, Don't leave just yet, Naruto. Tonight is Ino's birthday. At her words, Naruto pounded his chest with determination. Fear not, Auntie. I shall ensure that Sakura stays. Of course, he hadn't forgotten to discreetly send a shadow clone home to inform Kushina, as the celebrations here could stretch late into the night. As Naruto had anticipated, when dinner time arrived, Sakura adamantly refused to stay. She felt that spending an entire afternoon at someone else's home was already quite impolite. In response, Naruto unleashed his ultimate strategy. You've come all this way. Besides, today is Ino's birthday. How can you refuse her invitation? Well, Sakura hesitated, glancing at Naruto, her resolve wavering. All right. Thus, the two of them remained and joined Ino's family in celebrating her birthday together. That evening, Sakura chose to spend the night at Ino's home. While Naruto, enveloped by the night, made his way back to his own room, he retrieved his diary from beneath his bed and contemplated for a moment before inscribing the day's experiences within its pages. Perhaps one day, someone might peruse this diary, and at that time, he hoped the tales contained within would bring joy to the reader. The recent weather had been remarkably pleasant, neither too cold nor too warm. During this period, Naruto had shed his white short-sleeve shirt in favor of a sleeveless hoodie as the days passed. The long-anticipated chunin exams, co-hosted by the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Leaf Village, were finally set to commence. How remarkable it is! Recently, as I stroll home, I encounter a myriad of foreigners on the streets. After all, many have come this time. Not only individuals from the land of water, but also from several neighboring villages that, oh, is that so? Indeed, I heard that shinobi from the land of grass, the village of waterfall, the village of hot water, and the village of sound have all arrived. During the break, Ino and Sakura, along with a few others, engaged in fervent discussions about the impending chunin exams for the villages they mentioned. Waterfall, grass, and sound. These are small nations bordering the land of fire. These diminutive nations have a long-standing tradition of participating in the chunin exams hosted by Konoha. After all, Konoha is undoubtedly hosting the chunin exams that allows them to secure spots while saving their own country's resources, all while ensuring a high standard for the evaluation. The Village of Sound needs no introduction. In the original narrative, it became a stronghold for Orochimaru and played a significant role in the invasion of Konoha. The waterfall and grass villages may not be as renowned, yet both have produced extraordinary talents. The village of Hot Water is the birthplace of Haiden, while the village of Waterfall is home to Kakashi. These two members of the Akatsuki organization hail from similar small nations. As for the village of Grass, it has not seen many notable shinobi emerge. It is said to be a nation plagued by internal corruption. Of course, situated between two great nations, it was quite lively during the shinobi world wars. In various senses of the word, in the manga, Obito's faked death occurred in the village of Grass, where Kakashi obtained one of his Sharingan, thus embarking on an endless quest for power. Classmates, I have good news to share, Irika announced as he entered the room, revealing the latest school announcement that on the 10th of next month, the victory celebration will officially commence. Coincidentally, that day will also mark the opening ceremony for this chunin exam. To facilitate everyone's participation, the school will be closed for 5 days. Wow. All right, everyone, please settle down. We need to begin our lesson now. Last time, we discussed the transformation technique. At the podium, Irika commenced his lecture, while Naruto's thoughts drifted far beyond the classroom walls. The victory celebration, 6 years ago, during the time of Naruto's birth, a malevolent-tailed beast invaded the Hidden Leaf Village. In defense of the village, the fourth Hokage, Sakura's father, rose to the occasion, courageously repelling the beast alongside his wife. Tragically, both sacrificed their lives for the village to commemorate this victory and honor those who have dedicated their lives to the village. A victory celebration is held annually around this time. This year, the celebration coincides with the chunin exams, promising a particularly festive atmosphere. Not to mention, Naruto's school has decided to grant a 5-day holiday. No makeup classes or rescheduling involved. Judging by this level of enthusiasm, the festivities are sure to be vibrant. Wow. Naruto scratched his head, unable to contain his excitement. Naruto, are you eager to showcase something to everyone again? Huh. Distracted, Naruto suddenly realized it was time for volunteers to present, and his head-scratching provided Irika with the perfect excuse. With a smile on his face, Irika looked at Naruto, who had no choice but to step up to the podium as he positioned himself. Legs apart in a confident stance, he turned to Irika and flashed a smile, asking, "Teacher, what should I do?" Weren't you paying attention?" "Nope," Naruto replied bluntly. Leaving Irika somewhat embarrassed, he realized that perhaps he should refrain from calling on Naruto in the future. As the boy seemed utterly unafraid of authority, as time passed, the day of the opening ceremony arrived as scheduled. On a rooftop, Naruto stretched lazily, gazing down at the bustling streets below. This is wonderful. Recently, the influx of visitors into Konoha had put a significant strain on the village's security system. Most of the chunin and nearly all the jonin were inundated with increased workloads. Kushina and Minato, both jonin, were on the verge of being overwhelmed with tasks. The day of the opening ceremony was particularly demanding. Thus, Kushina had granted Naruto some freedom to roam. After all, Naruto had clearly outgrown the status of an ordinary child. To put it bluntly, just a couple of years ago, when the war had yet to conclude, Naruto would have been capable of serving as a combat medic on the battlefield. Isn't that Ino? Is she minding the shop? Looking down, he noticed Ino sitting in her flower shop, prompting him to leap down from the platform. Thud. Upon landing, Naruto raised his hand in greeting to Ino. "Hey." Ino was startled by Naruto's sudden appearance and exclaimed, "Naruto, where did you come from? Don't rush with questions. By the way, Ino, on such a lively day, why aren't you out having fun?" In response to Naruto's inquiry, Ino sighed. There are too many strangers on the street. My mother won't let me go out alone, saying could be dangerous." "Dangerous? Where's the danger?" Naruto raised his hand, glancing around as if searching for something. Seeing his lively demeanor, Ino stifled a giggle and smiled. "All right, you go have fun. I still need to watch the shop." Naruto wiggled his ears and raised an eyebrow at Ino, saying, "Oh, but your mother's right inside the shop that I can hear the sound of mahjong tiles from the back. Come on, forget about the shop. Sakura will be at the opening ceremony today." His words finally swayed Ino. She cautiously turned her head to glance inside the shop, then whispered, "Isn't that inappropriate?" Though she said this, Naruto could tell from her tone that she was intrigued, so he mischievously suggested, "Just close the shop door." With that, he took her hand and led her out of the flower shop. Ino carefully shut the door behind her, and together they hurried onto the street. As they left the secluded alley and arrived at the main road, the atmosphere around them suddenly became vibrant and bustling. The diverse crowd dazzled Ino, yet simultaneously left her feeling overwhelmed, for she was merely a 6-year-old child, unsure of how to navigate such a complex environment. Thankfully, Naruto was by her side. He grasped Ino's hand and whispered in her ear, "Come on, let's go to the Hokage building." Then he tugged Ino along until they reached the plaza beneath the Hokage building. That moment, the plaza was already filled to capacity, with no room to spare, and surrounded by chunin and jonin tasked with maintaining security. From their position at the edge of the plaza, Naruto and Ino could faintly see a line of small black figures atop the Hokage building. Those were the higher-ups from Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village. "I can't see anything." Ino strained to rise on her toes, yet still found herself unable to see. The tall crowd in front of her completely obstructed her view. Observing her struggle, Naruto led her to a large tree at the edge of the plaza. Let's climb up that I've never climbed a tree before. It's quite simple. I'll teach you. Just as Naruto was about to demonstrate, a jonin responsible for maintaining order approached them. Hey kid, don't do that. It's dangerous. Huh. Naruto looked at the approaching jonin with a smirk and greeted her. Sister Akamichi, since when did you start taking on this kind of task, overseeing security with a bunch of chunin? Upon hearing Naruto's words, Akamichi suddenly recognized him. A flicker of embarrassment and annoyance crossed her face. Little kid, don't ask so many questions. She certainly could not disclose to Naruto that her responsibility for security came as a consequence of her previous laziness, which had resulted in punishment just a couple of days prior. However, compared to other more pressing duties, the security task afforded her considerable leisure time, allowing her to indulge in idleness more freely. One might say this was indeed a case of misfortune turning into fortune. Given their familiarity, Naruto did not hesitate and swiftly climbed onto the tree trunk. He then called out to Akane. Sister Akane, lend a hand to Ino. She is not adept at climbing trees. Akane cast a curious glance at Ino before promptly lifting the blushing girl into the branches. Thank you, sister. Although Ino's cheeks were flushed, she did not forget to express her gratitude. Look, Ino, it's Sakura. Perched atop the tree, Naruto's and Ino's view suddenly broadened. He pointed excitedly at a small pink figure on the rooftop of the Hokage building, waving energetically. Indeed, it was Sakura. Following Naruto's gesture, Ino spotted Sakura and enthusiastically waved back. Their efforts bore fruit, as Sakura soon noticed the two eyes that Naruto and Ino. That fool Naruto! Up on the platform, Sakura could hardly fathom encountering familiar classmates in such circumstances. Naruto's antics had managed to ease Sakura, who was usually timid and reserved, allowing her to relax considerably. Are they classmates? The third Hokage inquired softly from behind Sakura. Yes, Sakura replied, hesitantly nodding. Then let us greet them. Is that all right? The third Hokage shook his head. Sakura, you may do as you wish. Do not hold back. If you find such settings uncomfortable, I shall not insist upon it next time. No, third Hokage, I'm fine. I just am not accustomed to it yet. Taking a deep breath, Sakura gazed down at the crowd, feeling an absence of nervousness. She then turned to Naruto and Ino, confidently waving in response. Wow, Sakura saw us. Hee. The booming voice of the third Hokage echoed through the loudspeaker that I hereby announce the official commencement of this year's Victory Day celebration, coinciding with the chunin exams, 2 servings of grilled squid and 1 serving of takoyaki. Please that I end the snack street. Ino shyly addressed Naruto. I'm sorry, Naruto, for making you treat me. I will repay you when school starts again. Naruto, having placed the order, paid no mind to her apology. It's nothing to why Dad hasn't had time to accompany me lately. So he's given me plenty of pocket money that I can't seem to spend. Naruto's words resonated with Ino, who exclaimed, My dad is the same. He has been so busy lately, always coming home late. Here you go, kid, your squid and your takoyaki. Thanks, uncle. Naruto took the food and handed a skewer squid to Ino, while he began munching on the takoyaki. It's so hot. After swallowing a piece, Naruto opened his mouth wide. Fanning himself, Ino couldn't help but laugh. Naruto, are you a tongue? The term tongue referred to someone who couldn't handle hot food. Naruto pondered for a moment before responding earnestly, perhaps, especially with very hot dishes. I only tolerate ramen. However, this takoyaki is truly scorching that I've heard that men with tongues are particularly reliable. Naruto scratched his head. That doesn't align with what I've heard. I was told that men with tongues are untrustworthy. But Naruto, you're amazing. You handle everything like an adult. Nothing seems to faze you. Ino's words filled Naruto with joy, and he cheerfully replied, Oh, come now. Let us keep it low-key. Afterward, Ino and Naruto finished their squid skewers and shared the box of takoyaki. For the squid skewers, Naruto rated them an 8. They were large and generously coated with flavorful sauce, with no drawbacks aside from the price. As for the takoyaki, he could only give them a 5. As the octopus inside was too small, resembling a dough ball, and lacked flavored their essay stall selling Odin over there. I must try that. After making round through the snack street, Naruto escorted Ino back home. Having been absent for a morning, she needed to report back. Goodbye, Naruto. I had a wonderful time with you today. I will repay you for those snacks. It's alright. Please remember to tell my aunt that the meal she made last time was delicious. Haha, I will tell my mom. Once Ino returned home, Naruto leaped onto the rooftop of a building, seeking a shaded spot to lie down and take a nap. The gentle breeze brushed against his face, prompting him to open his eyes. Upon doing so, he spotted a silver-haired figure fiddling with a tuft of dogtail grass. It's Uncle Kakashi. Uncle Kakashi, with bleary eyes, expressed a hint of exasperation. I'm not that old yet. Noticing the tone in his voice, Naruto quickly assessed him from head to toe. The languid demeanor confirmed that this was indeed the Kakashi from the normal world. It's you again. How many times have you come here? Naruto's inquiry surprised Kakashi, who regarded him with a curious gaze. Naruto, you little rascal. What exactly? But he soon waved his hand dismissively, abandoning the line of questioning. Never mind, it's rare for me to be here. I don't want to overthink things. He then leaned back lazily, occupying most of Naruto's space. Hey, the other Uncle Kakashi, you're being quite inconsiderate. Call me brother. You can't even say that, Kakashi said, ruffling Naruto's hair. Just as Naruto was about to retort, Kakashi spoke again. This is my second time in this village, the same as your Leaf Village. It's fundamentally similar, but also has many differences. That day, I had no clue what was happening. I came and went inexplicably. Today is yet another instance of such. By the way, it's rather lively here today. Is there a festival? Naruto nodded in response. Of course, today marks the opening ceremony of the celebration, followed by the chunin exams in collaboration with the Mist Village. Kakashi squinted slightly upon hearing Naruto's words. With the Mist Village? Indeed, the differences between the two villages are quite pronounced. What could be the issue? Rather than delve deeper, Kakashi closed his eyes and let the breeze tousle his hair. After an indeterminate amount of time, a bright, childlike voice broke the tranquility. There are people here. At the sound, Naruto lifted his head and beheld Zabuza in casual attire, accompanied by a remarkably beautiful child beside him. Teacher Zabuza, I think I've disturbed their slumber. Then go apologize to them. Hakuda, as the two approached. Kakashi also opened his eyes. Zabuza halted abruptly, sensing a terrifying aura emanating from the silver-haired man before him. He appeared dangerous and heavily laden with killing intent. Naruto cast a sidelong glance at Kakashi, perceiving the palpable intent of danger. Subsequently, Kakashi seemed to realize something and quickly retracted his murderous aura, offering a smile to Zabuza. My apologies. I could be a bit grumpy upon waking, observing Kakashi's squinted eyes. Zabuza found it hard to believe a single word. However, this was someone else's territory, in someone else's ninja village. Even if he was overtly threatened by Kakashi, he had to endure it. Thus, he darkly replied, "It's no issue. We should be the ones apologizing that I'm sorry for disturbing your rest." The beautiful child bowed slightly towards Naruto. Instantly, Naruto's curiosity was piqued. Wow, your skin is so fair. What is your name? His name is Haku. Indeed, Zabuza's words confirmed Naruto's assumptions. This child, possesses a beauty that surpasses that of women as he matures. Noticing Naruto's choice of words, realizes that he is viewed as a boy, which brings him great joy. Despite his tender age, he has often been mistaken for a girl. Hello, I am May I befriend you? He inquires. Sure, I am Uzumaki Naruto, he replies, raising an eyebrow. Are you a disciple of Zabuza? Yes, I have only recently become his student. Bai's words catch Kakashi's attention, prompting him to interject. Zabuza Momochi, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. Kakashi harbors no fondness for the 7 ninja swordsmen, as they are linked to many bitter memories. The Mist Village was once an adversary of the Leaf Village, and the animosities formed during the Great Ninja Wars run deep. Furthermore, the death of Guy's father, Might Dai, was a consequence of their actions. During the Third Great Ninja War, the original 7 ninja swordsmen surrounded the young Might Guy, Noera Rin, and Ebisu. The critical moment. Dai arrived, resolutely opening the 8th gate of death to confront the swordsman, allowing Guy and the others to retreat, though he paid the ultimate price for his valor. Thus, Kakashi holds a palpable disdain for Zabuza, who now gazes intently at him, seemingly perturbed by Bai's presence. It is customary to introduce oneself before calling out another's name. is it not? As the atmosphere between them thickens, Naruto hastily interjects, "Hey, aren't you two supposed to be fighting on a day like this?" Bai, however, is quite exhilarated. "Indeed, Zabuza-sensei, since I arrived in the Leaf Village, I have yet to witness the jutsu of its ninjas. Lord Mizukage once said that without battle, there is no growth." Upon hearing this, Naruto furrows his brow, realizing that this Bai is a far cry from the gentle Bai of his original world. Instead, he is a combative Bai. Kakashi and Zabuza exchange glances, and finally, they both take a step back in tacit agreement. Although neither harbors any affection for the other, ninjas do not engage in meaningless fights. "That child has yet to become a ninja," Zabuza replies, squinting that he has only recently begun training in jutsu, but he shows great potential. If the CHNIN exams proceed, he will participate. Kakashi remains nonchalant at Zabuza's comment, shrugging as he turns to Naruto. "Let's go. Naruto, there's nothing more for us here." "Oh," as they depart. Zabuza turns to Bai and asks, "Bai, what are your thoughts on that blonde-haired brat?" Bai ponders for a moment before shaking his head. "I don't sense any Kekkei Genkai from him, yet there is something else about him that draws me in." Hearing Bai's words, Zabuza gazes thoughtfully in the direction where the two left. Bai possesses a formidable ice-release Kekkei Genkai, alongside a unique sensing ability that allows him to detect the existence of others' Kekkei Genkai, a skill confirmed by the Mizukage. Thus, Zabuza's mission is to accompany Bai through the Leaf Village to assess the potential of its future talents. It is essential to note that while the current peace is hard-won, the Mist Village will never abandon its vigilance against the Leaf. Moreover, the Mist has invested considerable resources in preparation for this CHNIN exam that would be a grave loss for the village if they did not recover something in return. After all, the Leaf has opened its doors, providing an opportunity for intelligence gathering. "I have allowed you entry. How much you gather depends entirely on your own abilities." Such confidence emanates from the Leaf. Their assurance lies in the belief that no matter how much one investigates, they will find little of substance. After all, the current Leaf Village still boasts the Uchiha clan, and it remains the foremost of the 5 great shinobi countries. "With Lord Mizukage here, our village will surely prosper," Bai asserts, his tone resolute, echoing Zabuza's thoughts that on the rooftops, Kakashi moves swiftly, with Naruto struggling to keep pace behind him. "Oh, you're still keeping up?" Kakashi glances back, quickening his pace. His stamina, explosive power, and speed far exceed those of his peers. The only aspects left to hone are chakra control and jutsu. As he advances, Kakashi silently calculates in his mind. Behind him, Naruto grits his teeth and begins to absorb natural chakra. With the infusion of natural chakra, Naruto's speed increases, allowing him to maintain his position. Finally, they arrive at a secluded residential area of the Leaf Village, where Kakashi halts. He channels chakra into his feet, standing upside down beneath the eaves, patiently awaiting Naruto's arrival. Soon, panting heavily, Naruto catches up to Kakashi. He dispels the natural chakra surrounding him and gathers chakra behind him, sticking himself to the wall. After a moment, Naruto's breath steadies. Mimicking Kakashi, he positions himself upside down, arms behind his head, squinting as he complains, "Hey, Kakashi-sensei, you finally stopped running. That if you hadn't, I would have been left behind." Kakashi offers no reply, instead surveying Naruto with a discerning gaze. His chakra control is commendable. No, one might even say it is of genius caliber for his age. After a long silence, Kakashi turns to gaze at the Leaf Village. This area, once abandoned, is shrouded in shadows cast by dilapidated buildings and the cliffs behind them. Even in the afternoon, sunlight barely penetrates this region. Following Kakashi's line of sight, Naruto observes a drastically different Leaf, a place devoid of prosperity and sunlight. "Naruto," Kakashi finally speaks. "Sometimes I ponder what I can do for the village. Yet reality repeatedly demonstrates my powerlessness." For Kakashi, this sentiment stems from a lifetime of loss. The suicide of his beloved father, the deaths of trusted comrades, and the execution of a cherished teammate by his own hand. Ultimately, even his formidable teacher departed from his life. His growth has been marked by a series of profound losses. Naruto understands that Kakashi is currently experiencing one of the most despondent phases of his life. Gone are the days of youthful fervor and later nonchalance. He is now engulfed in confusion. After a moment of silence, Kakashi raises his hand, pointing toward the sunlit outline of the Leaf Village. The village does not bask entirely in sunlight. There are shadows beneath our feet as well. Naruto, while the village may appear beautiful now, it does not mean it is without its troubles. With that, he turns, his eyes filled with hope. Naruto, you possess great talent, and many opportunities lie ahead. This is excellent. Maintain it. Hold on to it. Kakashi's earnest words leave Naruto momentarily stunned. He nods earnestly before reverting to his usual demeanor. Lazily resting his head in his hands, Kakashi-sensei, have you become as nagging as Iruka-sensei from our class? Is there a problem with the village now? Perhaps, but I will grow stronger, much stronger than anyone else. When issues arise in the future, I will step in. Whether it be his father, mother, or classmates like Sakura and Hinata, or even Jiraiya and Tsunade, he vows to protect them all. With that, Naruto give Kakashi a thumbs up. Naruto is not mistaken. He indeed has a plan for his growth, in his vision. Around the age of 12, he anticipates a significant boost in his abilities. He has already mastered the Rasengan, and in the coming years, he aims to enhance his proficiency with it while learning the Flying Thunder God technique from Minato. As time progresses, his body will continue to develop, and both his chakra and stamina will increase. At the age of 12, he could officially commence his studies in Sage Mode. Why that time? He would indeed be extraordinarily powerful. Observing Naruto's confident demeanor, Kakashi felt a sense of relief wash over him. He then remarked, I can sense that I am nearing my village. Now, I find myself quite curious about what you, from our village, would be like. Really? You intend to seek me out? Once the words left his mouth, Naruto felt a twinge of awkwardness. Nevertheless, he earnestly continued, Kakashi, if you truly meet the version of me from your village, please, at the very least, treat him to some Ichiraka ramen. Kakashi nodded slightly, and soon his figure gradually faded away. Disappearing from a spot, a few days later, Minato and Kushina finally had the chance to relax. They had specifically purchased 3 tickets for the entire family to attend the final match of the chunin exams. This final round of the chunin exams mirrored the original story, featuring one-on-one duels within the arena. Such confrontations were already immensely popular, and with the added spectacle of the Konoha versus the Mist Village, the excitement was amplified. In an arena that could accommodate 10,000 spectators, the duels commenced at a total of 16 ninjas entered this final round, with Konoha represented by 12 and the other hidden villages by 4. Among the 12 from Konoha, 3 belonged to the Hyuga clan, while 4 hail from the Uchiha clan. As soon as this outcome was revealed, discussions about the Hyuga versus Uchiha conflict, Taijutsu against Ninjutsu, Byakugan versus Sharingan, began to proliferate. Coincidentally, after the drawing of lots, several matchups aligned perfectly. This delighted Naruto, who was watching from the stands. However, through today's exams, he began to grasp a hint of what Kakashi had conveyed that day. The village appeared harmonious on the surface, yet there were indeed significant internal conflicts. Setting everything else aside, if the chunin exams every year consistently feature the Hyuga battling the Uchiha, over time, they would inevitably become bitter enemies. At that moment, the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, engaged in their fierce duel below the stands, were truly fighting with all their might. Moreover, Naruto was unexpectedly surprised to see a familiar face at this chunin exam, Kabuto Yakushi. From an orphanage, who was Kabuto's master. Quite impressive, for he had managed to defeat a member of the Uchiha clan. He hailed from that orphanage outside the village. So that was it. That wasn't the orphanage dismantled long ago after the war? Alas, the 3rd Hokage nodded. It had been relocated within the village. It was not easy for those orphaned and vulnerable. Moving into the village meant they were now part of Konoha. Another mention of the 3rd? Naruto couldn't help but internally scoff at the comments from those nearby. The 3rd Hokage in this world truly seemed to have a hand in every good deed in the original timeline. Kabuto and the head of the orphanage were coerced by Danzo into becoming spies, culminating in a vile scheme that led to mutual destruction. After personally killing the caretaker who had raised him, Kabuto fell into darkness, eventually being picked up by Orochimaru, who cultivated him as a trusted subordinate. It must be said that in this tragic tale, both Danzo, the source of all evil, and Orochimaru, who seems to be everywhere, have become the perennial scapegoats in the Naruto narrative. Without these two, the story could have been significantly shorter, of course. If Obito were removed, the plot could be halved. Indeed, when it comes to the root of all evil, Danzo must step aside. It is my masked brother who truly deserves the titled "I in the Land of Fire." At a tea stall on a small road, for guests arrived. Let us rest for a moment. Yes, Jiraiya-sensei. The white-haired elder at the forefront was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Accompanying him were Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko. While waiting for tea to be served, Jiraiya turned to Yahiko and inquired, "So, how has your journey from a land of rain been? Have you garnered much?" "Indeed, sensei. Initially, we did not understand why you insisted we travel at a leisurely pace instead of utilizing our ninja speed. But now I fully comprehend." That a smile illuminated Yahiko's face. The war had only recently concluded, yet the people's countenances had transformed remarkably. Upon entering the Land of Fire, the multitude of smiling faces they encountered further solidified his resolve. Seeing Yahiko's expression, Jiraiya was filled with immense satisfaction that he recognized that his disciple's dream was a noble cause worth dedicating a lifetime to. He recalled the shock he felt the first time he heard Yahiko articulate his vision. "Peace. I shall bring peace to the entire world." Nagato and Konan smiled as well, for they followed Yahiko due to the uniqueness he embodied. "All right, once we've rested, let us continue our journey. According to the pace of an ordinary person, we still have a month to reach Konoha." Upon hearing this, Konan couldn't help but exclaim, "A month? That is quite a lengthy time." Meanwhile, Yahiko's voice remained spirited. "Ah, the longer the better. This gives me the perfect opportunity to truly explore the Land of Fire." Indeed, the scenery here is entirely different from that of the Rain Village. Simultaneously, within the confines of Konoha Village, in the teacher's office of the Ninja Academy, Shisui furrowed his brow as he organized the report cards of Naruto's classmates. The festive holiday had recently concluded, and Naruto and his peers had enjoyed a splendid 5-day break. Unfortunately, they had forgotten that the school loved to spring surprises upon them at such times. Just as the holiday ended, Naruto and his classmates faced their first exam after returning to school. The exam focused on the recently taught transformation technique. The highest score went to Sakura, who had indeed worked hard, mastering the technique to perfection. The opposite end of the spectrum was Sasuke Uchiha, who, while certainly capable of the transformation technique, earned a 0 due to his refusal to transform into the appearance of the examiner. "What a conceited little brat." Shisui sighed, rubbing his forehead in frustration. He was well aware that Sasuke was Itachi's younger brother, and he understood Sasuke's rationale for refusing to transform. It was a simple matter. Sasuke considered the examiner's appearance unworthy of his image, and thus declined to comply. This was precisely why Shisui gritted his teeth in annoyance. Taking a deep breath, he set aside the report card of his old friend's brother and shifted his attention to another student's performance. Naruto Uzumaki ranked 30th among the 60 students in the class. Deliberate? Shisui recalled that Naruto had indeed taken the exam quite late in the order. If he wished to manipulate his score, he certainly had the means. Although this was merely the first exam, Shisui's instincts told him that Naruto had intentionally done so. He understood how tedious school could be for such prodigies during their youth. School life was far too simplistic for them, leaving them with an excess of unspent energy. Consequently, they would seek out amusement to alleviate their restlessness. If one were to ask how he knew this so well, it was because he himself was such a genius. His friend, Itachi Uchiha, graduated from the Ninja Academy at the age of 7 with the highest scores, while most of his peers graduated at 13. If Itachi had been forced to attend school until the age of 13, one could only imagine how dreadfully bored he would have been. With a heavy sigh, Shisui placed the report card down. At that moment, he noticed Irika and the other teachers engaged in conversation in the office. "Are we really going to expel her, senior? That seems rather harsh." "I have no choice, Irika. Her health is far too frail." Scoring 0 in both taijutsu and ninjutsu. The genjutsu she excels in is not part of the school's curriculum. Frankly, those with special talents and bloodline limits should be taught at home. Hearing this, Shisui could no longer contain himself. He approached Irika and coldly remarked, "If that is the case, we might as well close this school down." "Ah, it's you, Shisui." The elderly teacher's face displayed a hint of panic. Despite Shisui being one of the younger instructors, his formidable achievements on the battlefield intimidated even the school principal, who would not dare speak loudly in his presence. That a glance at Shisui's battle record revealed hundreds of kills and assists. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the elderly teacher cautiously inquired, "Then, Shisui, what do you think should be done with this student?" Shisui cast a sidelong glance at Irika, who immediately understood, suggesting, "How about we transfer her to our class?" "Senior." Immediately, Shisui spoke up. "Since both Ninjutsu and Taijutsu scored 0, it would be best to start from the fundamentals in the basic class. There seemed to be no other option from that moment on." "Onma Ayun would join your class." As he spoke, the elderly teacher organized the student records at hand and handed them over to Irika. Naruto yawned in boredom as he glanced at his report card. This was the final class meeting of the day, yet Irika-sensei and Shirsu-sensei were still absent. The classmates had already engaged in cheerful chatter for half the period. For some reason, self-study periods, especially those without supervision, always sparked a desire to converse. It was akin to how, although one's bed at home might be exceedingly comfortable, the true hypnotic pull often lay within the classroom desks. "Naruto, what are your plans after school?" queried Ino, turning around from the front row. After spending the morning together during the opening ceremony, their relationship had improved, allowing for more casual conversation. Naruto pondered momentarily before responding, "I suppose I'll wander around the village for a bit and then head home to watch television." "You really enjoy watching TV, don't you?" Naruto replied absent-mindedly, noticing Hinata was fixated on his face. "Hinata, what is up?" "Oh, it's nothing. I just feel like you've grown taller recently." "Really?" Naruto lazily rested his hand behind his head. Squinting as he yawned again, he wasn't sure if he had grown taller, but he certainly felt more lethargic lately. "I've been quite sleepy recently," Sakura remarked as she tucked away her report card. "Autumn is approaching, after all. This season tends to make people drowsy." Naruto chuckled, then countered, "Sakura, that is not quite right. Which season isn't suitable for sleeping in? Don't you know the saying, spring drowsiness? Summer fatigue, autumn naps, winter slumber?" Sakura laughed and teased, "Hey, aren't you the one who sleeps all year round? Shouldn't you do something productive?" Just when Naruto thought the two teachers would not arrive until after school, they finally appeared, accompanied by a girl. Ahem. Shisui cleared his throat, and the classroom fell silent in an instant. Among the students, Shisui commanded as much respect as he did among the faculty. He surveyed all the students and stated in an authoritative tone, "This is Onma Ayun. From now on, she'll be a member of our class." He then turned to Ayun beside him. "Ayun, you can sit behind Naruto." "Yes, the one with the blonde hair." After school, as Naruto leaped across the rooftops, he reflected on the newly transferred student. "Onma Ayun." He murmured the name, as scenes from the original story involving this character floated through his mind. She was an original character from the anime, hailing from the once prominent ninja clan of Konoha, the Onma family. From birth, Onma Ayun was extraordinary. She possessed a frail constitution akin to that of the Moonlight Gale and a long-lost bloodline limit of her clan. Unable to adapt to school life, she began taking private lessons at home, with her tutor being the renowned Genjutsu expert, Jugo. However, as she grew older, Ayun's bloodline limit became increasingly uncontrollable. One day, in a moment of unconsciousness, she accidentally set her home ablaze, tragically resulting in the loss of her parents. His recollection ended. Naruto shrugged, sensing that she was indeed a formidable individual. But did he feel particularly sorry for her plight? Not really, to be honest. In the early arcs of Naruto, whether it was Haku or Sasuke, none of those possessing bloodline limits had a background free of tragedy. With a bloodline limit, one could expect to be orphaned. While perched on a telephone pole, Naruto spotted Kakashi on the street, burdened with numerous packages. Without hesitation, he jumped down to greet him. "Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing here?" "Oh, it's Naruto," Kakashi replied cheerfully, clearly the same Kakashi from this world. "I'm out doing some shopping for supplies that I have a rather time-consuming mission coming up. I need to prepare well." Naruto, intrigued, asked, "What mission?" "To protect a princess in the land of snow." Upon hearing this, Naruto felt a moment of disbelief. "The land of snow? Isn't that quite far?" "Indeed it is. Once I leave, I might not be back for a while." Kakashi tapped his chin thoughtfully. "Let me think. What else do I need to buy? Seeing him so engrossed, Naruto, resting his hands behind his head, casually remarked, "Are you going alone on this mission? Kakashi-sensei, I've heard the scenery in the land of snow is quite beautiful." Amichim, Kakashi's eyes widened at Naruto's words. "You rewrite. This mission is a rare opportunity for travel. Let us bring Guy along. He has been lacking motivation lately." With that, Kakashi, laden with packages, swiftly vanished from Naruto's sight, leaving him behind to ponder. Indeed, this energetic Kakashi-sensei is still something I'm not accustomed to. The folks in the land of snow are in for a treat. Kakashi and Might Guy together. I can't imagine how they could possibly lose. With Guy, there was always a sense of reassurance when embarking on a mission that if your teacher were a Soma, you'd worry he might turn into a rogue ninja. But if your teacher were Might Guy, all you'd think was bring on the Akatsuki. Having arrived in the village, Naruto decided to stroll around, resting his hands behind his head. The post-war Konoha was thriving, developing at an astonishing pace. Just recently, he had noticed a new teppanyaki squid stall that had opened up on the food street. It seemed that the profit from this squid was quite substantial. In the original story, Naruto had consumed Ichiraku ramen for 20 years before it became a chain. Indeed, Uncle Ichiraku was exceedingly generous. However, if Uncle Ichiraku weren't so benevolent, he wouldn't have garnered so many loyal customers. Would he? In this world, whether it be a blessing or a curse, who could truly say? Is that figure? Inside the teppanyaki squid shop, Naruto spotted a familiar silhouette. "Oh, it's you again," Red Bean waved at him. Come here, big sister will treat you to something." Hearing this, Naruto quickly jogged over to Red Bean. He noticed the poster on the wall beside her. Grand opening celebration, couple S set at half price. "Hey, Red Bean, you're not suggesting..." Red Bean flashed a confident smile, clearly up to what Naruto was thinking. "What is the problem? Come on, stop chatting. Just because I bought it doesn't mean I want to let you eat. But I'm still young. Isn't this a crime? Just stop talking." Ultimately, Red Bean managed to convince Naruto to buy the half-price couple S set. In reality, the shop S requirements were not very strict. Many who, like Naruto and Red Bean, were clearly not a couple could still purchase the half-price couple SSET, as he enjoyed the squid skewers that he hadn't paid for. Naruto curiously asked, "Red Bean, do you really like this?" "Of course, I love meat and salty foods at all. What about meatballs?" "Red bean soup. Desserts? I don't like any of those. Who would enjoy foods that share their name?" Hearing this, Naruto scratched his head that he finally understood the difference between this world's Red Bean and the one from the original world. The original Red Bean loved meatball skewers and sweets, while this world's Red Bean had entirely different tastes. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, a week had gone by since Anma joined Naruto's class. Throughout this week, Ayun had been rather reclusive. After all, she was effectively a repeat student, generally 2 years older than her classmates, creating a noticeable age gap among them. Furthermore, her disposition leaned significantly towards averse social interaction. Rather than engaging with her classmates, she prefers to retreat into solitude during her leisure time, sketching with her pencil. Shisui silently observed all of this. His assessment of Yakumo was that she was yet another victim of a bloodline limit. He had witnessed numerous such instances within the Uchiha clan. Had Yakumo not awakened the bloodline limit of the Kurama clan, she could have led a life that was both ordinary and blissful. The Kurama family had fallen into decline for many years. Her parents lacked any ninja talents and pursued mundane occupations. Yet her frail physique did not hinder her aspirations of becoming an artist. Regrettably, upon the awakening of her bloodline, everything changed. All the surviving members of the Kurama clan became burdens to her. This family had languished in obscurity for far too long, and they yearned to cultivate a powerful ninja once more. Why did Shisui and Itachi become friends despite their age difference? The answer was simple. Both possessed sufficiently strong ocular powers. For the Uchiha clan, the disparity in age pales in comparison to the disparity in eye power. Shisui, of course, had the magnanimity to overlook differences in strength to befriend other clan members, yet he could not control the thoughts of his kin. Can you quell the envy of your peers? Can you prevent others from belittling themselves in your presence? After returning home, Lu Sun said nothing, and Run-Tu automatically addressed him as master. Was it that Lu Sun did not wish to befriend him? The eyes are the cornerstone of the Uchiha clan's might, yet they also serve as shackles around the necks of each clan member. Huh. The laughter of students interrupted Shisui's contemplation. He raised his head to discover that Naruto was performing a transformation jutsu. The ability to morph into the likeness of other teachers had become second nature to the students. Today, Irika's lesson involved transforming into animals using this jutsu. Unfortunately for Naruto, Irika called him to the front to demonstrate. Before the entire class, Naruto transformed into a monkey with a scar on its nose, eliciting uproarious laughter from the students. Last time, although Naruto had transformed into Irika with a prominent nose, the respect the majority of the students held for Shisui had tempered their laughter. This time, however, Naruto's monkey, with its scarred nose, was clearly mocking Irika, as for the gentle Irika. The students felt no restraint and laughed to their heart's content. Teeth and Shikamaru had already started giving Naruto's monkey a nickname. Ah, Irika sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. His feelings towards Naruto were a blend of affection and frustration. He admired Naruto's cleverness and ability to enliven the classroom atmosphere, yet at the same time he was exasperated by Naruto's fearless attitude towards authority, which placed demands on Irika's teaching effectiveness. For a teacher lacking the capability to manage exceedingly bright students, it became a challenge to hold their attention. All right, you should return to your seat, observing the classroom filled with exuberance. Irika realized that preventing Naruto from returning was futile. The monkey Naruto transformed and stood at attention, saluted Irika, and then reverted to his original form, returning to his seat. Well, after taking his seat, Naruto raised an eyebrow. Brimming with pride, Hinata smiled gently. As expected of Naruto, your transformation skills are impressive. Said I in contrast Sakura, despite having laughed at Naruto's antics moments ago, now chastised him. Naruto, it's not nice to tease the teacher. However, knowing Naruto's understanding of Sakura, it was clear she had laughed louder than anyone in her heart. Indeed, whether in this world or the original, Sakura had a penchant for saying one thing while meaning another. Once the students had quieted down, Irika resumed his lecture. Next, you will each try the technique in your seats that if you have any questions, feel free to ask me or your classmates who excel at transformation. After speaking, Irika descended from the platform, weaving among the students. As he made his rounds, he approached Yakumo, who sat quietly and motionless at her desk. Leaning down, Irika began a hushed conversation with her. Did you understand what I just explained? Yakumo remained silent, her body slightly shifting as if to nod or shake her head. Did you not grasp it? You've studied transformation jutsu before, right? Then, do you know how to transform into animals? Or just into people? This time, Irika clearly saw Yakumo shake her head. Instantly, Irika felt a pang of distress. But transformation jutsu is fundamental. He scratched his head. You must have learned it, right? Then there must be some aspect you haven't mastered. It's all right. There's plenty of time to... Don't let Naruto's proficiency discourage you. Many in the class are not adept at transformation either. You'll surely catch up. Having said this, Irika moved on from Yakumo's side. Meanwhile, Naruto, who had been mentioned, was engrossed in conversation with Ino and Hinata about a television program he watched yesterday. Watching Naruto's carefree demeanor, a flicker of cold indifference crossed Yakumo's eyes. She felt that this world was profoundly unfair. Burdened with the monumental task of reviving her clan, she could not master ninjutsu and frequently fell ill. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired fellow spent his days surrounded by female classmates, yet inexplicably excelled at ninjutsu. It was utterly unjust. In truth, Yakumo was unaware of the reasons behind her struggles with ninjutsu. Each time she attempted to harness chakra for ninjutsu, her body felt unwell. Yet when releasing jinjutsu, she encountered no such discomfort. Unbeknownst to her, this was due to her unique bloodline limit, which altered her physique, making her body more suited for jinjutsu. Moreover, she remained oblivious to the fact that a monster was being nurtured within her chakra. This monster within her, in a certain sense, interfered with her chakra, much like the Ninetales did to young Naruto, who struggled to use a shadow clone technique due to the interference of the Ninetales chakra. Once Naruto resolved the issue with the Ninetales chakra, his efficiency in releasing jutsu significantly improved. As Yakumo noticed the other students happily practicing their transformation techniques, her dissatisfaction grew. Thus, she retrieved her sketchpad from her desk and immersed herself in her artwork once more. Whenever she faced troubles in the real world, she would pour all her focus into her drawing. This led to her becoming entirely oblivious to the passing of time until she finally returned to reality, only to discover that the classroom was empty. No, to be precise, the students had all departed. Outside in the corridor, Shisui had yet to leave. He was coldly observing Yakumo within the classroom through his Sharingan. If Yakumo had taken a moment to notice her own shadow, she would have seen it had transformed into the shape of a monster. Idu awakened. Who? Bolstered by Idu, Yakumo's sensory abilities heightened significantly, and she sensed someone outside the classroom, prompting her to call out urgently. As she pushed open the door, a serious-faced Naruto stepped inside. He regarded Yakumo with an icy stare, saying, "Aren't you leaving yet?" "Oh, it's you," upon realizing it was Naruto. Yakumo lowered her guard to her. Her classmates were inconsequential, and why affairs are none of your business. The moment those words escaped her lips, her expression changed drastically as she detected a shift in her own voice. What is happening to my voice? Yakumo nervously reached to touch her mouth, but the next moment, a more terrifying revelation struck her. Her hand had transformed into the withered form of a monster. If Yakumo could have looked in a mirror at that moment, she would have discovered that half of her face had morphed into that of Idu. Gazing at Yakumo, whose body had begun to devolve into a monster, Naruto sighed. He silently closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes had transformed into the Rasengan. It was these eyes. These accursed eyes. Yakumo clamped her hands over her mouth, yet a horrifying voice still emerged from within her. Monster! The figure before her, Naruto, uttered those two words softly, then no longer concealed the aura surrounding him, forming seals to summon a short blade, with a tight grip on the short blade. In the next moment, Hakui's body was cleaved in two, yet, astonishingly, even after Hakui's form was severed, Ito's voice did not wane. It cackled maniacally. "Ah, to strike down your own student, how ruthless you are!" Soon after, Hakui's body reappeared in her original seat, while the blood-soaked corpse that had been split in half stood up, merging back together. However, this time the corpse's appearance had entirely transformed into that of the Ito monster, albeit still clad in Hakui's garments. Tisich, Naruto clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction and swiftly shifted his form back to Shisui. The monstrous Ito, unabashed, continued to boast, "Thanks to your wretched eyes, if I hadn't absorbed so much hatred from them, I wouldn't have awakened to this extent." As he spoke, Shisui dispatched the monster several times, but each time it immediately reverted to its original state. Futile, futile, you have already fallen under my Genjutsu. This is a world of illusions. In this realm, no matter how many times you attempt to kill me, it is of no avail. Offer your eyes as nourishment for me. Genjutsu. When did I fall into a Genjutsu? This is quite troublesome, faced with such a predicament. Shisui felt a twinge of difficulty. As previously mentioned, the Shisui of this inverted world was starkly different from the original Uchiha Shisui, primarily due to their abilities in Genjutsu. The Shisui of the original world possessed the most potent Genjutsu, Kodoeme Tsukumi, a power of his Manjiki Sharingan. In contrast, this version of Shisui was not adept in Genjutsu at all. His Sharingan had only just begun to evolve towards its Manjiki form. One could say that Ito, the Genjutsu monster, had precisely exploited Shisui's Achilles heel. If it were Itachi, who excelled in Genjutsu, he would have surely dispatched this creature in an instant. Sheathing his blade, Shisui mused inwardly. Observing his actions, Ito became intrigued. "Oh, have you given up resisting?" "Humph." Shisui snorted coldly and then smiled. "Since you admire my eyes so much, I shall grant them to you." With that, he extended his hand, intent on gouging out his own eyes. "Stop!" Ito bellowed, lunging forward. Akatsuki realized that Shisui intended to destroy his own eyes, and that Hakui's bloodline would end there. The extent to which it could manifest itself was already its limit. For Ito to evolve further, it required the parasitism of a stronger bloodline. Shisui's Sharingan. Die. Seizing the opportunity as Ito charged at him, Shisui formed hand seals, preparing to unleash his most formidable ninjutsu in another attempt to eradicate it. If this time proved ineffective, he was prepared to truly sacrifice his own eyes, and no one else dared to say it. But Shisui genuinely had the audacity to do so. Just a pair of eyes? What use are they? Destroy them. Then, nearby, Hakui was utterly aghast. She could not comprehend the origins of this monster Edo, nor could she fathom why her teacher Shisui was present. Yet, she understood one thing. Shisui was saving her and was on the verge of sacrificing himself in the process. Please no. Hakui cried out helplessly when suddenly a somewhat familiar voice jolted her back to reality. Wake up! Wake up! Hey, hey! Hakui abruptly lifted her head, discovering that she was sprawled on her desk in the classroom. Beside her lay an unfinished drawing, the subject of which was none other than her teacher, Uchiha Shisui. Everyone has already left, and you still haven't gone home? The speaker was Naruto, lounging lazily with his hands behind his head. Looking at him, Hakui felt a vague sense of familiarity, as though she had just experienced a similar dream. By the way, you really didn't give Irika-sensei any respect. He called your name several times during class. Yet you didn't wake up by the time class ended. Irika-sensei was so furious his face turned green. This was, of course, Naruto exaggerating. He said it merely to tease Hakui. In reality, Irika-sensei had simply sighed quietly and lowered his voice by a notch. You read too kind, Irika. Noticing Hakui's continued silence, Naruto felt a twinge of disinterest. Since he had already managed to rouse Hakui, the subsequent matters were no longer his concern, and he turned to leave. Wait! Hakui suddenly called out to Naruto. She sensed that she had forgotten something very important. But what could it be? Damn it! Hakui muttered under her breath, then raised her hand and struck her head vigorously. Hey, don't harm yourself, sis. Being introverted, loving to draw, and having a strained relationship with your family. You've already stacked up enough burdens. Saying this, Naruto hurriedly stepped forward and grasped Hakui's arms. Upon making contact with her, he was taken aback. He could feel an immensely malevolent chakra flowing beneath her skin. The Uzumaki clan inherently possessed the ability to sense chakra. Though Naruto was not a pure-blooded Uzumaki, he still retained some of this capability. Coupled with his innate sensitivity to malice that moment, he distinctly sensed the malevolent aura emanating from Hakui. At the monster within Hakui. Has it awakened prematurely? For a brief moment, Naruto was at a loss for what to do. In the anime, Naruto's approach to dealing with the monster inside Hakui involved unleashing the Nine Tails, a method he could not employ now. Saying nothing of the Nine Tails, he currently had not even a single tail within him. Let go of me! Let go of me! Hakui thrashed violently, seizing a nearby pencil sharpener, as if to inflict harm upon herself once more. In light of this, Naruto grew frantic. Get a hold of yourself. Naruto delivered a friendship punch to Hakui's forehead. Instinctively, the punch was imbued with natural chakra. In an instant, Hakui fell silent. Simultaneously, in the teacher's office, Uchiha Shisui, who had been resting, suddenly rose to his feet. His crimson eyes, with their three tomo, seemed almost on the verge of merging. Has it emerged? Shisui murmured, then dispelled his Sharingan. Hakui, you still haven't found a partner for this afternoon's outdoor class, have you? Before class, under the shade of a tree. Sakura had asked Kuruma Hakui this question. Hakui silently nodded. Seeing this, Sakura smiled gently and said, Then let us be partners. Hakui's expression was one of disbelief. She nodded vigorously and sincerely replied, Thank you, Sakura. She understood that in this class, anyone could find themselves without a partner. But Sakura was the only one who would never leave her isolated. She had specifically chosen to team up with her. It's alright, it's alright. By the way, how is your injury healing? Hakui touched the bandage on her forehead, shaking her head as she replied, I can't feel anything anymore, that's good. Meanwhile, Naruto sat idly on a swing, with Ino seated on the adjacent one. Ino gazed thoughtfully in Sakura's direction and remarked, Hakui seems to be looking much better lately. Previously, perhaps due to illness or the monster within her, Hakui's face had always appeared sickly pale. Now, however, her complexion had gained a hint of vitality. Perhaps, Naruto replied casually, shrugging. But who knows how she got that injury on her forehead? Not one to dwell on it. Naruto shrugged again and replied, Who knows? However, seated on the swing, he couldn't help but recall the incident from a few days prior when school had ended. That day, in a moment of desperation, he had delivered a punch to Hakui. infused with natural chakra. Strangely enough, since that event, the sinister chakra within Hakui had vanished completely. Of course, Naruto was not arrogant enough to believe that his single punch had eradicated the monster Ito. He speculated that Ito must have been stimulated and had retreated into hiding. Originally, in the anime, Ito's awakening would have required more time. Its sudden dormancy was not unreasonable. Yet, even Naruto himself had not anticipated that natural chakra could inflict harm upon Ito. Logically, Ito was a creature of the mind, and only mental attacks could effectively combat it, such as Tsukimi and the like. This natural chakra truly seemed increasingly omnipotent. It seems that I must hasten my study of the mystical arts. After silently resolving this in his heart, Naruto approached Sasuke, who was shrouded in the shadows of the surrounding wall. The reason was simple. For the upcoming outdoor class, his partner would be none other than Sasuke. It was not that he did not wish to select another companion, but rather that the rules for this outdoor class dictated that partners must be of the same gender. Among the boys, he and Sasuke were essentially the only ones who shared any rapport. After all, Kushina and Mikoto were inseparable friends. Naruto, Sasuke greeted him as he sat on the steps. Naruto, somewhat puzzled, replied, "What is up? Do you know what today's outdoor class will cover?" Naruto sighed, cradling his head in his hands. "How would I know? Hey, you're quite close with Haruno, Sakura, and the others, right? The girls are usually well informed about the class arrangements. I couldn't care less." Naruto said, lazily reclining on the steps, "It would probably just be some physical training or perhaps lessons on throwing shuriken. What else could it possibly be? Shuriken? Huh." Sasuke's tone was somewhat reflective and why older brother excels at that. Hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto nodded in agreement. In the original manga, Itachi's childhood shuriken skills were indeed impressive. Naruto was truly amazed when he first saw that scene in the anime. However, shuriken had become rather obsolete in later stages. By the time of the Fourth Great Ninja War, everyone was piloting giant mechas. Who still threw shuriken? Only the third Hokage, using Edo Tensei, faced Tobi, who was immune to ninjutsu, and resorted to tossing shuriken. That scene was truly disheartening. Where's your Rui Jingu bang, brother? That is not how one should slack off. Nevertheless, when discussing shuriken, one cannot overlook the fourth Hokage, Minato. His technique of the multiple shadow shuriken jutsu is arguably the most formidable Naruto had ever witnessed. The power of others was akin to rainfall. Minato's strength, however, was like a hailstorm. Not to mention, he had the flying Raijin seal affixed to his shuriken, creating a unique synergy between the two techniques. As for the strongest shuriken technique, that remains a topic for debate. After all, there is one crucial question that remains unanswered. Does the Rasen shuriken count as a shuriken? If it does, Naruto would gladly cast his vote for it. Everyone, gather around. Irika instructed as class time commenced. Originally, this lesson was to be taught by Shizen, but she has taken a week off due to illness. Thus, I will be substituting for today's lesson. The topics we will cover today are the seal of opposition and the seal of reconciliation. Dreams are transforming into reality. Orochimaru stood coldly in place, while his subordinates, Kimuru and Jugo, engaged in a fierce battle against the formidable dream beast. The Nightmare. Kimuru had activated his bloodline limit, and Yugo's body had partially undergone cursed seal transformation, both showcasing extraordinary strength that surpassed their peers, collaborating seamlessly. Under their joint effort, the Nightmare was steadily retreating, sustaining increasing injuries. However, their youth proved to be a limitation. After an extended struggle without defeating the Nightmare, they were nearing exhaustion. Orochimaru observed everything keenly, and thus decided to intervene. Summoning Jutsu, a massive purple serpent suddenly appeared, coiling around the unsuspecting Nightmare and delivering the final blow. Once the battle concluded, Jugo dispelled his cursed transformation, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Kimuru, meanwhile, approached Orochimaru and knelt before him. "I apologize, Lord Orochimaru. It is our ineptitude." Orochimaru regarded Kimuru with his usual frigid demeanor. He parted his lips slightly, a chilling voice escaping from his seemingly parched throat. "Why the apology, Kimuru? I never expected you to defeat it in the first place." "Indeed, I overstepped. Lord Orochimaru, you surely foresaw the outcome of the battle. Our incompetence was naturally part of your plan. Orochimaru shook his head that I do not create plans. I have never operated with a plan. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward the fallen nightmare and approached it. This is the nightmare, a creature that resides within the realm of dreams. Its existence is unwarranted, at least not in our world. Jugo, seated on the ground, shook his head. I do not comprehend. Lord Orochimaru. Looking up at the luminous moon above, Orochimaru elucidated. Our world is inherently imperfect. It is a fractured reality. Now, the imperfections of this world are gradually being mended. In someone's dream, he transformed into a butterfly. Now, it is the butterfly's turn to dream of becoming human. After defeating the nightmare, Orochimaru led Kinru and Jugo deeper into its lair. The abode of the nightmare was akin to the secluded Mayaboka mountain, where the Toad clan resides. Orochimaru himself had visited the renowned Dragon Cave, thus he was no stranger to such places. Deep within the lair, Orochimaru discovered a shrine. Advancing to the heart of the shrine, an altar appeared before him. Jugo, standing behind Orochimaru, could not suppress a gasp upon witnessing this. The altar housed a massive cocoon, which had now been ruptured. What is this? Jugo glared at the cocoon, feeling discomfort since entering this space. Had it not been for Orochimaru's presence, he would have surely succumbed to his cursed transformation by now. It is well known that Jugo is the source of the cursed seal. He possesses a natural ability to absorb natural energy. And that grotesque cursed transformation is to some extent a form of sage transformation. This moment, his power was on the brink of explosion. Calm down, Jugo. The entity within the cocoon has been gone for many years, Orochimaru assured him. Then he stepped forward and touched the desiccated cocoon. At least 5 years have passed. As he spoke, Orochimaru glanced at the dried black liquid within the cocoon. Surveying the surroundings, he turned and walked toward the exit. Let us depart. There is nothing left here. However, upon exiting the shrine, the trio was astonished to find that the once massive form of the nightmare had been reduced to a mere thin skin, resembling a colossal blanket spread across the ground. Upon witnessing this, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. He looked up and noticed the sun had vanished from the sky. Has it already turned to dusk? The hour of twilight. Kinru, who had moved forward to investigate, suddenly shouted in alarm. This is impossible. Just a moment ago, the nightmare's corpse was intact. Yet now, it was reduced to a mere hide, as if something had devoured its insides while they were inside the shrine. How long have we been in there? In such a brief span, could something have been trailing us? Realizing this, Kinru felt a chill run down his spine. He fell silent, activating his cursed mark to its maximum state. Yet, in the next moment, countless streams of thick black liquid erupted from the crevices of the earth, threatening to envelop Kinru entirely. Kinru, witnessing his friend being attacked, Jugo almost instantly lost his composure. He roared, transforming most of his body into his cursed form and unleashing a powerful punch. Simultaneously, Orochimaru extended his arm toward Kinru, preparing to rescue him from the black liquid. However, to everyone's astonishment, at the moment Orochimaru's arm made contact with Kinru, the black liquid enveloping him suddenly softened and surged toward Orochimaru's arm. Jugo's attack only accelerated this trend. In the blink of an eye, Orochimaru's arms were ensnared by the black liquid. Was this all aimed at me from the very beginning? As one of the legendary Sannin, how could Orochimaru not comprehend? The black liquid had initially targeted Kinru merely as a ruse. Its true objective had always been him. The strongest among the three was likely this entity had consumed the nightmare's flesh. Devour flesh so swiftly, it seemed that if it were to possess him for too long, he would find himself in grave danger. Although he understood that his current situation was perilous, Orochimaru felt more curiosity than concern. How fascinating this creature is, he mused. Well then, I suppose it's time to employ the body replacement technique. My hands have lost all sensation. Shaking off his thoughts, Orochimaru gazed at his hands, now ensconced in black liquid. I see. Is it possible to control the parts that have been possessed? For a master of ninjutsu, like Orochimaru, his incapacitated hands equated to a loss of 90% of his abilities. Nevertheless, he remained remarkably composed. The fear that humans harbor stems from a desire to avoid loss. The fear of death is fundamentally a fear of losing life. However, Orochimaru was indifferent to his own existence. He felt no trepidation towards death. Thus, even in this dire situation, his demeanor remained unchanged as he continued to analyze the circumstances that my chakra is depleting rapidly. Has it been consumed by this creature, such a glutton? With this thought, Orochimaru raised his gaze, fixing it upon Kimamaro's silhouette. You and Jugo, stay back. To Kimamaro, Orochimaru's words were not mere suggestions, but commands to be obeyed. Consequently, he halted in his tracks. Kimamaro, did you hear my analysis just now? Kimamaro swallowed nervously. From the moment of contact, the black liquid had already spread from Orochimaru's arm to engulf half of his body. This process had progressed swiftly, taking only a short amount of time. Lord Orochimaru, please refrain from speaking of trivial matters. No, these matters are of utmost importance. Orochimaru interjected, continuing, we have fallen into a trap. We have entered its lair. An escape is extraordinarily difficult, at least. It is impossible to extricate the two of you, he silently added in his heart. I end this scenario. Analyzing the enemy's capabilities and diligently relaying intelligence to the next group of arrivals is our primary duty. Lord Orochimaru, Kimamaro exclaimed anxiously, recognizing the fatalistic tone in Orochimaru's words. Please do not speak like that. If you were to perish, I would have no reason to live, that so. Orochimaru fell silent from a young age. He had regarded life with indifference. For him, both living and dying were merely facets of fate to be silently endured. Yet the bonds he had forged with his teacher and companions became reasons that tethered him to life. It seems that for your sake, I must attempt to resist. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes as his aura surged dramatically. The absence of his arms and the inability to form seals did not render Orochimaru powerless. On his neck, the incomplete curse mark began to spread. Simultaneously, snake-like scales manifested upon his upper body. After completing this transformation, Orochimaru opened his eyes and softly uttered 4 words. Sage mode, that I in the original world of Naruto. Orochimaru had encountered natural chakra and sage mode long ago. The curse mark was a high-tech method he developed for mass-producing sage mode. However, as Orochimaru sought not combat prowess but immortality, he never pursued his own transformation into a sage. After all, for someone like Orochimaru, who continuously swapped bodies through the impure world reincarnation technique, arduous training for sage mode seemed unnecessary. Yet the circumstances in this alternate world were different. The alternate Orochimaru, having forsaken the fear of death, did not pursue immortality. He had not developed the impure world reincarnation technique, and his body remained his original form. Like Jiraiya, Orochimaru also trained in sage mode at the Dragon Cave. Moreover, due to his superior talent. Despite not practicing diligently, his sage mode was more refined than Jiraiya's. Regrettably, lacking motivation, Orochimaru's sage mode remained flawed. Had he trained as diligently as Jiraiya, he would have likely achieved perfect sage mode by now. Fortunately, Orochimaru had studied the curse mark. Utilizing its power, he transformed into sage mode, effectively completing his own version of sage mode. Much like Jiraiya, who relied on Fukasaku and Shima to attain sage mode during his battle against Pain. Both achieved imperfect sage modes, yet accomplished near-perfect results through their respective methods. After his upper body transformed with snake scales, Orochimaru regained a portion of sensation in his arms that he swiftly formed seals, using fire release to scorch his arms before the black liquid could react. Lord Orochimaru, Kimamaro urgently inquired as the flames receded. The black liquid that had previously clung to Orochimaru's arms had indeed vanished. However, his arms were severely burned, resulting in a self-inflicted wound that could be described as a double-edged sword. Stay calm, Kimamaro, Jugo. This injury is inconsequential. My regenerative abilities are greatly enhanced in sage mode. Hearing this, Kimamaro finally managed to regain his composure, but he nodded at Orochimaru before joining Jugo in maintaining vigilance over their surroundings. The eerie black liquid had disappeared, but it certainly had not left. It lurked nearby, watching them in the shadows, ready to strike again at the slightest lapse in their guard. With this thought, Kimamaro glanced back at Orochimaru. How infuriating! Allowing Lord Orochimaru to be possessed was a grave dereliction of duty. There will be no next time. Corpse bone pulse. With a resounding shout, white bones began to extend from Kimimara's body. This was his unique bloodline limit, allowing him to freely manipulate the growth of bones within his body. Simultaneously, Jugo remained acutely alert, sensing an unprecedented pressure since the appearance of the black liquid. This sensation was unlike anything he had ever experienced in the past. Even when confronting formidable foes, he had never felt fear or hesitated. Even in the presence of Lord Orochimaru, he had always felt respect. Now, facing that black entity, he felt akin to a feeble herbivore encountering its predator. It was a primal fear rooted deep within his very being. This is outrageous. Jugo gritted his teeth, pushing his curse mark to its maximum extent. This was the limit of his power. Any further would lead to complete loss of rationality, blurring the line between friend and foe. In truth, even now, he would attack if Orochimaru spoke to him carelessly. Noticing Yugo's unusual behavior, Orochimaru felt a pang of suspicion. Why is Jugo so frightened? This has never happened before. What exactly is that black entity? Did it emerge from that cocoon? Shaking his head, Orochimaru refocused on the battle. As he continued to heal, feeling gradually return to his arms, he then bit his finger, drawing a line of blood across his arm. Summoning technique. A plume of smoke enveloped Orochimaru, and as it dissipated, a small, pristine white snake coiled around his arm. Notably, the tip of this snake's tail was dark, resembling the tip of a brush. This was the Snake of Records, possessing the ability to accelerate Orochimaru's chakra recovery. After all, during that brief moment of being possessed by the black liquid, a significant portion of his chakra had been drained. More importantly, it would record the entire course of the battle. The sound of slicing air behind him startled Orochimaru. He turned suddenly to discover the source of the commotion. The corpse of Dream Mo, that body, drained to the point of being little more than skin, was now swelling once again, swinging its elephantine trunk toward Orochimaru and his companions. Scatter! With a commanding shout from Orochimaru, he and Kimimaro swiftly separated to evade the attack. However, Jugo remained rooted in place. At that moment, he had completely lost his sanity, his body fully transformed by the curse mark. Swelling into a monstrous form, he raised his arms, bracing himself against the heavy blow. Pooh! In an instant, Jugo spat blood. Yet this only fueled his frenzy as his body continued to absorb natural chakra and swell further. Meanwhile, his robust arms sprouted sharp spikes, piercing through Dream Mo's trunk with abandon. The once nearly skin and bones corpse of Dream Mo was now being ravaged. Now, an endless stream of black liquid gushed forth from the gaping wound, crawling up Chongwu's body. The moment it made contact, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from his mouth. His flesh was being gnawed alive. Chongwu! Junru shouted anxiously. Just as he attempted to move forward, he was stopped by Orochimaru. You are ill-suited to confront this type of enemy. Step back, Junru. Following this, Orochimaru formed hand seals and unleashed a fire technique. A ferocious blaze enveloped Chongwu's body, and moments later, the black viscous substance retreated from him. Chongwu collapsed weakly to the ground, having lost over half of his body in that brief encounter. Fortunately, it was primarily the expanded form resulting from the cursed seal, so the actual damage he sustained was limited. However, the agony of his physical suffering was far surpassed by the torment inflicted upon his spirit, although the experience lasted only a fleeting moment. The sensation of being devoured alive had already become a haunting nightmare for him. When every sense screams that your flesh is being chewed, you can only wish for a duller awareness. Was Chongwu's natural chakra being absorbed? That creature has grown stronger again. Can it devour any chakra? If it were to escape, the devastation it could wreak upon the outside world would be unimaginable. Realizing this, Orochimaru's gaze turned colder still. Those familiar with Orochimaru would know that this was a sign of his rising battle intent. In a hoarse voice, he issued a challenge to the monstrous figure before him. This world, which is gradually returning to order, has no place for you. Fire style, great fire annihilation, a colossal fireball engulfed the remnants of Meng Ma's corpse. Yet, Orochimaru still noticed the black liquid writhing out from the flames, flowing back into the earth. Tisich, my expertise lies in wind style. If Jiraiya were here, his fire techniques would possess far greater potency. Orochimaru understood that his fire alone would not suffice to eliminate this monster. He had already expended as much chakra as possible. Rather than fearing the flames, it was that the flames could inflict harm upon it. Perhaps it was time to experiment with other elemental techniques? While Orochimaru pondered this, black liquid surged from the ground, coalescing into a shadowy figure. Oh, has it consumed enough to undergo a transformation? What lies beneath this ground? Realizing this, Orochimaru shouted, "Junmaru, take Chonwu and move him further away." Yes, once the two had distanced themselves, Orochimaru formed hand seals and employed earth style. As the ground beneath his feet fractured, a slender stream of purple energy appeared before him. It was a chakra ley line. How fortuitous for it to manifest in such a location. That very moment. Not far away, the black silhouette finally took full form. Its shape was similar to that of an ordinary man. Entirely black, devoid of any distinguishing features. However, its eyes were anything but ordinary. Byakugan? Orochimaru stared at the creature's eyes, his heart suddenly gripped by alarm and no, that's not right. He sharply discerned that although the creature's eyes resembled the Byakugan, something was gestating within them. It must not be allowed to evolve further. Hidden shadow, snake hands. Orochimaru raised his hand, transforming his arm into countless venomous snakes that lunged at the black figure. The shadowy figure swayed, and numerous black tendrils erupted from its surface, swiftly annihilating the oncoming snakes. Corpse bone pulse. Tachi of the cherries. Junmaru tightened his grip on the bone blade, launching a fierce taijutsu assault against the black monstrosity. Since the creature had attained a physical form, Junmaru's martial prowess could be fully unleashed. The black entity seemed newly corporeal, lacking mastery over its own body. It appeared clumsy, unable to walk properly, let alone counter Junmaru's strikes. Thus, even Orochimaru was taken aback by the effectiveness of Junmaru's attacks. Was taijutsu its weakness? No, Junmaru's strikes appeared impactful, but the actual damage inflicted was minimal. As Junmaru pressed the attack, the figure began to falter. Finally, with one decisive slash, the creature's body split in half, reverting once more to a mass of black liquid. Senjutsu. Poison hell. As Junmaru's attack concluded, Orochimaru swiftly formed seals and unleashed a jutsu. Instantly, the ground beneath the black viscous substance transformed into a bubbling mire of toxic liquid. This strike seemed effective. The black liquid writhed in agony within the poisonous swamp. We succeeded, Lord Orochimaru. Indeed. Orochimaru let out a sigh of relief, raising his gaze to Junmu, but his pupils suddenly constricted as he noticed the black tendrils emerging from the back of Junmaru's neck. Lord Orochimaru. Junmaru's words trailed off, rendering him speechless. The black liquid crept along his exposed spine, penetrating his body. His form was now under the control of this black monstrosity. Junmaru. Even Orochimaru's voice was tinged with fury as he faced the repulsive creature. His arm elongated abruptly, chakra coalescing at the tips of his 5 fingers. He was about to employ a sealing technique, 0.5 element seal. However, Orochimaru's hand failed to make contact with Junmaru. Black liquid erupted from within him, spreading and enveloping Junmaru's entire exterior. Forming a layer of black skin, Orochimaru's 5 element seal struck that surface, yielding no effect whatsoever. Junmaru continued to repeat his confusion, yet the black skin already covered half of his face, transforming him into a different visage. Witnessing this, Orochimaru's eyes filled with murderous intent as he forced out his question. "Who are you?" The black half of Junmaru's face smirked and replied in his voice. "Me? Hee. Who knows? You may call me Rokudo Metsu. Rokudo Metsu." Upon hearing that name, Orochimaru's heart skipped a beat. Bear the name of the 6 paths. This creature's origins must be formidable. Junmaru. Chonwu, having risen again after sustaining severe injuries, gazed at the possessed Junmaru, his tone heavy with sorrow. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not control his trembling legs. The aura emanating from Junmaru, now possessed by Rokudo Metsu, was overwhelmingly potent. Just being near him left Chonwu shivering in fear. Observing this, Orochimaru let out a slight sigh and called to Chonwu. "That is enough, Chonwu." You must retreat. No. Chungwu gritted his teeth, raising his hand to strike his own leg fiercely. This action successfully quelled his trembling that he then raised his gaze, fixing it firmly on the looming Rokudo Metsu. I must save Junru. With that declaration, Chungwu began to undergo the cursed seal transformation once more. This time, his form swelled, even larger than before. However, he did not lose consciousness. Orochimaru understood that Chungwu had surpassed his limits under immense pressure. A mocking smile flickered across the black half of Junmaru's face. He bent his legs slightly before leaping high into the air, directly towards Chungwu. Chungwu roared, Chakra surging from his shoulder as he propelled his arm forward like a rocket, aiming to strike Junmaru. Yet, now possessed, Junmaru's movements were eerily elusive. Originally a master of taijutsu, his physical prowess had undoubtedly increased. In the face of Chungwu's assault, he bent his waist at an extreme angle, narrowly evading the blow. Then, he rose, thrusting the numerous bone spikes protruding from his arm directly into Chungwu's chest. Slish! Several bone spikes plunged deeply into Chungwu's chest. Fortunately, for Chungwu, who was currently in his cursed eel form, this merely constituted light injuries. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he wrapped his arms around Junmaru, securing him tightly against his chest. Got you. Ha! Oh. The black visage raised an eyebrow, then grinned malevolently. You shouldn't have come this close to me. With that, a massive spiral of bone erupted from Chungwu's chest, completely piercing through him. This strike severely injured Chungwu, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Junmaru shuddered, yet Chungwu's arms remained steadfast in their grip. He immediately grew displeased, the massive white bone drill in his hand shaking within Chungwu's body. In that instant, Chungwu lost all consciousness, even the curse mark slowly fading away. Ultimately, he reverted to his diminutive form, resembling a tattered rag, suspended at the tip of the drill. Humph! Junmaru scoffed disdainfully, then casually tossed Chungwu's lifeless body aside. However, before it could hit the ground, Orochimaru caught Chungwu's body with both hands, observing the enormous gaping wound in his chest. Orochimaru gently stroked it, his white snake scales undulating continuously, eventually coalescing into a small white serpent that detached from Orochimaru's body and entered Chungwu, mending the gash in his chest. This is enough. Chungwu, you have done your best. With that, Orochimaru gently lowered Chungwu and proceeded to perform a summoning technique that a white mist swirled, and a large yellow snake along with a small white serpent appeared beside Orochimaru. The large snake nodded at him, then opened its mouth to consume Chungwu's body. The small snake, meanwhile, slithered onto Orochimaru's shoulder and spat out a treasured sword. This sword, of course, was the Kusanagi, crafted by Orochimaru himself. Witnessing this scene, Junmaru's face betrayed a hint of displeasure. In the next moment, a shadow flashed by, targeting the large snake. Panic flickered in the snake's eyes. Fortunately, a white figure intercepted the shadow. Let's go, Orochimaru said, casting a glance at the yellow snake, which nervously replied, Understood, Lord Orochimaru. The white figure was none other than Orochimaru in his sage form, while the shadow was Junmaru possessed. Orochimaru faced the entity that had assumed control of Junmaru. He realized something crucial. To combat it, he would need to utilize sealing techniques. However, the previous 5-element sealing technique had proven ineffective. Could be due to the lack of sage chakra? Contemplating this, Orochimaru resolved to attempt the 5-element sealing technique once more. Clang, clang, clang. Orochimaru wielded the Kusanagi sword, engaging in a relentless battle with Junmaru, who brandished a bone knife. Even with the enhancements of Sage Mode, Orochimaru's physical prowess was still not his strong suit, and against the possessed Junmaru, he found himself at a disadvantaged Allah. The 6 paths of destruction shrieked in excitement, and suddenly, white spores erupted from Orochimaru's body. The spores hindered his movements while siphoning off his chakra. In an instant, Orochimaru found himself momentarily immobilized, leaving him vulnerable to a thrust from the bone knife that pierced his lower abdomen. Shadow snake hands, Orochimaru unleashed a ninjutsu, forcing Junmaru back at close range. He quickly dealt with the white spores clinging to him. When had they lashed onto him? Was it during their initial contact? This technique is unprecedented. How intriguing. Could it be a form of wood release? Covering his abdomen wound, Orochimaru managed a grim smile, which only served to irritate the 6 paths of destruction. Why are you still smiling? Do you not realize you're destined to die? In response to this inquiry, Orochimaru's smile only broadened, further infuriating the 6 paths of destruction, who lashed out in a fit of rage. Countless black tendrils emerged from Jun Marlu's ebony skin, enveloping Orochimaru in a suffocating mass. Orochimaru appeared stunned, frozen in place without any reaction. I've got you now. Your body is mine. The 6 paths of destruction bellowed, summoning even more tendrils. Just then, Orochimaru sprang into action. His hands moved swiftly, executing ninjutsu at an astonishing pace, summoning Divine Gate, Sage Art, 5 elements, sealing. Several crimson torii gates were summoned, descending from above to restrain Jun Marlu's true form. Simultaneously, Orochimaru spread his arms wide, each hand employing the 5 elements sealing technique, forcefully grasping the black, sticky tendrils surrounding him. Indeed, the 5 elements sealing technique infused with Sage Chakra proved effective. The black, viscous tendrils that Orochimaru seized lost their mobility, and a glint of malice flashed in the eyes of the 6 paths of destruction upon witnessing this. Attempting to struggle free, it found itself unable to escape the grasp of the Divine Gate, and chose to abandon Jun Marlu's body altogether. The black skin shed away, melting into a liquid form that encircled Orochimaru. Release me! The black liquid reformed the upper body of the 6 paths of destruction. It raised a hand, utilizing Jun Marlu's abilities to extend a massive bone spike, viciously piercing Orochimaru's shoulder blade. Can even bloodline limits be replicated? Orochimaru glanced at the wound on his shoulder, chuckling softly as he continued the sealing process. The 6 paths of destruction sensed that the tendrils it extended were increasingly slipping from its control. You bastard! It grew frantic, extending a second bone spike to impale Orochimaru's other shoulder. Yet Orochimaru's hands remained steadfast, seemingly constricting the very throat of the 6 paths of destruction. Not enough? Orochimaru murmured, intensifying the Sage Chakra within him. The potency of the 5 element sealing technique surged further. Damn it! If that's the case, the 6 paths of destruction roared, recklessly lunging toward Orochimaru. The inky liquid enveloped Orochimaru's entire body, forming a black skin as the 6 paths of destruction successfully took possession. Ha ha ha! Your body is now mine. Cease your resistance. Ha ha! Orochimaru chuckled softly, his eyes filled with determination. Come, let us engage in a battle of wills. As Orochimaru's words hung in the air, the 6 paths of destruction realized it could not fully control Orochimaru's body. At least, it could not force him to discontinue the sealing technique. Come! Orochimaru shouted, then suddenly slammed his hands on his chest. He intended to use his own body as a vessel to seal the 6 paths of destruction. Concurrently, the small snake with white scales and a black tail that had been attached to Orochimaru detached itself. I entrust this to you. With that, Orochimaru cast a glance at the small snake. The snake nodded slightly, then slithered beside Jun Marlu's body and initiated reverse summoning. Bang! The small snake and Jun Marlu's body vanished from the spot, leaving only Orochimaru engaged in a tug-of-war with the 6 paths of destruction. Damn it, release me! Hey, do you wish to die too? What benefit do you gain by sealing me? Hey, listening to the 6 paths of destruction's frenzied rants, Orochimaru slowly closed his eyes. This outcome is not too bad. In a training ground near home, Naruto practiced throwing shuriken at a target mounted on a tree stump. While sitting nearby was Mitarashi Anko, whom he had coincidentally encountered that morning. Hey, little Naruto, are you really that petty? After tossing away his shuriken, Naruto shrugged at Anko. What do you mean by that? The reason you're up so early practicing shuriken throwing is because you lost to that brat from the Uchiha clan at school last time. Isn't it? No wonder I've never seen you get up early before. It seems you just needed a little push. Haha. Upon hearing Anko's words, Naruto instantly grew wary, pointing at her and shouting, You sneaked into the school to gather information about me. Do you have a problem with that? Anko cracked her knuckles, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Naruto was certain that if he dared utter a single yes, she would seize the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Thus, he wisely shook his head. No, of course not. It's an honor for me that Anko-ne cares about me. At least you're perceptive. With a sigh, Naruto redirected his focus back to practicing shuriken throwing. In truth, Anko was only partially correct. He had indeed unexpectedly lost to Sasuke during last week's outdoor class. That brat Sasuke, despite appearing utterly disinterested during regular lessons, surprisingly put in a great deal of effort during outdoor sessions. The night before the classroom competition, he even sought Itachi's guidance, learning a few techniques that led to Naruto's defeat the following day. There exists a type of person who performs at only 50 capacity when battling foes, but can muster 100 when sparring with comrades. Naruto felt that Sasuke might be one of those individuals. Generally, he referred to such individuals as king of internal conflicts. Encountering a king of internal conflicts, there is little he could do about losing. Certainly, losing to Sasuke is merely a minor factor in his practice of kunai throwing. After all, Naruto holds only a slight grudge. His heart remains remarkably magnanimous. The true impetus that compelled Naruto to suddenly begin practicing shuriken techniques stems from the fact that Minato has recently taken it upon himself to teach him the Flying Thunder God technique. The Flying Thunder God technique, a forbidden jutsu created by the second Hokage, falls within the realm of space-time ninjutsu. Through the distinctive Flying Thunder God seal, the practitioner can swiftly teleport to the location marked by the seal. However, Minato has made some modifications to this jutsu, inscribing the Flying Thunder God seal onto the handle of the kunai. It must be said, this is indeed a stroke of genius. The inherent limitation of the Flying Thunder God seal is its immobility. Yet by utilizing a kunai that can be actively thrown, this drawback has been cleverly circumvented. Consequently, Naruto understands that in order to master the Flying Thunder God technique, he must first hone his kunai throwing skills. As he began to collect the kunai once more, Naruto let out a sigh. Observing this, Akane curiously inquired, "What's wrong? Why the sudden sighing?" Naruto shook his head. "It's nothing. I'm just weary of this tedious training." This is what happens when you neglect the fundamentals. You, my dear, have always been too clever for your own good, which is why you refuse to expend effort in practice. With that, Akane affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair. "So, do you wish your older sister to introduce you to something exhilarating?" "Something exhilarating?" Upon hearing this, Naruto raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" "A new ninjutsu," sort of, Akane replied as she stood up and led Naruto to an open space in the training ground. After surveying the area, she nodded in satisfaction. "Yes, this space will suffice." "Akane, what are you planning to do?" "Oh, you needn't worry about that. Just watch closely." Saying this, Akane bit her thumb, formed several seals with determination, and then slammed her hand onto the ground. Boom! A cloud of smoke erupted, yet nothing transpired. That's strange. It didn't work? At that moment, Akane was somewhat perplexed. Naruto, with his hands behind his head, lazily strolled over to her. "Is it the summoning technique? Did it fail?" Akane responded, "You see, Naruto, perhaps you infused insufficient chakra, or maybe your bond with the summoning beast is lacking, which is why the summoning didn't materialize." Akane's irritation flared. Her teeth clenched as she retorted, "Do you take me for a fool?" "I've considered all those possibilities." With a deep breath, she pondered, "However, it is indeed peculiar that the summoning failed. Could something have occurred in the dragon cave?" Shaking her head, Akane, undeterred, prepared to try again. Summoning technique. This time, she summoned more than half of her chakra. Generally, this amount is sufficient to summon a large summoning beast. Yet the ninjutsu still faltered, barely making it halfway. "What on earth?" Akane exclaimed in astonishment. She could sense that the entity she had failed to summon was voraciously siphoning her chakra. "Naruto," she gasped, struggling to articulate her words as the rapid depletion of chakra rendered her breathless. Fortunately, Naruto noticed Akane's distress and rushed forward, embracing her tightly in an attempt to pull her away. "No, my chakra is—" Naruto couldn't successfully interrupt Akane's summoning technique, but thankfully, after his chakra was also absorbed, this unusual summoning technique finally succeeded. Boom! A vast cloud of smoke rapidly enveloped the area, obscuring Naruto and Akane's view of their surroundings. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Akane complained, "What on earth is happening?" Supporting the nearly collapsing Akane, Naruto inquired, "Akane, have you truly signed a contract with a summoning beast?" "Fool! Do you think I'm the sort to act recklessly?" Hard to say. Hiss, Akane surprisingly refrained from countering Naruto, as even she was unaware of what had been summoned, that it couldn't possibly be that guy. Manda, could it? Isn't he one who only obeys his master's commands? As the smoke gradually dissipated, what emerged before Naruto and Akane was an enormous yellow serpent. Notably, the serpent's abdomen was round and bulging, as if something were contained within. How peculiar, Akane remarked, gazing at the summoning beast in confusion. Hey, are you ill? Why are you so still? You wouldn't be dead, would you? However, at that moment, Naruto, standing beside Akane, felt a sudden tension in his body. He sensed something akin to himself within the serpent's swollen belly. Akane, something feels off. Akane turned to Naruto, but before she could inquire further, the serpent's belly abruptly burst open. Ah! A creature adorned with sharp spikes and possessing a serpent's head upon its chest erupted from the serpent's belly. It unleashed a deafening roar towards the sky, as though it harbored an immense reservoir of resentment within. The creature broke free from the serpent's belly. Akane was caught too close to the explosion. Compounded by her weakened state from chakra depletion, in an instant, she found herself at the epicenter of the blast. Just as it seemed Akane would be struck by the flying remnants, Naruto felt as though time had slowed. It slowed to the point where he had enough time to meticulously form the seals for the Flying Thunder God technique before rushing forward to embrace Akane. Flying Thunder God technique. In a flash, Naruto, cradling Akane, found himself in the outskirts of the forest. Fortunately, during his prior practice with kunai throwing, he had left one behind in this very spot. Otherwise, he would have struggled to locate a target for his jutsu. Moments later, Akane seemed to finally regain her senses. Staring blankly at Naruto's face, she murmured, Thank you. Huh, what did you say? I couldn't hear you. Could you please repeat that? The explosion was too loud. Drawing a deep breath, Akane prepared to express her gratitude once more. But just then, she caught sight of the smirk on Naruto's lips. You little rascal, you dared to play me. Akane scolded as she swatted Naruto's hand away from her chest. Enough already, you've taken advantage of me. Naruto's hand grasped at the air, seemingly savoring the sensation, before he sheepishly scratched his head. My apologies. In the heat of the moment, I didn't know where to grab. Akane chose not to hold it against him. Given the perilous situation, she had been too depleted of chakra to stand properly. Without Naruto's timely use of the Flying Thunder God technique, she might have sustained serious injuries. Now feeling considerably better, she stood and gazed at the creature. What is that? Naruto shrugged, inwardly speculating. That appearance, coupled with that hair color, it resembles Jugo in his cursed seal form. Yet, how did he end up inside the summoning beast's belly? He then turned to Akane. Shall we allow him to continue wreaking havoc? What nonsense! If you're to escape into the village, it would be disastrous. Naruto, assist me. We must take care of him right here. All right, he replied, glancing at Akane. But are you certain you can handle this? Don't underestimate me. Let's go. Hiss. Beside the corpse of the serpent, the fully rampaging Jugo was wreaking destruction upon everything in sight. Naruto followed Akane as they approached him, feeling a wave of apprehension at the sheer might of his destructive capabilities. Can we truly manage this? Since arriving in this world, Naruto's actual combat experience could be counted on one hand. And now he was to join Akane in subduing the completely unhinged Jugo. It was undeniably a rather daunting choice, akin to facing the final boss immediately after leaving the novice village. TSK. Akane bit her thumbnail, realizing that Jugo was far too dangerous, and summoning Naruto was not the wisest decision. She turned back to him, ordering, Stay here. Naruto, do not approach. That won't do. Naruto raised an eyebrow. If Hondo remained silent, he would have felt some trepidation. However, now that she had spoken, he felt compelled to proceed, no matter the circumstances. What Naruto Uzumaki cherished most was asserting a firm no to those who considered themselves superior. Upon hearing his words, Hondo's anger flared. Was she being referred to as one of those self-important individuals? Yet, she recognized that this was not the time for a tantrum. Taking a deep breath, she earnestly advised, Naruto, the battle ahead is exceedingly perilous. Could you leave it to me, your elder sister? Surely, you have confidence in me, don't you? Naruto shook his head, smirking. That's debatable. You stubborn fool. Hondo could no longer contain herself, raising her fist and delivering a light blow to Naruto's head. Ow! Naruto exclaimed, rubbing the spot where he had been hit, a look of innocence on his face. Seizing the moment while Hondo was still reeling, he swiftly formed a cross seal. Hey, Hondo-ne, allow me to take the lead. Multi-shadow, clone jutsu. With a series of explosive sounds, Naruto instantly created over 20 clones, who let out a collective roar as they charged towards Jugo. Hondo gritted her teeth, but under the circumstances, she had no choice but to acquiesce to Naruto's participation. Moreover, Naruto's decision to take the initiative with the shadow clones was indeed in line with her intentions. Hey Naruto, why create so many clones at once? You LL run out of chakra. Don't worry, Hondo-ne, I have far more chakra than you. Calm down, calm down. Hondo repeatedly reminded herself that she would let it slide today. Given Naruto's impressive performance, she vowed not to let anything he said provoke her anger. Good lad, just wait until a few days from now. On the ground, Jin noticed the swarm of Naruto's clones surrounding him, letting out a muffled growl. Suddenly, an immense surge of chakra erupted from him, propelling his form forward at an astonishing speed. Boom! He shot out like a missile, crashing heavily into a cluster of clones, taking out nearly half of them. Naturally, Naruto's clones would not sit idly by. They targeted Ju's landing spot and unleashed their attacks. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Multi-shuriken jutsu. The assault stirred up clouds of dust, and moments later, Ju's roar resounded once more from within the smoke. Roar! He leaped high out of the haze, his numerous exhaust ports enabling him to move through the air with jet-like speed. At that moment, he caught sight of Naruto and Hondo in the distance. Shit! Realizing the imminent threat posed by Ju, Hondo cursed under her breath and quickly formed seals. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. A fierce line of fire shot forth from Hondo, striking Ju directly. However, it failed to fully deter him. He continued his relentless advance towards the pair. Die. Ju swung a fist, obliterating the large tree that stood between him and the two that Naruto and Hondo hastily leaped away from the falling branches. And Hondo immediately launched a counterattack. Shadow, snake hands. She raised her hand, releasing numerous long snakes that lunged towards Ju. The serpentine forms ensnared Ju, momentarily stalling his movements. This was precisely the opportunity Naruto had been waiting for. Rasengan, with the spiraling orb in his grasp, Naruto charged at Ju. Yet before his attack could connect, Ju broke free from the grip of the shadow snake hands, roaring as he sent Naruto flying. Naruto! Hondo shouted in anguish at the sight. Fortunately, the next moment, the Naruto who had been struck transformed into smoke. It was merely a clone. Hondo regained her composure. In that instant of Naruto's attack, she had already contemplated how she would face the wrath of the fourth Hokage and his wife. Thank goodness, it was just a clone. Concealed in the grass, Naruto felt a twinge of apprehension upon witnessing his clone being sent flying. The multi-shadow clone jutsu conveyed the sensations of the clones back to the original. This meant he had just experienced the sensation of being airborne. Indeed, the Rasengan was best utilized in conjunction with the Flying Thunder God technique. The sole drawback of the Rasengan was its limited attack range. In contrast, techniques like Chidori and Raikiri, which were lightning-based, stimulated the user's muscles with electricity, allowing for rapid dashes and increasing their accuracy. This was not the case for the Rasengan. Its effectiveness relied entirely on the user's precision. For instance, had he utilized a speed boost during his recent attack on Ju, his clone could have struck before Ju had a chance to react. The Flying Thunder God technique could perfectly complement the Rasengan's shortcomings. By closing the distance with a Flying Thunder God, one could deliver a Rasengan at point-blank range. This was Minato's signature move. Ugh. Ju emitted an unintelligible growl, noticeably quieter than before. It seemed that Hondo's shadow snake hands had captured his attention. His hands flailed in the air, as if trying to articulate something, but failing to produce coherent words. What a chance. This scene sparked a glimmer of inspiration in Hondo's eyes, prompting her to initiate a more aggressive assault. Shadow multi-snake hands. Raising her hands, she unleashed a multitude of long snakes that wrapped around Ju. She quickly began forming seals. Double snake assault. Two massive pythons emerged. further entangling Ju. However, Ju suddenly began to thrash violently. Roar! The grasp of the shadow snake hands was quickly broken, followed by the bindings of the double snake assault. I could see that moment. A smile crept on a Hondo's lips. This move is far from over. In the next instant, with seals in hand, the snake's constraining Ju erupted in a violent explosion, inflicting substantial damage. The smoke from the blast dissipated. Ju's frail form was revealed. Hondo was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the fearsome creature was merely a child of such tender years. He appeared to be only a few years older than Naruto. As she approached Ju to apprehend him, his previously closed eyes shot open. His body underwent a transformation as the cursed seal reactivated, reverting him back to his monstrous form. What? Is he indestructible? In her panic, Hondo failed to retreat in time. And Ju's hand grasped her ankle. In that instant, a thought flashed through her mind. Oh no. Enough to in a corner. Naruto observed his clone and nodded slightly. His charged attack was finally about to reach fruition. Flying Thunder God technique. The moment Hondo lost control and collapsed, Naruto appeared before her. Simultaneously, he held a Rasengan the size of a basketball in his hand. Take this, Sage Art, super large Rasengan. This strike left Ju with no means of escape. The massive Rasengan slammed forcefully into Ju's chest, inflicting significant damage with its blend of natural chakra. The cursed seal-empowered body of Ju began to crumble under the impact of the Rasengan. Blood poured from Ju's mouth as the cursed seal dissipated completely. He finally reverted to his original form, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. As the super-large Rasengan concluded, Ju's body returned to its previous state. His clothing, torn apart during the battle, left him bare. This allowed Naruto to clearly see the peculiar markings on Ju's chest. The skin there was markedly different from the surrounding area, while his skin was a yellowish hue. The patch on his chest was strikingly white. Leaning down to examine it closely, Naruto noticed small, half-melted scales on the pale skin. What's wrong? At that moment, Hondo finally regained her senses after the battle. She rose from the ground, standing on one foot as she approached Naruto. Noticing the injury on her foot, Naruto quickly reached out to support her. Don't worry, I can still walk just fine. Hondo attempted to refuse Naruto's assistance. However, the wound on her foot throbbed intermittently, causing her to hunch over and furrow her brow. Hondo, you certainly do not appear to be untroubled, remarked her companion. Taking a deep breath, Hondo ultimately set aside her pride. The injury she sustained was a result of the jutsu from her mentor, and remnants of natural chakra lingered at the site. Thus, despite its seemingly minor appearance, the injury was, in truth, quite severe, leaning her body against Naruto's shoulder. Hondo playfully tousled his golden locks. I never expected that your height would make for a rather suitable crutch. Haha. Naruto chuckled lightly. Unfazed, it's fine, as long as you're comfortable. After all, in 2 years, you won't have this opportunity again. What did you say? Are you implying that I'm short? Hondo retorted, giving Naruto a light slap on the head. However, considering Naruto's current age and the fact that he barely reached her chest, she had no doubt that in a few years, he would surpass her in height. It seems I should take this chance to tease you a bit more, lest I miss my opportunity later. Upon hearing this, Naruto sighed in exasperation. Hondo, could you refrain from plotting loudly in front of me? After being supported by Naruto and arriving beside CHGO, Hondo began her examination. It didn't take long for her to notice something unusual about CHGO's chest. How strange, this patch of skin. Odd, isn't it? I thought the same. It resembles 2 different colors of clay melded together. Hondo shook her head. No, this is a very advanced medical ninjutsu. This guy was already gravely injured, and if it weren't for this jutsu sealing the gap in his body, he would have perished long ago. Moreover, this technique appears to bear the mark of Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Oh, that seems quite plausible. After all, this guy did emerge from a snake's belly. Could it be that he has become Orochimaru's new disciple? Naruto's words piqued Hondo's interest. As a disciple of Orochimaru herself, she realized that it had been many years since she last encountered her mentor. Orochimaru should have informed me if he had taken on a new student. Hey, don't be disheartened. Hondo Jiraiya-sensei has also taken on several new disciples outside. If he hadn't written to us, we would have been oblivious. Hondo, however, remained visibly concerned, her canines biting down on her lower lip. Nevertheless, knowing that Chigo might be a disciple of Orochimaru, she refused to let him perish. We must carry him, Naruto. Let us seek Orochimaru. All right. Upon reaching the location where Hondo had previously summoned, they discovered that Orochimaru had already succumbed to death. Approaching the gaping wound in the snake's belly, Hondo wasted no time in parting the flesh and entering the creature's body. Following suit, Naruto gently placed Chigo's body down and cautiously tiptoed inside. Ouch! A substance, whether an intestine or a blood vessel, suddenly fell from above. Dangling perilously close to Naruto's head, he quickly crouched down, avoiding the object. Naruto, hurry up. Why are you dawdling? Oh, I'm coming. Responding to Hondo's call, Naruto suppressed his aversion to the blood and quickly advanced deeper into the snake's body. It was then that he realized he was not the only one inside. Before him and Hondo lay Kunru, ensconced in layers of flesh and blood. His condition mirrored Chigo's, exhibiting shallow breaths and reliant on the snake's remains to sustain him. With Orochimaru now dead, Kunru was once again teetering on the brink of life and death. Observing Kunru, Hondo furrowed her brow and murmured, "What on earth is this?" as if responding to her voice. A small pure white snake, no thicker than a brush, slithered out from beneath Kunru's garments. Its crimson eyes and forked black tail resembled the tip of a brush. Upon seeing the small snake, Hondo was even more astonished. "Master Bienshin, what are you doing here? What on earth has transpired? Who are these two? Where has my master gone?" Listening to Hondo's barrage of questions, the small snake lowered its head. Seemingly sighing, it then raised its head, and a clear voice resonated within the hearts of both Naruto and Hondo. "Little Hondo, the matters within are rather extensive," as the sun set and dusk enveloped the land. The hospital in Konoha remained brightly lit. Standing in the corridor outside the emergency room, the third Hokage watched Tsunade bustling about inside and could not help but let out a heavy sigh. In his hands lay a scroll containing the account penned by the White Snake, Immortal, regarding Orochimaru's ordeal and his battle with the enigmatic adversary. 6 Paths of Pain. Sigh. The third Hokage exhaled deeply, recalling the concluding line in the scroll, sealed alongside the enemy. Life and death unknown. Life and death unknown. In most cases, this serves as a consolation for ninjas before discovering the corpses, given Orochimaru's character. If he were alive, he would undoubtedly find a way to notify the village, rather than resorting to this near-begging manner of sending his 2 newly acquired disciples to them. Orochimaru, even though he seldom spoke of it. Jiraiya and the others had always been the third's pride. He reveled in the fact that he had trained disciples like the legendary 3. Thus, even though his son had perished, and his grandson had yet to mature, he found himself facing a future devoid of successors. However, the thought of Jiraiya and Orochimaru carrying his coffin after his death made the third feel as though the timing of his demise mattered little. Yet today, one of the individuals he had chosen to carry him had diminished. Fate, how much longer must you torment this old man? How many more times must he endure the sorrow of sending off the young before him? Inside the emergency room, Tsunade was tirelessly occupied. "Shizen, where are the medical supplies?" "Fetching them now, Tsunade-sama. What illness does he have?" Gazing at Kunru on the hospital bed, Tsunade frowned. "It's a severe hereditary disease, seemingly connected to his bloodline limit. Due to his injuries, it has suddenly flared up. His body is constantly generating and destroying bones. If this continues, he will ultimately perish from internal depletion. Moreover, whatever caused his injuries has stripped his body of vital nutrients." Shizen then glanced at Sage-Go on another beat. It appears he is suffering from something similar, having his energy siphoned away by an unknown force. Tsunade clicked her tongue in irritation. Since the treatment commenced, her furrowed brow had yet to relax. "Hurry, summon more medical ninjas to alternate shifts. The healing techniques must not cease for a moment. These are the disciples Orochimaru risked his life to save. I must ensure their survival." In a quiet corner of the hospital lobby, Hondo sat unnoticed. Her leg had received basic treatment and was now bandaged. Ever since she learned of Orochimaru's condition, she had grown silent. Naruto could only accompany her in silence. understanding that she was grappling with profound sorrow that Hondo's parents had perished in the war long ago, and she had become Orochimaru's disciple at a tender age. To her, he was not merely a teacher, but her only family. Perhaps, at this moment, her emotions mirrored Naruto's grief upon receiving news of Jiraiya's death in the original tale. As the sun dipped below the horizon, golden rays filtered through the window, casting a warm glow upon Hondo, who finally became aware of the passage of time. She turned to Naruto, her lips parted as she managed to croak out, "Naruto, let me take you home." Naruto nodded silently. Upon returning home, he found that Minato and Kushina had not yet finished their work, and he retreated to his room alone. As night fell, voices from downstairs finally reached his ears. "Where's Naruto?" "Not sure. He might be upstairs sleeping. I wonder if he has eaten yet. We should prepare dinner for him." "Sure. What do you want to make?" "Let's whip up some curry. It's too late to prepare anything else." "I'll help you wash the vegetables." "Okay. Did you visit the hospital today? Is Tsunade still busy in the emergency room?" "I stopped by the hospital before I left. Tsunade had just exited the emergency room when I arrived." She was in a heated argument with the third. Tsunade wants to organize a rescue team, but the third won't allow it. Sigh, the third has his own difficulties. The village has just negotiated peace with the Mist Village, and they are currently short on manpower. However, considering Tsunade's character, it is certain that she would not simply acquiesce to the third Hokage's wishes that a rescue team. Only those capable of defeating Lord Orochimaru's adversaries could possibly qualify. The third Hokage, wary of allowing Tsunade to take the village's elite and fearing for her safety, might conclude that refraining from organizing a rescue team is perhaps the wisest course of action. If Tsunade were to invite you to join, would you accept? "I do not know." As Naruto descended the staircase, the sound of his footsteps caused Minato and Kushina to cease their conversation. It was a mutual understanding between the couple to shield Naruto from their burdensome matters at work. Kushina, still clad in her ninja uniform from the day, wiped her hands and addressed Naruto. "Naruto, you're awake? Go wash your face. Dinner will be ready shortly." Naruto nodded, his voice still tinged with the remnants of sleep. "I'm fine. Monk, I ate during the day, so there's no rush for dinner." "All right, Naruto." Minato, weary yet managing a smile, gently patted Naruto's shoulder, reassuring him. "We've heard about what happened today, and you did very well. However, if you encounter danger again, please prioritize your own safety, understand? Otherwise, your father and I will worry." "Yes, Mom. You don't need me to be exceptionally strong. I just want to be safe." Naruto raised his hand, placing it atop Minato's, looking into his father's eyes earnestly. "I understand. I won't be so reckless next time. That's good. Now let's eat." By the way, Kushina suddenly recalled something, cautioning Naruto. "Anko must be feeling quite unwell right now. After you finish your meal, please pack some curry to take to her." "Okay." Under the night sky, Naruto stepped out of the house with a lunchbox in hand. It was already late autumn, and the grasshoppers in the underbrush were singing their final songs. The road was devoid of others, save for the chorus of insects. Naruto made his way to Anko's apartment. From the outside, it appeared dark, with no lights on. He knocked on the door, but received no response, so he circled around to the side of the building, opened a window, and climbed inside. The room was shrouded in darkness, with no lights illuminating the space. The silvery moonlight streamed through the window, casting a glow upon Anko's silhouette as she sat beside it. Standing on the floor, Naruto felt a chill in the air and instinctively tightened his coat. Anko, despite wearing only a short-sleeved shirt, seemed impervious to the cold. She sat barefoot on the floor, her head buried deep in her knees. Approaching her, Naruto gently set down the bag containing the lunchbox. He then glanced out the window, curious about what scenery Anko was observing. Outside, there was nothing to see, only 2 streetlights by the roadside. Looking up, the stars and moon were vividly clear. That moment, Anko seemed to notice Naruto's presence. Silently lifting her head, he turned to examine the corners of her eyes, hoping to discern whether she had been crying. But before he could see clearly, Anko enveloped him in a tight embrace. She held him fiercely, so much so that he could distinctly smell the scent of her tears on her clothing. Sitting alone in the hospital corridor, Tsunade wearily rubbed her temples. Since the emergency rescue began yesterday, she had not rested at all. Even with her formidable stamina, she was beginning to feel the strain. Yet, The memory of her dispute with the third Hokage ignited a raging fire within her. That old fool. She knew all too well how perilous it was to rescue Orochimaru. She understood that the third Hokage's decision, as the leader of the village, was reasonable. However, emotions can sometimes eclipse reason. Orochimaru had been her comrade for decades. They had trained under the third Hokage together as children, grown up side by side, fought in the Ninja World War together, and earned the title of the legendary Three Sannin together. Now, to ask her to forsake all efforts and abandon Orochimaru outright was simply unacceptable. Nonetheless, she was not someone who would recklessly disregard the village. She resolved that once the injuries of Kimimaro and Jugo stabilized, if all else failed, she would undertake the mission to rescue Orochimaru alone. That I won't take anyone out of the village, nor will I diminish its defenses. Surely, the third Hokage cannot object to that. After confirming the conditions of Kimimaro and Jugo in the intensive care unit, Tsunade departed from the hospital. She planned to return home for a good night's sleep before setting out. She was acutely aware that every moment of delay increased the danger to Orochimaru's life, while every moment she advanced would enhance his chances of survival. Naturally, from the third Hokage's perspective, Tsunade's actions were nothing more than childish temper tantrums, leading to the rejection of her request to leave the village. "Don't go too far, old man." In the Hokage's office, Tsunade slammed her hand forcefully upon the desk in front of the third Hokage. Her expression fierce. Refusal is refusal. Going alone to rescue Orochimaru is no different from seeking death. Upon hearing this, Tsunade was almost driven to laughter out of anger. All right. Third Hokage, previously you wouldn't allow me to form a team to leave the village, fearing it would weaken our strength. Now you won't let me go alone, claiming I would be courting death. What? Are you the only one who gets to have a say? Do you think you're always right? Tsunade. The third Hokage's voice was filled with restrained fury. Stop throwing childish tantrums. His words silenced Tsunade momentarily, yet her eyes revealed a sense of hurt. So, in your eyes, we are no longer children. We should be mature. Humans are peculiar beings. In their youth, they long for others to treat them as adults. Yet upon truly growing up, they yearn for their loved ones to eternally cherish them as children. Gazing at the aged third Hokage before her, Tsunade felt a wave of nostalgia. It felt as though yesterday she had been under his tutelage in her youth. Every moment from the past remained vividly etched in her memory. Yet, no matter how much she reminisced, she could not return to those days. The third Hokage had grown old, and she had matured. Now, her teacher's expectation of her was to be mature and prioritize the greater good. Prioritize the greater good? How did I never imagine the words to abandon a comrade would come from your lips? Teacher. Tsunade was genuinely hurt by the third Hokage's words, her gaze revealing an unprecedented weariness. But teacher, you seem to have forgotten one thing. I have grown up, and you no longer have control over me. With that, Tsunade turned to leave, igniting the third Hokage's simmering anger. Come back here. What do you mean by that? He slammed his hand down on the desk and rose sharply. Do you think I am particularly cold-hearted, that I don't care about Orochimaru? Have I lost the will of fire and no longer deserve to be Hokage? Very well. You can all be the good ones. I will be the villain. In the office, Tsunade fell silent, halting her steps, while the third Hokage coldly circled around her. The others in the office could not help but break out in cold sweat, wishing they could escape the scene of this divine confrontation. From the very beginning of their quarrel, Danzo, as the elder advisor, had shut the office door, or else the contents of their argument would have echoed throughout the entire building. With his hands clasped behind his back, the third Hokage approached the wall adorned with portraits of past Hokages, pointing at them as he spoke. Do you think I do not wish for Orochimaru to return? Among the three of you, am I not the one who admires Orochimaru the most? I have long awaited the day when I can see his portrait hanging on this wall after I am gone. Do you think my feelings for Orochimaru are shallower than yours? Go on, leave. Do as you please, I won't interfere. He then turned to Danzo by the door, shouting, Shimura, show them out. At that moment, Tsunade bowed deeply to her teacher for the last time before walking away without looking back. After leaving, she first visited the Akimichi clan, followed by a visit to Minato and Kushina's family. I'm sorry, Lady Tsunade. This mission is far too dangerous, especially with Naruto being so young. Minato awkwardly declined. As previously mentioned, this world's Minato diverged significantly in character from the original fourth Hokage. He had shed the grandeur of Hokage and embraced a life of family and simplicity. Therefore, he refused to partake in the perilous mission to rescue Orochimaru, one that harbored the potential for sacrifice. Kushina shared the same sentiments. Sigh. In the attic, Naruto sighed as he eavesdropped on a conversation among several individuals. It seemed he would have to take matters into his own hands. I apologize for the interruption, Tsunade said, bowing respectfully to the couple, Minato and Kushina, before preparing to leave tea that moment. Naruto descended the stairs in a few quick strides, feigning nonchalance as he remarked, Grandma Tsunade. Did you come here regarding Grandpa Jiraiya? I heard from Dad that Grandpa Jiraiya is on his way back to Konoha. Jiraiya. Upon hearing that name, Tsunade's eyes brightened. How could she have forgotten about him? It was apparent that her recent busyness had muddled her thoughts. With renewed hope, she turned to Minato and asked, Is Jiraiya really coming back? Well, Minato scratched his head and retrieved a letter from Jiraiya that he had received some time ago. The letter indeed indicated that Jiraiya was on the road, but according to his words, it would still take a while before he arrived. A heavy silence fell over the three of them. Indeed, it would be some time before Jiraiya returned to the village, but Orochimaru could not afford to wait. Watching the oblivious group, Naruto finally understood Conan's feelings. He shook his head and then donned a childlike innocence as he suggested. Oh dear, Grandpa Jiraiya is being rather lazy. He used to return to the village much faster. This time, he must be having too much fun on the road. To Naruto's words, the others finally realized that, given Jiraiya's pace, a month would be sufficient for him to make round trips to the Rain Village 5 times. The reason he was taking so long on his journey was undoubtedly not due to the distance, but rather some other intentions. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade exclaimed, Little Naruto is right. That guy Jiraiya must be sightseeing on his way back. He might even be not far from the village right now. Then, she turned to Minato and Kushina earnestly. Could I trouble you to send a message to Jiraiya? The situation is urgent, and I can think of no one more suitable for this task. Tsunade was correct. For Minato, who possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, delivering the message was indeed a task he could handle adeptly. Well, Minato exchanged glances with Kushina before hesitantly agreeing. All right, if it's just delivering a message to my teacher, I can manage that. Good. Then we shall split our forces. That I will take some people to rescue Orochimaru, and once you find Jiraiya, have him come directly to me. Seeing that the group had finally devised a strategy, Naruto let out a sigh of relief. He now comprehended the pain that Conan had endured. Pretending to be a child was no simple task, and Conan had maintained that act for 18 years. Sigh, I shall no longer criticize you, old Conan. I want to go too. I want to go. Despite Naruto pulling out all the stops to plead, Kushina firmly rejected him. No. Minato sighed and patted Kushina's shoulder, saying, All right, Mom, please calm down. He then turned to Naruto, perplexed. Naruto, what's wrong with you this time? You used to behave so well when your father and I went on missions. This time is different. Naruto moved closer, clinging to Kushina's leg, and pleaded, Let me come along, dear mother. I've grown up now, and I can venture outside the village. Besides, I've never left the village before. Sigh. Kushina helplessly rubbed her forehead, shaking her head. She never anticipated that Naruto would suddenly express such a desire to accompany them on this mission. Naruto, this mission is very dangerous. Furthermore, you heard Tsunade-sama say it's urgent. We must hurry on our way, and oh problem. I want to hold you back. As he spoke, Naruto rolled up his sleeve to showcase the muscles on his arm. Naruto, be obedient. Minato retrieved his signature kunai and knelt down to hand it to Naruto. All right, once your father and I leave the house, you need to practice your ninja techniques diligently at home. Okay. Remember the Flying Thunder God technique I taught you last time? You haven't team mastered it yet. That way, when I return, I'll bring you gifts from other countries. Once you've mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and can protect yourself, your mother and I will take you outside the village to play, all right? The Flying Thunder God? I learned a long time ago. Saying this, Naruto flung the kunai across the living room, and in the next moment, he appeared above the sofa. Twisting in midair, he caught the flying kunai and landed gracefully on the sofa. This startled Minato. He never expected that Naruto had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique in less than a month. Although Naruto's speed in using the technique was still lacking, and there were numerous flaws, it was undeniable that he had indeed learned it. The speed at which he accomplished this was far quicker than when he learned the Rasengan. Naruto seemed to notice Minato's astonishment. He stood up from the sofa, proudly rubbing the tip of his nose. Dad, I put in a lot of effort to master the Flying Thunder God this time. At this, Minato had no words left to counter. The excuses he had just used to placate Naruto had now boomeranged back at him. Thus, he reluctantly turned to his wife. Kushina, what do you think? Kushina turned her head away, refusing to look at her bumbling husband. However, through Naruto's mastery of the Flying Thunder God, she recognized the change in him. The Naruto of the past would never have practiced ninja techniques with such determination. Consequently, she began to entertain the notion of rewarding him in some way. Moreover, from a practical standpoint, Naruto, possessing both the Shadow Clone technique and the Flying Thunder God technique, indeed had the capability to protect himself. Sigh. After a deep breath, Kushina spoke solemnly. Let me make this clear. Your leaving the village requires the approval of the third Hokage. If the third Hokage does not agree, then your father and I cannot do anything about it. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately leaped up in joy that he understood that Kushina had effectively given her consent. I'm going to leave the village. Meanwhile, Tsunade's rescue team had arrived at the village gates. Making the final preparations before departure, a powerful medical ninja, Tsunade had saved countless lives during the previous Ninja World Wars. Therefore, despite the high risk associated with this mission, there were still individuals willing to accompany her. Ultimately, it's a life for a life. Without Tsunade-sama, I would have lost my life long ago. Indeed, my survival to this day is entirely thanks to her assistance, now that I have the opportunity to repay her kindness. I cannot refuse. There is nothing more to say. My life from here on out depends on her medical ninjutsu. Listening to the words of the crowd, Tsunade felt a surge of emotion, and before tears could fall, she bowed deeply to the assembled ninjas that I am truly grateful to you all. Before long, a hoarse voice interrupted. The speaker was Mitarashi Anko, who approached Tsunade fully armed. Aisa, please take me with you down. No, Tsunade replied firmly. Taking a deep breath, avoiding missions that involve the safety of loved ones is a fundamental principle of being a ninja. What Tsunade referred to was the principle of avoidance for ninjas. Ninjas are human too, and they have emotions. When a mission involves someone they're close to, people often become flustered and lose their ability to judge. Moreover, if a loved one were to perish during a mission, it would be the most cruel torment for someone who witnessed that scene. For instance, if Obito had not witnessed Rin's death, but had learned of it afterward, the impact on him would have been significantly less. And perhaps he would not have fallen into darkness so completely. Whether from the perspective of mission success rates or humanitarian considerations, the principle of avoidance was of utmost importance. But Tsunade-sama, Anko attempted to argue. But Tsunade interrupted her. No, Anko, I will not take you along. Besides, your fighting style is not suitable for this operation. Anko lowered her head in silence. She understood that her strength might indeed become a liability. In that moment, she felt deeply powerless. Stepping forward, Akimichi Choza offered Anko some comfort, saying, all right, little Anko, everyone has their limitations in times like this. That's where comrades come into play. Rest assured, we will exert every effort to bring Lord Orochimaru back. Indeed, Akane, we must have a measure of faith in our uncles. You should return now. Akane, you are still injured. Very well. After casting a deep glance at Akane, Tsunade turned to the assembled ninjas and declared, let us depart. Oh, off we go on the very day the rescue team left Konoha. Watergate's application to exit the village was swiftly approved. To his astonishment, the third Hokage had permitted Naruto's departure from the village. Moreover, he had specifically noted in the document that once they located Jiraiya and delivered the message, they could decide for themselves when to return. This essentially granted Watergate and his wife an extended vacation. The third's reasons for this decision were twofold. First, Watergate and his wife had indeed been under considerable strain lately. Even the most resilient of beings require time to recuperate, as the head of Konoha and the longest-serving Hokage. The third was well aware of the importance of sustainable practices. The second reason pertained to Naruto. Following the incident with the Hidden Mist Village and the Hyuga clan, he had begun to take a keen interest in Naruto. Throughout his life, The third had encountered numerous prodigies and individuals of various dispositions, honing his ability to discern character. Often, a mere trivial matter would draw his attention and concern. He understood that for a genius like Naruto, the optimal method of nurturing was through freedom. Some individuals require guidance. Their exceptional talents may lead them astray without proper direction. Such individuals resemble vines, bending without a support to climb upon. Conversely, others thrive without excessive rules or hindrances. Provided with soil and space, they can flourish and bear the most exquisite fruits. Can you keep up? Naruto. Outside Konoha, Watergate halted and inquired of Naruto, who wiped the sweat from his brow and replied nonchalantly, "I am managing." Currently, Watergate and Kushina maintained a moderate pace, which Naruto could still manage to keep up with. Should they increase their speed, he would be left behind. Hang in there a bit longer. And when we reach the next station, I'll carry you, Watergate thought to himself, wishing to provide Naruto with a training opportunity. After all, this journey was a rare chance for growth. He found himself spending increasingly less time with Naruto, as his own responsibilities consumed him and Naruto was busy with school. Perhaps this is a path every parent must traverse. Kushina said nothing, silently producing a towel to wipe the sweat from Naruto's brow, her eyes betraying her concern for him. "All right, let us move on," she urged. Upon arriving at the rest station, Naruto was finally able to sit down, quench his thirst, and replenish his energy with some sustenance. While Watergate and Kushina began to inquire and investigate the people within the station. Since no one knew the whereabouts of Jiraiya within the Land of Fire, they had no choice but to employ this rudimentary method of searching through each station one by one. Fortunately, they had some fundamental information, and the locations they needed to eliminate were not numerous. Otherwise, in such a vast land as the Fire Country, locating Jiraiya would not be a task to be accomplished in just a day or two. Nevertheless, the task at hand was far from easy. Once Watergate finished gathering information from the station master, Kushina called out from inside, "Naruto, we're leaving. Coming." The trio resumed their journey. That night, after a day of travel, Watergate finally came to a halt. He approached the makeshift bed that Kushina had prepared and gently laid the sleeping Naruto down. Beside the campfire, Kushina observed her somewhat weary husband and softly said, "You should get some rest. I'll keep watch for now." Watergate nodded in agreement and made no objections, settling beside Naruto's bed and dozing against a tree trunk. Time was tight, and the tasks were heavy. Bringing Naruto along had inevitably delayed their progress. Thus, they had to simplify their accommodations and provisions as much as possible. Today's exertion had been manageable. During the Ninja World War, circumstances had often been dire enough that there was scarcely time even to eat. The military ration pills had been devised during wartime to allow ninjas to quickly replenish their energy and save time. The following morning, Watergate roused Naruto, and they set off once more. Watergate felt a swell of pride as, since leaving the village, Naruto had not uttered a single complaint, and his pace was steadily increasing. As a father, witnessing his son's gradual growth brought him immense satisfaction. "Excuse me, have you seen this person in the photograph?" An elderly man at a roadside tea shop adjusted his glasses and replied earnestly, "I've seen him." "What? That's wonderful." After 2 days of searching, Watergate had finally found a lead on Jiraiya. Before long, under the old man's guidance, Watergate and his companions found Yahiko and his group by a small river outside the village. It seems today will yield no results either. By the riverside. Yahiko set down his fishing rod and stretched lazily. Tea that moment. Conan reminded him, "Yahiko, someone is approaching. There are ninjas from Konoha." Hearing this, Yahiko turned his head, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. "Since they are from Konoha, let us greet them. Conan, please go to the village and call for our teacher." To be honest, when Yahiko and Nagato, both clad in black attire, approached him, Naruto felt quite nervous. He believed that anyone familiar with the original Naruto series would not be unfamiliar with these two figures, particularly Yahiko, who, as Pain's Deva Path and Nagato's embodiment, had left a profound impression on Naruto. Whether through his iconic silhouette against the sky of Konoha or the chaotic battle with the Nine Tails. Indeed, prior to Obito instigating the Fourth Shinobi World War, Yahiko had been one of the most formidable adversaries. "Greetings, are you searching for someone?" As the two approached, Watergate stepped slightly forward, shielding Naruto and Kushina behind him. He then produced a photograph of Jiraiya and inquired, "Have you seen this person?" "Wow, ISNT, that Master Jiraiya." "What do you need him for?" "Master Jiraiya." Watergate was taken aback by this appellation. "Could it be that you are the disciples mentioned in his letter?" "Huh." Both Nagato and Yahiko looked equally surprised. "How do you know our connection with him?" Before Watergate could reveal his identity, Conan, having already arrived with Jiraiya, interjected at, "Oh, is that Watergate? What brings you to this place? Do you have a special mission?" At that moment, Jiraiya was dressed in simple rural attire, his chest exposed, resembling a rustic villager. It was evident that he seemed quite content with his current life in the countryside. Realizing this, Watergate felt a twinge of sympathy but maintained his respect as he retrieved 2 scrolls from his pack. "Teacher, I have come specifically for you. These 2 scrolls, one is from the 3rd Hokage, and the other is from Lady Tsunade." Upon hearing Watergate's words, Jiraiya immediately ceased his relaxed demeanor. He understood that messages warranting scrolls from both individuals were anything but ordinary. A sense of foreboding began to brew within him. Could it be that something has happened in the village? After a moment's contemplation, Jiraiya picked up the scroll from the 3rd Hokage and began to read. Soon, his expression turned grave as he rolled it up. The scroll contained details of Orochimaru's predicament and the critical intelligence he had sacrificed himself to convey. Teacher, behind him, Conan and the others sensed Jiraiya's unease. Yahiko whispered to the others, "What did the scroll say?" "This is the first time I've seen him so angry. It's almost." Yahiko gazed at Jiraiya's silhouette, feeling the intensity of his rising aura. "He resembles a king of the world." Meanwhile, Jiraiya continued to examine the scroll left by Tsunade on the other side. Yahiko and Naruto had struck up a conversation. "Oh, you mentioned your village is vast. It takes a long time to go around?" "Indeed." Naruto nodded, saying, "What I enjoy most is wandering around the village alone after school." "Like tea that moment," Conan asked. "I heard that your village has the Hokage Rock." "Indeed," Naruto replied. Hokage Rock is located right behind the Hokage building, and each statue is towering high, with nostrils larger than my entire body. As he spoke, Naruto gestured animatedly to Conan. Yahiko, filled with envy, remarked, "That sounds truly impressive." He then added, "Compared to Konoha, Amigakure is quite small that I really hope that one day Amigakure can be expanded." Upon hearing Yahiko's words, Naruto fell into silence. "Isn't it a bit hypocritical for you, a Konoha expansionist, to say that? It is well known that in Boruto, Konoha is built in a pit. All of this begins with a story that leads to the path of peace." Observing Naruto and Yahiko engaged in pleasant conversation, Kushina displayed a contented smile, which caught Yahiko's attention. By the way, Naruto, your mother shares the same red hair as my companions." Suddenly mentioned, Nagato appeared somewhat flustered. Before Yahiko could continue, he preemptively retorted, "What does that matter? Having the same hair color doesn't imply anything." Conan chuckled lightly, teasingly saying, "We haven't said anything. So why are you so anxious?" Beside them, Naruto smiled silently, well aware of the familial bond between Nagato and Kushina. They are both members of the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan seemingly thrived in the past, but unfortunately, they later fell into decline and were dispersed, leading to the scattering of their kin across various regions. Although both Nagato and Kushina belonged to the Uzumaki clan, Nagato did not inherit the clan surname. Moreover, his parents were killed by Konoha's ninjas. Thus, the notion of familial recognition is hardly applicable. It is fortunate that they are not enemies. However, it must be said that for Naruto and his companions to sit here and converse amicably is, in his eyes, a miracle. Clap. Jiraiya, having finished reading the scroll handed to him by Tsunade, remained silent for a long time. Finally, as if he had made up his mind, he raised his hands and clapped them together. "Well then, I have grasped the situation." As he spoke, he returned the scroll to Minato. "I assume Tsunade and her teacher must have had quite a fierce argument." Minato nodded. Regarding the rescue of Orochimaru, the two of them indeed had a strong disagreement. According to protocol, as disciples, we should share the burden with our teacher. Yet, now we find ourselves adding to her troubles, which is truly regrettable. However, like Tsunade, I cannot stand idly by when it comes to Orochimaru's safety, that I hope you can convey this to her when you return. Minato bowed his head in response. Yes, I will certainly relay your sentiments to Lord Third. At this moment, Yahiko and his companions approached Jiraiya, inquiring, Teacher, what exactly has happened? Ah, it concerns a dear friend of mine, Orochimaru, who is facing a life-threatening crisis. Another dear friend has already set out to rescue him, and I, too, must depart shortly. And he then looked at the three of them with regret. I had promised to travel through the land of fire, and subsequently visit Konoha. It seems this journey must come to an abrupt halt. If you still wish to visit Konoha, I can write you a letter of introduction, and you may accompany this gentleman Minato back to the village. Alternatively, if you prefer to stay here or return to Amigay Cure, the choice is entirely yours. As Jiraiya's words concluded, Yahiko stepped forward confidently, stating, Teacher, what if we wish to accompany you? Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback by Yahiko's statement. He cautioned, Orochimaru is a Konoha ninja. Are you certain you wish to rescue a ninja from Konoha? Why not? Yahiko replied. You have always said not to harbor hatred towards an entire village because of the actions of a few individuals. Your current actions, teacher, would greatly benefit from our assistance. He then glanced at Nagato. Nagato shrugged. Teacher, you are also a Konoha ninja. Conan added, Indeed. Lord Orochimaru, like you, is one of the legendary three, right? If it is to rescue him, then I have no objections. Although Nagato's parents were killed by Konoha ninjas during the war, Jiraiya's nurturing and guidance had dulled the hatred in his heart. As for Conan, while she may feel indifferent to the safety of ninjas from other villages, the fact that they are friends of her teacher makes them worthy of saving. As for Yahiko, his concerns are simpler. His dream is to achieve world peace. Someone with such ideals could hardly stand by idly. You all, Jiraiya looked at his three disciples, feeling a deep sense of pride. He was delighted that they were willing to help him and that they had set aside their hatred. This is the next generation of a ninja world. I believe that with the advent of peace, they will not grow up in a world filled with hatred. After nodding appreciatively, Jiraiya's fighting spirit was ignited. All right, we shall embark together. I believe no challenge can hinder us. I must demonstrate my true abilities, lest I be looked down upon by you all. Let us go. Yes. As the group departed, Minato and Kushina exchanged glances. Let us return and report this to Lord Third. All right, by the way, have you seen Naruto? Not recently. Minato suddenly realized that Naruto had been sitting on Yahiko's shoulder, following Jiraiya. Oh no, he exclaimed. He wouldn't be following the teacher, would he? The two exchanged glances, both realizing the gravity of the situation. Quick, we must catch up. With a whoosh, they vanished from their spot. Whoosh, whoosh, Jiraiya and his companions swiftly traversed the forest. Yahiko, glancing at Naruto on his shoulder, curiously asked, Hey Naruto, are you really okay not following your mom and dad? Nah, it's fine, I'm not going to participate in the fight. I'm just tagging along to see what happens. Besides, my mom and dad will catch up soon. As he spoke, he playfully poked Yahiko's nose and touched his ear. Hey Naruto, what are you doing? What's wrong with my face? Nothing, Naruto replied, smacking his lips. That I just thought it looked a bit unusual. Yahiko, would you like to try a nose ring? A nose ring? What's that? It's a type of decoration where they pierce metal through your nose. Just like an earring. In a way. Yahiko shook his head, embarrassed. I'm afraid it would hurt. And that's not all. There's also ear piercings, lip piercings, tongue piercings, and stop. Don't say any more. My goosebumps are rising. Mom, some strange birds just flew by. Child, those aren't birds. They're ninjas. Perched on Yahiko's shoulder, Naruto accompanied Jiraiya and the others, leaping all the way to the land of rice. This was the rendezvous point indicated in the scroll Tsunade had given him. Upon arrival, they discovered a new scroll left by Tsunade. Teacher, what does it say? Jiraiya pondered. Tsunade and the others had discovered Orochimaru's past whereabouts and are preparing to follow the trail to find out where he's gone. For now, we will head to the land of rivers. Shortly after, Minato and Kushina arrived. Jiraiya relayed the situation to them. Since you've come this far, there's no need to rush back, the very least. Make a record of our movements to relay back to Lord Third. Upon hearing this, Minato could only nod in agreement. It seems we have no other option. The group departed from the land of rice and entered the land of rivers, quickly locating the contact left by Tsunade. This contact was named Hibi Takiko, a sensory-type chunin, and he was a classmate of Kakashi and Might Guy from the same ninja academy. From a young age, he had trained his sensory abilities by covering his eyes with a hat. Now, he continued this practice, wrapping bandages around the upper half of his face. I at Lord Jiraiya. Lady Tsunade has commanded me to wait here for quite some time. Well, where are they now? Please follow me. Led by Feiju Tian, the group finally located Tsunade's current whereabouts, and the two parties successfully converged. Tsunade. After many years apart, Jiraiya never anticipated that the reason for their reunion would be to rescue Orochimaru. In Jiraiya's eyes, Orochimaru had always possessed greater talent since childhood, and he had been the one perpetually striving to catch up. Little did he expect that one day, Orochimaru would require his assistance for salvation. Is that you, Jiraiya? Is your disciple trailing behind you? Yes, Jiraiya nodded. They're all ninjas from the Rain Village, quite formidable in strength. Initially, I intended to show them around Konoha, but I never anticipated encountering such a unique situation. After exchanging pleasantries, other Konoha ninjas approached Jiraiya to greet him. Lord Jiraiya, greetings. Once the greetings concluded, Jiraiya and Tsunade commenced a formal discussion regarding their rescue strategy. We have now pinpointed Orochimaru's last known location. However, entering and exiting that area is quite challenging, so we must proceed with utmost caution before we truly engage, Tsunade remarked. Now, we are embarking on the actual rescue operation. Indeed, Jiraiya produced the intelligence left by Orochimaru and said, On my way here, I analyzed the information conveyed by Orochimaru. According to the data, confronting that bizarre entity, 6 paths of destruction, is not a matter of sheer numbers. He possesses the ability to inhabit others and seemingly siphons their strength. Hence, we must be vigilant regarding this aspect. Upon finishing his statement, he surveyed the surrounding ninjas. Those susceptible to possession or hindered in movement should refrain from participating. Furthermore, the intelligence suggests that taijutsu is particularly effective against that creature. I have considered this, Tsunade added, that I have already summoned the most skilled taijutsu practitioner I know. We shall rely on you this time, a Kimichi clan leader. Yes, indeed, let them experience the might of the hefty ones. Akimichi Dingzu scratched his head and said, Well, my taijutsu is adequate, but unfortunately, the fellow with the bushy eyebrows is not in the village. In a corner of the room, Naruto understood that the Akimichi clan leader referred to Konoha's strongest taijutsu user. The blue beast might GUI for why he was absent from the village. Well, one couldn't blame him, could they? Beyond the aforementioned points, another critical aspect of the battle involves sealing techniques. That creature's regenerative and evasive capabilities appear remarkably robust. To confront him, we must rely on sealing techniques. Is there anyone among you who excels in sealing techniques? At this moment, Nagato eagerly raised his hand. Teacher, I am capable. Tsunade smiled and remarked, Jiraiya, do you think I could overlook what you have considered? Rest assured, we have prepared the 10 Directions sealing technique. The 10 Directions sealing technique. Upon hearing the name of this jutsu, Jiraiya was somewhat taken aback that it was a powerful sealing technique requiring 10 different practitioners to successfully deploy. It was only then that Jiraiya noticed the special ninja tools carried by several ninjas nearby. During the actual battle, we will rely on your efforts. You flatter us, Lord Jiraiya. Indeed, to rescue Lord Orochimaru, we shall exert our utmost efforts. All right, let's conclude our pre-battle discussions here. Everyone, make your final preparations. We are about to depart. Seizing the moment for a last-minute rest, Jiraiya found Minato and Kushina. Did you record everything from the recent meeting? Minato nodded. That's good. Regardless of whether we manage to rescue Orochimaru, this will be an invaluable experience. What are your plans moving forward? Kushina replied, Initially, we intended to take Naruto back to the village gradually. Jiraiya comprehended the implication in Kushina's words. He turned to the side and addressed Feiju Tian. Are there any ninjas among you who wish to return to Konoha? Yes, sir. I plan to head back. All right. Then please take Minato's recorded intelligence with you. Understood? No problem, sir. Apart from a few returning to the village, the remaining ninjas stayed behind, prepared to assist Jiraiya and Tsunade upon their return. Meanwhile, Minato and Kushina set off on their journey back to Konoha. The land of waterfalls, it's quite distant from the village, isn't it? You could say that, Naruto, you must not wander off next time. If you do, mommy won't take you along anymore. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, mom, that I won't do that again. Hee hee, you really never learn. Once they embarked on their return journey, their pace became less hurried. As previously mentioned, the third Hokage had granted Minato and his wife an extended vacation. It is worth noting that when Minato first saw the length of the holiday, he had prepared himself for a 2-year hiatus without any leave from the third Hokage. According to Minato's plan, he intended to take about half a month to leisurely walk back to Konoha with Naruto. This pace was hardly different from strolling while enjoying themselves. In reality, at this moment, their mindset was indeed akin to that of tourists set on their way. Naruto had accompanied Jiraiya and others to the land of waterfalls. Traversing a route near the Sound Ninja village on their return, Minato had chosen a different path, opting to enter the Fire Country through the Grass Country. The Grass Country is a small nation nestled between the Fire Nation and the Earth Nation. A narrow gap between two great powers. Minato's reason for leading Naruto through this detour was that upon entering the Fire Nation from here, they could conveniently visit the famous Short Book Street. Speaking of Short Book Street, it is a renowned entertainment district in the southwestern part of the Fire Nation, filled with casinos, hotels, and amusement parks, a delightful place for recreation. Moreover, Short Book Street is home to Short Book City, designated as a cultural heritage site by the Fire Nation. With food, entertainment, and shopping, Short Book Street is indeed an excellent destination for tourism. In fact, Naruto was aware of Short Book Street as well. In the original story, it was the place where Jiraiya found Tsunade after the third Hokage's passing, and also where the legendary Sannin's internal conflict unfolded after a long separation. It was here that Naruto learned the Rasengan from Jiraiya. Embarking on a journey of adventure with that single technique, I can't wait to go to Short Book Street. Naruto, hold your horses. We haven't even left the Grass Country yet. Humph, I'm warning you both. You must not go to any unsavory places together. Hey, Kushina, why would you think that? Am I that kind of person? Humph, I doubt you would dare to this moment. Naruto and his companions were strolling within the Grass Country city. Being in a foreign land, for the sake of discretion, Minato and Kushina had employed transformation techniques to disguise themselves as ordinary citizens. Naruto did not use a transformation technique, since he was not a ninja by nature, and without a forehead protector, there was no need for him to conceal his identity. However, he couldn't help but wonder why. Even with the transformation technique, Kushina still had her striking red hair. Did she inherently favor that hair color? Perhaps it was because her father once complimented her hair's beauty. In reality, Kushina's vibrant red hair was indeed the fateful thread that linked her to Minato. When she was younger, Kushina had moved to Konoha from another place, thus being considered an outsider. Her classmates, in an effort to tease her due to her fiery red hair and round face, coined the nickname Tomato. On another occasion, after being provoked, Kushina had followed her male classmates and beaten them up one by one, earning her a new title, Blood Red Pepper. It could be said that both nicknames derived from her striking red hair. Therefore, during that period, Kushina particularly despised her red locks. However, things changed later, due to the unique nature of her chakra. Kushina caught the attention of the Cloud Village, which stealthily infiltrated Konoha and kidnapped her. Nevertheless, Kushina did not give up easily. During the journey back to the Cloud Village, she discreetly plucked her hair and tossed it along the way to leave a trail. However, the pursuing ninjas from Konoha failed to notice this. Thus, Kushina was taken all the way to the border of the country. Just as despair began to set in, Minato appeared. Originally, it was Minato who discovered the crimson hair left by Kushina and followed it all the way, ultimately defeating the Cloud Ninja and rescuing her. Minato's subsequent confession further attested to the fact that he had been captivated by Kushina's striking red hair from the very beginning, leaving a profound impression on him. It was precisely this fondness that enabled him to locate her so effortlessly. Thus, one could say that Kushina's vibrant red locks serve as an unbreakable bond between her and Minato, as long as she is by Minato's side. Even when employing transformation techniques, Kushina wishes to retain her distinctive hair color, eager to showcase her most beautiful self in the presence of her beloved. Darling, look over there. They're selling cosmetics, a vendor waved at Kushina, exclaiming, Madam, come take a look. This is a cream imported from the land of wind, highly effective against sandstorms and for softening the skin. That's so. Upon hearing the vendor's words, Kushina's eyes lit up. She was well aware that the Land of Wind is situated in a desert, perpetually battered by sandstorms. If the cream truly comes from there, as the vendor claimed, its efficacy must be remarkable. With that thought, she couldn't help but nudge Minato. "Darling, let us go check it out." "Sure," Minato shrugged, indicating his lack of interest. Why would an old lady like you care so much about her skin? Before he could finish his sentence, Kushina pinched his cheek firmly, leaving him no choice but to keep his mouth shut, observing Kushina with keen interest as she tested the cream at the stall. Minato rubbed his reddened face. Kushina was indeed quite forceful. It seemed that after realizing Minato's current strength, she felt more at ease disciplining him. It was wonderful how much he had grown, unlike in his childhood, when she feared hurting him with a mere tap. Bored, Minato noticed a nearby accessory stall and approached it. He picked up a colorful clay ornament and curiously asked, "What is this made of?" "That's a mountain pepper fish," the vendor explained, "that it's renowned in the neighboring Rain Ninja village, where the famous Hanzo of the salamander resides. His summoning beast is the mountain pepper fish. Oh, Minato nodded. Such instances were quite common in the ninja world. It was not surprising that people created toys related to powerful ninjas. However, he found a mountain pepper fish rather unappealing, that it resembled a grayish creature akin to a salamander or a mudfish, which diminished his desire to purchase it. Noticing Minato's disdain, the vendor mysteriously retrieved a package from underneath his stall. "What's wrong? Not fond of the mountain pepper fish? I have something even better. Look, this is the shikaku from the Land of Wind, and here's a bear. Also, a giant clam from the Land of Water." As he spoke, he pulled out new toys from the package. Minato's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wow, these are impressive. I could tell you were exceptional just by your demeanor. You must have come from a great nation. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to showcase these treasures to a mere customer from a small country. So, which one do you like?" "I'll take them all, the shikaku, the bear, and the giant clam." Good choice. Quickly wrap them up for me. Don't let my mom see." "I understand." Moments later, Minato patted his chest in satisfaction. Cradling the toys he had just bought, it's worth noting that the allowance he used to buy these toys was given to him by Minato. The family finances were managed by Kushina, and he had no idea whether the money Minato provided was from his secret stash. Nevertheless, that was of little consequence. Since Minato had given it to him, he would feign ignorance and spend it secretly. If the situation were to come to light one day, he could easily shift the blame onto Minato, claiming he was unaware of anything. In Minato's view, nothing could surpass the joy of witnessing his mother storm toward him. Her first words being, "Where's your father?" Minato suddenly felt puzzled. He recalled that the stall Kushina was right here. Where had she gone? Had he lost her? As this thought crossed his mind, Minato shook his head decisively. It was impossible. Such a thing couldn't happen to him. This street was quite small. How could he possibly get lost? His hair wasn't even green. With that, he began scanning his surroundings. Soon, he spotted Kushina's distinctive red hair. Found her. Upon confirming the direction, Minato dashed over and hugged her leg from behind. To avoid any reprimand from Kushina, he decided to preemptively invoke her maternal affection. "Mom, where did you go?" He whined at his surprise. The person he was clinging to let out a gentle laugh. As he heard this voice, Minato instantly realized something was amiss. This voice did not belong to Kushina. Furthermore, he noticed that the person he was embracing had a different scent and a slightly slimmer physique than Kushina. All signs indicated that he had mistakenly hugged the wrong person. Sure enough, the woman turned with a smile, revealing a face entirely different from Kushina's. She bent down to ruffle Minato's hair and said softly, "Little brother, I am not your mother. Have you mistaken me for someone else?" Instantly, Minato's face turned crimson. He had made a fool of himself. He quickly released her and stepped back, apologizing. "I am sorry." With his face still flushed, he hurriedly ran away. There was no way he could face the embarrassment of calling a stranger mom. The woman chuckled as she watched Minato scamper off, then casually adjusted her hair before continuing on her way. As she stood up, it was subtly noticeable that her arms bore numerous scars beneath her sleeves. Returning to the marketplace, Minato spotted Kushina fuming by the roadside from a distance. As soon as he approached, she delivered a punch to his head. "Weren't you supposed to stay close?" Kushina scolded. "Minato, Do you have any idea how long we've been looking for you? I'm S-sorry, I could tea that moment. Minato spoke up, attempting to mediate. All right, Minato, you can't do that again. This isn't Konoha. We're in another country. If something were to happen to you, how heartbroken would your mother be? Minato scratched his head, explaining, I didn't mean to wander far. I just saw someone in the market who looked a lot like Mom, so I mistook her. Besides, she also had red hair, though. Minato seemed intrigued by Minato's words. However, Kushina shot him a glare, causing him to clamp his mouth shut. Sigh. Kushina sighed and turned to Minato, admonishing him, did you apologize for mistaking her? That's good. Remember, not every person with red hair is your mother. You should be able to sense chakra, right? Minato nodded again. Kushina, being of the Uzumaki clan, possessed a naturally heightened sensitivity to chakra, a trait that Minato had inherited. However, Kushina had never mentioned it or formally trained him in it. It seemed that when they returned, she would have to ask his father to help him hone his chakra sensing abilities. Your father, he is always focused on teaching you his own jutsu, never considering to teach you any of mine. Upon hearing this, Minato sheepishly scratched his head. He realized that he had indeed acted out of a bit of selfishness. What man wouldn't wish for his child to inherit his own techniques? My apologies, Kushina. Once we return, I will definitely ensure that Minato practices sealing techniques and chakra sensing diligently. After finishing their shopping, the group organized their packages and prepared to leave the marketplace. However, as they passed through a nearby residential area, Minato suddenly halted in his tracks. That feeling had returned that IT was the woman from the marketplace. I could tea that moment. Minato sensed the chakra of the woman he had mistakenly identified as Kushina earlier. Not only did she share the same long red hair as Kushina, but upon closer examination, he discovered that her chakra resembled Kushina's as well. And no wonder he had mistaken her for Kushina with just a glimpse of her silhouette. In a certain sense, chakra is a more useful asset for ninjas than mere vision. However, at the same time, he keenly sensed that this chakra was steadily waning, almost on the verge of disappearing. This signified that its master was in peril. Realizing this, Naruto furrowed his brow. Father, mother, I need to step out for a moment. With that, Naruto dashed towards the direction he sensed, not looking back. Behind him, Kushina and Minato called out. Where are you going, Naruto? Naruto. What is happening? Naruto had no time to explain. He simply waved his hand, signaling them to follow. After exchanging a glance with Kushina, Minato found himself at a loss and had no choice but to follow. Naruto ran swiftly, navigating through twists and turns until he arrived at a dilapidated courtyard. The courtyard was spacious, filled with numerous injured ninjas. Naruto merely glanced at them before fixing his gaze at the center of the yard, where he froze in shock. There, seated in the middle, was a malevolent-looking ninja wrapped in bandages. Judging by his forehead protector and attire, he was a jonin from the grass village, of course. The distinction between a jonin and a chunin in a small village was negligible. At that moment, he was viciously gripping a woman's neck and biting down on her arm that a closer inspection revealed that the woman's exposed arm was already riddled with fresh and old bite marks. Upon seeing Naruto enter the courtyard, the woman managed to offer him a feeble smile, but she quickly shut her eyes in pain as her chakra was being incessantly siphoned by the jonin. Finally, the jonin released his grip, carelessly tossing the woman to the ground. This woman's healing abilities are indeed quite handy. He then lifted his gaze to the newly arrived Naruto. Hey, brat, where did you come from? Hey, are you frozen? I'm talking to you. At that moment, Naruto was too preoccupied to respond to the jonin's inquiries. His mind was flooded with memories of the woman at the market who had bent down to speak softly to him. In her recent pain smiled, in that instant. He even mistook her for Kushina. As Naruto noticed the wounds on her body, an uncontrollable rage ignited within him, transforming into an unbounded inferno in a child's heart. A mother epitomizes all that is beautiful to AT this moment. These individuals had trampled upon the beauty that resided within Naruto's soul. Naruto's fury swelled. Blue chakra began to seep from him. Upon witnessing this, the jonin immediately grew wary. The ability to manifest chakra was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Oh, you're not an ordinary kid. Who exactly are you? Naruto did not answer. Instead, he responded with a punch. Die, it was too swift. At that moment, the only thought in the Jonin's mind was this singular notion. The next instant, Naruto's fist struck his chest, causing a deep indentation that it was as if a balloon filled with water had been crushed. The Jonin spewed forth countless internal fragments and blood from his mouth. The splattered blood drenched the entire courtyard, showering the resting ninjas around them. The Jonin from the grass village was obliterated by Naruto's blow. The other ninjas in the yard were astonished and scrambled to their feet. They gazed at Naruto in disbelief, unable to comprehend that this seemingly inconspicuous boy possessed such formidable strength. Hey, is this for real? That IGA guy was killed in an instant. What a monster. That kid is a monster. Run. Those already on edge sensed the lingering murderous intent emanating from Naruto. So, despite their injuries, they struggled to rise and hastily fled towards the exit of the yard. Wait, weren't you here to receive treatment? Said Naruto with a cold smile as he drew a kunai. Multiple shadow shuriken technique. The kunai hurled by Naruto multiplied into countless clones, creating a rain of shuriken that engulfed the fleeing crowd. It's a ninja. That boy is a ninja. The air was filled with screams as the shuriken struck home. After unleashing this attack, Naruto paid them no further heed. Perhaps one or two of them might survive. But who cared? He turned and hurried to check on the woman lying on the ground. Just then, a slender figure dashed out from a nearby room. You bastard, stay away from her, she shouted, swinging her arm to strike Naruto. Unmoved, Naruto seized her arm firmly. You didn't dare come out when those guys were around, but now you have the courage? He taunted. The girl struggled fiercely, shaking her head in denial. No. But the more she fought, the tighter Naruto's grip became, his hands like iron shackles, binding her arms, still denying it. Just as Naruto was about to berate her further, he suddenly noticed the tear stains on her face. In that instant, much of his anger dissipated. He began to reassess the young girl before him. She wore a headscarf, but from the strands of hair visible, she shared the same hair color as the woman. Considering this, along with her similar age to Naruto, it was not difficult to surmise that she was the child of the red-haired woman. As they struggled, a weak voice called out from behind them. Karen. Upon hearing that name, Naruto felt a flicker of surprise, and he loosened his grip. The girl turned and rushed to the woman's side, collapsing in tears upon her. Karen, dear. The woman spoke softly, gently stroking Karen's head to comfort her. Then, she slightly lifted her head and directed her gaze towards Naruto. You, child. You must leave quickly. Those grass ninjas who went to report will be back soon. Naruto hurriedly approached, kneeling beside her. Please, don't speak. He then placed his hand on her shoulder, beginning to channel chakra into her. Chakra is a special energy produced by the cells of the human body. Even normal overexertion could lead to danger. Not to mention the woman whose chakra had been forcefully drained from her body. Seeing Naruto's actions, the woman smiled and shook her head gently. Child, you must stop. Each person's chakra is unique. Chakra compatibility is crucial. Much like blood types, directly infusing different chakra into the body will not have a healing effect. That, on the contrary, it may cause rejection and further harm. That it is precisely for this reason that medical ninjas must transform chakra into a special, attribute-less form when performing chakra infusion for healing. Naruto did not respond, but continued his actions. Soon, with Naruto's chakra flowing into her, the woman's condition improved somewhat. At the very least, she was able to prop herself up with one arm. This truly astonished her. She looked at Naruto in surprise, puzzled. This chakra of yours feels familiar. Who exactly are you? Naruto shrugged and smiled at her. It seems our chakras are quite compatible. This outcome was certainly not unexpected for Naruto. Upon hearing the woman utter Karen's name, he realized she was Karen's mother and also a member of the Uzumaki clan. Thus, as a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto's chakra was naturally well suited to hers. The woman was indeed quite astonished. She was well aware of her own condition. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, her chakra was different from that of ordinary individuals. The fact that Naruto's chakra could have an effect on her compelled her to ponder his identity. Such power at such a young age, combined with this unique chakra. This child is definitely not ordinary. With this thought, the woman exerted a bit of strength to push Karen away from her. Then, she made the most audacious decision of her life. She leaned towards Naruto and implored, "Though my request may be presumptuous, could you please take this child away?" Karen stared at her mother incredulously. Trembling as she asked, "Mom, are you abandoning me?" The woman disregarded her and continued to speak to Naruto. "This child possesses considerable talent, yet I lack the means to continue raising her. Please take her to your village." A flicker of compassion crossed Naruto's face as he resolutely assisted the woman to her feet. "Please, madam, don't say that. I won't rise unless you agree to my request." Faced with her steadfastness, Naruto found himself at a loss. The woman's physical condition was dire. Merely sitting up was already a tremendous effort. He feared that any further exertion on his part might worsen her state. Just as he stood there, helpless, his companions Minato and Kushina finally arrived at the scene. Upon reaching the courtyard entrance and witnessing the grass ninjas struck down by shurikens, Minato's expression turned from surprise to anger as he entered the yard, quickly spotting Naruto and rushing over. "Dad!" Before Naruto could explain, Minato interjected, "Naruto, do you believe yourself to be strong? Using power recklessly is not justifiable." Minato looked down at Naruto, locking eyes with him. "What grievances do you hold against those ninjas? They are already injured. Do you comprehend the trouble this could cause for the village, for your mother and me?" After hearing Minato's words, Naruto fell silent. After a moment, he spoke, "I'm sorry. These individuals are indeed hurt, and they came here seeking healing. My actions were driven by my disdain for their behavior. If this has caused trouble for everyone in the village, I apologize. However, I harbor no regrets. Given the chance, I would act the same way again." Minato was left speechless by Naruto's response. This was hardly an apology. Naruto might as well have declared he would do it again. "Enough of your bickering." Kushina, who had followed Minato in, was now attending to the red-haired woman. The chakra within the Uzumaki clan differed from that of ordinary individuals, inherently possessing some healing capabilities. Thus, Kushina could be considered a semi-medical ninja. After a preliminary examination, she discovered that the woman's health was severely compromised, having endured prolonged chakra depletion. Without Naruto's intervention, she might not have survived today's treatment. Like Naruto, Kushina's first course of action was to provide the woman with chakra. Unlike Naruto, however, Kushina possessed medical ninjutsu, and her chakra was more compatible with the woman's, resulting in a more effective treatment. From a bloodline perspective, both Kushina and the woman were pure Uzumaki, whereas Naruto, being a hybrid, naturally exhibited some variations in chakra. As the woman felt her strength gradually returning, she quickly rose to express her gratitude to Kushina. It was at that moment Kushina noticed bite marks on the woman's arm. Instantly, her expression shifted. She continued her examination and found that the bite marks extended beyond just the arms, even appearing on the ankles. Having completed her assessment, Kushina solemnly asked the woman, "How long has this been going on?" The woman understood precisely what Kushina was referring to and replied, "Several years. I suppose it began after my child's father passed away. Excessive chakra depletion can be detrimental to your health. What choice do I have? I have no authority to refuse." With that, a bitter smile crossed the woman's face. Upon hearing this, Kushina fell silent. Indeed, ordinary individuals possess little power to refuse ninjas in larger nations. This may be bearable, but in smaller ones, ninjas often resemble bandits. Kushina, Minato approached to assess the situation. Upon hearing his voice, the woman looked up and met his gaze. In that moment, Minato couldn't help but murmur, "You resemble her." Indeed, the woman bore a striking resemblance to Kushina. They were of similar age and both belonged to the Uzumaki clan. The woman exuded a gentle aura, and Kushina, when not angered, appeared equally tender. The most significant difference lay in the woman's frailness. Long-term chakra depletion had rendered her body akin to that of a malnourished individual. Yet, this fragility only accentuated her gentle demeanor, evoking a deep desire to cherish and protect her. Swallowing hard, Minato restrained his voice and inquired, "What is your name?" "Uzumaki Kira." "You share the Uzumaki surname. You're also of the Uzumaki clan?" Minato wished to say more, but Kushina promptly interrupted. "This is not the place for conversation. Kira's health cannot withstand further strain. Let us depart, and we can discuss matters on the way." She then turned to Uzumaki Kira and earnestly asked, "Kira, to be frank, We are ninjas from Konoha. Do you wish to accompany us? Kira was already familiar with the esteemed reputation of Konoha. She had surmised that Naruto hailed from a major ninja village, and this confirmed her suspicions. However, Konoha's grandeur made her hesitate. Is this truly acceptable? Kushina smiled confidently, of course. Gazing at Kushina, Kira felt an unbidden sense of warmth. In truth, she was not one to easily trust strangers. Yet upon first seeing Naruto and Kushina, she found both individuals to be remarkably trustworthy. Perhaps it was the familiarity of their chakra that drew her in. Soon, Kira made up her mind. All right, I will go with you. She swiftly gathered her and Karen's belongings before returning to stand before Naruto and the others. At this point, Karen had removed her headscarf and changed out of her previously tattered clothes. Upon seeing her, Minato smiled and waved, which only served to heighten Karen's anxiety. She tugged on Kira's hand and asked, Mom, where are we going? We're moving to a new home with these uncles and aunts. Kushina stepped forward, addressing Kira. Given your current condition, you shouldn't exert yourself too much. Allow me to carry you. It will expedite our travel. No, I will do it myself. Minato suddenly stepped forward, that he glanced at Karen, who had shrunk back at his arrival, and sighed. It seems Karen is quite frightened of me. Kushina hesitated. She certainly trusted that Minato meant no harm, but she was unsure if Kira would be willing to accept this arrangement. Sensing Kushina's uncertainty, Kira spoke up. It's all right. I don't mind. Very well. Then it's settled. You are Karen, aren't you? Come here quickly. Kushina smiled and reached out to embrace Karen, but the latter instinctively recoiled. That I don't want you to hold me. I want to be with Mom. That don't come near. Haha. Gotcha. Karen initially attempted to struggle, but once Kushina enveloped her in a warm embrace, she succumbed, relishing the moment. She felt the comforting warmth of Kushina's hold and thought to herself, this scent is delightful. Just like Mom's, it had been a long time since Kira had been able to hold Karen. Due to her poor health, she had been bedridden for years and could no longer lift her now-growing daughter. Moreover, to avoid drawing attention, Karen had spent years wearing tattered, dark clothing, resembling a beggar. Now, dressed in clothes she liked and being held by Kushina, Karen, though she did not voice it, had come to accept her current situation. This was her nature. She could sound fierce, yet was quicker to accept things than anyone else. Perhaps this could be considered a form of tsundere. Seeing that Karen had ceased her protests, Kushina nodded at Minato. All right, we should leave quickly. The grass ninjas will be on our trail soon. Thus, with Minato carrying Kira, Kushina cradling Karen, and Naruto holding their belongings, the group swiftly departed the courtyard they had once occupied. Once outside, Minato and his companions hastened towards the borders of the land of grass. However, with Kira and Karen in tow, their pace was inevitably slowed. Consequently, before they could breach the national boundary, the grass ninjas caught up with them. Swish, swish, swished in the forest. Kushina suddenly halted her steps. In her perception, the vicinity around them had been encircled by grass ninjas. Minato, noticing Kushina's abrupt stop, leaned in and whispered, What's wrong? There are ninjas and quite a few of them. However, from the chakra signatures, most appear to be of lower rank. Understood. Upon realizing the situation, Minato shook his head that I'm afraid they are merely a pursuit team responsible for harassment. The enemy's true main force is likely stationed at the international border, waiting for us to crash into them. The quiet conversation between the two was overheard by Kira, who was resting on Minato's back. With tear-filled eyes, she whispered, I'm sorry for dragging you all into this. Minato shook his head in reassurance, saying, There is no need for you to apologize. Helping you is a decision made by our family. Moreover, it is Naruto from our side who truly dealt the fatal blow to the grass shinobi. As he spoke, he shifted his gaze to the silent Naruto by the side, who had remained uncommunicative since the beginning. Noticing that his mention of Naruto elicited no response, Minato felt a pang of awkwardness tugging at the corner of his mouth. This is troublesome, he thought, grappling with the concern that his previous words may have been too harsh. It was the first time he had seen Naruto so furious, ignoring him completely. Naruto, Minato began, but Naruto abruptly darted forward. I'll scout ahead. With that, he departed without a backward glance. Minato could only sigh in resignation that beside him, Kushina remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. What's this? Have you and your son fallen out? Fallen out. The term left Minato gasping in shock. Since Naruto's birth, he had always been the pride of Minato's heart. He could hardly fathom what life would be like if their relationship were to fracture. Such a thing must not happen. Well, you brought it upon yourself, Kushina retorted. Who told you to criticize Naruto without understanding the truth? I believe Naruto's actions were justified. What those grass shinobi did to Kira is unforgivable. They treated her as a mere tool, utterly disregarding her well-being. Minato sighed. I must admit, my earlier criticism of Naruto was indeed somewhat impulsive. Once we return to the village, I shall find a way to apologize to him. Meanwhile, in Kushina's embrace, Karen looked at the two of them chatting without a care in the world, perplexed. Unable to contain herself, she tugged at Kushina's sleeve when Naruto just ran off. Aren't you worried? Didn't you say the grass shinobi were already on our tail? Unbeknownst to her, her words brought a smile to Kushina's face. Little Karen, are you concerned about Naruto? I was worried about how you two were getting along. Karen quickly buried her head back into Kushina's embrace, hastily defending herself. No, don't worry, Karen, Minato reassured her with a smile. Kushina and I are just ordinary people, but Naruto is different. He has been a prodigy since childhood, reflecting on the brilliant talents that had shown during the last great ninja war. Minato's tone brimmed with pride. These lower-ranked grass shinobi were no match for Naruto. With soft thuds, Naruto leapt alone through the trees. The surrounding environment was eerily quiet, save for the heavy sound of his footsteps. The weight of each step stemmed from the fire raging within him. This was the first time he had experienced conflict with Minato. In his previous life, he had rarely quarreled with his father. That life had offered no opportunity, and this one had yet to present itself. Thus, he found himself at a loss on how to navigate this relationship. Fueled by anger, his gaze swept across several hidden spots nearby. As expected, these locations concealed grass shinobi. These individuals were indeed following the textbook on how to hide. This illustrates the disparity between major and minor ninja villages. Many techniques revered as treasures in smaller villages are merely foundational knowledge that everyone in larger ones possesses. Commonly found in textbooks, for instance, the positions where the grass shinobi were concealed perfectly conformed to what Naruto had learned in ninja school. In fact, he could identify several superior hiding spots himself. This perhaps epitomizes the tragedy of smaller ninja villages. Facing the concealed grass shinobi, he proclaimed as if announcing a decree. Minato said, I would bring trouble to the village and everyone. That was never my intention. So please do not continue to pursue me. That understood? He then drew his trident kunai and continued, Of course, I do not expect you to heed my words immediately. Therefore, I will use my actions to change your perception. The concealed grass shinobi observed Naruto's actions, bewildered. What is that guy up to? Who knows? Just watch. What is there to fear? He-s just a little brat. If it weren't for the orders above, I could take him down myself. Hey, he-s on the move. Be careful. Taking a deep breath, Naruto flung the trident kunai while quickly forming hand seals. Multiple shadow, shuriken technique. Naruto expended a significant amount of chakra, more than he ever had before, and the effects were evident. The kunai clones spread out like a carpet, enveloping everything in their vicinity. Several grass shinobi hidden in the shadows were caught off guard and struck by the kunai, letting out cries of agony. Naruto listened intently, mentally counting 3 down, 0.5 remaining. Simultaneously, he continued forming hand seals in the next instant, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing behind a grass shinobi concealed behind a tree. This particular grass shinobi was notably tall and exceptionally skilled at ninjutsu. A kunai was embedded in his shoulder, yet he remained utterly silent. Unfortunately, he possessed a substantial amount of chakra, one of the higher amounts among the grass shinobi, thus drawing Naruto's attention. Without hesitation, Naruto raised his kunai and plunged it deep into the man's back. Ugh. The grass shinobi spat a mouthful of blood, turning to face Naruto with a look of terror. Unable to comprehend how he had appeared behind him. Are you using the body flicker technique? Naruto offered no reply, merely continuing to form hand seals in search of his next target. Because in this world, Minato had not showcased his prowess during the Great Ninja War as he had in the original tale. Many were unfamiliar with the reputation of the Flying Thunder God. However, Naruto believed that soon. These grass shinobi would get a first-hand experience of its might. Point 4 down, 4 to go. Damn it, how did that guy suddenly appear? Lil Yama just got taken out like that. This makes no sense. A panicked grass shinobi dashed through the woods. Ever since Naruto had dispatched his comrade using the flying thunder god, fear had overtaken him. At this moment, his mind was consumed solely with the urge to flee, completely forgetting the orders from higher-ups to harass and monitor Naruto's group. Damn it. This is a death mission. That blonde-haired kid is a complete monster. Suddenly, the grass shinobi halted, noticing the traces left by his comrades. Is that SHZ and Keiharu? Shh, keep your voice down. Don't let him find us from behind a tree trunk. SHZ dispelled his invisibility technique and hurriedly covered the mouth of his comrade. Otto, are you the only one who made it back? Yeah, just me that I was retreating with Yama when that guy suddenly appeared between us and took Yama down. Ugh, Yama, I can't forget the expression on his face at that moment. You know, when I close my eyes, it's all I can see. All right, the grass shinobi named SHZ said as he embraced Otto, offering comfort. Otto, take a breath. There must be a way to counter that guy's ninjutsu. Otto looked at SHZ in astonishment. What? You want to ambush him? Have you forgotten what my strongest technique is? With your help and Keiharu, the three of us can definitely take him down. After all, he is just a 7 or 8-year-old child. The reason he has managed to kill so many of us is solely due to that miraculous ninjutsu. No. Otto shook his head vehemently, his instincts warning him that SHZ's plan was a surefire path to death. SHZ, we should head to the border and regroup with the main force first. No way. At this moment, Xiaozhuang was unable to heed Adu's counsel. With his triangular eyes narrowed, he glared fiercely at Adu, exclaiming, so many lives have been lost, and we can't even gather any useful information. If we return empty-handed like this, do you truly believe our fate will be any better? We must set an ambush. At the very least, we need to obtain intelligence regarding that technique. Only then can we evade punishment upon our return. Xiaozhuang's words instantly enlightened Adu. Indeed, returning without any information would surely lead to dire consequences. Furthermore, the trio's ninjutsu demonstrated a remarkable synergy. In the absence of defenses, even the village's elite ninja could fall prey to their cunning. Overall, Adu deemed Xiaozhuang's plan feasible. Thus, he resolved with determination, gritting his teeth. Let us do it. Good. Xiaochun, you set up the explosive tag trap. Adu, choose a hiding spot for yourself. Yes, soon as that fellow steps into our encirclement. ILL launched the attack. You two follow my lead. Meanwhile, Naruto trailed the grass ninja he had let escape, heading toward the border. Why was that guy still running? Did he intend to reach the border in one breath? Soon, Naruto noticed a change in the traces left by the grass ninja. Unable to suppress a smirk, the wild dog could no longer resist the urge to turn back and bite. He surveyed his surroundings and swiftly formed a cross seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. After exchanging a glance with his clone, Naruto transformed into a kunai, concealing himself within the clone's waist. Without delay, the clone charged directly into the encirclement of 3 grass ninjas. They're coming. Xiaochun, concealed, sensed Naruto as Chakra and signaled to Xiaozhuang and Adu. The two, upon receiving the signal, prepared for their assault, ready to unleash their skills the moment Naruto revealed himself in the shadows. Adu gripped his long blade tightly, his palms slick with sweat. Among the new generation of grass ninjas, he was renowned for drawing his sword the fastest, earning the moniker Quick Blade Adu. This reputation had always been a source of pride for him. However, not long ago, when Naruto had suddenly appeared to attack Xiaoshan, the so-called Quick Blade Adu had completely lost the will to unsheath his sword. Upon regaining his composure, Adu felt a wave of shame wash over him for having fled. He deeply realized that if he did not make a move against Naruto now, he might never draw his sword again in the long years ahead. Come on, you can do it. You are the man known as the Quick Blade. Simultaneously, Xiaozhuang activated his invisibility technique, quietly positioning himself along Naruto's path. Finally, shortly after Xiaochun signaled, Naruto's shadow clone came into view. That you've finally shown yourself. That amount of chakra. TSH, what a monster. After unleashing so many jutsus. You still have this much left? After carefully assessing Naruto's chakra, Xiaozhuang confirmed that the figure before him was not a clone or a disguise. It was Naruto himself. In that case, I shall not hold back. With that thought, Xiaozhuang couldn't help but lick his lips in anticipation that he then silently initiated his ninjutsu behind Naruto. Earth Release, Swamp Technique. As the jutsu was unleashed, Xiaozhuang dispelled his invisibility. In the next moment, a muddy swamp materialized beneath Naruto's feet, ensnaring him and rendering him immobile. Now, Xiaozhuang bellowed, urging his comrades to attack. Xiaochun, concealed, decisively triggered the trap, sending the prearranged explosive tag kunai flying toward Naruto's feet. Naruto glanced down. Startled by the explosive tag and hastened his struggles, he possessed considerable strength, managing to free one leg just as the tag burned halfway. Quickly, Edu, don't let him escape. From above, Edu took a deep breath, then suddenly descended, plunging straight toward Naruto. In his eyes, there was no Xiaozhuang, no swamp, no explosive tag. Only Naruto's figure remained. Blade draw slash. Edu swung his sword fiercely, aiming directly for Naruto's head at the same time. Naruto drew the kunai from his waist and hurled it. Futile, the kunai could not impede my blade. Edu had resolved to exchange his own injury for Naruto's life. Little did he know, the Naruto trapped in the swamp merely smiled at him before transforming into a puff of smoke. What? A clone! In the next moment, the kunai thrown by the clone reverted to Naruto's true form. He executed a swift spin in midair, delivering a kick that sent Edu plunging into the swamp below. Following that, he hurled a flying thunder god kunai in Xiaochun's direction and left another kunai behind. Flying thunder god technique. Thud! Xiaochun was impaled in the abdomen by the kunai, pinned against a tree. Boom! The explosive tag in the swamp finally detonated, severely injuring Edu. Crack. Naruto reappeared amidst the smoke, delivering a decisive blow to the unsuspecting Xiaozhuang, ending his life. Until his last breath, he remained oblivious to what had transpired. What? Naruto landed gracefully, reflecting. This is the flying thunder god technique. After confirming Xiaozhuang's death, he turned to Edu, who lay on the ground, severely injured from the explosion, curled up and gasping for breath as Naruto approached. Edu could do nothing but fix his remaining eye on him. Filled with dread, a rich metallic scent of blood wafted from beneath Edu, invading Naruto's nostrils. He wrinkled his nose, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. Even he found it strange that he felt no unease after slaying his enemy. Perhaps I'm a born killer. Standing beside Edu, Naruto did not seek to comprehend the life he had just extinguished. Instead, he chose to take Edu's long blade for himself. He sensed that Edu's chakra was unlike that of an ordinary person, but if he were to describe it, it resembled the energy emitted by a medical ninja's healing techniques. Surely, this fellow's chakra possesses certain healing capabilities. That must be why he survived the explosion. Gazing at the long blade in his hand, Naruto unsheathed it, admiring the sharpness of its edge in the sunlight. This is a fine blade. With that, Naruto sheathed the long sword and secured it at his waist. Observing Naruto's departing figure, Edu could no longer contain himself. He struggled to force a sound from his throat. Hey! That cry caused fresh blood to seep from his chest wound. But Edu paid it no mind. He fixated on Naruto's retreating form, shouting in anguish, "Who on earth are you?" Naruto did not look back. Replying coolly, "If you survive this by some stroke of luck, remember never to provoke a leaf ninja again. Carry this fear I've bestowed upon you, and continue to live." With that, Naruto disregarded the weeping Edu. He pushed off the ground with force, leaping up to the tree where he had previously attacked Xiaochun. Atop the tree, Xiaochun's figure was no longer present, but remnants of Naruto's kunai remained embedded in the trunk. Observing the bloodstains surrounding him, Naruto thoughtfully stroked his chin. So you managed to escape silently and even fled with your injuries. Perhaps this unassuming female ninja is truly the strongest among the grass ninjas. He chuckled, pondering that even her comrades might be unaware of her true strength. Then he bent down, closely examining the bloodstains on the trunk. Simultaneously, memories from his time in the Ninja Academy flooded his mind. Comparing theoretical knowledge with the current situation, This bloodstain must have resulted from the wound that bled when the kunai was withdrawn. I shouldn't have targeted the abdomen. Next time, I should aim for a more vital spot. As for their escape route, was it toward the border? It seems their base is indeed stationed along the border. How audacious! Do the villagers not care? Or is it that Granny Tsunade took everyone away? Leaving insufficient manpower? Should I continue the pursuit or return the way I came? What should I do? Just as Naruto pondered, a sound of rushing air came from behind him. As Naruto turned his head, he discovered that it was Minato who had caught up with him. Minato slightly reduced his speed and settled beside Naruto. He inquired, "How did it go?" Naruto gestured towards the bloodstains beneath his feet. "I dealt with 7 of them. But one managed to escape. Given the current situation, they likely have set up an ambush ahead. Not bad at all. Naruto, considering this is your first real combat experience, you performed admirably. Naruto responded with little thought, merely acknowledging his words. Observing this, Minato sighed. "So, what do you wish to do next?" Minato's question caused Naruto to furrow his brow. "Am I to make the decision? Shouldn't I be following your orders as a jonin?" However, this jonin had previously erred and was now eager to redeem himself. With that, Minato adopted a somewhat pitiful expression. Unable to endure his demeanor, Naruto turned his face away. "Hey, I'm not your mother, and no need to act cute with me. Old man, haha, are you not angry anymore? My apologies, Naruto, that I may have been a bit harsh earlier." Naruto shrugged. "I no longer care. When I confronted the grass ninja, I truly didn't consider the consequences. Once we return to the village, what are your plans for Aunt Kira?" Minato contemplated for a moment before responding. "If we want Kira to join Konoha immediately, it may be quite challenging. Fortunately, we are in a time of peace, so the entry requirements are not particularly stringent. Kushina also joined Konoha at a young age. In my view, both Kira and Kushina belong to the Uzumaki clan, as long as we can verify their identities and eliminate any suspicion of espionage. Joining Konoha should not be too difficult. However, until she is fully accepted in Konoha, we may have to put her and her daughter through some discomfort." To this point, Naruto grasped Minato's intentions that he stood up and teased. "I think Aunt Kira need not worry too much. After all, you are here to help." What do you mean by that?" "Nothing much. I just think that with a father like you, you wouldn't abandon them. Would you?" "Hey, don't say such things carelessly." "Where are you going?" "Just taking my leave at the border of the grass country and the land of fire." Xiao Chun clutched her abdomen where she had been wounded with one hand, while the other wielded a bloody trident kunai, struggling toward the checkpoint along the road. Why this time? Many elite jonin from the grass ninja village had already gathered at the checkpoint, most of whom belonged to the Iga clan, the same clan as the first grass ninja Naruto had killed. Noticing Xiao Chun's arrival, a jonin leader stepped out from the checkpoint to greet her. "Is it just you? Where are the others?" Xiao Chun pressed tightly against her wound, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth and offered a slight bow to the jonin. "I'm sorry, my lord, but I'm the only one who returned." "Humph." The jonin scoffed, showing little concern for Xiao Chun's injuries. As expected, a bunch of useless fools. With that, he arrogantly raised his head and looked at Xiao Chun. "Speak, since you didn't sneak back to the village in disgrace. It means you have important intelligence to report, but let's hear it." Leaning against a tree, the jonin closed his eyes and fiddled with his ears. Witnessing his dismissive demeanor, Xiao Chun took a deep breath. Suppressing the rage bubbling within her, she leaned forward, presenting the bloodied trident kunai. "This is the enemy's special ninja tool. Its effects are unknown, but its power is immense. It has already killed many of our comrades." "Oh." The jonin's interest was piqued upon hearing Xiao Chun's words. He took the kunai from her hand and examined it closely. "Excellent. This truly is a product of a great ninja village. The craftsmanship is remarkable. The handle likely relates to some special ninjutsu. Quite intriguing. Worth studying. I'm glad you're satisfied, my lord." After a moment, Xiao Chun softly added, "My lord, I'm gravely injured. Is it possible for me to?" The jonin impatiently waved his hand. "Get lost. We don't need you useless ones here." "Understood." Xiao Chun offered a respectful bow to the jonin before receiving the orders to return to the village. Once she had the instructions, she wasted no time and immediately took a shortcut towards the grass ninja village. Throughout her journey, each time she recalled Naruto's last moment when he thwarted the combined attack of 3 opponents. She couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. You all can keep that kunai. Having experienced it firsthand, Xiao Chun had begun to piece together some of the truths behind the Flying Thunder God technique. She speculated that Naruto's sudden appearance was closely tied to that special kunai. Clutching her abdomen and feeling the sharp pain radiating from her wound, a flicker of resentment crossed Xiao Chun's eyes. I hope all those IGA brutes perish at the hands of that little monster. Meanwhile, on the other side, Naruto and Minato were racing swiftly to the border between the grass country and the land of fire. Gazing upon the checkpoint ahead, which was guarded by fully armed ninjas, Minato nodded. Indeed, their main force has set up an obstruction here. Naruto sensed the chakra of the opponents and began counting. 1, 2. From the chakra, there are a total of 7 jonin. However, they are merely grass ninja jonin. Minato nodded. Naruto's perception aligned closely with what he had observed. Point 7. In a one-on-one fight, I certainly wouldn't fear any ninja from a minor village. However, this number, if we engage directly, Naruto could get hurt. Moreover, they might possess some unique abilities. It's best to retreat for now. As he thought this, Minato prepared to signal Naruto. Little did he know, Naruto anticipated Minato's intention. Dad, you're not suggesting we run away now, are you? This is the only path. If we don't take this route into the land of fire, we'll have to go way around. He fixed a sharp gaze on Minato, fully aware that this was a psychological issue. Minato was faltering that, in truth, Minato's strength was not lacking in this world. But the primary difference between him and the 4th Hokage from the original world was the fortitude of spirit. He lacked the heart of a true warrior. Of course, it was precisely due to his timidity that he did not step forward on the night of the invasion of Konoha, allowing Naruto to enjoy a blissful childhood. This was the emotional burden carried by the 4th Hokage Minato from the original world. He felt he owed it to everyone in the village, yet he could not forgive himself for failing his own child. This, perhaps, is the greatest tragedy of human existence. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety have been difficult to reconcile. Feeling the disdain in Naruto's gaze, Minato gritted his teeth. He could not afford to lose face in front of his child. I merely believe the risk of injury in a direct confrontation is too great. The grass ninja aren't that formidable, and we still have our trump card. As he spoke, Naruto pointed to the kunai in his hand. Are you suggesting? Minato pondered for a moment before being startled to discover that a jonin ahead was indeed carrying his Flying Thunder God kunai. If it were a surprise attack. In an instant. Minato understood Naruto's plan, that he had to admit, this approach seemed rather reckless in his eyes. Don't look at me like that, old man. Naruto responded, somewhat helplessly, utilizing the Flying Thunder God to suddenly appear within the enemy's ranks for a surprise attack was a common tactic used by the Minato of another world. How had it become a special tactic in this world? This version of Minato truly regarded the Flying Thunder God merely as a technique for travel and escape, as he observed the positioning of the jonin. Contemplating the feasibility of the surprise attack, Minato couldn't help but inhale sharply. He had to concede that Naruto's idea was indeed plausible. Yet this high-risk combat style had never been his preference. In that moment, Minato hesitated once more. Seeing his indecision, Naruto realized he needed to push him a bit harder. He drew out 2 kunai, holding one in his hand while placing the other between his teeth. Then he addressed Minato. Dad, if you don't come, I'll go in alone. Absolutely not. How could he possibly go alone? Even with confidence in Naruto, Minato was not so arrogant as to believe Naruto could handle so many jonin at such a young age. Thus, he hastily drew out his own kunai. Fine, I'll go with you. Upon hearing his words, Naruto finally broke into a smile. He exchanged a brief glance with Minato, and in that instant, the two began to form hand seals simultaneously. Inside the checkpoint, the jonin wielding the Flying Thunder God kunai remained oblivious to the devastation his actions would soon unleash upon his comrades. In the next moment, 2 yellow flashes suddenly appeared within his line of sight. Bang! Bang! Naruto materialized before him, executing a spinning kick that struck the jonin's neck. As his head tilted from the impact, Minato's attack followed suit, delivering a fierce kick from the opposite direction that connected with the jonin's head. The combined onslaught from father and son resembled a pair of scissors, brutally clamping down upon the Jonin's skull. In an instant, he lost consciousness, barely managing to utter a fragment of a word. Enemy. In midair, having successfully landed his strike, Naruto deftly tossed the kunai from his hand. He then retrieved a second kunai from his mouth and hurled it in another direction. Minato mirrored his actions, having noticed Naruto's target, and launched two kunai at the remaining adversaries. With the Flying Thunder God technique activated, Naruto suddenly appeared before another Jonin. He tightened his grip on the kunai designated for teleportation and plunged it into the Jonin's chest. He swiftly replicated the maneuver against yet another Jonin. However, behind him, two quick-reacting ninjas had already begun to form hand seals. "This won't do," Minato declared, raising his hand to condense a Rasengan, subsequently executing the Flying Thunder God technique. Rasengan. He unleashed the Rasengan with ferocity, rendering the Jonin who had been forming seals completely silent. The Jonin's body was sent flying, crashing directly into another ninja who had also been preparing seals. Minato advanced once more, the Rasengan still spinning, achieving a swift double kill. With a soft thud, as Naruto drove the kunai into the final enemy's body, the surprise attack came to a close. The entire encounter transpired in less than 3 seconds. A battle that concluded in the blink of an eye. Within the borders of the Leaf Village, two Umbu swiftly made their way toward the land of grass. Point one was tall and imposing, while the other was significantly shorter. "What on earth is happening in the land of grass?" inquired the shorter of the two. "I have no idea," replied the taller figure. "These small nations are always like this. They settle down for a few days and then start stirring again. Indeed, especially at this juncture. Thankfully, the Hidden Cloud Village has been quiet. That's because we're keeping a close watch on them. I wonder how many of our clan members are focused on the northeastern front. I recall a few years back when the Hidden Cloud Village infiltrated the Hyuga clan, causing quite the uproar. The third Hokage was furious, and many in our clan faced consequences. That was well-deserved. They carelessly allowed the enemy in, tarnishing the Uchiha name T. This moment, the man abruptly halted, his hand instinctively resting on the short blade at his back. He was prepared to draw it at a moment's notice. His companion also paused, adopting a defensive stance, forming a hand seal for a genjutsu, while keeping a keen gaze ahead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Moments later, Minato and his party arrived before the two Umbu, the sound of the wind trailing behind them. Umbu. Upon seeing their attire, Minato's heart skipped a beat. He quickly halted, maintaining a safe distance from them. "I am Minato Namikaze, a Jonin of the Leaf Village. May I inquire what mission you two are undertaking?" Behind him, Kushina, carrying Kira, caught up as her figure emerged. The two Umbu immediately focused their attention on the Uzumaki Kushina. "Minato Namikaze, who are the large and small individuals you have with you?" the tall man inquired, his voice resonating. Hearing this, Naruto, who had come with Karen, couldn't help but lift his head. "I asked that you." "Shisui Sensei." Karen, beside him, nervously squeezed Naruto's hand. Naturally, with her strength, it was impossible for her to hurt him. She whispered in his ear, "Do you know those two Umbu?" Naruto nodded. "One of them is my teacher." The night had deepened, and the silvery moonlight bathed the group. Just the previous evening, Naruto and Minato had joined forces to swiftly breach the checkpoint guarded by the grass ninjas along the border. The subsequent events were straightforward. Minato turned to take over carrying Kushina and Kira, and the group slipped into the land of fire under the cover of darkness. Kushina, concerned for Minato's fatigue, alternated carrying Kira with him. They had just switched roles, and it was now Kushina's turn to bear Kira. As for Karen, she was being carried by Naruto. He had become increasingly accustomed to the rhythm of travel, even with Karen in tow. Keeping pace with Minato and the others was effortless. Noticing that the Umbu had not responded, Naruto stepped forward to scrutinize the tall Umbu's physique closely. With growing certainty, he shouted, "Shisui Sensei, even with your mask, I can still recognize you." Indeed, the tall Umbu was none other than their teacher, Shisui Uchiha, who had been forced to return to active duty due to the manpower shortages in the Leaf Village. His companion was none other than his close friend, the genius known as Itachi Uchiha, the third Hokage's right-hand man. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Shisui's mind was instantly flooded with memories of Naruto, calling him Big Nose Sensei back in school. Itachi, having heard about this from Shisui, shared a knowing glance with him and couldn't help but chuckle. Haha. After laughing, Itachi voluntarily removed his mask, revealing his face to everyone. Seeing this, Shisui also dropped his pretense. Taking off his mask with a resigned expression, Naruto, you rascal, do you not know that you shouldn't call out the names of Umbu outside the village? Naruto scratched his head, grinning. My apologies, Shisui-sensei. By the way, why are you out here instead of teaching at the academy? At that moment, Itachi explained, the village is currently short-handed, which is why Shisui-san was called upon to assist. Then he turned to Minato. Did you just return from the land of grass? What transpired there? We've received intel suggesting their ninjas are making significant moves to... Minato opened his mouth, unsure of where to begin, and could only manage a wry smile at Itachi. It's too complicated to explain in a short time. You should investigate for yourselves. Understood? You all should be on your way. Itachi nodded, promptly donning his mask once more. Meanwhile, Shisui glared at Naruto playfully. Naruto, I'll deal with you when we return to the academy. Yeah. Naruto was taken aback, bewildered as to where he had managed to provoke Shisui. This shouldn't be the case. He had deliberately refrained from calling out his nickname to save face for his teacher. Shaking his head, Naruto took Karen and moved away, putting the matter behind him. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Shisui-sensei is just venting. What else can he do? At most, he'll invoke my name more during class. Even without this incident, he often does. Naruto, once they were at a safe distance from Shisui and Itachi, Karen finally dared to speak. It seems you aren't afraid of those two Umbu at all. Afraid? Why should I be? Shisui-sensei is a really nice person. He doesn't get angry when I call him by his nickname. By the way, do you know what his nickname is? Hearing Naruto's words, Karen's eyes sparkled with envy. In the land of grass, even the weakest genin dared to look down on ordinary civilians, let alone powerful ninjas. Yet just now, she had exchanged words with two formidable Umbu from the Leaf. Ninjas of the same rank from the Leaf Village were far superior in strength compared to those from the Land of Grass. She both envied their camaraderie and admired Naruto's ease in their presence. She believed that even in the Leaf, very few at their age could converse so casually with Umbu. Those two Umbu just now exuded an immense chakra that I have never seen before. They are probably stronger than anyone I encountered in the Land of Grass. That's certainly true, Naruto replied earnestly. Karen, next time, please refrain from carelessly sensing the chakra of strangers. It is quite impolite. Shisui-sensei and the others simply chose not to hold it against you. Is that so? Karen's cheeks flushed as she realized she had been discovered. She softly told Naruto, I'm sorry, I won't do it again to him. Naruto nodded in satisfaction. When I first watched the anime, I felt that Xianglin had quite a fiery temper, but in retrospect, he seems to possess a rather gentle disposition. Could it be that the influence of this reversed world has altered Xianglin's character? Little does he know, the Xianglin of this world is just as tempestuous as in the original realm. However, when it comes to those he holds dear, Xianglin has always been exceedingly tender, gazing at Naruto's silhouette before him. Xianglin gently closed his eyes, savoring the warmth of Naruto's chakra. In the night, Shisui and Itachi entered the Land of Grass and noticed a multitude of corpses at a road checkpoint. They approached the bodies silently. Surveying the surroundings, the signs of a battle were evident. Itachi remarked softly. However, the signs seemed rather peculiar. Indeed, Shisui observed, taking in the scene before him, it appears they were attacked simultaneously. These Nins seem as if they were caught in an illusion, standing in a line to be slaughtered. Could there be such a master of Genjutsu? It doesn't seem likely, Itachi replied, glancing at his companion. It would be difficult for you, even if you could control so many Nin in an instant. To ensure they wouldn't struggle at all, Itachi shook his head slightly. It's quite challenging and moreover unnecessary. Indeed, unnecessary. The primary purpose of Genjutsu is to disrupt and hinder the enemy's resistance, rather than to render them completely immobile. If the goal was merely to eliminate foes, then interfering with their senses through Genjutsu would suffice. Complete control is utterly superfluous. Thus, these individuals were certainly not ensnared in an illusion that if it isn't an illusion, then only one possibility remains. Shisui regarded Itachi with a calm demeanor and stated, "These individuals were all dispatched in an instant." Upon hearing Shisui's words, surprise flickered across Itachi's masked face that he gasped. In an instant? So many Jainin. Who could it be? Who do you think? Is there any other possibility? Reminded by his words, Itachi recalled their recent encounter with Minato. "It must be him," Itachi exclaimed, filled with astonishment in his mind. Minato was not capable of such feats. Only he could achieve this. His jutsu aligns perfectly. The multiple shadow clones combined with Flying Thunder God. Look, there are traces of Rasengan attacks here. Huh. Why do these attack marks appear so juvenile? It's a clone. Brother Shisui. It seems you too can make an error in judgment. Itachi chuckled, drawing a kunai and gesturing towards the wounds on the corpses. The height and depth of these wounds clearly indicate they were not inflicted by Minato's clone. It seems more likely to be the work of your esteemed disciple. Esteemed disciple. Naruto. Shisui furrowed his brow. What esteemed disciple? I have no disciple as exuberant as him. He barely qualifies as a student. Besides, it's still too early for me to take on disciples. Not too early at all, brother Shisui. Your strength is more than sufficient to take on a disciple. With Naruto's talent, he will undoubtedly have no shortage of mentors in the future. It would be wise for you to act preemptively. Itachi's words held merit. Yet Shisui shook his head. If I were concerned with such superficial titles, I wouldn't be teaching at the Ninja Academy. Indeed, Itachi sighed. Brother Shisui, you always possess a clearer perspective than we do. Don't say that, Itachi. Your eyes are no less keen than mine to take down so many Jainin in an instant. Even if two were to join forces, such an achievement is astonishing that if this were during the Great Ninja War, Minato would undoubtedly rise to fame in one fell swoop. Saying this, he nodded in acknowledgement. So this is the Yellow Flash. Indeed, that title is fitting. Having grasped the situation, Shisui and Itachi swiftly departed from the site, returning to the Land of Fire. The corpses scattered across the ground would deliver a significant psychological blow to the village of Grass come sunrise. From that day forth, an unspoken rule emerged in the village of Grass. Never engage in battle with any yellow-haired individual wielding a trident kunai, even if he is merely a child. It was from this day that the inhabitants of the village of Grass once again recalled the terror that Konoha had instilled in the surrounding small villages, for the small nations surrounding Konoha. The specter of Rome had never truly vanished. Earlier, in the Valley of Dreams, Tsunade and Jiraiya, after several days of exploration, finally discovered a method to enter the Valley of Dreams. They successfully brought along a group of ninjas into this enigmatic realm. What kind of place is this? I don't know. The surrounding flora is unfamiliar to... was that a bird that just flew by without legs? You're mistaken. Your eyesight must be failing. Listening to the discussions of the ninjas, Tsunade cast a sidelong glance at Jiraiya and whispered, "This place feels off." Indeed, Jiraiya nodded solemnly, then swiftly bit his thumb and performed a series of hand seals before pressing his palm to the ground. Summoning Jutsu, with a small puff of smoke, Fukasaku and Shima, the Toad Sages appear before the group. "Oh, it's little Jiraiya. You mentioned you were off to rescue a friend, correct?" "Yes, Sage Fukasaku. We are indeed in the midst of a rescue operation and have arrived at the last place he was seen." "Child, take a moment to observe your surroundings. Some questions need not be asked." "All right then," Fukasaku conceded. "Little Jiraiya, did you summon us to enter Sage mode?" Jiraiya nodded. "That is my intention, but I also seek the wisdom of both sages." "Very well." Fukasaku and Shima exchanged glances before leaping onto Jiraiya's shoulders. "Since that is the case, we shall accompany you on this journey." With the two Toad Sages by his side, Jiraiya had not ventured far when Shima remarked, "Child, the scenery around here feels oddly familiar." Indeed, Fukasaku pondered, could this be the Valley of Dreams? But isn't the dream beast long dead? Logically, this place should have fallen into ruin. No, judging by the current state. The dream beast appears to be thriving. Without its nurturing presence, this place could not possibly be so vibrant. As they spoke, Jiraiya noticed markings etched into the rocks by the roadside. He hurried forward, scrutinizing the coded symbols left by a marker. Tsunade, who had turned her head, quickly deciphered the code. Indeed, it's a secret code left by Orochimaru's Umbu. This means Orochimaru is ahead, as he spoke. Jiraiya felt a sudden drop in the temperature of the air. Perhaps it was merely his imagination. Fukusaku said gravely, "Little Jiraiya, if the enemy lies ahead, you should prepare for Sage Mode." Understood, Jiraiya nodded firmly. Thoughts racing with the intel transmitted by Orochimaru. .6 Paths Obliteration. Simultaneously, Tsunade turned to the group and commanded, "All right, everyone, prepare for battle. We may encounter enemies at any moment." Immediately, she too performed the summoning technique, conjuring a slug the size of a bus. Upon its arrival, the slug twisted its plump body as a greeting to Tsunade, then swiftly split apart. The smaller slugs rapidly climbed onto each person's shoulder. With the exception of Jiraiya, "What is this?" "Do not worry, the slugs are my summoned beasts. They can serve as my proxies to provide healing at any time. This is merely a precaution. Now, let us move forward." With a resounding awoo, the group advanced along the valley. Before long, they arrived at the very spot where Orochimaru and the Dream Beast had fought. The carcass of the Dream Beast had long since vanished, leaving only traces of orange fur upon the ground. And in the center of the ravaged valley stood a motionless figure. It was Orochimaru. Transformed into a sage, he had maintained this pose for an indeterminate time, his body nearly resembling a statue. Within his hands, a mass of black matter was enveloped in layers of seals. That is, upon seeing Orochimaru, someone could not help but exclaim at the same time, Jiraiya and Tsunade's expressions darkened. Just as Tsunade took a step forward, Jiraiya pulled her back. "Calm down, Tsunade. At this juncture, we cannot afford to waste a moment." "How can I remain calm, Jiraiya?" "Orochimaru. He has already lost his breath." Jiraiya raised his gaze to the lifeless form in the center of the canyon, resembling a statue. However, shortly after, Fukusaku and Shima spoke up. "There is still a glimmer of hope, Tsunade." The words of the two sages rekindled Tsunade's spirit. "Are you two truly speaking the truth?" Indeed, that it appears that Orochimaru's body has undergone profound sage transformation. The sage mode of the Rigakure possesses extraordinary powers. Snakes hibernate, and currently, Orochimaru is in a dormant state. Externally, he seems utterly devoid of life. Yet, with the right manipulation, there remains a possibility for revival. Jiraiya continued, echoing the sages. "However, if we attempt to move Orochimaru's body, the seal will inevitably be broken. This may very well be why Orochimaru wished for us not to come. He would rather remain sealed as a monster until death." Tsunade raised an eyebrow, the mark on her forehead beginning to spread black lines. "Jiraiya, you should understand what I intend to do, correct?" "Ah, I certainly do." As he spoke, red lines emerged across Jiraiya's face. "Thus, I must accompany you to the death." "Enough lamenting. Others, remain on standby. We shall proceed." "Understood," Jiraiya replied, then clapped his hands together forcefully, shouting, "Sage Mode, activate!" Simultaneously, the black lines on Tsunade's forehead spread across her entire body, and she shouted, "Sage Sun Jutsu!" Together, they charged towards Orochimaru's body. It seemed that the black liquid within the seal sensed the unique chakra of the two and began to writhe restlessly. Attempting to break free, Jiraiya positioned himself before Orochimaru. His 10 fingers channeling various attributes of chakra, he prepared to utilize the 5-element seal to accept Orochimaru's seal. "Are you ready, Jiraiya?" "Almost." "Move Orochimaru's body." "All right," Tsunade shouted, seizing Orochimaru's hardened form with both arms, unleashing her tremendous strength. "Rise!" Orochimaru's body clung tightly to the ground as if rooted. However, even if it were truly entangled with roots, Tsunade, having activated the Byakugan seal, could uproot it with ease. This Orochimaru's body began to loosen. The seal was gradually diminished. Meanwhile, the black liquid within the seal grew increasingly agitated. "Lift!" At last, Tsunade uprooted Orochimaru's entire form. Simultaneously, Jiraiya, who had been prepared, immediately connected his 5-element seal. Yet, no matter how swiftly he moved, a gap remained between the two seals. This gap became the perfect opportunity for the black entity, Rikid Sannin, to escape. Thus, at the very moment Orochimaru's seal vanished, the black liquid fully coalesced, forming a humanoid figure. Jiraiya's 5-element seal did not completely envelop the figure, only pressing against its abdomen. Hiss! The reformed entity was none other than Rikid Senin. It grinned at Jiraiya. Emitting an immensely pleasurable sound, I have emerged. Haha. Sensing the overwhelming malevolence emanating from Rikid Senin, both Jiraiya and the two toads perched on his shoulders were visibly perturbed. Conan, retreat. The black liquid swiftly enveloped Conan. But in the next moment, her form transformed into a paper fragment, leaving only the black liquid behind, reverting to Rikid Senin. Clearly, Rikid Senin had targeted Conan's paper clone. What a chance, Sage Art! Super giant Rasengan. Jiraiya's eyes brightened at this opportunity. Seizing the moment, he raised his hand, condensing a gigantic Rasengan, larger than a human, and smashed it into the black figure. Rikid Senin was violently shredded into fragments, with countless black shards cascading like raindrops around, subsequently seeping into the earth. Upon landing, Jiraiya exhaled, watching Rikid Senin vanish once more. What a troublesome adversary. Sensei, Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan arrived at Jiraiya's side. Not only Jiraiya, but the three were also filled with a deep sense of concern. Nagato analyzed, I have never encountered such a creature. Its liquid form is nearly impossible to grasp, and its humanoid form exudes a tremendous sense of pressure. Conan added, moreover, when my clone vanished, the chakra it carried also dissipated. It seems that the chakra of the clone was absorbed by that monster. Fortunately, we have you, Sensei. Your new mode can suppress that creature. Hearing Yahiko's words, Jiraiya shook his head that I cannot claim to suppress that monster. Rather, I can barely contend with it. Without the intel conveyed by Orochimaru, we would find it exceedingly challenging to confront it. Although it has escaped my initial 5-element seal, its chakra is still considerably restrained by the sealing technique. I can sense that the strength of the 5-element seal upon it is diminishing. This means it will only grow stronger. Boom! Boom! Hearing explosions in the distance, Jiraiya's expression shifted. He thought to himself, this is bad. It must be Tsunade's side. We have been lured away. We must go. With that, Jiraiya turned and rushed towards Tsunade's location. Behind him, Yahiko and the others exchanged glances and hastily followed. Akimichi CHG enlarged his arms, grabbing large boulders and hurling them at Rikid Senin. Though he possessed formidable taijutsu, he refrained from directly attacking Rikid Senin due to knowledge of its possession ability, opting instead for this method to hinder it. However, the effect was minimal. The liquefied Rikid Senin was nearly immune to ordinary physical attacks. Amidst the flying dust and stones, it had already reached Tsunade that moment. Tsunade was wholly engrossed in healing Orochimaru, seemingly oblivious to Rikid Senin's approach. Witnessing this, a nearby ninja urgently called out, Lady Tsunade. Yet Rikid Senin had already lunged towards Tsunade, leaping and transforming its body into a hollow shell, poised to attach itself to her. In the next instant, Tsunade looked up. Her pale pink fist loomed larger in Rikid Senin's eyes. Bang! The humanoid Rikid Senin was sent flying by Tsunade's punch, a spectacle that greatly invigorated the confidence of those surrounding, who erupted into cheers for Tsunade's prowess. Yet, only Tsunade comprehended that in that fleeting moment of contact, a significant portion of her chakra had been siphoned away. Glancing at the fading Byakugan seal patterns on her arm, she furrowed her beautifully shaped brows. Indeed, I must resort to sealing techniques. Tsunade, Jiraiya arrived at the battlefield, and Tsunade shook her head in response, signaling that she was unscathed. This Rikid Senin is even more troublesome than Orochimaru described. Indeed, however, it seems he hasn't employed his possession ability much. Jiraiya's words prompted Tsunade to ponder. Perhaps the sealing technique that resulted in Orochimaru's demise instilled a sense of trepidation in him. He fears that we may repeat our actions against him, sealing him alongside his host. In that regard, this creature possesses quite a high combat intellect. Hearing her words, Jiraiya jested, What? Are you afraid? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Scoffing, have you ever seen me afraid of anyone throughout my life? Haha, true enough. Tsunade, I still remember the first time you met Sensei. You immediately asserted your dominance. Hearing you say that reminds me. When we first met, I thought to myself, Jiraiya, you're quite dull, and Orochimaru is a freak. So, among the three of us, you are the only normal one. Isn't that the case? As she spoke, Tsunade's smile faded, her expression turning serious. Jiraiya, we must return. Jiraiya nodded solemnly. Indeed, this was a grueling tug-of-war. Unlike the battle with Orochimaru, the current Rikid Sannin had transformed into the most patient of hunters, while Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the other ninjas became his prey. For 3 consecutive days and nights, Rikid Sannin incessantly harassed and attacked the ninjas, as the ninjas continued to repel the relentless onslaught of the 6 paths of destruction. They gradually found themselves both physically and mentally exhausted, reminiscent of the most intense moments of the Ninja World War. Indeed, I never anticipated that these old bones of mine could endure such an experience once more. Akimichi Choza glanced at the lethargic slug perched upon his shoulder and gently caressed its shin. Had it not been for Lady Tsunade's summoning beast, I doubt I would have been able to persevere. Tsunade's summoned slug possesses the remarkable ability to continuously restore the physical stamina and chakra of its host. The longer the drawn-out battle continued, the more pronounced its effects became. We are nearing our limits. Yes, but the enemy's patience must also be wearing thin. With that, he let out a derisive chuckle. Heh, for beast. Being able to resist the temptation of a grand feast for 3 days is nothing short of miraculous. He is likely to launch a full-scale assault at any moment. At that point, it will be up to Lady Tsunade and Jiraiya. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Jiraiya were engaged in hushed deliberation. Can you still utilize Sage Mode? Don't underestimate me. Over the past few days, I've been conserving my strength. However, you seem to have depleted your chakra, haven't you? Enough to deal with the opponent. Here he comes from below. The figure of the 6 paths of destruction emerged once more. At this moment, he could no longer suppress his insatiable hunger, possessing Tsunade's body and beginning to absorb her chakra. Fortunately, Tsunade had previously sealed away her chakra within herself. Thus, it was not immediately taken by the 6 paths of destruction. Sealing. With that, Tsunade formed hand seals, attempting to perform her jutsu. However, the 6 paths of destruction swiftly seized control of Tsunade's arms, preventing her from executing the sealing technique. That a dark, viscous liquid formed a black skin over Tsunade's body. She summoned her immense strength, yet could not break free from his grasp. How infuriating! As she felt her control over her body wane, a smile crept across Tsunade's face. She suddenly shouted, "Now, Jiraiya, 4 symbols sealing." Jiraiya activated Sage Mode and pressed the sealing technique upon the blackened portion of Tsunade's body. Gradually, the corporeal form of the 6 paths of destruction was being peeled away from Tsunade. This is bad, very bad. Jiraiya gritted his teeth. After 3 days of fierce combat, he was utterly drained. Though he had consciously conserved his strength, the power of the 6 paths of destruction exceeded his expectations. Vidralak, several golden chains were unleashed by Nagato, firmly ensnaring the form of the 6 paths of destruction. In the previous battles, protected by those around him, Nagato's stamina and chakra were in significantly better condition than the others present. He was, in fact, the one with the most preserved strength among them. Well done, Nagato. All our struggles have led to this moment. Indeed, sealing techniques truly rely on the Uzumaki clan. Come on, red-haired kid. The expression of the 6 paths of destruction, now bound by the chains, grew increasingly grim. He bellowed, "Do you think this is all the strength I possess?" Immediately, he manipulated Tsunade's body to grasp the chains and yanked them fiercely. Nagato stumbled, nearly losing his concentration on the jutsu. He shouted back, "Hey, stop watching and come help me." "Oh, we're coming." The ninjas who had been cheering moments ago rushed forward to assist Nagato in holding the chains. With their combined efforts, the chains were barely stabilized. Amidst the standoff, 3 black serpents slithered into position, forming a triangle around the 6 paths of destruction. Triple serpent sealing. The raspy voice of Orochimaru echoed, and Jiraiya turned in surprise to see that Orochimaru had awakened. He could not yet rise, but lay on the ground to perform his jutsu. "Orochimaru, so you finally decided to wake up? After all, if you're so lively, I can't just sit idly by." Not only was Jiraiya excited, but Orochimaru's awakening also greatly boosted the morale of those around them. With Lord Orochimaru awake, our victory is assured. With the legendary Sannin present, no foe could possibly stand against us. Nagato observed the excitement of the surrounding Konoha ninjas. He felt the chains grow lighter in his grasp. Their newfound strength completely overpowered the chains, and the six paths of destruction was fully separated from Tsunade. Yahiko approached Nagato and whispered, "How wonderful. Is this the feeling of trust among the village's people?" Nagato slightly turned his head, affirming, "Amigakure will also have its own heroes in the future." Conan joined them, saying, "If Amigakure can have someone who unites the people like the Sannin, that person will undoubtedly be you, Yahiko." Meanwhile, Tsunade, freed from control, disregarded rest, and gritted her teeth to perform the sealing technique. Slug sealing jutsu. The slugs, summoned by the ninjas, descended and gathered around the six paths of destruction, encasing him. Soon, the bodies of these slugs began to harden, enveloping the six paths of destruction within a thick, white shell. After completing this, Tsunade could no longer hold on, her body swaying as she collapsed to the ground. Jiraiya stepped forward, placing his hand upon the white shell and adding several more seals. The previously restless shell fell silent upon the completion of the sealing. Everyone sighed in relief. This arduous battle had finally come to an end. "Thank goodness, we can finally rest. I feel so disheveled. All I want now is to return to the village and take a hot bath." Who isn't feeling the same? Sitting on the ground, Tsunade released the 100 healings mark. At that moment, her chakra was nearly depleted, and her youthful appearance reverted to that of an old woman. However, she paid no mind to it. Rising, she stretched luxuriously and then approached Orochimaru, observing Tsunade's elderly appearance. Orochimaru rasped, "It's been a while since I've seen you like this." "Yes, I suppose it will take some time to regain my chakra." Lying on the ground, Orochimaru gazed at the sky and continued, "What about Jiraiya? What is he doing?" "He is busy sealing that monster." Tsunade was correct to make tea that moment. Jiraiya, filled with concern, was tirelessly releasing sealing techniques upon the thick cocoon containing the six paths of destruction. The surface of the cocoon was covered in an intricate array of sealing symbols, resembling a layer of newspaper. This truly reflects his style. Having always felt that his talent was lacking, Jiraiya often exerted several times more effort than Tsunade and Orochimaru when learning the same jutsu. Ultimately, this resulted in Jiraiya possessing the most solid grasp of ninjutsu. "How is your body holding up?" "I don't know, I have no sensation in my lower limbs." It's likely, upon saying this, Orochimaru fell silent. Tsunade forced a smile. "It's all right, perhaps once you return and rest for a while, your leg injury will heal on its own." Orochimaru cleared his throat, speaking hoarsely, "Don't comfort me, Tsunade. You must have realized by now." As the foremost medical ninja in the ninja world, Tsunade understood Orochimaru's condition after having encountered his body. His lower body had been parasitized by the six paths of destruction for an extended period. Completely devoid of vitality, with all the muscles necrotic and atrophied. His upper body was also in dire straits. Orochimaru's transformation into sage mode had been forced without full mastery, leaving him deeply afflicted by snake venom. This particular venom was unusual. Even Tsunade would find it challenging to neutralize in a short time. In any case, I'm still alive. The village will depend on you and Jiraiya from now on. Enough with the morbid talk. Let us look forward to returning to the village and accompanying your students in the intensive care unit. Konohira and SHGO are both still alive. Indeed, I'm beginning to understand what it means to feel the joy of surviving a calamity. After sealing the thick cocoon containing the six paths of destruction into a scroll, Jiraiya briefly penned a letter detailing the situation and handed it to a Konoha Genin. "Thank you for your assistance." "Of course, my lord." The Genin performed the summoning technique, calling forth a trained ninja hawk, placing the letter into the tube attached to its talon. "Return and report the situation to the third Hokage." As he spoke, he released the hawk. Simultaneously, in an unnoticed corner, a small mass of black slime, akin to a droplet, slowly emerged from a crevice in the stone. It cast a fleeting glance at the gathering of Konoha's inhabitants before slithering westward, towards the direction of the border of Awagakure. A patrolling rock ninja was fixated on the path ahead and on the surface. He appeared quite earnest, but if one were to approach closely, they would discover that he was actually dozing off with his eyes shut. The keen eyes that seemed so sharp from a distance were merely painted on his eyelids. Viewed from this angle, his artistic skills far surpassed his prowess in surveillance. However, his lackadaisical behavior did not escape the notice of his superior. "Hey, "What are you doing?" His superior had silently approached and suddenly shouted, startling him awake. Ah! He jolted from his slumber, taken aback by the shout, and even began to hiccup, upon realizing that it was his direct superior before him. He hastily straightened up, adopting a posture that conveyed he had been dutifully on guard all along that moment. His expression was resolute, as if he were about to join the umbu of a Wagakure. After giving him one last glare, his superior turned and departed, for there were many areas still needing inspection. In his view, the ninjas under his command merely needed to focus on their posts, while he, as a member of the management, had many more matters to consider. The audacity of his subordinates to be unsatisfied and to dare to slack off was truly disrespectful. As his superior walked away, the sentry immediately relaxed his posture as he glared menacingly at the retreating figure, then spat onto the ground. Bah! After doing so, a weary expression returned to his face. Rubbing his ears, he muttered helplessly, "I don't know what's wrong lately. I feel so exhausted. After work, I think I'll go have a beer." Having said that, he let out a deep yawn and stretched comfortably. Yet in the midst of his stretching, his body suddenly stiffened, and he collapsed straight down. Moments later, a mass of black slime, now the size of a fist, crawled out from his ear. This mass of slime was none other than the fleeing Rokudo. At this point, his size had increased several times, growing from the size of a droplet to that of a fist. His chakra had also significantly replenished. All of this, of course, was thanks to the rock ninjas. Throughout his journey, Rokudo had possessed several ninjas, each time devouring their chakra cleanly before shifting targets. That up until now, his existence had gone unnoticed by the rock ninjas with the previous instances. He abandoned this body in search of his next target. Shortly thereafter, along a path, a group of individuals hurried towards Iwagakure. They were rock ninjas returning from a mission, eager to return to the village now that their task was complete. What is wrong? It's nothing. I think I just stepped in some mud. Forget it, let us go to this moment. This team of rock ninjas had no inkling of the monstrous entity they were bringing back to the village. Iwagakure was a village enveloped by mountains. The towering rocks surrounding the village provided formidable defensive capabilities, but simultaneously complicated communication with the outside world. The strength of Iwagakure was quite commendable. The current Tsuchikage, Noki, was a direct disciple of both the first and second Tsuchikage, boasting formidable power and earning the moniker of the two scales of Noki. He was proficient in earth release techniques and could utilize the unique nature transformation of dust release, a rarity that transcended the limits of bloodlines in the entire ninja world. Few could wield such abilities to be precise. The known users of dust release numbered only two: the second Tsuchikage Mu, who created it, and the third Tsuchikage, Noki, who learned from Mu. This number was even fewer than those who had possessed the Rasengan. Besides the stalwart third Tsuchikage, Iwagakure had many other formidable experts, including Noki's son, Karatsuchi's father, the Jonin Akatsuki, the Tsuchikage's bodyguard, the Jonin Akatsuki, known for creating rock giants and boasting unparalleled strength, as well as the four-tails Jinchuriki, Tsutsuki, and the five-tails Jinchuriki, Han. All of these were powerful figures within Iwagakure. However, at this moment, the talk of the village was a certain yellow-haired young boy. Boom! An explosion suddenly erupted in a part of the village, but the surrounding villagers had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Is it starting again? Can't Deidara stay still for even a moment? If this kid knew what it meant to stay still, he wouldn't be Deidara. Sigh. Who knows how much he'll destroy this time. Don T. Sigh. Every time we find this guy, he has his usual excuses, claiming he's testing new explosive clay. And yet, with his constant experiments, how can anyone tolerate this? Meanwhile, the Deidara spoken of by the villagers wore an expression far from relaxed. In fact, his countenance was quite grim, as though he had seen a ghost. Damn it, where the hell is it? Deidara muttered curses under his breath, his gaze darting around the hidden corners. Deidara shouted, releasing the clay spiders he held in his hands. The clay spiders, under his remote control, scuttled to the corner of a wall and exploded instantly. Boom! As the smoke gradually dissipated after the explosion. Deidara did not see the results he desired. Damn it! Did it escape again? Though Deidara was earnestly searching for something, to the outside observer, his actions appeared to be nothing more than random explosions. Hey, Deidara, stop it. Do you want to destroy the village? Stop. Don't bother me. Deidara yelled, continuously tossing clay bombs into the air. Explosions erupted around him in rapid succession. Amidst the resounding blasts, Deidara raved madly in the flames. Where is it? Where are you? Show yourself. Upon witnessing this, the onlookers could only think one thing. Holy crap, Deidara has finally lost it. Quick, report to the third Tsuchikage. I've said it before, always rambling about art. There's definitely something off in Deidara's head. Before long, those who went to inform that Tsuchikage returned, not bringing Noki, but instead summoning Akatsuki. The burly Akatsuki, upon arrival, wasted no time and immediately initiated a jutsu. Earth release. Earth flow wall? Ugh. The crumbling earth wall enveloped Deidara completely in an instant. He found himself unable to move a muscle, even lifting his hand to release a clay bomb. Damn it, let me go. Let me go. Akatsuki, you idiot. Do you know what you're doing? I'm in the middle of something important. Let me go. Akatsuki, you fool. Deidara's profanities did not elicit any change in Akatsuki's expression. He had long since grown accustomed to Deidara's rudeness and naturally did not hold it against him. He simply stood up and calmly instructed those around him, locked Deidara up for a while. Let him reflect before releasing him. Yes, Lord Akatsuki. Having said that, Akatsuki left the scene, leaving behind the damaged street and the echoes of Deidara's curses carried away by the wind. Akatsuki, let me go. Hey, don't pretend you can't hear me. In the prison, a little girl shook her head at Deidara from behind the bar's side. When will you ever grow up, Daranaikan? The girl speaking was Kuratsuchi, daughter of Akatsuki and granddaughter of the third Tsuchikage. Noki. At this moment, she was around 8 years old, just a little older than Naruto. Though still young, her current physique indicated she would likely grow tall and elegant in the future. What a waste of my father and grandfather's efforts in nurturing you. Kuratsuchi's words stem from the fact that Deidara was indeed being groomed as a successor for the village. His jutsu was unique, and his talent was exceptionally high. Just 11 years of age, Deidara was already nearing the strength of a jonin. Thus, Kuratsuchi's comments were not unfounded. However, Deidara in the cell was currently in no state to heed Kuratsuchi's words. He tugged at his long, yellow hair in exasperation and impatiently addressed Kuratsuchi. Go play elsewhere, Kuratsuchi, and leave me be daha. As if I wanted to. If it weren't for Grandpa's insistence, I wouldn't bother with you at all. I heard you've been vandalizing the village streets and houses again. I truly cannot comprehend you. How many times has it been now? Is it true what the villagers say, that you feel restless unless you blow something up every day? These words provoked Deidara to the core. He sprang to his feet, gripping the iron bars as he furiously retorted, if your thoughts mirror those of the village's imbeciles, then you are beyond saving. Me destroy the village? I have safeguarded it countless times. It was clearly Uncle Han's tailed beast that went out of control, and I merely intervened. How is that my fault? Kuratsuchi scoffed and countered. And what about today? What excuse will you concoct for your destruction now? I was searching for a monster, a creature that can tunnel through the earth. This monster is peculiar, and its chakra is the most malevolent I have ever encountered. Believe me, if we do not find it, this bunch of worthless villagers is bound to suffer. Upon hearing Deidara's words, Kuratsuchi rolled her eyes, evidently unconvinced, with Grandpa and Dad around, what danger could possibly threaten the village. Deidara, your talent for fabrication is becoming increasingly juvenile. Enough of this. It is pointless to engage further with a master of lies like you. I shall take my leave. Go on. All of you. How infuriating it is that I alone have seen through the truth of this world. Uncle Zai, I finally understand your feelings. Back then, when you left the village, I was oblivious. Indeed, living alongside these fools is less appealing than becoming a rogue ninja and escaping the village altogether. Before Deidara could finish his thought, Kuratsuchi seized him by the collar through the iron bars. Defection? You would betray the village. Gazing into Kuratsuchi's eyes, which were ablaze with fury, Deidara found himself at a loss for words, all his grievances silenced. Do not utter such words again, Deidara. Kuratsuchi enunciated slowly, her tone stripped of its former camaraderie, replaced instead with an overwhelming intent to kill. You know my resolve, Deidara. I will not allow anyone to threaten the village. If you choose to become a traitor, It would be best for you to never show your face before me again, for I will undoubtedly take your life myself. That moment. Kuratsuchi's eyes reflected a chilling indifference to life. Deidara swallowed hard, fully aware that Kuratsuchi spoke with sincerity. Given his understanding of her, he knew she was entirely capable of such an act. I understand, Deidara stammered, mentally resolving that if the day ever came when he truly needed to leave the village, it would have to be when Kuratsuchi was not present, that he believed that through his bond with the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, even if Inoki himself intervened, he could likely escape unscathed if he was resolute. But Kuratsuchi was different. This woman possessed an almost obsessive love for the village, a true wolf among wolves. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, Tsunade and her team had finally returned with Orochimaru to the village gates. Noera Hiruzen approached them, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, Lady Tsunade, Jiraiya." Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, glancing at the tents outside the gates, and asked Noera, "What is this?" "Oh, Hokage-sama brought back a mother and daughter pair from the land of grass. They wish to seek refuge in Konoha. Until their identities are verified, they can only stay temporarily outside the village. However, I hear their residency permits will be processed shortly." Jiraiya nodded, refraining from further inquiries. "Is the third Hokage in the village?" "Yes, ever since he received the letter. He has been waiting for you." Hiruzen added, "He specifically instructed that you should see him upon your return." "Understood." Jiraiya nodded and turned to Tsunade, saying, "You should take Orochimaru and the other injured for treatment. I'll report to the third." "Very well." Tsunade agreed without hesitation and headed directly to the Konoha hospital. Shortly thereafter, in the Hokage's office, the third listened quietly as Jiraiya recounted the events. Once Jiraiya finished, the third narrowed his eyes and asked, "What do you propose we do about the 6 paths of pain?" "I think we should confine him with the 9 tails. The 9-tails, the mention of this name." The third's eyelids twitched involuntarily. The attack by the 9 tails 6 years prior remained a painful memory for him, as he had lost a successor who had yet to be replaced. "Well, you decide. What is the condition of Orochimaru?" The third inquired subtly. Jiraiya hesitated for a moment before reporting the truth. Tsunade said he may never stand again. Upon hearing this news, the third felt a wave of fatigue and helplessness wash over him. Once again, the thought of retirement resurfaced. "That I understand. You should rest as well. The battle must have been exhausting. When I have the time, I will go visit Orochimaru." "Okay." With that, Jiraiya slipped on his wooden sandals, preparing to leave the Hokage's office. Just as he was about to exit, the third called out to him, "Will you be staying a few more days?" "Yes," Jiraiya nodded. "I have a few disciples who have also come to Konoha. I plan to show them around the village." "That sounds wonderful." Outside the hospital, by the flower bed, Akatsuki was pushing Orochimaru in a wheelchair to bask in the sunlight. Nearby, Naruto sat atop the railing, munching on a fruit basket that belonged to Orochimaru. At that moment, Orochimaru bore no resemblance to the legendary Sannin. Clad in simple robes and seated in his wheelchair, he appeared no different from any other elderly person of his age, exuding a sense of tranquility. However, Orochimaru felt quite content with his current state. The early winter sun warmed him without being overly harsh, and the freshly laundered clothes he wore emanated a pleasant fragrance in the sunlight. Behind him stood his disciple, whom he had cared for since childhood. Any troubles he faced could be directly communicated to Akatsuki without the need for calculating favors. In this regard, his quality of life had not diminished at all due to his wheelchair. If there were one aspect of his life that Orochimaru wished to improve, it would be the presence of Naruto beside him. The sound of Naruto crunching an apple finally compelled Orochimaru to open his eyes. Noticing Naruto's sudden pause, he held half an apple in his hand and said, "Sorry, did I disturb you? This apple is just too crunchy." Orochimaru glanced at the fruit basket that had originally belonged to him, sent by Tsunade, and replied coolly, "You may take the entire basket if you wish. I shall not mind, though. That would be too much, Uncle Orochimaru." Naruto flashed his usual carefree smile and finished the remaining half of his apple. Behind Orochimaru, Akatsuki murmured an apology. "I'm sorry, Master. I took the liberty of bringing Naruto along. I hope I didn't disturb you. Do not concern yourself with it. Akatsuki, I am genuinely pleased to see you making friends. You have always been too solitary. Even someone like me can have companions." Those without comrades cannot go far. With that, Orochimaru's nose twitched slightly as Naruto bit into the apple. The flesh burst, releasing juice that filled the air with its aroma. Orochimaru's keen sense of smell quickly captured the fragrance of the apple, and he felt a twinge of annoyance. Were there truly too many juicy fruits in this basket? It has been said that apples are the most mundane and unremarkable of fruits. Yet at this moment, Orochimaru found himself unable to recall the specific taste of such a seemingly bland apple. Thus, he momentarily extended his tongue to lick his lips and rasped to Akatsuki. "Akatsuki, could you please peel an apple for me as well?" Sure." Akatsuki beamed, thrilled that this was the first time Orochimaru had actively requested food during her days of caring for him. She made a special effort to select a large, red apple from the fruit basket. After returning from the hospital, Naruto arrived home, where Kushina and Kira were preparing dinner for both families. During this time, Kira's residency permit in Konoha had finally been processed. Put it simply, she and Xianglin have now acquired residency in Konoha and are officially part of the village. Such a significant event is undoubtedly worthy of celebration. Following the completion of their move yesterday, tonight's dinner, prepared collaboratively by both families, serves as a festivity in honor of Kira's relocation. Kira's culinary skills are rather mediocre during her time in the Land of Grass. Her cooking was primarily a means to satiate hunger rather than a pursuit of flavor. This evening, she mostly assisted Kushina, who showcased her culinary prowess. If Naruto recalls correctly, there were several dishes on the table that Kushina had not prepared in many years. At the dining table, Naruto and Xianglin were enjoying their meal, while the three adults, Minato, Kushina, and Kira, discussed Xianglin's enrollment in school. This year, the Ninja Academy had closed its registration, meaning that Kira and Xianglin would have to wait for the next intake to enroll. I see that I truly appreciate the assistance that you and your spouse have provided during this time, that I am not particularly anxious about Xianglin's situation at all. Not all. Kira, we are all women of the Uzumaki clan. We must support one another in the future. It's a pity that if Xianglin and Naruto were in the same class, they might have become classmates. It's the same now. Before long, the satisfied Naruto and Xianglin left the dining table to entertain themselves. Leaving the three adults to continue their conversation, in the upstairs room, Naruto sipped some digestive tea, retrieved his notebook, and began documenting the information he had gathered over the past few days. Point 6 Paths Destruction. This was the name he had obtained from the ninja involved in the rescue mission, leveraging his own identity. From their descriptions, it seemed to be a creature akin to the symbiotic venom. Gradually piecing together fragments of information from various accounts, he discerned the abilities of 6 Paths Destruction: chakra absorption, parasitism, earth manipulation, strong immunity to ninjutsu, and exceptionally high physical resistance. One must admit, based solely on the description of its capabilities. It resembled an extraordinarily formidable monster. Throughout this process, Naruto's method of gathering information could be likened to the early interrogation style of Conan from Detective Conan, although Conan's unique constitution allowed him to elicit answers from anyone he questioned. Naruto did not possess this ability. Fortunately, he did not require an abundance of details. A general understanding of the creature's ability sufficed. After considering all the known information, Naruto shook his head. Indeed, this monster is unlike any entity I am familiar with in the original Naruto world. Is it unique to our realm? What is its origin? After much contemplation without resolution, Naruto tucked away his notebook. Well, that monster has been sealed away. Let Jiraiya and the others grapple with the more intricate matters. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed from outside the door. The visitor seemed quite cautious, barely exerting any force in their knocking. Naruto approached the bedroom door, opened it, and found a somewhat timid Xianglin standing there. "No one is home yet, so, may I stay in your room for a while?" "Of course." Naruto graciously stepped aside, inviting Xianglin into the room. After closing the door, he belatedly realized, come to think of it, this is the first time a girl my age has entered my room. Shrugging off that thought, he retrieved an old children's picture book from his shelf and handed it to Xianglin. Having grown up in the impoverished Land of Grass, Xianglin had never encountered colorful illustrated books, and thus became thoroughly captivated. This eased Naruto's mind, and during a moment of respite, he faintly heard laughter from downstairs. "Kushina, if you ever aspire to become Hokage in the future, I will undoubtedly be your first supporter." Indeed, Kushina's childhood dream was to become the first female Hokage in the village. Oh really? You all dare to mock me? When I become Hokage, my first order of business will be to deal with both of you. Spare us, Hokage-sama. Hearing this, Naruto wore a bemused expression, shaking his head as he redirected his attention back to the children's picture book with Xianglin. Indeed, such activities were more befitting of his youthful disposition. The first snowfall in Konoha had arrived. In truth, given the climate of the Land of Fire, Konoha did not experience snow every winter. This year, the first snow came early, and, as Naruto stepped outside that morning, he couldn't help but reflect, it seems that this winter will be quite cold. With that thought, he treaded through the light snow on his way to school. Simultaneously, a white-haired Kimimaro and Jugo exited Orochimaru's infirmary, set to carry out the final command bestowed upon them by Orochimaru. Let us go to school to this moment. Both Kimimaro and Jugo were under strong sealing techniques, albeit for differing purposes. The seals on Kimimaro were intended for healing, significantly restraining his bloodline limit to prevent it from further harming his body. Conversely, the seal on Jugo was meant to suppress his curse seal abilities. To be frank, had Jugo not been Orochimaru's direct disciple, with his potential for violent outbursts, he likely would have been permanently confined upon entering Konoha. In fact, even Jugo himself struggled to comprehend the higher-up's reasoning. Walking behind Kimimaro, he couldn't help but voice his concerns. Kimimaro, are we really going to school? Isn't it just full of children? What if I lose control there? Your bloodline limit has been sealed. If I lose control, no one will be able to suppress me. What on earth is Orochimaru Sensei thinking? Kimimaro continued walking leisurely, relishing the unprecedented health of his body. Reflecting on Tsunade's treatment, he felt a deep admiration for her. Truly, she was renowned as the finest medical ninja in the ninja world. One of the legendary Sannin alongside Orochimaru that moment. He genuinely respected and appreciated Tsunade for aiding a stranger from another village. In this world, gratitude from individuals like Kimimaro is invaluable. Their gratitude is straightforward and direct. If you have done them a great favor, they are willing to give their lives for you. That if someone like Orochimaru, who has saved Kimimaro's life, is involved, he would willingly die for him 1,000 times. Observing Kimimaro's focused demeanor, Jugo couldn't help but feel disheartened. Hey, Kimimaro, who didn't hear a word I said. Only then did Kimimaro pause. Turning to look at Jugo. Don't worry, Jugo. Konoha is different from the outside. There are many skilled individuals here that if you lose control, the teachers at the school will intervene. Moreover, Jugo became curious. What is it? Kimimaro, gazing at Jugo with a meaningful expression, said, have you not inquired about how you were subdued when you first arrived in Konoha? Jugo clearly had not considered this, and he was momentarily stumped. After battling that guy, I lost consciousness. I can't recall how I arrived in Konoha. Observing Jugo's reaction, Kimimaro smiled. When you reached Konoha, you certainly caused quite a commotion. You were subdued by two individuals. Point one was Orochimaru Sensei's direct disciple, Mitarashi Anko. The other is a classmate we are about to meet at school. A classmate? Jugo exclaimed in surprise. Are you saying that he is a student at the Ninja Academy? Yes, Kimimaro nodded. According to Orochimaru Sensei, that guy is 2 years younger than you. Impossible. Jugo's expression was one of disbelief. You mean a child could handle the cursed seal infused me? That's impossible. Even in Konoha, such a person cannot exist. Haha. Kimimaro chuckled, thoroughly enjoying Jugo's reaction. When we arrive at school, you can verify it for yourself. By the way, that guy's name is Uzumaki Naruto. Orochimaru Sensei mentioned he has shiny blonde hair. You should be able to recognize him easily. As they continued on their way, Jugo remained silent, engulfed in a profound sense of self-doubt. He frequently lost control, yet he had never considered himself weak. Now, being told that a child 2 years younger could defeat him in a cursed state, he found it utterly impossible to believe. If one were to lean in close, they could hear him muttering, "This is impossible. This is impossible." Observing Jugo in such a state, Kimimaro found amusement in the situation. However, in truth, when he first heard the news directly from Orochimaru's lips, the shock that reverberated within him was hardly less than what CHG felt at this moment. Like CHG, Jumru was also filled with an eager anticipation to meet the legendary Uzumaki Naruto. Within the confines of the Ninja Academy, the classroom was rife with commotion. This period, just before class began and with all the students present, was one of the noisiest times of the day. At his desk, Naruto produced a snow globe and handed it to Hinata. "Here, a birthday gift. Your birthday is approaching, isn't it?" Hinata received it with a hint of surprise, gazing at Naruto. "How did you know my birthday?" Naruto shrugged. "I spotted it on Irika-sensei's desk when I visited the office. This snow globe is a specialty from the land of snow. I sent it quite lovely." This snow globe from the land of snow was indeed a souvenir brought back by Kakashi after a successful mission, during which he and Guy had thwarted rogue snow ninjas, aiding the young princess, Fukakuki, in ascending to the throne as the new queen. To express her gratitude, Koiki's first act as queen was to forge an alliance with the Land of Fire. With Kakashi's return, Konoha gained yet another allied village. Kakashi had brought 3 snow globes for Naruto, all part of the same set. Naruto planned to keep one for himself and gift the other 2 to friends. Since Hinata's birthday was imminent, he decided to present one to her. The Hyuga clan seldom invites outsiders to birthday celebrations, do they? "So, I'm wishing you a happy birthday in advance." "Thank you, Naruto." Hinata has heartwarmed. She hadn't expected Naruto to be so thoughtful. In truth, the Hyuga clan was quite insular. It was rare for them to invite outsiders to their events. While things had improved somewhat, as the daughter of the clan leader, she was under constant scrutiny, and adhering to tradition was paramount. Thus, inviting classmates to her birthday was out of the question. "You two are so lucky," Ino said, leaning on Naruto's desk with a pout. "Naruto, why didn't you give me a gift for my birthday? What about mine?" "Hey, don't be unreasonable. We hardly knew each other when your last birthday rolled around." After the Victory Day celebration, Ino and Naruto had become quite good friends. Naruto understood that Ino was joking, but it served as a reminder. Since he had already given Hinata a gift, he couldn't overlook the birthdays of other friends. Otherwise, it would seem biased. Indeed, gift-giving should be conducted discreetly. Soon, the bell rang for class, and Shisui entered, accompanied by Irika. The previously boisterous classroom fell silent in an instant, all eyes curiously fixed on the 2 newcomers behind Irika. The handsome Jumaru quickly sparked lively discussions among the girls. "Wow, did you see that guy with white hair? He is so handsome." "Really? I just think he looks difficult to approach." "Haha, he is the aloof type." "That is totally my type." Meanwhile, the boys were primarily focused on CHG. "Where did this big guy come from? He is almost as tall as Irika-sensei. Whoever gets to spar with him in Taijutsu class is in for a treat this afternoon. I wonder who that unfortunate soul will be. It better not be me." Hearing the murmurs below, Shisui frowned slightly and commanded, "Silence, everyone." The moment he spoke, the classroom was enveloped in utter stillness. In his seat, Naruto reflected on Shisui's demeanor the last time he had encountered him alongside Itachi, contrasting it with his current attitude, and concluded that indeed, Shisui was far more intimidating within the school than outside. It seemed that being at work could indeed cloud one's mood. Ahem. Irika cleared his throat and introduced class. "These 2 are the new students who had just transferred here. They will be joining us from now on. Jumaru, CHG, please introduce yourself." As usual, Jumaru spoke first, his tone composed. "I am Kagaja. I look forward to your guidance." His introduction was brief, much like his nature, preferring to let his actions do the talking. Irika then gestured for CHG to speak. "Now it's your turn. CHG. Please introduce yourself, including your interests, hobbies, and your plans for the upcoming period." G shivered slightly before exclaiming loudly, "Well, I'm CHG. The weight of the scales. You could just call me CHG. I like birds and flowers." And also surprisingly, CHG's demeanor gave off a somewhat endearing clumsiness. Naruto, sitting at his desk, nearly burst into laughter. "Wow, CHG is quite the contrast. ISNT. Naruto was already acquainted with both Jumaru and CHG, having heard from Akamichi about their school enrollment. TNT anticipated that they would be placed in the same class as him. The reasoning was simple. There was an age gap. Just as Naruto's thoughts began to drift, CHG's voice yanked him back to reality. Right? If I were to mention my plans, I'd like to spar with someone. That person's name is Uzumaki Naruto. But in an instant, Naruto felt the collective gaze of the entire classroom converge upon him. Feeling like he was sitting on pins and needles, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "What is going on?" This doesn't bode well. In the hospital room, Orochimaru was savoring some fruit while Jiraiya sat by the window tossing a piece of fruit in his hand. It's rare to see you in such good spirits. Orochimaru paused. Do I appear particularly cheerful? Not really. Have you forgotten how long we've known each other? Typically, when you're in a good mood, you hardly smile. Yet today your lips have curved upwards several times. Is that so? Orochimaru licked his lips, recalling Junmaru and CHG's departure that morning, that I've just realized that causing others distress can be quite a pleasurable experience. Yes, he spoke. A chilling smile crept across his face, sending shivers down Jiraiya's spine. Hey, the Orochimaru who once claimed to be devoid of emotions has changed his tune today. I need to find Tsunade and have her check on you. Back at the Ninja Academy, the Taijutsu class had commenced. Before class began, anyone passing by Naruto couldn't help but smirk mischievously at him. The reason was simple. CHG's earlier declaration, I want to spar with Uzumaki Naruto. Among the boys, the heartless Kiba had already begun discussing with Shikamaru just how badly Naruto would be pummeled once class started. Naruto shot a disdainful glance at Kiba and his friends, shaking his head. What poor judgment. Do you really think I'll lose? What are you thinking about? Sasuke had approached, handing Naruto a bottle of water before sitting beside him. Naruto glanced down to find it was his favorite orange-flavored soda, promptly twisting off the cap and taking a sip. Sasuke looked at Naruto, somewhat surprised. You like this flavor? Yeah, Naruto replied, meeting Sasuke's gaze. Why do you ask? I assented obvious. You can tell someone has preferences just by looking at their eyes. After saying this, Sasuke turned his attention to CHG, who was with Juno. That guy. You've crossed him. Naruto shook his head, sort of, but I don't really have much to do with him. Why? Are you worried about me? I'm just concerned you might embarrass our class. With that, Sasuke's expression grew serious. That Jummer makes me uneasy. He's the type who lives burdened by hatred, and I despise that kind of person. Naruto chuckled lightly, choosing not to comment further on Sasuke's words as he continued sipping his soda. Plus, it bothers me that so many girls are saying he is handsome. So that is the real reason. Sasuke, I am well aware, Sasuke, that you have received several love letters again this month. Haven't you? Sasuke, with an air of nonchalance, replied, Isn't that quite normal? Given my striking looks, it's only natural that I attract the admiration of girls. Regardless of how many love letters one receives, it brings joy to anyone. Upon hearing this, Naruto raised an eyebrow. Indeed, this world Sasuke is truly the charming rogue. From a young age, he has displayed an extraordinary talent, which is unmistakably evident in his flirtatious nature. Sigh, if only I could be as carefree as you. Sasuke cast a disdainful glance at him. You. His words were left unfinished as teacher Shisui appeared. The time for class had arrived. All the students instinctively gathered before Shisui, forming two neat lines. Jugo and Kinshiki had discreetly positioned themselves at the end of the line. Fortunately, given their already tall stature, standing at the back suited them perfectly. Shisui merely glanced over and nodded. Very well. Everyone is present. Naruto remained a tad curious about how Shisui could count with just a glance, rubbing his head. Shisui's gaze swept over Jugo and Kinshiki at the back of the line before lazily stating, Have we added two newcomers? Never mind, let's warm up first. Sakura, lead everyone in running 4 laps around the field. Yes, for reasons well known, Sakura was always the teacher's first choice for the role of leader. Thus, with Sakura at the helm, the entire line began their jog around the field. Running alongside Naruto was his classmate and partner. Uchiha Sasuke, in the row ahead of them were Hinata and Ino, a duo to behold. For Naruto, this running was naturally quite effortless. Similarly, for Jugo and Kinshiki, it was a mere trifle, hardly even qualifying as a warm-up. Consequently, during the run, Jugo's attention was focused on Naruto ahead. However, no matter how he looked, he could discern nothing particularly special about Naruto to him. Naruto was merely an ordinary boy with decent physical fitness. Hey, Kinshiki, did Orochimaru really tell you what you mentioned this morning? I can't fathom how that little brat could defeat me. Kinshiki snorted lightly, then fixed his gaze on Naruto. Jugo, don't be deceived by his appearance. Look closely at what he is doing. Doing what? Jugo stared at Naruto for a moment before blushing slightly and stammering. Yes, he asked, stealing glances at the girl's feet in the front row. Fool, Kinshiki retorted angrily that he is not looking at feet. He is stepping in their footprints. Observe carefully. Each of his footfalls aligns perfectly with those ahead, not a fraction off. Jugo remained somewhat puzzled. But what does that signify? Besides looking more synchronized, what purpose does it serve? It serves no purpose, for he is merely playing that he is amusing himself. Yet it also showcases his remarkable control over his body. Jugo, do not underestimate him. Taking a deep breath, Jugo nodded. Although he still didn't fully grasp Kinshiki's words, he would no longer regard Naruto as just an ordinary, lecherous boy. Are you training yourself every moment? Uzumaki Naruto, I shall remember you in truth, Naruto was merely engaged in a game of stepping in footprints. Similarly, on his way to and from school, he would intentionally avoid stepping on the cracks in the pavement, preferring to tread upon the center of the bricks. If one were to ask him what pleasure he derived from such actions, Naruto would be at a loss for an answer. He simply enjoyed doing it. Before long, they completed their 4 laps, and teacher Shisui returned to face all the students. Well then, the warm-up is sufficient. Next, it's time for paired practice. Which group would like to go first? Report that no sooner had Shisui finished speaking than Jugo raised his hand. Teacher, can we only practice with our partners? Ah, it's you. You mentioned wanting to spar with Naruto this morning, correct? Shisui scratched his head. This request depends on the willingness of the parties involved. So, what say you, Blonde? It seems you've been invited multiple times. Before Naruto could respond, his classmates, including Kiba, chimed in. Naruto, we are veterans of this class. Let us not embarrass ourselves. Yes, be spirited. Teach this newcomer a lesson. Exactly. Naruto, don't shy away. Hearing the encouragement from those around him, Naruto shook his long hair and shrugged. Did I say I was afraid? With that, he stepped out of the line and approached teacher Shisui. Seeing this, the surrounding boys cheered even louder. Well done, Naruto. Haha, you truly dare to accept the challenge. Naruto, I underestimated you. From now on, you are my big brother. I end the line. Jugo removed his long robe, revealing a muscular physique that belied his age, and also approached teacher Shisui. Please guide me well, teacher. Naruto acknowledged with a nod. Then faced Jugo, striking the stance of confrontation in the tradition of Konoha. When ninjas engage in combat training, both parties are expected to perform the confrontation sign before the battle commences, similar to the gesture made by the statues of Hashirama and Madara at the Valley of the End. This gesture symbolizes the half-hand seal needed to initiate ninjutsu, indicating to the opponent that the combat is about to begin. Although Jugo was not a Konoha ninja, he had been taken in and raised by Orochimaru since childhood. In a sense, he could be considered a true Konoha ninja with a high standing. Therefore, when Naruto assumed the confrontation sign, Jugo awkwardly mirrored the gesture. In his previous practice sessions with Kinshiki, they had not adhered to such formalities, as they were not Konoha ninjas and thus did not need to follow Konoha's rules. Naruto smiled at Jugo. Before we begin, may I ask if we have any past grievances? You don't remember? Jugo's expression shifted slightly. Kinshiki mentioned that when I first arrived in Konoha and went berserk, you intervened to help stop me. It seems I recall something of the sort. That moment, Naruto remembered that he had worked alongside Anko to subdue the rampaging Jugo. He recalled delivering a rather forceful blow to Jugo's chest. Glancing at the faintly visible horrifying scar beneath Jugo's fishnet tank top, Naruto for a moment thought Jugo was here seeking revenge. Hence, he nervously said, Friend, the situation was urgent back then. Surely you can understand my actions? Of course. Jugo nodded. After I went berserk, I caused no further destruction, and for that, I must thank you. Hearing this, Naruto scratched his head. Could one really be thanked after having been hit? Was there such a silver lining? He looked at Jugo's scar and said, Let us leave the thanks aside that I acted somewhat impulsively at that time. How about this? If you go berserk again in the future, I will help you regain your sanity free of charge. How does that sound? A flicker of doubt crossed Jugo's face. He felt as though Naruto's words implied he was actually looking forward to Jugo's next rampage. Nevertheless, he nodded that we shall see. Naruto, I did not come here to reminisce. When I previously lost control, I was entirely oblivious. Now, I wish to witness your strength with a clear mind. With that, Jugo, without waiting for Naruto's reply, Assumed an attacking stance to in the next moment, he propelled himself forward with a powerful kick, delivering a straight punch. Bang! Standing firm, Naruto swiftly raised his arms, crossing them in front of himself to block Jugo's punch. Witnessing this, Jugo's lips curled into a slight smile. Now that's more like it. If you can't even withstand this punch, then there's no need for us to fight. Meanwhile, Naruto, from this strike, directly sensed Jugo's strength. He is incredibly strong, but thankfully, I'm not lacking either. With this thought, Naruto exerted force through his hands, pushing Jugo's fist aside. The push caused Jugo to sway slightly, and Naruto seized the opportunity to launch a sudden kick. Bang! This time, it was Jugo's turn to defend. He retreated with a small hop, simultaneously pressing his arms downward, deflecting Naruto's kick and neutralizing his assault. Following their brief skirmish, both parties had gained insight into each other's prowess, allowing them to relax their initial apprehensions. Individuals of their caliber needed to exercise utmost caution when engaging peers, as a single misstep could inadvertently harm others. Now, however, they could momentarily unleash their full potential. In the second round, Naruto initiated the offensive. He advanced with fists poised, applying pressure with his footwork, and upon noticing that Zhongwu did not retreat, he launched a direct punch. First, he delivered a light jab to the left side of Zhongwu's face, quickly followed by 3 rapid strikes to the right. With 4 blows thrown, Zhongwu tilted his head to evade 1 punch, but the remaining 2 were unavoidable, forcing him to raise his hands and block with his palms. With a resounding slap, after the 2 punches, a faint wisp of smoke emanated from Zhongwu's palms. He couldn't help but emit a soft hiss. This guy, Naruto Uzumaki, certainly packed a punch with that chakra of his. And truly, was this force the work of a mere child? This thought only heightened his excitement. Such is the essence of combat. Despite the sealing technique on his body, Zhongwu began to absorb natural energy. Although his exterior remained untransformed, a profound change was occurring within him. His organs were strengthening, his muscles were expanding, and his heart rate was accelerating. The onlookers, including Shikono, might not have noticed, but Naruto, facing Zhongwu directly, could clearly sense the shift, prompting him to exercise caution. Perhaps it was prudent to probe first. With this in mind, he slightly bent his body, then unleashed a simultaneous strike, one fist rising and the other descending. Zhongwu crossed his arms above his head, successfully blocking Naruto's attack to his skull. Yet he could not avoid a solid blow to his abdomen. A soft exhalation escaped Zhongwu's lips, though he sustained minimal injury. He swiftly countered, sweeping Naruto's arm away with a powerful swing before leaping into the air, executing a spinning kick aimed at Naruto. Conli Xianfeng, so fast! Naruto exclaimed inwardly, leaping with all his might just in time to narrowly evade Zhongwu's sweeping kick. As he descended, he pressed down with his hands, performing a jump over Zhongwu's head to land behind him. However, before Naruto could regain his footing, Zhongwu retaliated with a sharp elbow strike. Naruto quickly crouched, narrowly avoiding the impact of Zhongwu's iron elbow. Gazing up at Zhongwu's muscular arm, Naruto felt a shiver of fear. That was close. I almost got knocked out. Come on, brother. We're from the same village. Dante hits so hard. Zhongwu grinned. Apologies, but I never hold back during practice. Naruto, you should be careful. Hey, don't say sorry with such a cheerful face. Without further ado, Zhongwu sprang into action, launching a kick from above. Here it comes, Konoha Hurricane. In response to the impending attack, a glimmer of determination flashed in Naruto's eyes, but he stepped forward, rotating his body like a whirlwind, evading the attack with grace for those adept in sage arts. They might perceive the subtle natural chakra emanating from Naruto at this moment. Indeed, during his battle with Zhongwu, Naruto had unknowingly begun to absorb natural energy. He himself was unaware of when this transformation had commenced. In any case, as he absorbed the natural energy, Naruto's physical prowess improved significantly. Now he could finally keep pace with Zhongwu's speed. As he circled to Zhongwu's side, Naruto's gaze sharpened. You dare to elbow me? Then I shall return the favor. He bent his body slightly, thrusting his elbow forward, striking Zhongwu sharply in the side. Ugh! Zhongwu felt a sudden numbness in his flank, gritting his teeth as he pivoted and retaliated with a whip kick that struck Naruto's calf. Hiss! Naruto inhaled sharply, retracting his leg and creating distance between them. shaking off the impact. Zhongwu also took a step back, turning to face Naruto anew, discreetly rubbing his side with a hand concealed behind his back. The surrounding spectators began to whisper among themselves. Wow, I never expected that unassuming Naruto Uzumaki would be so formidable. Indeed, both of them are incredibly strong that if I were to step in, I doubt I could last more than a few exchanges. Are you sure you could even last a single exchange? It seems to me you'd falter immediately. Naruto. Ino gazed at him with wide eyes, as if truly seeing Naruto for the first time. Her expression filled with astonishment. Conversely, Hinata, standing beside her, exhibited admiration and pride rather than surprise, as expected of Naruto, she said, her tone brimming with joy. Meanwhile, Sakura, seated in the front row, wore a complicated expression. Her feelings resembled that of discovering a classmate, whom she often skipped class with, had aced the final exams. Although she sensed Naruto's intelligence and quick learning, she had believed that through effort, she could surpass him academically. Yet witnessing the spar between Naruto and Zhongwu filled her with doubt about the gap between herself and these two. Could hard work truly bridge such a divide? In that moment, Sakura recalled the words of the third Hokage. Sakura, I hear you have a good relationship with Naruto. You know, each person possesses unique talents. Perhaps one day, you will find yourself doubting your own abilities. You may envy the gifts of the prodigies and lament your own mediocrity. But remember, that is the essence of the world. Once you come to terms with this, the key lies in whether you can continue to live well. Lost in thought, Sakura curled up, resting her chin on her knees, murmuring, "Is acceptance all I can do?" Zhongwu, panting heavily, fixed his gaze intently on Naruto. It's quite curious, he mused, as their battle progressed. He began to discern Naruto's fighting style, that Naruto's taijutsu was not particularly strong, nor was it methodical. The techniques Orochimaru had imparted to Zhongwu constituted the most orthodox form of Konoha's martial arts. A comprehensive system. Zhongwu himself had dedicated considerable effort to mastering taijutsu. However, he had not anticipated that his structured approach would falter against Naruto's chaotic style, the ITS strange. Whenever I push him into a corner, he always devises a way to counter that he is like an endless box of surprises, always pulling out something new in simpler terms. Zhongwu perceived that Naruto had maximized his adaptability in combat. This was intrinsically linked to Naruto's character and innate talent. He was the type who thrived in battle, thinking clearly and quickly. Thus, he often conjured spontaneous strategies to counter his opponent's attacks. Yet he was also inherently lazy, disinclined to engage in grueling practice in contrast. A ninja like Rock Lee from the original Naruto series epitomized diligence, honing his techniques to perfection. During combat, regardless of the enemy's moves, he would respond with his strongest technique, a testament to relentless strength overcoming myriad techniques. Both styles held merit, ultimately reflecting personal choice. Nevertheless, Zhongwu felt somewhat frustrated. It was his first encounter with an opponent like Naruto, and he was still adjusting to this unconventional approach to combat. It was worth noting that his exchanges with Kimimaro had always centered around straightforward clashes of strength. All right, that should suffice. Others need to practice as well. With that, Shisui stepped between Naruto and Zhongwu, halting their bout. Naruto exhaled in relief. Combat with Zhongwu was no easy feat while there was no imminent danger to his life. He certainly did not wish to appear foolish in front of his classmates. Furthermore, this purely physical combat style was not to his liking. It was too demanding, and he preferred battles that were more relaxed. He tugged at his shirt, allowing his sweat-drenched chest to breathe. He then approached Zhongwu, extending the sign of reconciliation. Come on, just as there exists a sign of opposition, there is also a sign of reconciliation after a training match concludes. Ninja from both sides must exchange this gesture, symbolizing their camaraderie and the ability to resolve any differences. The gesture is simple. Both parties extend their index and middle fingers, intertwining them. Zhongwu found himself momentarily lost in thought. Yet he still extended his finger to intertwine with Naruto's. In these moments, Naruto could not help but recall the iconic startup screen of a Nokia phone, causing a subtle smile to grace his lips. This smile, in turn, infected Zhongwu, who earnestly remarked, "It has been a pleasure battling with you, Naruto." "Thank you," Naruto replied, somewhat feebly, as his thoughts were consumed with a desire to return to Sasuke's side. He longed to find a cozy spot where they could lazily pass the remaining class time together. In previous taijutsu classes, they had indulged in such escapades often. Even when the teacher arrived, they could easily concoct an excuse, claiming they were merely practicing together. After all, how could one consider such leisure to be a form of theft? However, Naruto was taken aback when Zhongwu, with a spark of excitement, exclaimed, "I checked the schedule. There are 3 taijutsu classes each week. Naruto, I look forward to your guidance in the future." Again, Naruto couldn't help but scratch his head. His impression of Zhongwu diminishing in that instant. If Zhongwu sought to spar with him during every class, how would he ever manage to slack off? He inwardly hoped that wouldn't be the case. "I say, Zhongwu, how about?" "Well, it's settled then." Without regard for Naruto's reaction, Zhong would cheerfully return to Jumaro's side, leaving Naruto alone to exhale a sigh. After school, Naruto returned home, where Kushina was bustling in the kitchen, observing the table laden with an array of dishes. Naruto inquired, "Mom, are we expecting guests tonight?" "Yes," came Kushina's voice from the kitchen. "Tonight, the teacher will be visiting, along with 3 disciples from the Rain Village." "Oh, that explains so it was Jiraiya and Yahiko who were coming over." Later that evening, the 4 arrived as anticipated. The moment Jiraiya stepped through the door, Minato approached him with a warm greeting. "Welcome, teacher." "Minato, I've brought a bottle of sake." "Give it here, teacher. I'll warm it up for you." "It's chilly, and hot sake is the way to go." "Much obliged, Kanai." Behind Jiraiya, Yahiko and the others greeted, "Hello, oh, it's you all. Please take a seat. We are all brothers and sisters in arms. There's no need for formality." "Cough, cough." Yahiko, the first to speak among the 3, said, "Then we shall not hold back tonight." This was the first time Minato and Kushina hosted Yahiko and his companions, although they were all disciples of Jiraiya. Their genuine meeting had only occurred recently during a rescue mission. During this time, Yahiko and his comrades had been traversing Konoha, seldom engaging with Minato and Kushina. Their relationship could only be described as a mere acquaintance. Fortunately, with Jiraiya present, the dinner table was spared from falling into an awkward silence. As drinks flowed and dishes circulated, Minato and Kushina gradually became more familiar with Yahiko and the others, engaging in pleasant conversation. Does it really rain all the time in the land of rain? Well, to some extent. The climate there differs from Konoha. Without elaborating, half of the days in a year are rainy. So, how do the people there dry their clothes? They can only do so indoors. "Hey, teacher, your sake." "Oh, thank you." After taking a sip, Jiraiya turned to Yahiko and his companions, inquiring, "It seems you 3 are planning to depart, right?" Yahiko nodded, "Yes, that we prepared our belongings and will be returning in a couple of days." Minato interjected, "Why not stay a few more months? The village is quite lively during the new year." "Well, it's been over half a year since we left the village, and I find myself longing for the humid air of the Rain Village. Moreover, our recent travels have already yielded ample rewards." Jiraiya set down his cup, adopting a serious tone. "Do you have any new thoughts regarding your organization?" "Yes," Nagato affirmed. After discussions among us 3, we concluded that the previous model was overly complicated. We lacked the prestige and the capability to develop a large-scale organization. Conan added, "Furthermore, our last battle alongside you demonstrated the power of a few elite ninjas working in unison, even with a small number. Strength can lead to significant achievements." Yahiko chuckled, "Hee. Thus we have decided to establish an elite organization with limited membership. Only those who resonate with our vision and are deemed suitable will be permitted to join." "Oh," Jiraiya's interest peaked. "Have you settled on a name for the organization?" "Indeed. Since we aim to bring change to the world, we would like to name our organization Akatsuki." "Oh, the dawn of the new day. Is it? Excellent name." As half-hearted writer, Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction. Yahiko continued with a grin, "And just between us, teacher, during our time in Konoha, we've recruited 2 new members." Naruto, on the second floor, set down his journal, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. He recalled how, during his viewing of the movie, the emergence of the Akatsuki organization had been the greatest surprise. Unlike the malevolent Akatsuki of the original story, this world's Akatsuki was a well-regarded mercenary organization. They were employed by the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, to combat the evil masked man and his army intent on destroying Konoha. Yet he found himself pondering who the 2 new members mentioned by Yahiko could be. Could it be Itachi? Or perhaps Orochimaru? After a brief moment of contemplation, Naruto inexplicably felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He pressed his forehead and made his way to the bedside. How strange. Why am I so tired today? It shouldn't be the case. Am I growing again? Lying on the bed, Naruto mumbled a few words, neglecting to change out his clothes, and soon drifted into a deep slumber. In his dreams, his consciousness suddenly transcended the earth and soared across the sea, arriving in another world. Ugh! Naruto groaned, opening his eyes in discomfort, producing a sticky sound from his mouth. His throat felt fiery and parched. And even the slightest movement felt as if it were being sliced by a blade. It's so hot. As he sat up, he realized his forehead and clothes were drenched in sweat. He took a few weak breaths and began to rummage beneath his pillow. Where's the air conditioner remote? No, wait. Is there even an air conditioner in Konoha? After uttering this nonsensical statement, Naruto promptly slapped himself to regain focus. Rubbing his sweaty hair, he descended from the bed and walked to the kitchen, turning on the tap to drink. After quenching his thirst, he plunged his head beneath the faucet, giving himself a thorough rinse. Once he completed these tasks, he felt revitalized. Shaking his wet hair, Naruto approached the mirror in his room to inspect himself. Just as I thought. The reflection staring back at him was considerably shorter than usual. His face bore 6 fine whisker-like marks, and his unkempt hair indicated it had been a while since it was last tended to. He was dressed in a thin long-sleeve shirt, clearly worn for several days. However, his eyes, as blue as sapphires, and his golden hair remained unchanged. Naruto realized he had swapped bodies with the Naruto from the original world. Although he had anticipated such a day would come, especially with Kakashi's precedent, the suddenness of it all had surpassed his expectations. Rubbing his facial stubble, Naruto pondered for a moment before deciding to assess the situation in this world. He opened the wardrobe, selecting the cleanest garment among the few available options before heading to the bathroom to change. He tossed his previous clothing into the old clothes hamper, which was already filled with plenty of worn garments. It seemed this world's Naruto was also not fond of laundry We have that in common. After changing into fresh attire and washing his hair, Naruto felt significantly better, aside from his lingering throat discomfort. He made his way to the refrigerator and retrieved an open carton of milk. The first thing he did was check the expiration date. It only expired a week ago. Still quite healthy. Time to dig in. With that, he poured half the carton into his mouth. The milk soothed his throat, making him feel much improved. Placing the empty milk carton upon the table, Naruto subsequently made his way to the window. The Konoha of this world bears little difference to the Konoha of my own. Observing the scenery, it seems I now reside in the very attic apartment depicted in the original manga. This location is somewhat isolated. Being on the top floor and so remote, the rent is likely quite low. The Naruto of this world has always struggled financially, that is he truly unwilling to part with a little extra money? With that thought, Naruto shook his head and approached the entrance. He donned his shoes before stepping out into the night. The streets of Konoha were eerily quiet under the moonlight, and Naruto found himself uncertain of his destination. Yet he could sense something beckoning him, and he believed that his sudden arrival here was not without purpose. What is it? What is drawing me in? Upon entering a deserted street, Naruto abruptly halted. The color shifted. The moonlight above him had changed. What is this? Naruto exclaimed, raising his gaze to fixate on the blood-red full moon. Simultaneously, he noticed that the houses lining the street were adorned with a red and white fan emblem. On this night of the blood moon, could it be that the Uchiha clan's crest signifies that this is the Uchiha stronghold, and tonight marks the night of Itachi's massacre? The surrounding streets were unnaturally silent, as if not a soul remained. Naruto understood that they had all succumbed to Itachi's illusion, drifting in his slumber beneath the blood moon. In the distance, a crisp sound of footsteps approached. Turning to look, he soon spotted a youthful Uchiha Sasuke emerging from around the corner. Upon seeing Naruto, Sasuke appeared somewhat taken aback. He halted and addressed Naruto, saying, "Oh, it's you. What brings you to the Uchiha's residence? Are you in search of someone familiar?" In this world, both Naruto and Sasuke were classmates at the Ninja Academy. Although their relationship was not as amicable as in the alternate reality, Sasuke still recognized Naruto, enough not to mistake him entirely. Naruto opened his mouth, at a loss for words. Observing this, Sasuke shook his head and replied, "If you're merely passing through, you'd best leave quickly. The adults in the clan dislike outsiders intruding." With that, he began to run towards home. As he passed Naruto, Sasuke's arm was suddenly seized by Naruto's grip. Sasuke struggled to break free, realizing with surprise that Naruto's strength was remarkably formidable, as if his hand were shackled in iron. After several attempts, Sasuke grew frustrated, turning back with a frown and puffed cheeks. "What are you doing?" He shouted at Naruto. "Don't go any further, Sasuke." Naruto spoke in a low tone. "Beyond this point lies hell." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke's expression shifted slightly, yet he quickly became more irate. He began to pry Naruto's hand from his, stating seriously, "What nonsense are you spouting? My home is right up ahead. Honestly, I thought you were just a bit dim-witted. But it seems you're rather foolish as well." Sigh. Naruto exhaled deeply, releasing his grip. Perhaps everyone has their own fate, and each is destined to walk their own path. Watching Sasuke run off, Naruto furrowed his brow and resumed observing his surroundings. He could sense that the source of his attraction was a particular individual, and that pull was drawing ever closer. Who could it be? He suddenly leaped, traversing 2 streets to reach a rooftop. In no time, a figure clad in full ANBU gear appeared before him. Noticing Naruto in the corner, the ANBU member seemed quite surprised that he approached Naruto and removed his mask. "It's you, Kakashi. So that's it. The presence guiding me was indeed yours. Have you forgotten your brother's name?" "Naruto," Kakashi remarked, his visible eye reflecting a hint of weariness. He crouched down, squinting as he ruffled Naruto's freshly washed hair. "You're from another world, aren't you? What brings you here?" Naruto quickly shrugged off Kakashi's hand, giving him a disgruntled glare as he adjusted his hairstyle, explaining, "I don't really know. One moment I was asleep, and the next I was here. By the way, Kakashi, it seems something significant is unfolding." Kakashi acknowledged, rising to his feet. "Though the third has ordered us not to approach, I still wish to see for myself. If it were the old me, I would never question the third's orders, but the current me." As he spoke, Kakashi's eyes narrowed slightly. Tonight, something monumental is about to transpire with the Uchiha clan. Standing atop the rooftop, Kakashi surveyed half the block. Suddenly, he noticed a shadow flitting near the clan leader's home, followed by Sasuke's anguished cry that there's trouble. Kakashi's heart raced, and he hastily donned his mask. Just as he was about to leap, he felt a sudden weight on his back. Naruto had jumped up. "What is wrong, Kakashi? Why are we hesitating? Let's go." Kakashi glanced back at Naruto with displeasure. "Get down, Naruto. What lies ahead isn't a game. Our village is not like yours. It's dangerous here. You should return home." "Haha, Kakashi, I'm not here for a nap. Besides, you just said it would be dangerous, which makes it even less likely for me to leave." With that, Naruto playfully patted Kakashi's broad shoulder. "After all, if something were to happen to you, I would have no friends left in this world. We must trust in the strength of our comrades, Kakashi. I can look after myself." "Tisich." Kakashi turned his head back in annoyance, but understood that he could no longer manage Naruto. As he prepared to leap while carrying Naruto, he reiterated, "If we encounter danger, do not act recklessly. Prioritize your safety. Understood?" "Understood, Kakashi. Why have you become so overly cautious? Can you still perform as an ANBU like this?" "Close your mouth, Naruto. That we haven't even seen the enemy yet, and they might hear you first." "Got it. Got it. By the way, Kakashi, have you tried to cross over to our world again?" Kakashi fell silent, regretting having brought Naruto along. He was a veritable miniature version of Lee. With Naruto's personality, if Guy were here, they would probably hit it off splendidly. Why is it that such a quiet teacher would have such a boisterous child? "Hey, Kakashi, you've been so quiet. Are you thinking bad thoughts about me?" "Ugh, why is your intuition so sharp?" "I heard that. You were indeed speaking ill of me," Kakashi replied earnestly. "No, you misheard. Beneath the sanguine moonlight." Kakashi's figure darted between the houses. The previously dead silence of the surroundings was shattered by Naruto's exasperated voice. Following the sound of Sasuke's cries, Kakashi and Naruto made their way to the vicinity of the clan leader's home. However, as they reached the street outside the house, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking Kakashi's path. "This is as far as you go." The figure spoke with authority. "Attempt to proceed, and you shall find no passage." Gazing at the figure before him, Kakashi narrowed his eyes. He slowly drew the short blade from his shoulder, gripping it firmly. Behind him, Naruto recognized a familiar voice and lifted his head. This voice indeed belonged to him. Even at the moment the figure first spoke, Naruto had realized his identity. The man before them sported long, flowing hair, donned in a black outfit, with a long blade at his waist. His face was obscured by an orange and black eye mask, adorned with horizontal stripes. Clearly, he was Tobi, disguised as Uchiha Obito. This is bad. Even in this period, Tobi is not an opponent Kakashi can contend with. Tobi's strength now is certainly greater than it was 6 years ago. Though Tobi had attacked Konoha and unleashed the Nine Tails, based on his skirmish with Minato, his strength was considerably inferior to Minato's. However, his prowess is still at the level of a Kage. 6 years have passed. His strength can only have increased. And now, Kakashi's abilities within the ANBU, even with the enhancement of the Sharingan, would not suffice against Tobi. Moreover, it is worth mentioning that his Sharingan originates from the individual on the opposite side. The anguished cries of Sasuke incessantly echoed in his ears. He had succumbed to Itachi's Jinja, the infinite Tsukuyomi, and it was evident that this torment would not cease anytime soon. Within this ominous backdrop, the confrontation between Kakashi and Obito took on a rather darkly humorous tone. "Hey, old man, can't you let us pass? My friend is in a hurry," Naruto exclaimed urgently. "Is Sasuke your friend?" Obito inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Kakashi's back after hearing Naruto's words. He posed a question to Naruto. "If he is indeed your friend, why did you not stop him? Surely you must sense the danger here. That's not my fault." Naruto waved his hand dismissively, peering around Kakashi's shoulder. "Ultimately, tonight's incident was orchestrated by you, wasn't it?" Kakashi, picking up on Naruto's words, pressed further. "Who exactly are you?" "That's Sharingan. Are you of the Uchiha clan? What is your name?" Obito's voice continued to mimic that of Uchiha Madara, revealing nothing of his true thoughts. "As for my name, it has been many years since anyone has called me by it. But since I'm in a good mood today, I suppose I can share it with you. My name is Uchiha Madara." Madara. Upon hearing this name, Kakashi's pupils dilated in shock. Even Naruto, who was on Kakashi's back, could distinctly sense the tension in his muscles. Is he truly the Uchiha Madara, renowned alongside the first Hokage? This cannot be true. Although Kakashi voiced his disbelief, Naruto recognized that Kakashi's muscles were far from relaxed. He was fully prepared for a fierce battle with the masked man before them. "Hey, Kakashi, are you serious?" Naruto called out. Kakashi did not respond, suddenly drawing his blade. With a swift motion, the short sword sliced through the air towards the masked figure. The attack was easily evaded by Obito, who retreated. Kakashi immediately followed up with a second strike, which was again deftly dodged by Obito. As the third strike approached, Kakashi poured all his strength into it. The first two attacks served merely as a feint, designed to acclimate Obito to the speed of his strikes, leading to the exceptionally swift third attack. If Obito continued to underestimate him, he would surely suffer the consequences. In truth, this strike caught Obito off guard. In an instant, he realized that evading this blow would be challenging. However, since evasion was not an option, he opted to confront it head-on. Beneath his mask, Obito's three-tomo Sharingan began to merge as he activated his intangibility ability. In the next moment, Kakashi's short sword passed directly through Obito's form as if slicing through air. "What?" Kakashi exclaimed in disbelief as he watched his blade glide harmlessly through the masked man's body. Realizing the imminent danger, Kakashi could only watch in horror as Obito drew a long sword from his waist, pointing the blade directly at him. "Damn it, move!" Kakashi thought frantically. The third strike had consumed too much of his energy, leaving him unable to retract his attack. As he neared collision with Obito's long sword, Kakashi desperately attempted to pivot his body away. That moment, Naruto sprang from Kakashi's back, channeling Chakra into his fist before launching a powerful punch aimed at the masked man's face. Ugh! Naruto's fist passed through Obito's head, while simultaneously, Kakashi's chest slipped past the long sword. Clearly, Obito had activated his intangibility once more. Naruto, having missed his target, performed a somersault in mid-air before landing gracefully. Kakashi, having completed his swing, quickly distanced himself from Obito. Observing the unmoving figure of Obito, Kakashi felt a shiver of dread. That was close. This guy's abilities are terrifying, and if not for Naruto's intervention, I might have been gravely injured. On the other hand, Obito was equally astonished. He tilted his head slightly, regarding Naruto with his singular eye. The timing of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's attack had been impeccable, striking just as he was compelled to activate his intangibility. Was it mere coincidence, or something more? After landing, Naruto steadied himself and addressed Obito with pointed intent. Indeed, your intangibility ability cannot be activated during an attack. Those words appeared directed at Obito. They were intended for the others present. Naruto was acutely aware that, apart from himself and Kakashi, there were other outsiders in the vicinity of the Uchiha compound. Knowing Obito's penchant for theatrics, Naruto deliberately provoked him. Is this intangibility ability a gift from your Sharingan? When you activated it, the patterns of your Sharingan changed. They're a higher form beyond the three tomo. The enigmatic masked man, Obito, let out a cold huff. He believed he was embodying Uchiha Madara at this moment. And as a respected elder of the ninja world, Madara would never dismiss the inquiries of younger generations. Furthermore, revealing the existence of the Manjiki Sharingan would not be a significant breach of secrecy. What truly mattered was his desire to display his prowess before Kakashi, to relish the astonishment and admiration in Kakashi's eyes. Thus, he spoke up. You are correct. After my battle with Hashirama at the Valley of the End, I comprehended a deeper power of the Sharingan. This is the Manjiki Sharingan to the world. The three tomo Sharingan represents immense power, yet compared to the Manjiki, it resembles the light of a firefly in the presence of the brilliance of stars and the sun. Indeed, upon hearing these words, Kakashi was struck with profound astonishment. He had never anticipated that the three tomo Sharingan he had entrusted would possess the potential for evolution. However, the path to transforming the three tomo into the Manjiki was by no means simple. At this point, Obito fell silent, but he believed he had sufficiently showcased his abilities. To continue would risk divulging secrets. Yet, Naruto was determined not to let this opportunity slip, but he continued from Obito's statement. If I am not mistaken, what you are undergoing now is likely the activation ritual for the Manjiki Sharingan, correct? Does this mean that one must slay their kin or loved ones to acquire such power? Hey, masked man, you must have committed such acts, haven't you? Who did you kill? Your parents or your beloved? Surely not your teacher. At Naruto's words, Obito's irritation reached a boiling point. For the first time, he found this young brat insufferably bothersome. His singular eye locked onto Naruto, revealing an unmistakable intent to kill. Sensing the sudden surge of murderous intent from Obito, Naruto swiftly formed a hand seal, preparing to activate the Flying Thunder God technique. If one were to scrutinize Kakashi's attire at that moment, they would discover the inscription, Sword of Endurance, discreetly written in the corner. Indeed, this was a mark Naruto had inscribed on Kakashi's clothing while clinging to his back earlier. It was not an invention of his own, but rather a signature of Minato's. The handle of Minato's exclusive trident kunai bore these four characters. One might wonder why Minato opted for such an unconventional inscription instead of using a standard symbol like the second Hokage. But that was simply his style. One could only hope that when Kakashi returned to work the next day, the inscription on his back would go unnoticed. Returning to the battle, as Naruto prepared to activate the Flying Thunder God technique and teleport behind Kakashi, his expression suddenly shifted. The chakra within him had become chaotic, causing his ninjutsu to fail. Damn it, it's the Nine-Tails, you little brat. Before he could finish his thought, Obito suddenly appeared before him, delivering a powerful kick to Naruto's chest that sent him crashing backward. Naruto's body hurtled through the air, colliding with a wall and spewing blood. The wall behind him cracked like a spider's web, a testament to the force of the blow. Naruto. Upon witnessing this, Kakashi's eyes blazed with fury. Without a moment's hesitation, he removed his mask and, facing the masked figure that was Obito, he withdrew his forehead protector. Sharingan. Oh, revealing your Sharingan to me, the embodiment of Uchiha Madara. You truly are foolish, Kakashi, Obito remarked slowly. In truth, beneath the mask, Obito's genuine thought was one of disbelief that Kakashi would use the very eye he had bestowed upon him against him. You will learn the pain of defeat. Kakashi, indeed, it appears that I am too feeble to protect anything. At this thought, Kakashi let out a primal roar, transforming into a beast as he lunged forward with his blade, aimed at the enigmatic masked man. 8 gates. First gate, open. In order to engage in battle with the masked figure, Kakashi activated the 8 gates within his body. In truth, he had always possessed the ability to utilize the 8 gates, though his training in physical combat had not been as extreme as Guy's. For Kakashi's physique, opening the first gate was nearly the limit of his capabilities. Puffed. Beneath the wall, Naruto spat out a mouthful of blood. Feeling the searing pain in his lungs, realizing that his ribs were fractured and had pierced his lung, simultaneously, his consciousness began to fade. This is quite troublesome, this little fatal injury. Hiss Kaibai, you rascal. Why now? After expelling another mouthful of blood, Naruto's vision darkened. The next moment he opened his eyes, he found himself in a place resembling a sewer. This must be the domain of the Kaibai. What does that creature intend? After having just ensnared me, does it have more to say? Shaking his head, Naruto strode forward. Before long, he arrived at a massive iron gate from the darkness behind the door. 2 enormous eyes, akin to lanterns, slowly illuminated, hovering high in the air. Naruto understood that this was indeed the Kaibai. Hence, he immediately began to curse. Kaibai, you scoundrel! At such a critical moment, why did you snatch the mouse? Do you have any idea how vital that flying thunder god technique was? In response to Naruto's reproach, the Kaibai gradually revealed its form from the shadows. It approached the iron gate and lowered itself, its colossal eyes locking gaze with Naruto's. Indeed, you are not embody. Hearing the Kaibai's words, Naruto looked down at his own body that he discovered that within this realm of consciousness, his original form had returned. Isn't this quite normal? Hey Kaibai, you aren't causing me trouble for this reason, are you? The Naruto in the outside world is on the brink of death. He won't die. The Kaibai smirked, exhaling a breath that sent the Naruto outside the gate tumbling. Such minor injuries, with just a sliver of my chakra, I could easily handle that for you. You bear a striking resemblance to Minato, which irks me greatly. Rising from the ground, Naruto adjusted his long hair. This thing called genetics is something you tail beasts can only envy. Speaking of which, all 9 of you tail beasts were created by the Sage of 6 Paths, correct? So, in a sense, you are all brothers. As he spoke, Naruto raised his hand slightly, diligently searching for words in his mind. Among brothers having such peculiar appearances, you 9 are truly unique in the ninja world. Humph. Judging by appearances, you humans remain exceedingly superficial. Naruto shrugged, dismissing the Kaibai's words. By the way, are we just going to chat here? Kaibai, can you refrain from causing chaos from now on? You must be able to sense what's happening outside. Right? What are your thoughts on that, masked man? That I does indeed resemble the malevolence of Uchiha Obito. But believe me, he is certainly not Obito. After pondering for a moment, the Kaibai chose not to elaborate further, concealing this segment of information. After all, the Naruto before him hails from another world. It would be best not to disclose the true lineage of this world's Naruto too readily. Go on, and as a token of my compensation, I'll grant you a bit of chakra, kiddo. Naruto gave the Kaibai a thumbs up, and in the next instant, countless red bubbles surged from the water, enveloping Naruto completely. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the real world. The bubble-like chakra cloak enveloped his entire body, and the pain in his chest had vanished. Turning around, Naruto glanced at his rear. This is the 3 tails. Before the Kaibai seal was further unbound, this must be the maximum chakra the Kaibai could provide. That old rascal Kaibai is quite generous. Turning his head back, Naruto fixed his gaze on the masked man battling Kakashi. He grinned widely, revealing his sharp teeth. Next, it is your turn. Slash. Under the blood-red moonlight, the long blade in the masked man's hand shimmered with ripples. Kakashi was utterly bewildered, unable to discern whether the man was phasing out of existence. My vision is unclear, as the blade's light danced. The masked man had somehow appeared behind Kakashi. Oh no! Kakashi's pupils constricted, and in the next moment, the long blade grazed his back. Puffed. Blood gushed from the long gash. And Kakashi's body instantly weakened, dropping to one knee. How disgraceful, Kakashi! Beneath the mask, Obito softly mocked. Just as he raised his long blade once more, a shuriken shot straight toward his face. Without a doubt, the shuriken sliced through the air. piercing through Obito's head. The next second, Obito turned and saw Naruto charging toward him at that moment. Naruto, cloaked in the Kai-Bai's chakra, resembled a red specter as he dashed toward Obito, a basketball-sized purple Rasengan in his grasp. Whoosh! Observing this scene, the masked Obito chuckled softly. Should I say it's no surprise that they are father and son? Even their methods of attack are identical. In the next instant, his gaze sharpened. However, this technique will no longer work on me. With that, he swung his long blade directly at the advancing Naruto. In response to the attack, a glint of determination flashed in Naruto's eyes as he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. This way, the masked man seemed to have anticipated this. His body suddenly executed a 180-degree turn, his single eye beneath the tiger mask fixated intently on the shuriken that had been thrown at him. Kamui! With a shout, the space surrounding the shuriken began to warp. However, the Naruto that Obito had envisioned did not appear where he had predicted. In the vicinity of the shuriken at that moment, Obito's mind momentarily plunged into blankness. Did I miscalculate? You miscalculated. Naruto's voice resounded from behind Obito, and simultaneously, an immense force surged from Obito's waist. Tailed beast spiral sphere. Behind Obito, Naruto materialized, pressing the purple-red Rasengan firmly against Obito's body. The Rasengan's overwhelming power tore through Obito's clothing. Exposing his pale torso as the Rasengan made contact, the force erupted even further. The next moment, Obito was blasted away. Boom. The flying Obito crashed into a wall, shattering it, and was subsequently buried under the rubble. Yet he was evidently not finished off by Naruto's Rasengan. Soon he pushed aside the debris and rose from the ground. Observing him, Naruto remarked nonchalantly, "We're even now. This Rasengan strike avenged the earlier kick." Naruto's character is quite straightforward, settling scores on the spot. How does it feel to have misjudged? Rising from the ground, Obito ignored Naruto's taunts, first raising his hand to touch the shattered remnants of his mask. Indeed, following the recent impact, his tiger mask was broken. The upper right corner of the mask lay in ruins, revealing his tightly shut left eye. "You are truly detestable, Uzumaki Naruto," Obito muttered under his breath. Naruto shrugged indifferently, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Is it really that red? Just as expected, you're just as insufferable as your father." Hearing this, Naruto instantly wiped the smile from his face. He extended the claws on his hand, scratching at his slightly itchy face. "Give you 2 more Rasengan, and you will behave as the smoke and dust gradually cleared. Obito donned his spare mask, but he glanced at the approaching Umbu in the distance, as well as the now silent clan leader's residence. "Let's call a night. Uzumaki Naruto, I shall remember you, and in the future, I will make sure to entertain you." With that, Obito activated Kimi, completely absorbing himself into his eye, vanishing from sight before everyone. Almost immediately, the Umbu that had appeared from afar approached. Seeing the Umbu encircle himself and Kakashi, Naruto let out a sigh. Tonight is indeed quite lively. As he gazed at the 2 members of the Umbu surrounding him. Kakashi furrowed his brow in weakness. It's someone from Root? At that moment, after taking a hemostatic pill, the wound on his back had ceased to bleed. Once he donned his forehead protector and Umbu mask again, Kakashi rose to his feet. "Kakashi," one of the Umbu spoke up, "you have violated the regulations of the Umbu by approaching this area without permission." Remaining calm, Kakashi adjusted his gear and, after sheathing his short blade back into its scabbard, he finally replied, "I will explain this matter to the 3rd Hokage. However, it is you who allowed the village's intruders to escape right before your eyes." "You enough?" an elderly voice interjected. Immediately, the surrounding Umbu fell silent and lowered their heads to make way. Following this, a man wrapped entirely in bandages emerged. He was none other than the leader of Konoha's Root, a close friend of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo. Leaning on his cane, he approached Naruto and Kakashi. Faced with the village's high authority, Kakashi had no choice but to bow his head. "Danzo-sama." Kakashi acknowledged. "Kakashi, I remember you are from the Hatake clan, correct?" Without waiting for Kakashi's response, he continued, "Indeed, your performance tonight is worthy of the Hatake name. I still recall your father, Hatake Sakamoto, He was an extraordinary man, having accomplished many exceedingly difficult tasks. Kakashi remained silent, silently shielding Naruto behind him. Then, Danzo shifted the subject. However, tonight's events pertain to Konoha's secrets. What secrets? Kakashi pressed, locking eyes with Danzo. Is it the secret of the Sharingan, or the man who claims to be Uchiha Madara? Or perhaps you wish to conceal your involvement in tonight's events from others? In response to Kakashi's interrogation, Danzo's narrowed eyes widened, impudent. In the next moment, the Umbu advanced, restraining the injured Kakashi. "What are you doing?" Kakashi protested. Danzo spoke with authority. "It would be best for you to forget this incident. Seal his memories." Yes. Two more Umbu stepped forward and executed sealing jutsu on Kakashi's head. Soon, Kakashi's struggle ceased, and he slumped into stillness. "Now, it's your turn, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki," Danzo said, leading the Umbu towards Naruto. Observing Danzo, Naruto smirked disdainfully and extended his hands. Come on. Whether it was Naruto's audacious grin that irked Danzo or not, he took it upon himself to firmly bind Naruto's hands, apply a memory sealing jutsu to him, and follow it with a silencing jutsu. Yes, but sir, wouldn't using a memory sealing jutsu on a child damage his brain? Do as I say. Understood. In a manner akin to their earlier treatment of Kakashi, several Umbu joined forces to subdue Naruto. Subsequently, they cast the sealing jutsu within his mind. However, Naruto felt nothing, merely a cool sensation on his head. As he attempted to recall the events of the night, he felt no impact whatsoever. Could it be that the sealing jutsu had yet to take effect? Or perhaps it was because this body did not belong to him. It was worth noting that Kakashi, after the sealing was completed, had fainted instantly. That Naruto's lack of reaction caused Danzo to furrow his brow. It seemed that for a tailed beast Jinchuriki, the memory sealing jutsu took effect more slowly. Nonetheless, it mattered little. He then commanded Naruto, "Stick out your tongue?" And Naruto responded with a smirk, "Really? Don't make me repeat myself." Chuckling, Naruto complied, suddenly sticking out his tongue and spitting saliva onto Danzo's face. "Sir, you brat, you'll pay for that." Danzo raised his hand to silence the surrounding Umbu's outcries. He merely regarded Naruto with a calm demeanor, asserting, "Just a child's prank, ha." In response to Danzo's feigned composure, Naruto decided to retaliate once more. This time, Danzo was taken aback. Not one to relent, Naruto launched a third attack, Dahachu. A glob of pale yellow phlegm was expelled, landing squarely on Danzo's face. This time, Danzo's facade crumbled entirely. His eyes burned with fury as he barked at the surrounding Umbu. "What are you still staring at? Use the silencing jutsu on him." "Yes, sir." The Umbu, responding timidly, avoided Danzo's gaze, hurrying to seize Naruto's tongue. Next, one of the Umbu produced a brush and began to draw on Naruto's tongue. Naruto frowned, his tongue extended, asking, "Are we done yet?" However, at that moment, his tongue was being held, rendering his words nearly incomprehensible to anyone but himself. "All done, sir." With the silencing jutsu complete, the Umbu turned to report to Danzo. Satisfied, Danzo nodded and tapped his cane. "Take Kakashi away and send him to the hospital. Don't let him die for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Bring him back to his home." Yes. One Umbu stepped forward, lifting Naruto and swiftly transporting him to the apartment where Naruto resided in this world. After tossing Naruto through the door, the Umbu departed the scene. Yet, Naruto could sense that he had not gone far, likely monitoring him from the rooftop. Ignoring the Umbu observing him, Naruto climbed to his feet and strained to extend his tongue out of his mouth. Peering down, he barely managed to glimpse the black markings on his tongue. This the silencing jutsu. It seemed somewhat effective. Naruto attempted to shout, "Mass dog?" Yet the words that escaped his lips transformed into dog. Rubbing his chin, Naruto began to comprehend the situation. "They don't want you to say masked?" It appears this silencing jutsu is triggered by keywords. With this realization, he chuckled. "However, they likely don't know that I am of the Uzumaki clan. Such a rudimentary sealing technique can be undone in a heartbeat." He then seated himself cross-legged on his bed and began to refine his chakra. This body, belonging to the Naruto of this world, differed somewhat from his own. Fortunately, the talent of the Uzumaki clan remained, and with a little refinement, Chakra began to surge within him. Fortunately, I recently started learning sealing techniques with Kushina. This skill is just what I need right now. Diamond sealing. Release. As Naruto performed the hand seals, several golden chains appeared around him. In the next moment, he began to move his mouth, then spat out a mouthful of black liquid. Ugh! With the silencing jutsu lifted, a wave of fatigue washed over Naruto, and he fell back onto the beat. So much has happened tonight. I wonder how my other self is faring. Lost in thought, Naruto gradually closed his eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. And when he heard Kushina's soft murmurs near his ear, her hand rhythmically patting his back. Slowly, Naruto opened his eyes to find himself cradled in Kushina's lap. Have I returned? In the next instant, he scrambled up from Kushina's lap and leapt back onto the floor. Ah, you're awake. Looking at Naruto, Kushina appeared genuinely delighted. Don't you want me to be held by you, Mom? At those words, Naruto shivered, realizing how long it had been since he last let Kushina hold him while he slept. Suddenly, he became aware of something touching his somewhat sticky cheeks. Could this be tears? What am I even? Huh, you don't remember? Kushina laughed. I didn't expect you to love me this much, Naruto. Just now, you were crying in my arms. Beside them, Minato chimed in. Yes, it feels like you returned to your childhood in an instant. I cried. In a moment of disbelief, Naruto found it exceedingly difficult to accept this reality. This was far more distressing than when he had been sealed by Danzo's jutsu. No, how could this be? However, it didn't take long for Naruto to regain his composure. It seemed that his body had been manipulated by the Naruto from the original world. With this thought in mind, it was only natural that he would act affectionately and weep in front of Kushina. No, you seem to be enjoying yourself, but how am I supposed to face this? What about my dignity? Perhaps fearing that Naruto was not yet distressed enough, Minato added. Moreover, just now Jiraiya-sensei and Yahiko were also present. Kushina cupped her face with her hands, feeling a bit bashful as she said, Oh dear, it's all Naruto's fault. This is the first time I've had to comfort a child in front of so many people. What? The realization that they were all present made Naruto feel as if he could perish on the spot. Like a soulless being, he trudged back to his room, muttering to himself, It's over. My image is utterly ruined. As dawn broke, Naruto awoke. The events of the previous night felt overwhelming, but after a good night's sleep, he had managed to cast them aside. For a young man, there is no trouble that cannot be resolved with a good night's rest. Each day brings a fresh beginning. To his surprise, Naruto found his face inexplicably itchy upon rising. When he gazed in a mirror, he discovered 6 whisker-like markings adorning his cheeks. Haven't I returned? Naruto repeatedly confirmed that he had indeed returned to the inverted world, and this body was his own. But why had he sprouted whiskers? There was no Ninetales within him. Could it be that during his encounter with the Ninetales last night, it had left something in his body? That rascal. Raising an eyebrow, Naruto quickly crossed his legs and began to examine the chakra within him. As expected, he detected a faint presence within. Following this subtle trail, a warm fireball appeared in his consciousness, enveloped by the crimson chakra that the Ninetales had lent him yesterday. Well, now it was evident that the changes within him were undeniably connected to the Ninetales. No, that fox must be out of its mind. Naruto felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, vowing that the next time he encountered the Ninetales, he would have a serious discussion with it. Or did it learn the habit of leaving things behind in others' bodies? Given that it was still early and he had some time before school, coupled with the fact that he was on the verge of being driven mad by the Ninetales, Naruto decided to take a short nap. 2 hours later, Kushina ascended the stairs, calling for Naruto to get up. Naruto, it's time to wake up? Oh, I'm coming. Standing outside the door, Kushina felt a hint of confusion. Perhaps it was just her imagination, but she sensed a hint of panic in Naruto's tone. Inside the room, Naruto was indeed in a flurry, struggling to get dressed. Why is this outfit so difficult to wear? In the midst of his struggle, he noticed a teddy bear hanging at the head of the bed and couldn't resist carefully taking it down to play with for a moment. Afterward, he cautiously hung it back in its place. I remember it being here, right? Descending the stairs, Naruto gazed at Kushina in the kitchen, momentarily dazed. Kushina quickly beckoned him. Come sit down. Why are you just staring at me? Naruto wiped his face with his sleeve and hurriedly shook his head. No, he then quickly took a seat. All right, Kushina placed a plate of sandwiches in front of him. That we agreed last night that you wanted sandwiches, right? Upon hearing this, Naruto finally broke into a smile. Yes, we did agree. Meanwhile, looking at the statue of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, on Hokage Rock, Naruto felt a pang of anguish as he slapped his forehead. How did I end up back here again? Since the fourth Hokage was Minato. It meant he had returned to the normal Hokage world. Nevertheless, Minato's statue was far more comforting. The fourth Hokage of the inverted world was Sakura's father, and his hairstyle was undeniably unique, resembling a character from the world of One Piece. Before Naruto could observe further, his stomach growled, signaling his hunger. It's more important to resolve my hunger first. He rummaged through his pockets and discovered he had quite a bit of money. Not bad. Naruto raised an eyebrow, a smile forming on his lips. Why apologies, Prince? Allow me to borrow some of your money. With that, his gaze fell upon the Ichiraku ramen shop by the street. In this inverted world, Ichiraku ramen still existed. However, unlike the original world, the shopkeeper had an exceedingly fierce temperament. When he got angry, it felt somewhat reminiscent of Otsutsuki Ichiraku. Well then, let me see how the flavors of Ichiraku ramen differ between the two worlds. Moments later, Naruto exited Ichiraku ramen, satisfied and patting his stomach. Both worlds' Ichiraku ramen tasted equally delicious, and the sisters in both worlds looked just as lovely. Glancing at the time, he muttered to himself, "Next, I suppose it's time for school." As a temporary occupant of this body, Naruto felt it was essential to respect the lifestyle of its original owner. The Naruto in the original story genuinely enjoyed school. After all, he had no friends. And without attending school, he couldn't find peers to converse with. This thought struck a bittersweet chord within him. Resting his head on his hand, Naruto strolled to the Ninja Academy. Along the way, he drew curious glances for passers-by. But he felt indifferent. The cumulative experiences of over 20 years had taught him to ignore the scrutiny of others. Once I endure a divine intervention, these villagers will behave themselves. However, it soon became apparent that, aside from their usual disdain for him, the villagers were also discussing a common topic. The Uchiha clan had been annihilated last night, and it was none other than Itachi Uchiha who had done the deed. What? This spread overnight. Chuckling to himself, Naruto mused, with such rapid dissemination, it's clear someone is stirring the pot. Upon arriving at school, the youngsters within mirrored the adults, chattering about the Uchiha. Most of them likely had no idea what an Uchiha even was. Following the layout of the inverted world Ninja Academy, Naruto found his classroom. Glancing inside, he noticed Hinata, Sakura, and Sasuke were present. This must be the right room. However, upon entering, he encountered a problem. Which seat was his? It seemed that in this world, his seat had already been taken, as the other Naruto occupied a different spot. Just as he pondered this, 3 boys approached him, surrounding him. Hey, Uzumaki Naruto, where's our breakfast? Yeah, we've been waiting for you for ages. Where's the breakfast you promised? Naruto furrowed his brow at the unfamiliar trio before him, but he was certain he had no recollection of these individuals. They were not characters from the manga. Moreover, their hostility was palpable. We know each other. Seeing Naruto's demeanor, the boys grew irate. The tallest among them shoved Naruto forward. Yet Naruto stood firm, unyielding. Quit pretending, Naruto. Yes, Naruto, if you keep acting like this, we won't be friends anymore. If you don't share your breakfast, we'll rethink our friendship. Think carefully. Upon hearing their words, Naruto quickly understood. He surmised that these 3 were attempting to leverage a friendship with this world's Naruto to extract benefits from him. It was entirely plausible that this world's Naruto, starved for affection, could find himself in such a predicament. Pity that this Naruto was already struggling to make ends meet, yet still had to scrape together resources to appease these 3 little brats. With this in mind, Naruto shook his head. You guys are crossing the line. From the back of the classroom, Choji observed the scene unfolding before him and nudged Shikamaru beside him, whispering, Look, Shikamaru, those guys are bothering Naruto again. How many times has it been this month? Sigh. What a hassle. Shikamaru, with his eyes closed, let out a sigh. I wonder what Naruto is thinking. He must have been deceived by these 3 individuals. When we have the chance, let's have a word with him. Sure, SHG nodded, though his face soon became a canvas of astonishment. What's the matter? Noticing CHG's reaction, Shikamaru opened his eyes. Then, to his surprise, He witnessed Naruto at the front of the classroom, kicking a small creature that had been in front of him to the back of the classroom. The two individuals beside Naruto were rendered speechless, their eyes wide as they watched their companion tumble like a ball into the trash can at the back of the classroom. Meanwhile, Naruto withdrew his foot with evident satisfaction. He then turned to the remaining two, a smile gracing his lips. "What? Do you also wish to take flight?" The two immediately shook their heads vigorously, lowering their gazes and hastening back to their seats, Tisich with a disdainful twitch of his lips. Naruto approached Hinata, quietly inquiring about his seat. This version of Hinata, much like in the original story, was exceedingly shy, her response barely audible, akin to the sound of a mosquito. Fortunately, Naruto's hearing was sharp. After confirming his seat and settling down, Naruto noticed Sasuke in the front row, casting glances back at him. The look in Sasuke's eyes was one of reproach, even tinged with a hint of sorrow. Naruto surmised that this expression was related to his failure to stop Sasuke the previous night. "Come on, why are you looking at me like that? Is this my fault? You chose to go home on your own. If it weren't for the absence of recording devices in the world of Hokage." Naruto would have relished the opportunity to capture the exquisite half-hour of Sasuke's screams while under the influence of Tsukuyomi from last night. Before long, Irika entered the classroom, signaling the start of the lesson. To Naruto's chagrin, Irika's lectures were just as monotonous in both worlds. Additionally, without Hinata and Ino by his side to engage in whispered conversations, he quickly succumbed to fatigue. His eyelids grew heavier, and the desk began to resemble a grand bed. Thus, he reassured himself, just a quick nap, a mere moment of slumber. With that thought, Naruto rested his head on the desk, soon falling into a deep sleep. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Observing the puddles at his feet, Naruto realized he had once again arrived in the realm of his consciousness. Stretching, he exclaimed, "Perfect! It's time to settle the score with the Nine Tails." Following the path of his previous visit, he swiftly made his way to the iron gate that imprisoned the Nine Tails. "Hey, Nine Tails, when you lent me Chakra last time, did you slip in something extra?" The Nine Tails initially had no intention of acknowledging this version of Naruto. However, Naruto's words compelled the creature to begrudgingly open its eyes and take a glance. This glance proved revealing. The Nine Tails detected something unusual. It rose, approached the iron gate, and sniffed at Naruto. "How curious." Naruto, displeased, retorted, "What do you mean? You don't know what you did?" Tiske. After scrutinizing Naruto once more, the Nine Tails returned to its resting position. "Last night, you requested to borrow my chakra, and I obliged. However, I did not reclaim the subsequent chakra." Upon hearing this, Naruto recalled the events of the previous night. The battle with the mysterious masked man had unfolded rapidly, leaving him with little use of the Nine Tails chakra. Once Toby appeared, that chakra had simply vanished. Initially, Naruto had presumed the Nine Tails had withdrawn its power, but it seemed that was not the case. "So, the chakra from yesterday had been absorbed by me. It must be so." The Nine Tails, while dozing, continued. "After being absorbed, that chakra resonated with your soul and underwent a transformation, becoming a new spark. Did I recall you mentioning that you hail from another world?" "Correct?" Naruto scratched his head. "Did I say that?" "Oh well, it's not important. In any case, it seems your soul is rather unique, or perhaps the world you belong to is special. Regardless of the cause, my chakra has fused with your soul. The spark you now possess is the resultant product of this union. A spark." Deliberating over the Nine Tails terminology, Naruto inquired further, "What is so special about this spark?" "There are numerous peculiarities, but I cannot elucidate them all at once. Just know that once this spark fully matures, you will be recognized as a new-tailed beast." "What?" The Nine Tails revelation left Naruto astounded. "A tailed beast? Me? I don't even have a tail. Does this mean I shall become the zero-tailed beast?" Scratching his head, Naruto pressed on. "So what are the requirements for this spark to grow?" "Chakra, a great deal of chakra, particularly that of the tailed beasts." The Nine Tails said patiently, "You must have heard of the legend of the Sage of Six Paths. Right? The sage created the tailed beasts, and in truth, the power of the nine of us stems from a common source. Therefore, if you wish to become a new tailed beast, it would be best to absorb the chakra of other tailed beasts." Naruto shrugged. "What do I need to absorb chakra for? To strive to become a new tailed beast, your subordinate." The Nine Tails grinned, baring its sharp teeth. don't you desire power, even without relying on the strength of tailed beasts? I would not be weaker than anyone else, as he spoke. Naruto's expression remained calm, as if asserting that the sun would rise again tomorrow. This surprised the Ninetales, as Naruto's confidence revealed a hint of a strong presence. You truly possess confidence, the Ninetales remarked, casting a knowing glare at Naruto. Let me remind you, although I appear indifferent, the spark within you is a precious and rare entity. Do not expose its existence. Particularly to the other tailed beasts, to them, you would appear as a delectable fruit. Furthermore, once you possess this spark, you have, to some extent, inherited the fate of the tailed beast, so strengthen yourself quickly, kid, if you do not wish to be devoured. With the Ninetales' final words, Naruto's body jolted, and he suddenly stood up from his seat. Oh, someone has finally decided to awaken. The podium. Shisui shot an annoyed glance at Naruto, then raised his hand, signaling him to sit. Dazed, Naruto plopped back in his seat and turned to Hinata. Hinata, how long was I asleep? Not long at all. Just a moment ago, you were chatting with Sasuke. Hinata raised her hand, gently brushing her hair behind her ear. Sasuke was getting a bit annoyed too. That's so. Naruto nodded, sitting back in his seat, resuming his contemplation of the spark within him. He had a premonition that this spark, as described by the Ninetales, was the greatest boon from his recent adventures. Moreover, he sensed that he wouldn't be easily swapping bodies again in the near future. If I wish to avoid becoming fruit, I must diligently train. Reflecting on the Ninetales' words, Naruto tugged at his hair in frustration. The very thing I loathe most is arduous training that I in the dead of night, within the office of the Tsuchikage in Iwagakure. Noki remained seated at his desk. The dimly lit room was illuminated solely by the desk lamp, which he utilized to tend to the remaining tasks from the day. Creak, the office door slowly opened, revealing an ordinary genin at the threshold. His form was entirely shrouded in darkness, obscuring his features. Oh, you must be here to deliver documents. Just leave them there. Without lifting his gaze, Noki gestured toward the corner of the desk. The genin remained silent, gliding soundlessly to the desk's edge. Yet his hands were conspicuously empty of any documents. Noki raised his head in confusion, and in the next moment, from the genin's eyes, nostrils, mouth, and ears, an innumerable amount of black mud surged forth. This black mud enveloped Noki at an astonishing speed. As the mud poured out, the genin's body seemed to lose its vitality, collapsing weakly to the ground. The black mud enveloped Noki's form, coalescing into a constantly writhing black sphere. However, it wasn't long before the black sphere deflated. Got you, echoed the voice of Inoki down the empty corridor. Almost immediately, a cylindrical barrier shot forth from the hallway, aimed straight at the chair within the office. As it moved, the barrier reduced everything it touched to mere ashes. Accompanying the barrier's release, Inoki's aged yet commanding voice resonated from outside the door. Dust release. Original world separation technique. The black sphere suddenly split in two, allowing the cylindrical barrier to pass through its center, thus averting its own annihilation. Nevertheless, the part that made contact with the barrier was inevitably disintegrated into dust. This was the essence of Inoki's bloodline elimination, a unique ability that transcended the limits of bloodline limits. Undoubtedly, this was the most destructive technique in the current ninja world, known only to the third Tsuchikage. Inoki, indeed, from the gaping hole in the room, Inoki floated slowly out of the corridor. Mastering earth release techniques, he utilized earth release, heavy stone technique to alter the weight of objects, thereby counteracting gravity. It was in this manner that he reduced his own weight, allowing himself to soar into the air. Beside the desk, the black sphere reformed, continually collapsing until it morphed into a human figure. Judging from the visage of the figure, it was none other than the long-vanished six paths of destruction. Glaring at six paths of destruction, Inoki inquired with a sharp tone, "You are the one lurking in my village, incessantly attacking its inhabitants, aren't you? What manner of monster are you?" "Hee. What am I? I am the one destined to annihilate the six paths. I must thank your villagers for aiding my recovery during this time. Hee. Their essence is quite delectable. You scoundrel." Without further ado, Inoki raised his hand. unleashing another dust release, that a cubic barrier enveloped the dark figure entirely, subsequently obliterating everything within. Alas, before the dust release could fully manifest, 6 paths of destruction escaped from the confines of the barrier. Now standing within the room, 6 paths of destruction grinned malevolently at Inoki. He then raised his hand, shattering the walls of the room to expose the outside world. Witnessing this scene, Inoki felt a sense of foreboding that, no good, he intends to flee. Inoki swiftly raised his hand to launch another attack, but 6 paths of destruction was swifter, with a grasping motion from afar. Inoki's expression changed at my chakra. It has been absorbed. After interrupting Inoki's assault, 6 paths of destruction leapt from the Tsuchikage building into the outside realm. Following that, his body writhed, sprouting 2 wings from his back. With a flap of his wings, 6 paths of destruction soared away from the village. Inoki, of course, would not let this transgression go unchallenged. He pursued 6 paths of destruction into the sky, firmly grasping onto him. A brilliant white light once again illuminated Inoki's hands, as he seemed determined to unleash his most effective technique. The dust released it on the ground. The Iwagakure shinobi, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but express their admiration. The old man is truly fighting hard. Indeed, it seems he is genuinely angered that, of course, in the past month, nearly half of the ninjas in the village have fallen. Most suffered from chakra exhaustion, with a few unfortunate souls losing their lives. Can the old man not be anxious? All he has used is dust release. The brilliance in the office was the same, and now during the pursuit. Can you withstand this? All right, interjected the voice of Keisuke, breaking the crowd's chatter. Conserve your strength. That fellow is heading toward the village entrance. We should follow. Yes, in the sky, 6 paths of destruction narrowly avoided the dust release barrier once more, unable to suppress a fierce glare back at Inoki. Anyone would feel a surge of anger after repeatedly evading an attack that could lead to instant demise. However, a sinister grin soon spread across his face. In the next moment, a multitude of mouths suddenly appeared on the pitch-black form of 6 paths of destruction. These mouths gaped wide, unleashing ninjutsu toward the ground below, targeting Iwagakure. Fire release, water release, and predominantly, earth release that a deluge of ninjutsu enveloped the sky over the village. Observing this, Inoki's eyelids twitched. You scoundrel! He could easily recognize that these techniques were drawn from the repertoire of his village's ninjas. Perhaps the chakra used to unleash these techniques was absorbed from the very ninjas of his village. 6 paths of destruction, clearly capable of employing other methods, chose this path to provoke and infuriate Inoki. Damn it! Inoki gritted his teeth, wishing he could execute 6 paths of destruction with his dust release for 5 minutes straight. Yet he understood that as the Tsuchikage, he could not neglect the safety of his village. If he allowed 6 paths of destruction's unleashed ninjutsu to wreak havoc, the damage inflicted on the village would be incalculable. Thus, he lowered his body and dove straight down. Upon landing on the village's ground, he pressed his hand against the earth. Earth release. Earth flow wall technique. This nearly elementary earth release technique erupted with astounding might in Inoki's hands. Towering walls of earth rose from the ground like a shield, protecting the village from the onslaught of 6 paths of destruction's attacks. Simultaneously, shinobi from other parts of the village executed similar actions. The rising earthen walls enveloped the village, minimizing the damage from the ninjutsu. Only then did Inoki exhale a sigh of relief, but when he looked up to pursue, it was already too late. Watching the distant figure of 6 paths of destruction vanish into the horizon, Inoki let out a heavy sigh. The Tsuchikage, the pillar of this village. He longed to chase 6 paths of destruction to the ends of the earth, yet he could not afford such a pursuit. At that moment, a multitude of regrets likely swirled within Inoki's heart. If only he were younger. If only the second Tsuchikage were still alive. If only he had discovered him sooner. If only the village had not suffered such a significant loss of ninjas. However, there are no if-onlys. Lord Tsuchikage. Keisuke approached hastily. Inoki looked up, recognizing him and lowering his guard. Oh, it's you, he remarked, tapping his waist. I am getting old. Of no use. Do not say that, old man. After a moment of stretching, Inoki felt considerably more comfortable. He used earth release to create a stone pillar and sat upon it. What is the damage to the village? Not much. that fellow's ninjutsu lacked considerable power, and everyone was prepared. The earth flow wall was deployed in time. That's good. After breathing a sigh of relief, Inoki continued, "Is there anything else?" Keisuke hesitated but eventually spoke. "Deidara has gone missing. Oh." At this mention, Inoki recalled him. He should have been the first to notice 6 paths of destruction, but unfortunately, he failed to convey the situation clearly. Otherwise, we could have uncovered 6 paths of destructions present sooner. Indeed, Keisuke reflected. He had not expected the young Deidara to leave the entire village behind. In his mind, Deidara, like Akatsuki, was still just a child. Let him do as he pleases. The thoughts of the youth are beyond the comprehension of us elders. By the way, I recall there was some intelligence recently about Konoha, correct? Keisuke inhaled sharply. Are you suggesting? I suspect that Konoha has long possessed intelligence regarding this monster. Their recent mobilization was likely aimed at this individual. With that, Inoki slapped his thigh. Go. Form an alliance with Konoha. Our village cannot withstand any more turmoil in the short term. Forge an alliance with Konoha and bring back the information I seek. Off you go. Upon hearing his words, Keisuke nodded solemnly. Yes. Outside the village gates, Deidara observed the entire battle unfold with keen eyes. Truly, it was impossible to resolve that individual within the confines of the village. The incompetence of the village's ninjas was far too obstructive. With this thought, Deidara released the clay bird he had crafted and seated himself upon its back. However, I am different. The scoundrel who wronged me. I'm coming for you. In early spring, as the weather gradually warmed, Naruto found himself increasingly lethargic. Several months have elapsed since he acquired the spark within him. During this period, the spark has been gradually consuming the Nine-Tails chakra that envelopes it. However, Naruto has discerned some noteworthy developments. The presence of the spark has accelerated the recovery rate of his chakra. He has conducted deliberate experiments, discovering that his chakra recovery speed is approximately 20% faster than before. Simultaneously, the spark has also augmented the total amount of his chakra. Over this time, he has experienced a noticeable increase in his chakra capacity, reminiscent of the growth spurts he encountered in his childhood. It is important to note that after the age of 6, the rate of increase in his chakra has significantly slowed down. To witness another substantial surge in chakra, he would have to wait until he is 11 or 12 years old. Moreover, as the Nine-Tails has indicated, this spark will indeed consume his chakra. Although the proportion is minimal, it is undeniably present. The thought of merging his own chakra with that of the tailed beast intrigues him. Perhaps, once the spark is fully realized, he may attain a unique tailed beast mode of his own. The Nine-Tails, it seems, has spoken the truth. If he was not deceived regarding the spark, then it is reasonable to assume that he has not lied about the fruit either. Is the fate of the tailed beast to become mere fruit? Contemplating this, Naruto scratched his head. As he ambled along, a group of rock shinobi hurried past him. Naruto perked up. Those crimson uniforms must belong to the people of the rock village. Recently, there seems to be an influx of individuals from there. Could it be that some trouble has arisen? Shaking his head, Naruto rose from the rooftop where he had been dozing. He made his way to the street. Hands clasped behind his head, strolling in the direction of home. As he passed by bathhouse, he paused. Who is that? At that moment, outside the bathhouse, a boy from the Hyuga clan, roughly his age, was excitedly pacing back and forth. Veins were visibly protruding on his cheeks, a clear indication that he had activated his Byakugan. Naruto approached him from behind and suddenly called out, "Hey, what are you doing?" The boy was evidently startled, his body jolting before he rigidly turned around. Upon recognizing Naruto, he immediately relaxed. He raised a hand in annoyance and waved dismissively at Naruto, saying, "What S with the yellow hair? Go away." Huh. Naruto scratched the stubble on his cheek and replied to the Hyuga boy, "You re-peeping aren't you? I'm going to tell someone to don't bro." The boy rushed forward, attempting to placate him. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have called you yellow hair. Just look at you. That golden hair is quite striking. By the way, what do you call yourself?" "Oh, I'm Naruto. And you?" "I'm Niji." Naruto expressed mild surprise, but nodded in acknowledgement. In this alternate world, Niji Hyuga indeed seemed to be a peculiar individual who relished peeping through his Byakugan. Their paths rarely crossed during school since they were not in the same year. He never expected to encounter him in such a setting. This moment, Niji had a white bandage wrapped around his forehead. indicating that he had been ensnared by the caged bird seal. Hey buddy, you're out here peeping with a bandage on your head? That is quite dedicated. This is just the beginning. Niji waved his hand dismissively and pulled Naruto to a quieter corner. Once there, he adopted a more serious demeanor. Naruto, how old are you? I'm 7 at Y. Humph. That means you're younger than me. Since I'm older, you must listen to me. Remember, don't tell anyone about my peeping. Otherwise, I happen to know a bit about the gentle fist technique. Niji raised his fist, but Naruto could only chuckle. All right, drop the nonsense. Look at you, I want to say a word. What do you mean by that? What's wrong with peeping? With the Byakugan, not peeping would be a waste. Do you have Byakugan? Naruto found himself momentarily speechless at this peculiar logic. Byakugan? He scoffed disdainfully. If I want to see something. Do I need Byakugan? I could just walk right in. Niji shot him a disdainful glance, muttering, you talk like it's so easy. If you're brave enough, go take a stroll in the women's bath. If you dare to do that, I'll respect you. Fine, I'll do it. Without further ado, Naruto strode toward the bathhouse wall. He slightly bent his knees and leaped over the wall into the enclosure. Ignoring Niji's astonished gaze from outside, he squinted slightly within the walls. He wasn't merely trying to provoke Niji. His actions were driven by the spark within him. The spark sensed the presence of a tailed beast inside. A tailed beast? Konoha doesn't have a Jinchuriki for a tailed beast. Who could it be? Old Zetsu from the Rock Village. Recently, there have indeed been many rock shinobi around. However, this is the women's bath. Could it be that old Zetsu is also a pervert? Inside the bathhouse, steam enveloped the air, but fortunately, the pool was empty, so no one noticed Naruto as he navigated using the spark as perception. He arrived at a private pool in the adjacent room. Just as he entered, before he could assess the situation, a graceful figure leaped from the water and stood before him. There's someone here. Kid. Naruto looked up and met the gaze of the woman. He greeted her. Hello, am. The woman, Uzuki-me, leaned closer, locking eyes with Naruto. With a smile, she asked, why not call me Aunt? As she spoke, she raised her hand and playfully ruffled Naruto's hair, causing his vision to spin, making it difficult to focus on what he should or shouldn't see. Before he could truly become dizzy, Naruto quickly pleaded, I'm sorry, sister. Is that correct this time? What is your name? I'm Uchiha Sasuke. The woman's delicate eyebrows arched in surprise at this revelation. In Uchiha. How intriguing. Uzuki-me stood up, leaving Naruto behind. Little brother, your chakra is quite special. I adore your essence. However, I have a mission to attend to, so I can't play with you right now. Naruto watched as she departed, pondering she must be a Jinchuriki. What brings her to Konoha? The two-tailed Jinchuriki, Uzuki-me. Like Killer Bee, hails from the Lightning Country's Cloud Village. The Cloud Village is known for its unfriendly stance toward Konoha. It seems Uzuki-me's visit is also related to infiltration. Why is it that this lady is so fond of infiltration missions? I recall in the original manga, Uzuki-me was discovered during a similar mission and subsequently had her tailed beast extracted by Kakuzu and Haiden, leading to her demise. Let her be. It's none of my business. Hesitating for a moment, Naruto reflected. Indeed, that thing resembles the color of her hair. As he climbed back over the wall, the moment Naruto landed. Niji rushed over, brimming with excitement. Hero! No, you're a god. Hey, ease up, don't be so enthusiastic. How can I not be excited? Just now, a stunning beauty walked out of the bathhouse. Quickly, tell me what you saw. Naruto realized Niji was referring to Uzuki-me. He straightened his expression and replied, I didn't see anything. The bath was empty. In no way. How could you possibly miss such a beauty? I'm telling the truth. Naruto insisted earnestly. When I went in, she must have already finished bathing. That I truly didn't see anything. Really? Hearing this, Niji appeared to suddenly lose all energy. Curious, Naruto asked, which direction did that blonde-haired beauty go? Disheartened, Niji pointed toward the Hokage office. That's so? She went that way, coinciding with the direction of the rock shinobi. I suspected. She came for the rock shinobi. Naruto's musings went unnoticed by Niji, who continued to lament on the ground that a beauty. That blonde-haired beauty must have at least a D cup. Instinctively, Naruto interjected. No way, I think it's only... You really did see her. Niji, who had been wallowing on the ground, suddenly sprang up, seizing Naruto by the neck like tea that moment. The envy gleaming in his eyes was nearly on the verge of erupting like black mud. "Stop it! Stop it!" Naruto said, somewhat helplessly extricating himself from Niji's grasp. Indeed, he should not have engaged in that conversation. Perhaps I should check on the situation at the Hokage building. Take tea this time. Naruto felt a twinge of fear towards Niji. If I can't provoke him, can I at least evade him? He decided to leap onto the rooftop, shaking off Niji, and hurried towards the Hokage building. Meanwhile, within the Hokage office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was growing increasingly agitated as he tossed aside the documents in his hand. These rock ninjas are utterly lacking in sincerity during negotiations. They have been probing our intelligence, yet refuse to offer sufficient leverage. Beside him, his old friend, Shimura Danzo, offered a comforting remark. That's how negotiations go. I actually believe this isn't a bad thing. The third Hokage's interest was piqued. What do you mean? Danzo explained. Judging by the reactions of the rock ninjas, they are evidently frightened that I suspect that the losses incurred within the Iwagakure must be considerable. Otherwise, they wouldn't exhibit such a demeanor. They are clearly cautious, yet they pretend to be indifferent, fearful that we might discern their true feelings. The third Hokage chuckled, then turned to the Umbu by his side. Itachi, please make the arrangements. I need to meet with the representative from Iwagakure shortly. Understood. The representative from Iwagakure soon arrived at the Hokage office. Concurrently, a woman disguised as an ordinary villager, Yuzuki Tsukimi, successfully infiltrated the Hokage building. What we seek is information regarding that monster, the 6 paths of pain, his origins, his past, his combat characteristics. Peace can be negotiated. We can form an alliance. What's the use of an alliance? Which of the 5 great shinobi villages are trustworthy? This is mutually beneficial for us. The Kirigakure has been developing quite well lately. The war is over. Development is the mainstream. Outside the door, as Yuzuki Tsukimi attempted to eavesdrop further, the authoritative voice of the third Hokage resonated from within. Who goes there? In the next instant, all security personnel within the Hokage building sprang into action. The previously empty hallway quickly became crowded with guards. Who are you? Stay back. Be compliant. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yuzuki Tsukimi swiftly transformed into her half-tailed beast form. Grr. The blue tail of the 2 tails emerged behind her, and in the next moment, she wielded her sharp claws to repel the approaching guards. Whoa, be careful. It's a Jinchuriki. Seeing the guards hesitate in fear, a smirk crept onto Yuzuki Tsukimi's face. Subsequently, she smashed through the walls of the Hokage building and bolted outside. Did she really escape? On the street outside the Hokage building, Naruto sat in a dessert shop, savoring some dango, while keeping an eye on the commotion at the Hokage building. When he saw the 2 tails Jinchuriki burst out of the Hokage building with brute force, he found himself utterly bewildered. Wait, did all the guards at the Hokage building take the day off? However, a Jinchuriki who could go out of control at any moment was indeed a formidable challenge. It is well known that when Jinchuriki infiltrate other villages for intelligence, they have the advantage of being able to unleash their tailed beasts if things go awry. Just like Yuzuki Tsukimi right now. Konoha cannot afford to corner her too tightly. If she were to unleash the 2 tails, the resulting damage would far outweigh any trivial intelligence. Even if they could acquire a tailed beast, very few villages would be willing to offer the tailed beast in the heart of their village as a trade. That Umbu must be Itachi, Naruto surmised as he noticed a short, dark-haired Umbu burst out of the Hokage building. How intriguing. I shall follow and see what unfolds. With that thought, Naruto discarded the skewer in his hand and sprang up to chase after Yuzuki Tsukimi. At that moment, outside the gates of Konoha, Narashikama was hidden in the shade of a tree, while his friend Inuzuka Kiba was sprawled asleep on a table. The fleeing 2 tails Jinchuriki, Yuzuki Tsukimi, soon approached the gates of Konoha, instantly catching the attention of both men. Hey, Kiba, wake up! Someone's trying to breach the gates! Kiba groggily lifted his head, only to be met with Yuzuki Tsukimi's attack in the next instant. Claw. Yuzuki Tsukimi's fingernails elongated suddenly, and with a swift motion, she struck Kiba, sending him flying. Simultaneously, Nara Shikamaru retaliated. Ninjutsu. Thousand Needle Rain. Shikamaru expelled long needles from his mouth and unleashed his jutsu, causing the needles to rapidly multiply and shoot towards Uzuki Tsukimi. Unfazed, Uzuki Tsukimi continued her advance, swinging her chakra tail to scatter the thousand-needle rain, and in the next moment, she lunged at Shikamaru, delivering a powerful swipe. Bang! Shikamaru was sent flying, much like his friend. Ugh! Shikamaru grimaced as he clutched his injured arm and scrambled to his feet. However, by the time he and Kiba managed to rise again, Uzuki Tsukimi had vanished without a trace. Such incredible speed, Shikamaru mused to himself. What just happened, Shikamaru? Who was that person who burst out for the chakra signature? They seem to be a Jinchuriki have such mastery over tailed beast chakra. I wonder which village they hail from. Before either could ponder further, Uchiha Itachi, in pursuit, arrived at the gates. He exchanged a brief glance with Shikamaru, nodding slightly before discarding the exit order and sprinting out without pause. That person must be a confidant of the third Hokage. This matter connected to him. Who knows? Just focus on your own business. As they conversed, Naruto, following closely behind Itachi, also arrived at the scene. Upon seeing him, Shikamaru and Kiba finally let out a sigh of relief. At least it's you. Thankfully, no other significant figures have appeared. Naruto surveyed the surroundings, quickly grasping what had just transpired. Did I say, brothers, were you forcibly breached? Well, Shikamaru scratched his head, while Kiba awkwardly gazed skyward. How can this be called a forced breach? Let us just say she wanted to leave. And we couldn't stop her. Naruto chuckled, shrugging. So that's your excuse for being defeated? Shikamaru replied earnestly. Well, primarily, it has been raining continuously lately, and my rheumatism has flared up, affecting my abilities. Naruto rubbed his facial hair. Recalling that it hadn't rained in the village for almost a week, Kiba chimed in. Exactly. I've also been in poor condition lately, suffering from insomnia. His excuse was even more absurd. If Naruto hadn't seen the red marks on Kiba's face from where he had been sleeping, he might have believed him. Shaking his head, Naruto prepared to dash outside. That I won't chat with you two any longer. I must take my leave. Hey, come back. Naruto, you can't leave without an exit order. Naruto naturally did not stop, swiftly disappearing from their sight. Kiba rubbed his eyes in disbelief. That kid is from the Namake's family, right? Is his speed a bit too much? Indeed, Shikamaru nodded seriously. He picked up the scattered needles from the ground and placed them back in his mouth. Namake's, he is quite the excellent in the dense forest outside Konoha. Uzuki Tsukimi raced towards the direction of Odogekure. She planned to first enter the land of rice, home to Odogekure, and then make her way into the land of lightning. However, the persistent pursuit of Uchiha Itachi was becoming increasingly irksome. She resolved to find a suitable battleground, eliminate Itachi, and then return to her village. Well, this strategy can only be said that Uzuki Tsukimi is indeed not suited for making decisions. Leading Itachi, she arrived at a secluded canyon, where Uzuki Tsukimi halted her steps. Soon, Itachi, who had been in pursuit, appeared before her. Uzuki Tsukimi looked down upon Itachi with a hint of arrogance, confidently stating, "Is it just you?" And Konoha truly has no one left. Itachi disregarded her provocation, simply responding, "One is sufficient." Humph, quite confident. RNTU. State your name, Konoha I, Uzuki Tsukimi, do not slay nameless individuals. Itachi unsheathed the short blade from his back and calmly recited the information about Uzuki. Uzuki, a jonin from the Hidden Cloud Village, was the host of the Two Tails. Proficient in taijutsu and the power of the tailed beast, his demeanor incited a sense of indignation within Yukai. You truly believe that you can defeat me? The Jinchuriki, solely with your own strength? Is there anything inappropriate about that? Before Itachi set off, the third Hokage had specifically instructed him, simply assume a posture of obstruction. Let that Jinchuriki return the information to the Hidden Cloud Village. This would be more advantageous for you. In doing so, the Hidden Cloud Village will learn of a Wagakure's alliance with us, compelling them to ally with us as well. Given such orders, Itachi perceived that his role was merely to perform to the best of his abilities. Shadow Clone Technique. One hand wielding the blade, the other forming seals, Itachi summoned a clone that charged directly at Uzuki. Uzuki raised her hand and shattered the clone, but in the next instant, countless shuriken flew towards her from all directions. A fierce cry erupted from Yuzuki's mouth as her chakra tails surged dramatically, enhancing her speed to evade all incoming shuriken in an instant. In the blink of an eye, she circled behind Itachi. With a swift motion, she struck at his back with her claws. Clang! Itachi swiftly turned, parrying her attack with his short blade. That moment, he had activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. Otherwise, he would not have been able to keep up with Yuzuki's figure. "You are quite formidable," Yuzuki remarked, shaking her claws. "Better than those two at the gate. At least you can keep up with my speed." She then noticed Itachi's crimson eyes. Those eyes belong to the Uchiha clan. "Don't they?" Itachi, somewhat taken aback, responded. "What? Do you know someone from the Uchiha clan?" "Indeed, there's one." Yuzuki recalled Naruto's visage, unable to suppress a smile, that a little fellow, around 6 or 7 years old. His chakra has a unique flavor, akin to a delectable gummy candy, making one want to devour a whole duppy. By the way, he said his name is Uchiha Sasuke. I wonder if he's someone you know. Upon hearing this, Itachi fell silent. "He is my younger brother." As he spoke, a surge of battle intent emanated from him, piquing Yuzuki's curiosity. "What? Do you become agitated merely at the mention of your brother? It seems he is your lifeline." Itachi, gripping his short blade, stated with deliberate clarity, "Do not lay a hand on Sasuke." "Fire style? Fireball jutsu?" "Ha! Finally, you're getting serious." Yuzuki laughed heartily as the blue chakra of the tailed beast coalesced before her, forming another head. In the next moment, she opened her mouth, gathering a fireball and launching it directly at Itachi. The colossal fireballs unleashed by both parties collided violently upon the lake's surface in the canyon. Their powers seemingly equal. The immense heat radiating from the fireballs evaporated a significant portion of the lake water, resulting in thick mist. Amidst the fog, Yuzuki rapidly advanced towards Itachi. Claw. Bang. Sharingan. Itachi pushed his Sharingan's dynamic vision to its limits. Barely fending off Yuzuki's assault, in the next heartbeat, he swiftly formed hand seals. Water style. Water Dragon Jutsu, a robust water dragon violently slammed into Yuzuki, sending her hurtling backward. Gritting her teeth, Yuzuki conjured her 2 tails before her in midair. Tailed Beast Bomb. Boom! The tailed Beast Bomb struck the lake surface where Itachi stood, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that sent half the lake's water cascading outward, creating a torrential downpour of droplets. In the midst of this chaos, several crows suddenly emerged from the trees along the shore, converging to form a disheveled silhouette of Itachi. "This should suffice," he mused, brushing his drenched bangs back. Itachi cast one final glance in Yuzuki's direction before departing towards Konoha. It was time to return to the village and inquire about Sasuke's circumstances. Meanwhile, Yuzuki was not faring any better. Despite her excellent compatibility with the 2 tails, prolonged use of the tailed beast's power took a toll on her body. Huff, huff, she panted, her chest rising and falling. After removing her intricately designed chest armor, Yuzuki hastened towards the land of lightning. The departure of both left the canyon in a tranquil state once more. However, it wasn't long before Naruto arrived on the scene that, it seems there was quite a fierce battle. The canyon's lake had lost half its water. The surface was still suffused with the chakra left over from the tailed beast bomb. These chakras were precisely Naruto's objective for this mission. With a clap, Naruto struck his palms together, igniting the ember within him and fervently absorbing the chakra lingering on the lake's surface. Before long, the chakra of the 2 tails was entirely consumed. "Not bad," Naruto remarked, gazing at his palms and sensing the transformations within him. This moment, not only was the ember enveloped in the chakra of the 9 tails, but it also contained the blue chakra of the 2 tails. Gradually, the ember began to cautiously probe and absorb the chakra of the 2 tails. The situation is still unclear. I should wait a moment. With that, Naruto turned and made his way back to Konoha. I'm back at the entrance. Naruto was somewhat surprised to see Karui opening the door for him. However, it made sense as Kira and Karui lived very close to Naruto's home. Merely a few minutes walk away. Following Karui inside, Naruto spotted Kushina in the living room, preparing to interrogate him. Upon seeing Naruto, Kushina's previously tense demeanor immediately relaxed. Nonetheless, she feigned an authoritative air, placing her hands on her hips as she admonished. "Naruto, your audacity is growing by the day. You dare to leave the village without a word. Do you have any idea how worried your father and I were before you returned? Sorry, Mom. Naruto forced a smile. I won't do it again. As he spoke, he began to ascend the stairs. I'm a bit tired today. I want to take a nap before dinner, so you don't have to wait for me. That's not acceptable, Naruto. Dinner is already prepared. Don't mind him, Kira. He won't starve. As soon as they finished speaking, a muffled thud echoed from the staircase. Naruto had stumbled and fallen to awe. How strange. How did I? Naruto turned with difficulty. His last sight being Kushina rushing towards him. When he regained consciousness, it was already deep into the night. He found himself clad in pajamas, lying in his bed, with an ice pack resting on his forehead. Sitting up slightly, Naruto removed the ice pack and touched his warm collarbone. Am I running a fever? Naruto, you're awake, came Karui's voice. It was only then that he noticed Karui seated by his bedside. Have you been watching over me all this time? Thank you, Karui did. To his surprise, Karui shook her head. Aunt Kushina has been watching over you for a long time, as has my mother. Aunt Kushina said this is the first time you've had such a severe fever. Indeed, Naruto replied, somewhat perplexed, given his strong Uzumaki lineage and the extraordinary mental fortitude that came with being a transmigrator. Throughout his life, he had seldom fallen ill. I wonder if it's due to absorbing the chakra of the two tails? As Naruto pondered, Karui leaned closer, raising her hand to place the ice pack back on his forehead. He quickly turned his head to avoid their proximity. What are you doing? All right, lie down. You're still the patient. No need. I'm already better. Shall I call Aunt Kushina then? No, with no other choice. Naruto lay back and accepted Karui's care. Climbing onto the bed, Karui stretched to place the ice pack on Naruto's head, her face reddening slightly. Unable to contain herself, she pressed her hand against her chest and laughed. What's so funny? Your breath tickles my shirt. It feels so itchy. Hearing her words, Naruto chuckled. That's why I told you not to help. I could manage on my own. However, I truly appreciate your assistance. Karui, I've always wanted a little sister. Xianglin said nothing as she climbed down from Naruto's bed and made her way to the door. Make sure to rest well, Naruto. After speaking, she grasped the doorknob, opened the door, and stepped outside. Once Xianglin had departed, Naruto finally had the opportunity to examine the state of his own body in solitude. Within him, the color of the flame seed had subtly shifted, the originally bright orange hue, as he absorbed the chakra of the two tails, gradually transformed into a deep crimson. Simultaneously, Naruto's body was undergoing changes as well. Raising his hand, he could distinctly observe that his nails had grown longer and thicker. It seemed that his muscles had also experienced a certain degree of growth. Indeed, this illness was somehow connected to the chakra of the two tails. The flame seed was reshaping my body. The fever was merely a side effect. On the other side, at the Uchiha clan's residence, a trial was unfolding. Sasuke, you can no longer continue like this. You need to relearn how to interact healthily with the opposite sex. I've told you, Itachi, that wasn't my doing. I haven't been involved with any women from outside the village, and I can manage my own relationships just fine. How can I trust you? She even mentioned your name. Moreover, Shisui also stated that you had received love letters from several girls at school, correct? Observing the bickering brothers, Shisui rubbed his nose, regretting for the first time that he had become entangled in this matter. Right, Shisui? Upon hearing Itachi mention him, Shisui could only chuckle awkwardly. Ah yes, that situation did occur. You heard that, Sasuke. Shisui is your teacher, and he believes your relationships are abnormal. Did I actually say that? At last, unable to bear it any longer, Sasuke slammed his hand on the table. Enough? I don't need two old men who have never been in a relationship telling me how to interact with girls. Before you lecture me, perhaps you should examine your own issues. With that, he stormed out, leaving Itachi and Shisui exchanging glances in silence. Shisui shrugged and said to Itachi, the youth of today are truly remarkable, aren't they? Itachi helplessly rubbed his forehead, as he seemed to foresee a misguided future for Sasuke. Equally troubled was Uchiha Fugaku, who was eavesdropping just outside the room. His personality was inherently laid back, and at this moment, he found himself unable to interject into the brothers' quarrel. Meanwhile, Uchiha Mikoto appeared unconcerned, showing no signs of worry regarding the situation. After all, it seemed her two sons would not struggle to find partners. Enough, Itachi and Shisui. You both fail to understand me. At this point, Sasuke began to appreciate Naruto. If it were that guy, he would certainly understand me. Perhaps Sasuke would never realize that the absurd calamity he faced today stemmed from none other than Naruto, whom he believed understood him best, having recently had a falling out with his family. Sasuke had chosen to attend school alone for the past few days. Yet, as he walked to school by himself each day, he found himself growing fond of this solitude. Spotting a familiar figure on the street, Sasuke hurriedly approached and placed a hand on the person's shoulder. Naruto, oh, it's you, Sasuke. Naruto turned around, though he appeared somewhat dispirited. Sasuke smiled slightly and asked, "What's wrong? Are you still unwell?" Hearing this, Naruto scratched his head. "How did you know I was sick? I'm fine now. I just haven't been feeling very energetic lately, I see. When Aunt Kushina visited my house last time, she mentioned it to my mother, oh, is that so?" The two continued their conversation as they slowly walked towards the school, unintentionally arriving near Ino's flower shop. At the entrance of the shop, Ino, dressed in a light yellow floral dress, was arranging the fresh flowers displayed outside. Upon hearing Naruto and Sasuke's conversation, she quickly lifted her head, unable to put down the flowers in her hands. "Ah, it really is you two." Approaching Naruto, he greeted her with a smile. "Hello, Ino. What were you two just talking about? You seemed quite engrossed." "Oh, it was about the situation in Iwagakure. Recently, there have been many rock ninjas in the village." "Rock ninjas? Those guys in red clothes?" "Yes." Just then, a gust of wind blew, sending the name tag of the flowers Ino was holding flying. The paper name tag fluttered in the air for a moment before landing on the road beside them. Ino exclaimed and started to go pick it up. At that moment, Sasuke noticed a carriage speeding down the road toward Ino's location. "Watch out." As soon as the words left his mouth, he was astonished to find that Naruto had vanished from his side. Looking up again, he saw that Naruto had already appeared behind Ino. He swiftly pulled Ino to him, holding her tightly, and the next instant, the carriage, showing no signs of slowing down, rushed past them. Holding Ino, Naruto's eyes remained fixated on the retreating carriage. He noticed that one corner of the carriage's curtain had been lifted. Recognizing this, Naruto let out a cold snort in his heart. Humph, at least they realized they almost crashed into someone. They sure are quick. After the carriage had completely passed, Sasuke stepped forward. "Are you two all right?" "Ah, we're fine." Naruto released his grip, and Ino first fixed her hair before adjusting the flowers in her arms. Naruto chuckled as he pinched a petal, teasing, "You've crushed them. It's not like it's your fault." Ino was about to retort, but recalling that it was Naruto who had saved her, she promptly closed her mouth in frustration. Seeing Naruto's smug smile, she lightly punched his chest in annoyance. "All right, you two." Sasuke interjected, somewhat exasperated. "If this goes on, we'll be late for school. Oh no, I need to hurry and change clothes." "Wait for me, you two." "Okay." After Ino left, Sasuke approached Naruto, uncertainly inquiring, "Was that carriage from Iwagakure?" "It seems so." Naruto replied, having observed clearly. The crimson fabric used on the carriage resembled that of the rock ninjas, and there was even a rock ninja emblem on the wheels. Those rock ninjas are quite domineering. Driving around like that in someone else's village. Naruto shrugged. "They had better not cross paths with me. By the way, did your speed just increase again? Have you improved in taijutsu? Didn't you say you hated training? How come you're secretly working hard?" Naruto pouted, spreading his hands in exasperation. "Hey, what can I say? I'm a genius. I can improve even while sleeping at home." Sasuke shook his head helplessly with that kind of attitude. "The best you can do is be friends with me. I'm ready. Let's go." After changing into his usual school clothes, Ino joined Naruto and Sasuke as they made their way to the Ninja Academy. Upon entering the school gate, Naruto caught sight of the carriage from Iwagakure parked in the courtyard. His movement caught Ino's attention as well. "I asked that the carriage from this morning?" Naruto nodded, his brows slightly furrowing. Who could possibly be in that carriage, requiring a visit to the Ninja Academy? When they arrived in the classroom, barely sitting for a while, Iruka rushed in, drenched in sweat. Today, ninjas from other villages are visiting the school. The first 2 periods will be self-study. Everyone, feel free to move around the classroom. Yay! Iruka quickly left the classroom, leaving behind a room full of cheering students. Meanwhile, in the teacher's office, the principal nervously observed the 2 individuals before him. One large and one small. Kuratsuchi and Akatsuki. One was the son of the third Tsuchikage, and the other was his granddaughter. Do you two have any requests? None. Kuratsuchi replied expressionlessly to the principal. That's good. Please rest here for a while. There will be a school tour shortly. Thank you, sir. Not at all. With that, the principal hastily exited the room, leaving Kuratsuchi and Akatsuki alone as there were no outsiders present. Huangta finally had the opportunity to share his thoughts with Haida. He addressed her, "My daughter, how do you find it?" "Oh, it's nothing much. The school in Konoha is quite similar to that in our village. One might even say that Konoha school is more lenient. This the secret behind Konoha's strength." Huangta shook his head slightly. "I must admit, I am not well versed in matters concerning schools that I in my youth. Our village did not have the concept of school. We all learned ninjutsu directly from our masters." He then shifted the topic. "Haito, do you recall the child we encountered this morning?" "Yes, the one with the blonde hair. Of course, he is quite impressive. His taijutsu may rival my own. Indeed, Konoha is never short of prodigies. I wonder if he is a student at this school." "Hey, Dad, don't imply that I'm weaker than him. How about this? During our tour of the school, I'll find an opportunity to gauge the abilities of these Konoha kids." Huangta raised an eyebrow at his daughter. "What clever scheme do you have in mind this time?" Just wait and see." They arrived at the senior class. Above them were the graduating classes, and below, the junior classes. The school official leading the way began to introduce the ninja school to Huangtu and Haidu. Inside one of the classrooms, Niji noticed the group outside. Suddenly, his gaze brightened upon spotting Haitu among the crowd. "Wow, it's a loli and a cheapao. I adore lolis." Perhaps Niji's gaze was too intense. For Haidu frowned in displeasure and turned her attention to him in the classroom. That guy from the Hyuga clan?" Furrowing her brow, Haitu approached the school official and expressed a request. "What? You wish to spar with a student?" The official hesitated. While it was customary to accommodate guest requests, he also had to consider the potential risk of exposing village secrets. Many children in the school possessed unique ninjutsu techniques, which could be invaluable intelligence for other villages. "May I ask who you wish to spar with?" Haida raised her hand and pointed to Niji in the classroom. "I have heard that Konoha's gentle fist technique is quite renowned. I wish to experience it firsthand." Upon realizing that her chosen sparring partner was Niji, the school official breathed a sigh of relief. He was familiar with this student. If it were anyone else, he might have had concerns, but with Niji, there would be no risk of compromising village secrets. "Please wait a moment. I will inquire with him." With that, the official entered the classroom. "What? That loli wants to spar with me," Niji exclaimed, his voice rising and his eyebrows shooting up. "I have no objections. Let her come." Seeing his reaction, the official sighed. "Niji, just remember not to embarrass the village. You can rest assured, teacher." The sparring concluded quickly. Even the time spent preparing the area exceeded the actual match duration. Initially, Haitu intended to test the waters, but to her surprise, with one kick, Niji was down. "What just happened? This guy is way too fragile." Haida frowned at the fallen Niji, who merely lifted his head slightly. Mumbling, "Yumizuki, ugh, how disgusting." Haida grimaced at his words. She then stomped down forcefully, ending the match decisively. It was an oversight. She had expected this Hyuga clan member to possess some skill, only to find him lacking. After casting a disdainful glance at Niji, Haita flicked her hair behind her ear in irritation. The school official, observing this scene, merely shook his head before leading the group away. There was no time for mourning Niji. Next on the agenda was a visit to the junior class. Unlike the seniors, the junior class was lively, akin to a holiday atmosphere. The self-study sessions, devoid of teacher oversight, felt even more liberating than a break. Haida stood at the doorway, quickly scanning the room before locking her gaze onto a certain yellow-haired boy in the center. "Oh my, what a coincidence. It seems fate has brought us together." Seated and chatting with Hinata, Naruto felt Haitu's gaze from outside. He tucked away his relaxed smile and glanced toward the door. "What's going on?" "Oh, nothing." Upon spotting Naruto, Haita did not rush. In her view, there were several individuals in the classroom worth her attention. The Hyuga clan, the Uchiha clan, and that blonde-haired boy. Whom should she choose? As she pondered, a mischievous grin spread across her face. Ultimately, she still wished to select him. Moments later, Irika entered the classroom, calling for Sakura. "Me?" You want me to spar with students from other villages? Irika hesitated before nodding. That if you are unwilling, we can skip it, that I can speak to them on your behalf. No, that's unnecessary. Sakura waved her hand dismissively. That would put the teachers in a difficult position. Besides, it's just sparring. We often practice during outdoor lessons that I see. Then please prepare yourself. Unlike Niji, Sakura's every move attracted the attention of her classmates, upon hearing that she would spar with students from another village. Everyone became curious. Due to the overwhelming number of spectators, the sparring was set to take place in the spacious courtyard. Standing at the edge of the crowd, Sasuke nudged Naruto with his elbow. What do you think? Naruto replied nonchalantly. It's obvious she's here to test the waters, and not with good intentions. Can Sakura win against another girl? Naruto shook his head. He noticed Haido standing beside Huangtu amidst the crowd. That girl is a well-known prodigy from a Wagakure. Prodigy? How does she compare to you? She's slightly below me, but Sakura still wouldn't stand a chance on the field. Sakura was diligently warming up. Haido approached her and whispered, I heard you're the child of a hero. Sakura smiled faintly. That title is an exaggeration. I am merely an ordinary part of Konoha. So that's your character? Haido smirked wickedly. I am the granddaughter of the third Tsuchikage. And I take pride in my heritage. I shall undoubtedly become Tsuchikage in the future, and I will make a Wagakure a more formidable village than Konoha. Sakura felt a twinge of discomfort at this, yet maintained her politeness. I wish you success. Haido stepped back, creating distance. That I hope you can still say that when you lose. The match was presided over by teacher Shirei, who stepped between the two and asked in a deep voice, Are you ready? Yes, Haido replied hastily. Sakura nodded as well. Very well. The taijutsu sparring between Haruno Sakura and Haido officially begins. And no sooner had Shirzue's words left his mouth than Haido charged forward eagerly. She raised her leg high and kicked fiercely at Sakura. Having practiced extensively in taijutsu classes, Sakura had decent combat experience. She skillfully folded her arms against her body, blocking Haido's attack. Wow, that's quite a force. Before Sakura could think further, Haido pressed her advantage, launching powerful punches. Thud, thud. This is not good. Hearing the sound of Haido's punches, SHGO muttered from the back of the crowd. That girl from a Wagakure is strong. I might not even win against her. Beside him, Kankuro furrowed his brow slightly. He could tell that Haido was prepared. It seemed she had specifically chosen Sakura as a means to assert dominance over Konoha. Is that so? SHGO scratched the back of his head. Why else would she deliberately pick Sakura as her sparring partner? Sakura likely understood this as well, so she wouldn't easily concede, just as the two had surmised. Sakura found herself struggling to defend against Haido's relentless punches. She felt that every punch from Haido landed with the force of a cannon. Moreover, her opponent's fists were exceedingly hard. After enduring several blows, her bones began to ache. This could not continue. Gritting her teeth, Sakura decided to change her strategy, and no longer would she confront Haido head-on. Instead, she began to evade the attacks. Oh, quite nimble, aren't you? So what will you do now? With those words, Haido lightened her body, and her movements became noticeably swifter. Upon witnessing this, Naruto furrowed his brow in the crowd and turned to Sasuke beside him. I recall that this spar is meant to test physical skills. Right? Ninjutsu isn't allowed, is it? Indeed, Sasuke replied. Why do you ask? Naruto's gaze shifted back to Haido on the field. It seems the people from a Wagakure aren't playing fair. After Haido accelerated her movements, Sakura found herself struggling to keep up. Receiving continuous attacks, in such a situation, Haido grinned, declaring, This is the final blow. With that, she leaped and stomped down with great force. However, this confident strike was firmly caught by a small hand at it was Naruto, who had appeared before Sakura to intercept Haido's attack. Naruto. Sakura was taken aback by his sudden appearance. In the next moment, she felt a slight disturbance in the air beside her, and Shisui materialized behind her. Simultaneously, the air behind Haido shifted as KT raised a hand to rest on her shoulder. You've gone a bit too far. With that, KT glanced at Shisui opposite him. The body flicker technique. That title fits well. Shisui remained silent, merely staring intently at KT. His own expertise in the body flicker technique seemed to be on par with KT's, revealing the latter's formidable strength. Hey, Blondie, why did you interfere in my battle? Naruto released his grip, letting go of Hida's foot. Our rules state that during physical sparring, the use of ninjutsu is prohibited. Even for supportive purposes, he then fixed his gaze on Hida's eyes. You just employed the heavy stone technique, didn't you? Is that so? Hida appeared somewhat surprised, then pouted dismissively. You leaf village folks are rather dull. In our village. That's the norm at KT that moment. Shisui spoke up, addressing KT. Naruto is indeed correct. KT nodded. We were not aware of this rule that we'll consider it a loss. And no need. Let's call it a draw. Agreed. After reaching a consensus, the two sides escorted their respective members away. As they walked, Shisui quietly remarked to Naruto, "You've made significant progress in physical skills recently." Naruto scratched his head, aware that Shisui had noticed the improvement in his speed, a result of absorbing the chakra of the two tails. It's nothing much, just a slight improvement. Beside them, Sakura seemed to be lost in thought about the recent battle, quietly biting her lip. The strength of the other villages is impressive. I truly deserve the title of a hero's child. Seemingly sensing Sakura's inner turmoil, Shisui spoke up. Don't take their words to heart, Sakura. Exactly, Sakura. Just be yourself. Upon hearing their comforting words, Sakura managed a faint smile. I understand. The alliance between Konoha and Iwagakure was announced, alongside their participation in the upcoming CH-9 exams. This meant that the next CH-9 exams would feature ninjas from the three major shinobi villages competing together. Goodness gracious! In the dessert shop, Naruto could not help but click his tongue at the latest news in the newspaper. I remember, last year, the one who drew the most attention was Kabuto, right? Sasuke, upon hearing Naruto's words, set down the small cake he was holding. Oh, you mean that four-eyed guy? Hey, that nickname is rather harsh. What else should I call him? Sasuke shrugged. How about glasses, kid? Naruto shook his head in resignation. Did I come to realize you have a bias against those who wear glasses? Indeed, Sasuke nodded. The eyes are the pride of the Uchiha clan. As a member of the Uchiha, I hold a certain disdain for anyone with poor eyesight. Naruto chose not to respond further to Sasuke's remarks. Wait until you awaken your Manjiki Sharingan and use it a few times. Then you'll behave yourself. Just then, a fragrant breeze wafted through the shop as Ino and Sakura rushed in. Sakura grasped Ino's hand, wiping the thin sweat from her forehead with the other. Sorry, we're late. No, you arrived just in time, Naruto said, rising to greet them. Sasuke remained indifferent, continuing to enjoy his small cake. Aside from Naruto, he could barely manage to converse with anyone else in his class. No wonder people say his personality is strange. He interacts effortlessly with girls from other classes, yet he doesn't wish to exchange more than a few words with his own classmates. Perhaps it's precisely because they are from his own class that he reveals his true self. While with others, he is merely performing. Here it is, a large serving of fruit milkshake, along with a platter of grilled wings and fries. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's announcement, Sasuke lifted his head, shocked by the generous portions. Hey, this amount is outrageous. This is at least 3 times the normal serving. Suddenly, Sasuke recalled Naruto's earlier words when ordering. Will this be too little? No, this is more than enough, Naruto had said mysteriously. Reflecting on Naruto's expression at that moment, and now observing the shopkeeper chatting cheerfully with Sakura, Sasuke finally understood. This was all part of your plan? Uzumaki Naruto. At that moment, Naruto was grinning as he accepted the snacks the owner offered, cheerfully exclaiming, "This portion is too generous. Thank you, boss." Not at all, Sakura. It is an honor to have you at my shop. Do come by often? Absolutely. Any of my classmates all adore your snacks. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the owner departed with satisfaction. Before Sakura could say anything, Naruto urged, Hurry, dig in. I've been waiting for you. Don't rush me, Sakura replied, picking up a fry to eat, and soon everyone joined in. Naruto also grabbed a grilled chicken wing. Reflecting inwardly, indeed, inviting Sakura was the wisest choice. Time flew by, and before they knew it, summer had arrived once more. The CH-9 exams of this year were fast approaching. The exam is a bit earlier this year. At noon, Naruto lounged in the shade of a tree at the hospital, idly chatting with Akamichi. Suddenly, Akamichi stood up and leaned closer to Naruto. By the way, I'm one of the examiners for this year's CH-9 exams. Is that so? Naruto reclined back, casually holding a bunch of grapes, which were, of course, a gift from Orochimaru. That doesn't concern me. Seeing Naruto's demeanor, Akamichi clenched her fist, veins slightly protruding. Just wait a few years. When you take the CHNIN exams, you'll remember this conversation that I'll make sure to treat you well. Hearing this, Naruto realized. Right, Akamichi wouldn't just be an examiner for one session. There would be plenty more opportunities in the future. He might very well encounter her again. Hence, he shamelessly apologized. Please, Lady Akamichi, I beg you to overlook my past transgressions. Considering our relationship, if we meet in the exam, you must grant me a favor. Enough already. Akamichi shot him a look that I won't do such a thing. Besides, you probably won't need it. That's uncertain. Given how things are shaping up, the upcoming CHNIN exams will likely be co-hosted by several villages. When faced with the elites from other villages, I might not necessarily come out on top. Indeed, Akamichi reflected. The collaboration of Kirigakure, Iwagakure, and Konoha for the CHNIN exams is something unimaginable in the past. If in the future, Yanin Village and Shine Village were to join in, the excitement would be immense. Naruto casually remarked, the upcoming chunin exam for that session will likely be the strongest in history. Hondo chuckled, what's this? Even you, Uzumaki Naruto, have moments of fear. Fear? Naruto tossed aside the empty grape bunch, confidently asserting, I was merely being modest with you. Did you take it seriously? Let any other ninja village come, and I can take on 10. At that moment, Naruto was oblivious to the fact that the chunin exam he would participate in the future would indeed earn the title of the strongest ever. At noon, at the gates of Konoha, Noriyuki, who had been busy since morning, finally had a moment to rest. He plopped down onto a bench, devoid of any desire for lunch. Hey, there are just too many foreigners coming to Konoha lately. Each of these foreign visitors required him to meticulously verify their identities and information. Additionally, he had to carefully attend to them, ensuring that his actions did not leave a negative impression of Konoha. It could be said that during this period, his workload had multiplied tenfold. What's the matter, Uncle Yukio? You look utterly drained by work. Uncle. Upon hearing this term, he clenched his fists, rising to shout at Naruto. Don't call me uncle. I'm not even married yet. Yes, as Naruto dug at his ear, he ambled towards a gate. This is my exit pass. This time I am well prepared. After glancing at it and finding everything in order, Yukio casually asked, what is up? Suddenly going outside. I just want to take a breather outside the village and maybe find a place nearby to train. As he spoke, Naruto stretched lazily. With the chunin exam approaching, ninjas and visitors from other villages have been arriving in Konoha one after another. Seeing the villagers diligently preparing for the exam ignited his own passion for training. Not bad that I didn't expect you to have such awareness one day. Well then, I'm off, Uncle Yukio. Hurry up and find a girlfriend. Mind your own business. Just leave already. Once outside the village, Naruto set his sights directly towards the forest. His reason for intentionally leaving the village was not for training. As anyone familiar with his character would know, this was merely an excuse. The sole reason he wished to leave was that he sensed a new-tailed beast Chakra near Konoha. Who could it be? Arriving by a stream, Naruto spotted the person he had been searching for. A languid youth with long hair was lazily reclining on a tree branch. He appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old. With brown hair and eyes, he wore a blue haori and held a toy that blew bubbles. There he is. Naruto was somewhat surprised. He recognized this individual as the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails. In the original world, he would become a rogue ninja from Kirigakure and eventually be captured by Nagato, who would extract the tailed beast from him. However, judging by the forehead protector hanging from his waist, it was evident he was here to participate in this chunin exam. Seemingly sensing Naruto's arrival, the youth called out, "Hey there, friend. Since you're here, why not come out and chat?" Oh. Naruto was taken aback. It seemed the youth had quite the keen observation skills. Just as he was about to reveal himself, a lithe figure sprang forth from the bushes below. "Hey, how are you?" The speaker was a cheerful girl, roughly the same age as the youth. She had short, sea-green hair, a figure reminiscent of a bold fashionista clad in black leather, and long, powerful legs. My name is Keed, from Tekinen Village. Are you also here for this chunin exam? The youth casually nodded. I'm Yutaka. A ninja from Kirigakure. Oh, really? A major ninja village. Keed grinned and sniffed in Yutaka's direction. Sure enough. You're a Jinchuriki too, aren't you? Jinchuriki tend to attract each other. The creature inside me told me that you carry the scent of the six tails. Yutaka glanced at Keed, but chose not to elaborate. While it was true that Jinchuriki often shared a bond due to their similar circumstances, Yutaka's personality simply did not mesh well with someone as talkative as Keed. Hey, Yutaka, why did you decide to participate in this chunin exam? Yutaka silently tucked away the bubble-blowing toy and replied nonchalantly, Naturally, is to become a chunin. Huh, I'm different from you. The elders in my village have already agreed to my promotion to jonin. Yet I still decided to participate in this exam. Because not only do I want to become a chunin, but I also want to make the Kinin village's name known throughout the world. I want the 3 major ninja villages organizing this exam to recognize our strength. Oh, Yutaka replied with indifference. As expected, Keed's ambitions were not aligned with Yutaka's, in truth, if not for the request of the 4th Mizukichi. Kurigane Sakura, he wouldn't have even considered participating in this chunin exam. Before they set off, Sakura had said to Yutaka, Yutaka, I'm sorry. I know you dislike conflict. However, for the peace of our village, some things must be done. This is the first chunin exam co-hosted by 3 villages, and we must showcase our village's strength. After much thought, I believe you are the most suitable candidate. Regardless of what you say, I've already deemed you my greatest rival in this exam. Make sure you don't lose before facing me, Yutaka. After that, Keed leaped high into the air, sprouting 7 tails from her back as she flapped her wings and soared away. Naruto, witnessing this scene, was somewhat astonished. The Jinchuriki of the 7 tails truly possessed remarkable abilities. Not to mention, her partial transformation into a tailed beast was quite impressive. Now that she has left, can you reveal yourself? Friend? Noticing the bubbles beside him and Yutaka's remark, Naruto smiled and leaped out. You are stronger than Keed, Yutaka. It's a pity your personality is too docile. Otherwise, I would definitely vote for you. Yutaka was also taken aback. He expected that the one hiding was such a young child. Hesitantly, he asked, You're not a ninja yet, are you? No. In 2 or 3 years, I'll be graduating from the academy. Surprised? Not really. Well, I am quite surprised. I initially thought that someone with such chakra and hiding skills would at least be a chunin. I didn't expect you to be a child like this. Truly, Konoha never lacked for geniuses. Hearing Yutaka's words, Naruto proudly rubbed his nose. My chakra is a bit unique. To put it simply, I have a flame seed within me. Flame seed? Yutaka's expression shifted instantly. He hesitated. Did you just say flame seed? The creature within me is rather alarmed by that term. Naruto shrugged. That's what the 9 tails said. The 9 tails? Yutaka scratched his head. That's even more absurd. Forget it. I can't explain it clearly. Just see for yourself. With that, a bubble-like tailed beast chakra appeared around him. He then stepped forward and placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. The next moment, Naruto's consciousness found itself in Yutaka's inner space. Plop, plop. Yutaka's consciousness space resembled an endless pool of water. That moment, Naruto stood above the water's surface. Since it was his first time, he felt no panic. Looking up, he saw the 6 tails half submerged in the water before him. Be careful, Yutaka warned. Below is the acidic liquid secreted by the 6 tails. Falling in could damage your consciousness. Naruto curiously lifted his foot, and indeed, the sole of his shoe stuck to the water's surface. So, you brought me here to say something? As he spoke, Naruto raised his head to look at the 6 tails. Its form resembled a giant slug, purple-gray in color and completely hairless. Behind it, there are 6 short and stout tails. As the rhinoceros dog turns its head towards Naruto, its voice resonates within this space. You just mentioned that you encountered the 9 tails? Is something amiss? Naruto inquired with a hint of curiosity. Of course. The rhinoceros dog's tone was crisp because the 9 tails is already deceased. What? The revelation that the 9 tails was dead startled Naruto, but he distinctly recalled that this world's 9 tails had appeared in a movie. And both Jiraiya and Tsunade had claimed that the 9 tails was sealed within Konoha. How could it be that, in the mouth of the rhinoceros dog, the 9 tails had perished? You have declared my elder brother dead. To be precise, it was the consciousness of the 9 tails that had ceased to exist. Its chakra, however, remains. The rhinoceros dog elaborated. Many years ago, just after the first Shinobi World War concluded, Senju Hashirama subdued us 9-tailed beasts. He subsequently allocated us to various villages in hopes of maintaining peace. Upon hearing this, Naruto nodded. This historical account mirrored the original manga precisely. However, the subsequent developments diverged slightly. Konoha possessed the Nine Tails, the most formidable among us. Due to the early days of Konoha's establishment, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara governed the village together. Consequently, they divided the chakra of the Nine Tails in two. Naruto scratched his head. This historical narrative starkly contrasted with the original lore he was familiar with. In the standard world, Uchiha Madara, dissatisfied with his ostracization from the village, manipulated the Nine Tails using his Sharingan and waged war against Hashirama. Subsequently, Hashirama utilized the Buddha's top to successfully compel Madara into hiding. Hashirama's combat prowess was indeed astounding. The crux of the matter lies here. Senju Hashirama did indeed pass down his half of the Nine Tails. However, Uchiha Madara vanished with half of the Nine Tails before his demise. Vanished? Naruto furrowed his brow. This was not encouraging news. Although no evidence could substantiate that this world's Madara was a schemer, given Madara's propensity for causing trouble in the normal world, it would be preferable for him to perish sooner rather than later. Indeed, just as life approached its end, Madara disappeared. The remaining half of the Nine Tails gradually became feral, even losing the ability to communicate in rationality. Thus, we other tail beasts speculated that Madara perished alongside that half of the Nine Tails. Oh, do you other tail beasts have your own chat group? Chat group? I did not comprehend that. However, we do possess means to communicate remotely. Since Madara's disappearance, the consciousness of the Nine Tails has not manifested. Now, after many years, we can ascertain that he is indeed deceased. Hearing the rhinoceros dog's calm demeanor, Naruto felt somewhat embarrassed. The perspective on life and death among tail beasts was indeed quite distinct from that of ordinary humans. Thus, your astonishment upon hearing news of the Nine Tails is due to this, correct? Precisely. Observing his own hands, Naruto contemplated and addressed the Six Tails. What I encountered was the Nine Tails from another world. Do you understand? Another world? I believe I grasp it. You understand just like that? Naruto scratched his head. The rhinoceros dog offered no explanation, but cast a knowing glance at Naruto with its small eyes before expelling him from the realm of consciousness. Upon returning to the real world, Naruto found himself somewhat disoriented as he stepped onto the firm ground. He then began to bemoan to Utaka that Six Tails truly speaks as if to itself. It sought me out to impart its knowledge of history, and then unceremoniously expelled me. Utaka pinched his own sweat, responding with resignation. That's simply his nature. By the way, after you departed, he asked me to give you this. Naruto, intrigued, fluttered his large eyes and earnestly gazed at Utaka. What is it? Here. Utaka produced a bubble-blowing pipe and blew forth a crimson bubble that lazily floated towards Naruto. Inside this is the chakra of the Six Tails. He said it would greatly benefit your fire seed. Accept it. Not again. Recalling the aftermath of absorbing the chakra of the two tails, Naruto felt a shiver run down his spine. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and extended his hand. Then let it come. The crimson bubble made contact with Naruto's body, and a torrent of chakra surged rapidly into the depths of his being, having gained experience from the previous encounter with the two tails. He absorbed this chakra much more swiftly. The chakra of the Six Tails was successfully guided to the location of the fire seed, where it began to nourish it slowly. This sensation was quite delightful. Beside him, Utaka smiled faintly. Silently guarding Naruto's side, he understood that this was a critical moment for Naruto. Furthermore, should Naruto's chakra go haywire at this juncture, he would be able to assist in stabilizing him. He was quite familiar with the chakra of the Six Tails. Meanwhile, in another dimension, the long-silent Obito finally stirred into action that he arrived at the Akatsuki's base, serendipitously encountering Uchiha Itachi, who had only recently joined the organization. Madara. Although Itachi referred to Obito in this manner, he was acutely aware that the masked figure before him was likely not Uchiha Madara. Nonetheless, he was certain that there existed an intricate connection between them. Obito, adopting Madara's tone, replied solemnly, "Ah, it's you, Itachi. How are your eyes adapting?" "Not bad." Offering a perfunctory response, Obito swiftly departed. His purpose for visiting the Akatsuki's base was the Outer Path's golem. Ever since that fateful blood moon night when he had suffered a Rasengan from Naruto, he had been deeply unsettled. He had monitored Naruto for some time thereafter, But none of the experiences compared to the impression that Naruto had left on him that night. If Uzumaki Naruto did not possess a dual personality, then only one possibility remained. There existed two Uzumaki Narutos in this world. Arriving before the Outer Path's golem, Obito seated himself cross-legged. The Outer Path's golem was the carcass of the deceased Ten Tails. Even without the chakra of the Ten Tails, it was an extraordinarily powerful artifact, capable of amplifying the wielder's abilities. Why did that second Uzumaki Naruto only manifest on that particular night? Could it be due to Tsukuyomi? Contemplating this, Obito resolved to experiment, that he utilize the Outer Path Golem to amplify his genjutsu abilities, subsequently unleashing his most potent illusion thus far. Tsukuyomi. As the space distorted, Obito's figure gradually faded from his own sight. When he reemerged, he was astonished by all that lay before him. This Konoha? No. Wait. Looking up at the Hokage rock, which appeared drastically different from his recollections, Obito's mind swiftly grasped the reality. There truly existed another world. However, at this moment, was he merely a phantom? Upon realizing this, Obito gently descended from above Konoha. Observing the diverse foreign tourists bustling about the streets of Konoha, he felt a profound discomfort and turned his head away. This was no longer the Konoha etched in my memories. He then proceeded towards the Hokage Tower. All right, let me thoroughly investigate this distorted Konoha. As dusk fell, Naruto finally finished absorbing the chakra of the Six Tails. Unlike his previous experience with the Two Tails chakra, his body had now completely surpassed the rejection phase. He would not experience the violent reactions he had endured last time. Noticing that Yutaka had remained by his side, Naruto's expression bore a hint of surprise. He then smiled at Yutaka, saying, "Thank you, Yutaka. Considering you are older than me, I shall refer to you as Yutaka and I." Given Yutaka's actions of both gifting him chakra and providing protection, Naruto felt that addressing him as brother was not excessive. There is no need for such courtesy. It was merely a matter of convenience. True enough, we are brothers after all. He spoke. Naruto rested his hands behind his head and asked Yutaka, "By the way, Yutaka and I, do you have accommodation in Konoha, or will you be staying outside the village until the chunin exams commence?" Yutaka shook his head. "The Mist Village has arranged lodging, but I do not favor it. You may return home alone. I am quite content to remain here." Since Yutaka had expressed this, Naruto did not press further. He nodded and said, "All right, Yutaka, I shall return home, then I will cheer for you during the chunin exams." After bidding farewell to Yutaka, Gana turned towards the setting sun and hurried back to the village. However, as he stepped through the village gates, he instinctively scratched his neck. How peculiar. Why do I feel a chill? Before he could ponder further, the grumbling of his stomach pulled him back to reality. I must hurry home. I wonder what delicious meal my mother has prepared today. A few nights later, Keed sat alone on the rooftop of the Konoha Inn. She was barefoot, her slender legs swinging carelessly over the edge. Sighing, she mused, could it really be true that you are Uchiha Madara, the legend of Konoha? It seems almost unbelievable. Behind her, the ethereal figure of Obito materialized in midair. "Have you not already witnessed the power of my eyes?" "Indeed," she replied. "Such ocular prowess is rare, surpassed only by the likes of a legendary figure like Uchiha Madara. Moreover, you are well acquainted with Konoha." As she stretched lazily, Keed continued, "Yet, it all feels like a dream. Uchiha Madara suddenly appears before me, claiming he wishes to assist me. Am I the protagonist of some fairy tale? Do not underestimate yourself." "Keed, you possess remarkable strength." "Thank you, Madara. Your words bolster my confidence for the upcoming chunin exams." Gazing down at the twinkling lights of Konoha streets, Keed couldn't help but express her sentiments. How wonderful Konoha is! Compared to here, even the busiest streets of Takigakure seem rather mundane. Her expression then turned. "I see why it is truly a pity that such a splendid place does not belong." As time passed, the chunin exams commenced as scheduled. It wasn't long before exceptional ninjas like Keed and Yutaka distinguished themselves amidst the throng of participants. Both Keed and Yutaka successfully advanced to the final round of the chunin exams. Traditionally, the last round consists of public, one-on-one battles. This year's competition format is quite different, remarked Naruto, seated in the stands beside Sasuke. Kushina and Minato were away on a mission, but concerned that Naruto might feel lonely watching the matches alone. Kushina had arranged for her close friend, Mikoto, to join him. Thus, Naruto found himself watching the competition alongside Aunt Mikoto and Sasuke. This will be a multi-round elimination tournament, with matches continuing until a singular victor emerges. Sasuke explained, flipping through the match roster. He gestured towards Karen, who was purchasing snacks from a vendor nearby. When did you gain a little sister? She's more like a foster sister. Naruto chuckled, then elaborated, her mother and mine are from the same clan. So I look after her from time to time. Today, her mother opened a dumpling stall, and she couldn't attend to her tea that moment. Mikoto, seated beside them, interjected with a complaint. You two, can you please keep your voices down? You're disturbing my view of the match. In response, Naruto and Sasuke chorused, yes. Observing the Uchiha clan members in the arena below, Naruto quietly scoffed. Why is it that there's always an Uchiha? Well, of course, Sasuke rolled his eyes. Don't underestimate the Uchiha.by bloodline. That guy is actually Mikoto's distant nephew. That explains why your mother is so invested. The close blood relations within clans often meant that any two individuals could easily be linked as relatives. Hey, I'm back. Here. Naruto reached out to receive the snacks Karen offered, sharing some with Sasuke. How have you been? Preparing for the opening must be exhausting. Karen nodded at Naruto as she settled down, but I really owe a lot to Aunt Kushina and Uncle Minato. Without their help, my mother's stall wouldn't have opened. Naruto waved it off casually. You're being too modest. Given Konoha's current growth, running a food stall might be more promising than being a ninja. Sasuke nodded in agreement. That's a valid point. You should consider leaving the ninja life behind. I could support you in opening a shop. You could sell your beloved ramen. Hey, then you go be a gigolo, and I'll sell ramen. As the three engaged in playful banter, the battles in the arena below reached their conclusions. Aunt Mikoto regretfully set down her binoculars. They lost. Naruto was not at all surprised. The Uchiha combatant had faced Kid, whose strength far exceeded that of a typical chunin. Additionally, her status as a Jinchuriki bestowed her with significant resistance against the opponent's Genjutsu. The outcome of the battle had long been anticipated. Noticing the next contestant, Naruto perked up. Coincidentally, the next to enter the arena was Udaka. As he emerged from the waiting room, the audience began a murmur. That guy is from the Mist Village, right? Looks like he's quite weak. I still remember the Mist Ninja's performance during last year's Chunin exams. What a disgrace. Indeed, last year's Mist Ninjas were completely eliminated by a certain Kabuto. Kabuto was indeed formidable. Rumors had it that he had recently completed numerous challenging missions. Meanwhile, in the central VIP section of the audience, the leaders of the three villages were engaged in discussions about the matches for this Chunin exam. Neither the Mizukage nor the Tsuchikage had come to Konoha in person. Instead, they had sent Terumi, Mei, and Inoki to represent them. Konoha's representative was Jiraiya, who remained in the village. That kid has some skills, Jiraiya commented, observing as Udaka effortlessly defeated his opponent, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Terumi Mei, feeling somewhat smug, remarked, Udaka could have participated last year. However, his demeanor is rather lackadaisical. Her implication was clear. Last year's embarrassing performance of the Mist Ninjas was merely an anomaly. Yet, Inoki chose this moment to stir the pot. I heard that the Mist Village performed quite well last year. This was a blatant jab. Terumi Mei bit her lip before retorting, well, better than this year's IWA Ninjas at least. Unfazed, Inoki nodded. Our village's Chunin exams have already concluded. The participants this time are merely inexperienced novices. I initially opposed their coming, but the old man insisted it would be beneficial for them to learn from experience and see the world. This was Inoki's excuse. Seemingly not satisfied, he continued to provoke. Speaking of which, among all the contestants, I have my bets on Kid. Although she hails from a small village, she might not necessarily be outmatched by some of the larger ninja villages. Hearing Inoki's taunts, Terumi Mei let out a cold snort. Then let us wait and see. The first round of battles concluded swiftly, leading into the second round. Although Kid and Udaka's matchups were adjacent, one belonged to the upper bracket while the other was in the lower, allowing them to avoid facing each other for now. Before long, the second round also came to a close with both Kid and Udaka advancing once more. As the third round commenced, the two finally faced off. a result that caught the attention of all spectators. It was evident to anyone with eyes that the abilities of these two far surpassed those of their peers. Their battle would ultimately determine the champion. Who do you support? Naruto. Of course, Hidaka. Why? At this moment, Karen appeared somewhat surprised, while Sasuke added, it's quite rare to see you favoring someone, Naruto, that isn't that girl ninja from Takagaki your favorite.